Hey, welcome to another audiobook on quantum audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
501. All preparations are settled. Edward opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Although he was always calm and composed, he also had his worries. After all, he was still Tier 8 and facing a Tier 10 god, especially one who has conquered countless planes full of worshippers. He was worried, even with connection with Netheril. "I can't believe you are trying to fool her," said Morgana, who appeared wearing suit pants, looking like a successful lawyer. With her beautiful purple hair, her beauty and charms were no less than any goddess. Edward ignored her as she knew this was one of her hobbies, cosplaying. "I didn't. Would you truly allow her to become a part of the Empire?" "Yes. I'm very tolerant of talented individuals. But she would be a Tier 10 arcanist. After breaking the soul limit, reaching Tier 10 will be extremely easy for me and many talents of the Empire after we have sufficient control of the dark multiverse. By then, her strength will not be as threatening." "I see," nodded the little elf. "So, do you think she will agree?" "I don't know, but our chances are high," replied Edward. He discovered the magic goddess was easier to read and understand than he anticipated. Of course, one of the main reasons is that she belittled Edward after their first meeting, allowing him to learn and deduce many things about her based on his body language and basic information about her. "A few things are restricting her from joining us. The first one is strength. Despite the potential shown by the Empire so far, it's not enough in her eyes. However, after we take down Guznad and show these gods the Milky Way is still unapproachable, she will understand our strength, making her more willing to accept my offer." "That's interesting. What's next?" "Her status is also a problem. She has been ruling for too long, so it's hard for her to give up her power and even become a subordinate. There is nothing much I can do about such an issue besides allowing time to make a difference and to lure her with more benefits." "Indeed, that's a good strategy. We can lure you into cooperating with us through benefits. Then, after a period of cooperation, her actions will be considered betrayal from the gods, alienating her until she has no choice but to join us," said Morgana, who calculated Edward's next plan in an instant. "The only issue is how to lure her. She has reached the pinnacle of this world's power, wealth, and resources, so only a few things will interest her," groaned Edward. "We could use some basic information about the multiverse. However, that's dangerous knowledge. If news were to leak, the consequences would be too severe. For now, knowledge about the multiverse is out of the question. Even if she joined us, I would not easily reveal such information. The multiverse is the key to reaching Tier 11. So, any news about it would create a storm across the entire cosmic faith plane. No, it could cause a storm throughout the endless planes in the astral realm. In that case, only knowledge about the Magus race might interest her," added Morgana. "Or, she might also be interested in the information about the monogrid we got from the Akashic records." Edward nodded in agreement. Then, he took a white string from his temple, sent this memory to the think tank and have them analyze this meeting to see if they can find any more information that I miss. I want a character profile on her. Furthermore, activate the spies we have in the central area and ask them to find more information about Delilah. Is it not a little too dangerous to contact these people? Edward has long sent spies into the central area of the universe where all the most powerful creatures, gods, and civilizations gathered. However, due to the inherent danger of such a high-level place, they remained dormant. The danger is worth it. Plus, they only need to be extra careful and not dig too deep into her secrets. Once the war finishes, we should provide these people with more support. "As you wish," said Morgana before sending the command to the relevant department. "All right, let's get back to work. Did you get the information?" "I did. With all her mood fluctuation, I scanned some of her soul fluctuations. With this information, we should be able to crack the imprint," replied Morgana as she displayed a screen with data. "Excellent," nodded Edward. With this information, he can suppress Delilah's imprint on the mana grid and use his enchantment to absorb endless mana from the grid. Edward returned to work. 2 weeks passed, and his project was finally successful. Then, he left a clone to continue the second step of the project, completely remove her imprint so he could have full control of the mana grid that runs through the Milky Way galaxy. However, such a project was long-term and could not be accomplished in a short period. Upon completion, Morgana sent the enchantment to the relevant department, and Edward focused on the war. 3 months later, Edward sat on a chair next to a beach, holding a margarita and a screen floating before him. No one recognized their emperor on this beach, and he took this time to relax. "Those guys did not disappoint me," said Edward, watching videos of the Black Clover Knights fighting against the Scholar Mages of the Empire. The battles were not all victories. After all, there are too many geniuses in the Empire, and these guys are still young, even with the help of time acceleration. So, even Asta, who wowed the world with his anti-magic energy, suffered many defeats. However, his original goal was to raise them into symbols of how powerful battle mages were, and the plans have shown initial success. Now, under his secret command, the status of battle mages is slowly being raised, thus dealing with the disparity issue between the two classes. "It's not at the level I want things to be yet, but we are getting there," muttered Edward, who prepared to close the screens and enjoy his time sunbathing. However, he received another notification of the highest alert and security grade. He quickly opened it, and his eyes immediately brightened. Done? Good, good. The second-tier ether core was successfully created, using only a fraction of the needed time because of his new enchantments. The fog was finished a few weeks ago, so now, the Empire no longer needs to worry about the safety of the Milky Way after this war. Guznad, you dare to blackmail twice, muttered Edward with a sneer, thinking how he had to send another Tier 9 energy core a few days ago. Now, it's payback time. He immediately contacted Olivier, who should have received the news. Did you see it? I did, she nodded succinctly. So, what's next? Asked Edward. Now that we no longer have to worry about safety, we can slowly take over Guznad's territory and overwhelm him. The current galaxy was divided into two halves. Now, it was time to take Guznad's half, uniting the Milky Way under one regime, one voice. Excellent. Do I need to do anything? We will have a meeting tomorrow before beginning the last expedition. You will need to attain. I will be there. Olivier nodded before ending the communication. How cold, said Edward, shaking his head. I should probably talk to her. He raised his head to look above him. He knew this war was coming to an end, meaning the Empire would enter a new age. I hope everything goes smoothly. 502 self-control, that's everything for the attack plan, said a young man from the Brazilian region with glasses before looking at Edward and Olivier. He dressed in an old-fashioned way from the old era, with a suit and tie. I don't see any problem, said Edward. Based on his limited knowledge of war tactics, he saw no problem with the plan for the final battle. All the people present in this war room were the brightest military minds of the Empire, so he trusted their judgment. Anything else? We have never received any final say on whether the final battle with Guznad will be a live broadcast, asked an elderly man. The answer is no, replied Edward, and no one asked. As smart as they were, they understood there must be some secrets for the Emperor to hide the final battle. However, they were the people in the Empire with the highest security level. If there was something that even they could not know, then they did not want to know. And their assumption was correct. Edward feared the Netheril would be revealed during his battle with Guznad. If the people knew the Empire already had Tier 10 technology and could have easily ended this terrible war, all the effort they spent to create a positive image of a savior would be destroyed. So, his battle with Guznad will be recorded and edited before release to the public. Is there anything else? Everyone shook their heads, so the plan of action for this war was finalized. Edward proceeded to salute all these people, watching them leave. Then, he looked at his wife, Olivier. Aren't you going to say anything? I don't have anything to say, really. If you have something to say, get on with it, she scoffed. Dear, we are immortal godlike beings, said Edward nonchalantly. We have evolved beyond the point of using passive aggressiveness to show our emotions. If you have a problem, use your words so we can communicate. Olivier closed the screen before her. My problem is with you. That's obvious, thought Edward, but he did not dare utter these words. Instead, he listened patiently. I have no problem with your womanizing ways, you can sleep with as many women you want, and I don't care, said Olivier. However, I thought the word wife would mean something to you. However, you seem to be collecting them like Pokemon. Why the hell did I teach her such a reference, thought Edward despite remaining calm on the surface. Every time you bring someone back, I feel like you cheapen the bond you have with me and the others, it's like our marriage means nothing to you. Edward did not say anything as he pondered her words, he took her concerns very seriously. He had realized something about him, about his relationship with his wife. His initial attraction to them is rooted in a deep desire for possessiveness. Although he grew to love them after spending time with them and getting to know their true self, his attraction to them after their first meeting originated from his past life on primordial Earth. In his first life, these women were out of his reach. He lusted after them but knew he could never acquire them since they were 2D creatures and because he felt he could never pull women of this caliber. However, after his reincarnation, he became handsome, rich, suave, and powerful. So, after coming into contact with some of them, he could not control his lust. So, because of these deep-rooted desires, he could not control himself and brought them to his harem. And as Olivier said, his actions cheapen the bond he has with his previous wives. Edward took a moment to think of all his wives, especially the time spent together. He spent a lot of time with his wives up to Olivier. He even grew old with her, spending decades as a couple. However, Wiz and Sinead were different. Their encounter was brief. Although there was a spark between them, it was far from the level of marriage. In some ways, their union is more like a political marriage. You're right. My actions have been too much, said Edward as he exhaled out loud. I need better self-control. He realized he should be more sensitive to his wives and family. Otherwise, his womanizing ways might cause real trouble one day. Olivier leaned back on her chair, sighing. Although I would love to hear you would stop, I guess I'll accept this for now. Stop womanizing? Edward did not think he had the strength to do such a thing. The best he can do is control himself and not allow his ways to affect his family. I acknowledge my fault. Now, it's your turn, said Edward, looking at her. I didn't do anything. You know you went too far by having your people monitor Wiz and Sinead, added Edward, looking directly into her eyes. Olivier sighed. I could not escape the irrational fear in my mind, she explained. I could not remove the idea that you would abandon me, handing all my power to them. She knew Edward would never do such a thing with his personality, but these thoughts consumed her mind. So, she made a stupid decision. You know I would never do this. I do, but I couldn't help it. Edward sighed. Once this war is over, we will all go to family therapy. It should be of great help to our marriage. That may not be a bad idea, nodded Olivier. However, it might be hard to find someone willing to take us on. Being the therapist of the royal family will involve many secrets, and most people do not want to go down this rabbit hole. After all, if these secrets leaked, they probably wouldn't survive. I'm sure someone is daring enough. If not, we will use artificial intelligence. All right. After this conversation, the cog that is the Empire began to spin. The media went into a frenzy as propaganda for the final battle was everywhere. Edward did not even try to hide it. The people were happy as this war, which went on for close to 10 years, was on the verge of ending. People wished for peace, especially in the fast-developing empire. Although war is good for technological development, it's mostly in the military sector. The empire has just entered an age where everybody can have magical abilities. So, everybody wished for peace so they could develop and prosper to new heights. As such, only a few people who used this war to rise in status or amass great wealth wished for this war to continue. The majority of citizens cannot wait for news of the empire's victory against Guznad. Additionally, this war has other symbolic meanings, besides the fact the entire Milky Way will soon be under the empire's control. This war is the first battle against the gods, so they must win no matter what. Edward has already secretly poisoned or brainwashed the population to disdain or have enmity with the gods. So, many people were waiting for Guznad's capture and his possible dissection on a live broadcast. As such, under the overwhelming support of the people, the final battle finally started. 503 The final battle. The first step of this war was the galaxy protection fog. The Empire released the fog to surround the entire Milky Way galaxy. The main purpose of the fog was not to isolate the gods from the outside or to prevent Guznad from blackmailing the Empire. Its main purpose was to isolate the space of the Milky Way, preventing Guznad or anyone else from opening portals to other planes. With this method, the Empire effectively cut off Guznad's support from the Abyss Plane or any other planes he may have conquered. Without any backup and complete isolation, the Empire strikes back. The second step was to render the greatest advantage of the undead obsolete, their large number. The Empire finally deployed clone legions. The use of clones has been minimal during this war. The main reason is the controversy over using them as cannon fodders in war, not treating them like humans even though they have a soul. Many people protested, asking to pass laws to stop manufacturing clones or give them the rights of normal citizens. The voices of these people were loud at the beginning of the war. However, after countless casualties and the media manipulation of the Empire, their support quickly dwindled when the narrative changed to the fact that so many lives could have been saved if clones had been allowed to be used. Now, with very little resistance, the Empire finally deployed clones. Undead turned all life they encountered into one of their minds, hence why they are such a catastrophe to all races and civilizations. However, such a tactic became useless after Guznad occupied half of the galaxy. His army was vast. Sadly, his number could not compare to the Empire's factory that manufactured clones like they were objects. After these clones are created, a machine instills a vast amount of knowledge into their mind to increase their soul power. Then, their bodies are strengthened through genetic manipulation before injecting a vast quantity of mana into them. With Edward's new enchantment and control of the mana grid, there was plenty of mana to go around. So, a terrifying legion swept Guznad's territory. Like the undead, the clones were programmed to have no fear, feel no pain, and execute all given orders. Furthermore, their souls contained seals to prevent Guznad from turning them into undead. In other words, Guznad kept losing more troops without ways to generate more. The Empire had another advantage over Guznad's troops: technology. Myriad fleets flew to different parts of the galaxy, conquering one star system after another. Most of Guznad's ships could not be considered spaceships. Sure, they could travel in space, but they did not have things like cannons, missiles, torpedoes, plasma guns, etc. So, the Empire's tactic was swift and effective. They would bombard the planets until the undead were incapacitated and unable to move. Then, they would land and use the newly developed method to discover Guznad's core followers through the amount of faith they released. Most of Guznad's core believers or followers will be executed or captured for interrogation. Meanwhile, the people he forcibly turned into undead during this war and did not have time to become hardcore followers will be captured and returned to the Empire. Then, these people will go through rehabilitation from Bellatrix's department, where the death staff will be used to revert them to their former selves. If the process fails, the undead will still be integrated into the Empire since Wiz has been on a campaign for acceptance for all undead. By now, most people are now used to undead being a daily part of life. With these methods and advantages, the Empire took less than 2 weeks to take a vast amount of Guznad's territory. So, Edward went from controlling half of the galaxy to controlling 2/3. By then, the blitzkrieg-like tactic used by the Empire had become less effective. Guznad had responded. He used one of the few advantages he had: high-level powerhouses. Guznad had countless Tier 8 undead under his control, while Edward and the Starskin Queen were currently the only 2 Tier 8 arcanists of the Empire. Unfortunately for the Death God, the Empire's tactician anticipated this possibility and prepared. The first way to deal with this problem was sending the Tier 8 golems. These golems were created using a large quantity of mana from the mana grid and a new soul technology. The Empire could not now raise a soul to any tier by instilling a large amount of knowledge into it. Previously, such a soul would collapse by the time they reached tier 5. But, now, they could maintain these unstable souls through control of their soul flame. The result was these golems. Although they could only survive 3 to 5 years before the artificial soul collapsed, this time was more than enough for this war. The second method the Empire used to make up for the gap in tier 8 powerhouse was one of Hermione's inventions. From his Konosuba voyage, Edward created arcane sparks that allowed arcanists to condense their karma and use it as empowerment. After activating the spark, an arcanist might cast a spell a tier above their level. Hermione, who was studying karma, created a way to gather the negative karma or sins created by the undead and condensed them into crystals. With these karma crystals, a tier 7 arcanist can use empowerment to cast tier 8 spells, thus gaining the advantage in battle. With these advantages, the Empire slowly took over Guznad's territory. The war could not be won easily to not raise an eyebrow. So, after the previous blitzkrieg tactic, things proceeded slowly. It took more than a year before Guznad only had 5-star systems remaining, defending them as their last line of defense. During this year-long battle, only a few interesting things occurred. The first one was Guznad shutting off his defensive treasure and trying to break the fog. He failed. The second was that the Death God finally realized the importance of technology and tried to build himself a proper fleet for this war. Alas, the intelligence department and divination sector discovered his method. Then, Oliver's previous elite team, when she was in the military, succeeded in a dangerous mission where they infiltrated the base of Guznad's research, destroying it before escaping. Edward was very happy with this mission because the ninjas participated and were instrumental in the success. The last interesting aspect of this war was Guznad creating 3 more tier 9 clones, trying to use the number advantage to win. Sadly, Edward did not show up, as Dumbledore, Rowena, and Snape used the floating cities to destroy them. Finally, Edward's Netheril arrived at Guznad's last territory, ready for the final confrontation that would end this war. 504 Fighting Guznad. Guznad sat on his chair, a terrifying calmness emanating from his body. He suffered too much in this war. After losing so many of his followers, his strength had drastically decreased. If not for the Sagittarius plane and another plane he conquered, he would have fallen to tier 8 after losing so many worshippers. The path of faith god is too restrictive, thought Guznad. He had long figured this truth out, so he wanted to acquire more legacies of the Magus race so he could walk the path of the elder gods. If he succeeded, he could keep his death authority, divine status, without the limitations of faith. The only downside is it takes too long to reach a higher tier. Furthermore, it's extremely difficult for elder gods to leave their maternal plane since their authority is directly linked to the plane will. As I get my hands on the divine sparks, everything will be fine, thought Guznad. If my calculations are correct, the Arcane Empire should possess them. He heard of the department of the Empire in charge of reverting his undead back to normal. He knew only a deep power of death authority could do such a thing, and the only way for such a young empire to have such authority is through the death divine sparks. The Magus race inheritance he acquired left hints that the divine sparks should be in this galaxy, hence why he invaded using all means necessary. However, he did not expect to suffer such a blow while conquering a small-sized galaxy. Guznad suddenly sensed something and raised his head. His eyes saw the floating city outside his last remaining 5-star systems. He's here, thought Guznad, extremely calm despite his current situation. Arcane Emperor, if you think victory is already yours, you will be in for a great surprise. Without hesitation, he took a step and appeared outside of the protective shield of his territory. Soon, Edward appeared before him. It seems you have not given up, said Edward, who saw the brilliance in his opponent's eyes. The final victor has not been decided yet. Is that so? Uttered Edward, who immediately raised his guard. His opponent showed no signs of admitting defeat, panic, or any negative emotions. This could only mean 2 things: he is a master at controlling his emotions, or he has an unknown trump card that could reverse the situation. As such, he immediately gave up the idea of convincing Guznad. Let's fight in the mirror dimension. Unless you don't want your last remaining territory to vanish. That's fine by me. So, his trump card is not something from these territories. Edward theorized that Guznad might have some hidden artifacts in these territories. However, the latter immediately gave up the home advantage and chose to fight inside the mirror dimension. There is also another possibility. Whatever method he has can ignore the limitations of space and reach the mirror dimension. While these thoughts flashed in his mind, Edward activated the spell to transmit them to their battle location. Divine spell, Death Requiem. Guznad raised his pale hand, generating a terrifying sound that directly affected the body and soul. Anyone who hears would have their bodies aged or become ill in a swift manner before dying. Arcane spell, Death Absorption. A white light enveloped Edward, swallowing the death power from the attack. The light then converted the death energy into life energy stored in his body. He can use it to heal later in this battle. Sadly, the conversion was abysmal. Is it because he controls death authority and I do not? Guznad never expected his attack to do any real damage. His real objective was to buy him enough time to approach his opponent, forcing the Emperor into closed combat. He knew the Emperor, like all Arcanists, must have a powerful body. However, it did not change the fact he was tier 8. The only reason he could fight with him was due to the mana from the floating city. As such, his physical body will still be his weakness. But, as a divine being, Ghuznad was powerful in all aspects, his soul, spell casting, and body. Swish! Ghuznad's scythe cut Edward's body into two. However, his divine eyes soon detected it was an afterimage. So fast, he thought before feeling a terrifying flame rushing for him. Arcane spell, divine flame. Ghuznad calmly watched the golden flame approaching him and raised his hand. The power of death began to quell the flame. However, to his surprise, this thing resisted, even burning his power of death. Flame authority? How is that possible? His hood hid the shock in his expression, but his trembling body exposed him. No, this is not the power of authority, it's too weak, contemplated Ghuznad, who constantly reminded himself to calm down. This power resembled authority. He took a moment to ponder, and his eyes lit up, dragon chant magic, and it's even the advanced version. He was shocked by this conclusion since such a fact was almost as shocking as if the emperor had controlled an authority. Dragons have passed on their language to other races before, but they've always kept the advanced version to themselves. It's nothing but a copy, said Edward. He spent a few months studying Albion Thunder's character. Based on his analysis, he created the Flame character and a few others. Unfortunately, he did not acquire Thunder authority, so his copy of the character was flawed. Regardless, Edward has created the foundation for these characters, leaving the rest to a team he personally selected. So, it's only a matter of time for the Empire to have many character magic that are based on certain authority. In the future, when an Arcanist meets the willpower requirements, they can exchange for these characters that can resonate with the laws to study in order to become legends. Ghuznad immediately raised the Emperor's danger level to a higher level after knowing he controlled magic on par with the dragon race. Then, 3 new versions of Ghuznad appeared before him, each with their own distinct aura that was hard to distinguish. Clones? No, it should not be those ones. The Empire knew of Ghuznad's unique ability, where he could create clones with the same power as the main body. However, according to former analysis, these clones took time to create, and the Empire had already destroyed the previous batch. Edward was on the verge of acquiring many laws, which include soul, thunder, water, and finally, death. Among these laws, the closest is not thunder, despite the knowledge he received from Albion. The closest to turning into law is death. After all, he had the death staff for many years. If not for the fact the staff was in constant use during the war and he was distracted by many other things, he would have acquired the death law or authority by now. So, with his knowledge, he swiftly saw the essence of Ghuznad's spell. The latter separated 3 aspects of life from his body, turning them into clones or projections, young, middle-aged, and old. The 3 clones raised their hands to cast a spell. Edward discovered a line connected to his body appeared before these 2. Then, Ghuznad's main body raised his scythe to cut off the line. Edward's danger sense activated, and he reacted swiftly. He cast a spell called Death Substitute. This spell is both a death spell and a curse spell. As such, after the line was cut, a doll in his interdimensional space exploded into 1,000 pieces. My assumptions were correct, uttered Ghuznad. Such a deep understanding of death magic. You must have acquired the Death Divine Spark. 505 Fighting Ghuznad 2 Divine Spark? Isn't that the relic of the Elder Gods? Asked Edward, who soon showed a look of realization. So, that's your objective. Your acting is universe class, responded Ghuznad with a sneer. The Elder Gods is one of the few secrets of the universe. How would you know about such a thing? You underestimate the Empire's capabilities, responded Edward calmly. That's why you're in your current predicament. Ghuznad momentarily paused. He could not ascertain any information from the Emperor's reactions, including his body language or soul fluctuation. However, he believed his assumption was correct. As such, he did not waste any more time. His projections disappeared and reappeared, surrounding Edward. Teleportation is one of the few abilities all gods have without possessing the corresponding authority. The projections swung their scythes. Swish! Someone was bisected. However, it was not Edward, it was the old AGA projection. At the last minute, he used a space spell to exchange place with the projection, making Ghuznad destroy his own clone. Space cut. Edward's second spell was swift and did not leave any room for contemplation. A deep cut that severed the entire Milky Way into 2 sections appeared. Luckily, these 2 fought in the mirror dimension. Ghuznad's clones dissipated after being bisected. As for the main body, his body calmly reattached itself to the lower part. Divine spell, soul reaping. Under Ghuznad's guidance, a creepy bony hand appeared directly inside Edward's soul dimension, heading directly for his soul. Want to play the soul with me? He thought with a sneer. A brilliant flame appeared in his soul dimension, burning the hand into nothingness. Damn it, why is this guy so versatile? Ghuznad was used to fighting gods with a specific authority, thus limiting their arsenals of attacks. As for mages, the situation is the same for them as their magic systems usually have one attribute and train it to the extreme. Mages with versatile magic systems are usually weak because they do not have much time to train in multiple subjects. Furthermore, there is usually not enough knowledge for them to push any subjects to a high level. However, the Arcanists in the Empire have a long lifespan, allowing them to study many things. Additionally, they do not have to worry about the lack of knowledge in most categories. Sadly, Ghuznad's frustration had just begun. Edward gathered a small aura or energy signature from his energy from the previous attack. He then used that aura as a medium to cast a curse that directly attacked Ghuznad's soul. A few drops of golden blood dripped from the death god's nose, signifying his soul injury. However, this was just the beginning. A small space fluctuation flashed next to him, and a drop of blood appeared in Edward's hand. Arcane spell, Curse of Life. Guznad is the god of death. His divine body is made up entirely of death energy. So, what are the consequences of forcing positive life energy into his body in the form of a curse? He coughed off more blood as his aura drastically decreased. Luckily, he learned from his mistake and incinerated his blood. Subsequently, he placed a seal in the life energy, isolating it from the death energy. Arcane spell, Wrath of the Thunder God. Edward cast a powerful spell that covered the entire galaxy with lightning and thunder. Whenever the lightning descended, it destroyed everything in its path, and Guznad had to bear the brunt of this attack. He raised his hand to create a shield composed of death energy above him, blocking the thunder. Plug. Guznad vomited another mouthful of blood. Damn it, I've been tricked. He knew the Emperor did not use such a large area of effect spell to show how powerful the attack was. He had a purpose. Thunder is considered one of the positive elements, so Edward filled the entire galaxy with positive energy. Finally, the positive energy resonated with the positive attribute of the life energy inside Guznad's body, aggravating his injury. I can't believe he brought me to this point in such a short time, thought Guznad. I need to buy more time, so I have no choice but to use this now. The surroundings suddenly changed. Edward found himself in a large area. In the distance was a vast, noble, and majestic black palace. He could hear the sounds of countless people chanting Guznad's name. Divine Kingdom projection, he muttered. So, you know about this too? I guess I shouldn't be surprised, said Guznad with a sneer. Do you think this is enough to stop me? Guznad did not think it was enough. Normally, as long as he summoned the projection of his divine kingdom, the mana of mages would stop working, and their soul would be suppressed, making it extremely hard to even think properly, let alone cast spells. However, he knew there was a way to offset this ability. He used large and frequent energy fluctuations to offset the power of the divine kingdom. Most mages will not be able to do so, but it should not be a problem for him with his mana pool and the floating city's energy reserve, thought Guznad. However, my ability. However, such a method is very draining. So, most people who use it would eventually run out of energy and overuse their stamina. This is one of the tactics the gods used against certain difficult mage civilizations. Trying to drain me, thought Edward, who had to rely on Morgana for his mind to remain intact. He could also feel his mana was sealed, becoming useless. Magic domain. The surroundings changed again, and Edward found himself sitting on a throne with a gate behind him, books all over the floor. So, the magic domain is effective, he thought as he felt his mana was working as usual. Even the mana he channeled from Netheril no longer has any problem. What is this? Asked Guznad, as his experience could not help him in this situation. However, he could tell his opponent was no longer influenced by his divine kingdom. It seems to be a contained world, similar to my divine kingdom. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt scared. The divine kingdom was one of the main reasons the gods ruled over every race and civilization. If mages now had a world that functioned in a similar faction, their authority would be challenged. Guznad's eyes under the hood showed killing intent, followed by intense greed. After I become an elder god, I might lose my divine kingdom. If I can get this method, I might not lose it or make up for the loss. His desire to get his hands on the arcane empire drastically increased. What an interesting reaction, said Edward, who felt the emotional fluctuations from his opponent. Arcane spell, supermassive black hole. A black hole the size of a basketball appeared on Guznad's side of this battlefield. However, its size drastically increased with every passing second. The terrible gravitational pull it released seemed to destabilize this divine kingdom. A cold and mighty snort emanated from Guznad's mouth as he declared, "In my kingdom, I am absolute." He waved his hand, and the black hole stopped expanding. On the contrary, it was rapidly shrinking. "If you like it so much, I will give it to you as a gift." Boom! The black hole exploded, generating unparalleled gravitational push. The destruction created by such an explosion was devastating. If not for the mirror dimension and the suppression of the divine kingdom, dozens of galaxies full of life would have suffered. Damn it, cursed Guznad, who actually suppressed the explosion. However, he discovered some cracks in this projection. He forced me, he thought with gritted teeth. 506 Fighting Guznad 3 Divine Sacrifice. Edward watched as countless screams echoed from the divine kingdom projection. Then, something odder appeared. The cracks on the kingdom heal, followed by a strange aura fluctuation. The kingdom's aura drastically decreased before exponentially rising. He sacrificed the souls of his followers to increase his strength, thought Edward, who realized the screams were the result of all these souls dying. He did not know the exact number of sacrifices but guessed they should be in the trillions. This is the fate of handing your soul to a god. Edward felt pity for all these lives lost. However, there was nothing he could do about this situation. Even after defeating Guznad, he can't do anything about these souls since they've experienced true death. However, this experience reinforced his animosity and mistrust of these gods. When cornered, they will not hesitate to sacrifice the souls of their believers. Divine spell, Song of the Fallen. Guznad controlled the grievances of all the people he killed, guiding them to hurt Edward. It was like he placed the blame for these people's deaths on Edward. However, the latter's reaction was beyond him. Edward allowed all these grievances, which manifested in the form of black phantoms making horrible grimaces, to enter his body. A special magic circle inside his soul dimension swallowed all the grievances, forming a small black cube. Karma crystal. Edward used Hermione's method. He used all of Guznad's grievances to condense a karma crystal from all his sins. Law spell, curse of hatred. Guznad suffered a terrible backlash. The grievances of all the believers he sacrificed returned to attack him. They gnaw at his soul, refusing to let go as if they were maggots. He reacted swiftly by using his divine flame to purify these grievances, keeping his soul as pure as possible. Sadly, this curse was not as easy to deal with as he anticipated. "You're a lawmagus?" he asked, not hiding the shock in his voice. He sensed the curse authority from this attack and put two and two together. "Legendary arcanist, but yes," replied Edward. Guznad gritted his teeth, knowing this battle would be harder than expected. Lawmagus uses their willpower to force the planar will to grant them control of any authority. As such, they are usually more powerful than the gods, who are in a more special relationship with the planar will. Guznad sighed deeply, thinking about how to delay more time. Using his death authority and divine flame, he dealt with most of the grievances in his soul. After all, as a person in charge of death, one of his abilities is to deal with the grievances and unwillingness to die. However, the curse was not a joke, so his soul was filled with holes and injuries. Unfortunately for him, Edward was no longer playing around. He sensed something was wrong with Guznad's behavior. So, he used one of his most powerful spells. Law spell, Purple Destruction Ball. A large purple ball full of ominous aura appeared before Edward. The thing was as big as a large star. Then, without pause or hesitation, he dropped on the death god. Edward's destruction rule was already scary, but this attack was also boosted by his domain. So, when it arrived at its destination, Guznad's body trembled, showing his fear. "Destruction authority," he yelled. "Authorities have levels. After all, you cannot equate the power of time with something like flame. So, among the many authorities, destruction has always been one of the most potent ones." Shush! Guznad's divine kingdom projection did not last a few seconds before being annihilated into non-existence. Luckily, the thing bought him enough time to teleport away. "Damn it, how could it be so powerful?" thought Guznad. He detected cracks that appeared in the genuine divine kingdom located in the outer realm. Such a thing should not be possible, even if the projection were destroyed. "Let's see how you run now," sneered Edward before an undetectable fluctuation emanated from his body. Following this, he controlled his destruction ball to attack his opponent. Space-time authority. Guznad's face was ugly as he discovered the surrounding space was blocked by a powerful spell, forcing him to directly counter this terrifying spell. A ferocious look appeared on his face under the hood. Then, he summoned a small disc that created a shield around. Then, unexpectedly, he survived perfectly intact from the attack. Is this the Magus artifact he used to protect the galaxy? Based on the power of that shield, he guessed it must be the work of the Magus race. He's cornered and desperate, he analyzed. Guznad was using his last trump card. Many thoughts flashed in his mind as he prepared the best spell for this situation. Arcane spell, Energy Drain. Immediately, Guznad felt terrible. His artifact could protect the galaxy from so many tier 10 gods for many reasons. The first one was because of its power, but that was not the main one. This galaxy is considered the birthplace of the Magus race, so there is a weird power that the artifact can resonate with, allowing it to perform beyond its normal limits. Secondly, Krona bent the rules as much as she could, using her power to boost the effect of the artifact, protecting the birthplace of the Magus race and the home of the Arcane Empire. Now, Guznad discovered he had lost the support of these two factions, and he had to rely on the power of the artifact alone. Sadly, his energy reserve was not much. He did not use all the energy from the crystal he blackmailed from Edward, reserving them for such a possibility. However, with the energy draining spell, his artifact will soon become useless. The Death God's first instinct was to continue the divine sacrifice. However, he soon realized his tier would drop if he lost any more believers. So, he had to change idea. As a last resort, Guznad sacrificed his second authority, fear. He had never used this authority since he considered it a lesser rule. However, he also never discarded it in case it became useful later. Today, that day finally arrived. His action proved to be the correct one. With enough energy, the flicking shield became bright and strong. The effect of Edward's spell was also reduced, forcing him to use the technique of spell layering. He superimposed many energy-draining spells to make the effect more powerful. A few minutes later, cracks appeared on the shield, but it was still holding on. However, Edward had a bad feeling as Guznad began to laugh maniacally, shaking the surrounding void. Then, Morgana appeared before him out of nowhere, murmuring something to him. "What did you do?" yelled Edward. "Ha ha ha, it's too late." Edward ignored him as he looked in the distance. He activated his spacetime rule, showing him something beyond the mirror dimension, something that occurred far away on planet Earth. His eyes turned red as he looked at Guznad. "You dare." The response he received was a sneer. "I should be saying this to you. You dare use me as a pawn to control the galaxy without any resistance from foreign powers. Your greatest mistake was not to use all your strength to annihilate me." Edward felt the world had turned red. His anger was so overwhelming, almost overriding his reason. "Don't you want to know how I did it?" said Guznad, not hiding his arrogant laughter. However, this was only a show, the result was not to his satisfaction, so he needed to buy a little more time. I'll gladly tell you. 507 Criminal Guznad's face under the hood frowned for a brief moment before continuing. The Magus did not easily dominate the astral realm. During their rise, they encountered many obstacles, many worthy opponents. The most dangerous of which was the Witch Plane. The Magus suffered the most while conquering that plane. One could argue that they did not even succeed. Do you know why? Guznad ignored Edward's fierce gaze as he snickered. The Witch Queen sacrificed their entire plane to place a terrifying curse on the Magus race. To be precise, she directly cursed their bloodline source. So, after this war, the Magus race lost such a powerful plane but was also cursed. I would say they lost the battle, wouldn't you? Guznad did not care. There was no response, he only wanted to buy more time. After this event, the Magus race delved deeper into bloodline research, trying to cure this curse. They succeeded, of course, but without paying a price. The Magus race instilled their bloodline into many races in an attempt to solve the curse. If I guess correctly, the humans on Earth are the descendants of test subjects during that era. Edward no longer paid attention as he looked at the screen before him. The space elevator in Brazil had exploded, killing hundreds of millions of people. If not for the fact all citizens of the empire were now mages, the casualties would have been even worse. It took me a lot of effort to come up with this plan. I had to make a deal with an Abyss Lord with the Curse Authority, allowing me to control the right people, continued Guznad. The defensive measures on this planet were over the top, so it took a lot of effort. Edward clenched his hand. During the battle, he did not take Guznad seriously since he was nothing but a pawn to control the galaxy. He needed to film their battle as propaganda, so he took things easy. Even when he noticed something was wrong, he thought it had something to do with the remaining 5-star systems. He thought they were Guznad's final trump card but never imagined the latter would target Earth. I mean, why would he? After the last attack, he boosted the Empire's defense, so he was reassured. As for the problem of the wizard's bloodline, he also thought about it after learning of the Magus race's achievement during his time in the Naruto world. So, after returning, he had a team studying the bloodline to ensure there would be no problem with his ultimate magic body. But so far, he has not detected any residual curse from the Magus bloodline. Boss, we have news. Edward looked at her. We captured all the other assailants. The casualties. Less than 100. Guznad's face changed after hearing this. His plan was to use the other people as hostages to negotiate with the Arcane Emperor. Now, he just learned all the other pawns he controlled were dealt with. Good, said Edward with a cold calmness. Fire the void cannons and annihilate Guznad and his remaining territory. Morgana wanted to say something but closed her mouth. She controlled Netheril and used the highest energy setting. Boom! A white light flashed, and everything was gone. The remaining 5-star systems and even the mirror dimension were torn apart. However, Morgana, who still had her emotions in control, took something from Guznad's dissipating body. Meanwhile, Edward controlled the floating city to instantly return to Earth. As he floated above the ruins of the space elevator, hearing the agonizing screams of the injured and the families of the victims, he felt a tight pain in his chest. As an emperor, his task is to protect his people, and he failed miserably. Come here, he ordered, and his time staff appeared in his hand. He could tell Guznad was very vicious and granted true death to the people who died, so the death staff was useless. Edward mobilized his time rule, boosting it with the power of the staff. An enormous clock appeared above Brazil, moving counterclockwise. He immediately felt a great resistance, preventing him from moving time backward. However, Edward did not care. Put the energy core on overdrive, he ordered. Morgana once again wanted to say something but chose to be silent. With this new blessing, Edward pushed his time rules to the limit. However, the resistance he faced was proportional to the effort he put in. Alas, Edward was not about to give up. He activated his arcane spark to use karma empowerment. He used the ability from the Akashic records that allowed him to take some mana from all his citizens. He controlled the mana grid to get more energy. Finally, he linked himself to the other 2 floating cities for even more energy. He entered the Mana Sage mode, boosting his energy control ability to its highest level. Crack! Edward heard the sound of something breaking, followed by a great sense of dread. His cosmic awareness activated, and he saw his name appear in a strange machine. He did not know what the machine was, where this place was, or why did his name appear, but he knew it was not a good thing. However, he did not care about this problem for now. He focused on his tasks at hand until he succeeded. Half an hour later, the spell finished, and he watched as the dead appeared one by one as if time was rewind. The destroyed space station returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. However, Edward felt something was wrong. What is the problem? Morgana took a moment before saying, according to a brief scan, more than 3 million people did not return. What? Although 3 million dead is nothing compared to the previous more than 100 million, this number was still astronomical. Do you know the cause? Insufficient data? Edward frowned as he activated the staff for a second time, trying to bring them back. Unfortunately, it was useless. He even tried a combination spell between the time and death staff. The result was the same. In the end, he sighed before teleporting away. There were many things to deal with after this event. By the time he arrived, all the people with the highest authority in the empire were waiting for him. Edward walked to his throne, sitting down with a face as if everybody owed him money. No one said anything as they did not expect things to reach such an extreme. After more than 10 minutes of silence, Edward opened his mouth to say something but suddenly paused. He then closed his eyes and found himself in a white room. Krona. I don't have much time, so I have to be fast, she said. However, Edward could see chains appearing on her wrist before disappearing. Your actions have broken the space-time continuum rules of the plane, so the Guardians are coming for you. The Guardians? Who are they? The only tier 11 in the plane. I thought you said there were no tier 11. They are only tier 11 in this plane and because of an ancient pact. Once they leave, they are one of the most powerful tier 10 gods in the astral realm but not tier 11. Edward finally understood why these other planes did not immediately invade. It was not only because of the fear of the Magus race but also because of this guardian. I have bought you some time, approximately 50 years. If you want to survive, you must find the savant race, they have the answer. Can't you tell me more? Who are these guardians? Why do I need to look for the savant race? My actions have broken the rules, said Krona, showing the chains on her body. As the planar will, I need to be impartial and treat all life the same. But I have broken the rules to the best of my ability. The rest is up to you. Edward opened his eyes in the room, a deep frown on his face. I don't think anyone cares but the volume called Undead is over. The next volume is called Time Criminal. Volume 5, Time Criminal. Ch 508, Trouble after opening his eyes, Edward remembered a saying often used in Eastern fantasy novels he read online. Heaven is ruthless and treats all sentient beings the same as dogs. This saying can apply to the Krona, the planar will. As the consciousness responsible for ensuring this world operates properly, there is almost no difference between an ant and a tier 10 god. It must treat them equally, applying the rules to all of them. However, it seems Krona has gained some sentience, or maybe it's the desire of all life forms to become more powerful. She calculated the Arcane Empire was the civilization most likely to allow her to succeed, so she granted them differential treatments. However, Edward's actions went beyond the help Krona can offer since he broke one of the fundamental rules. The first time I traveled to the future, my future self told me there were consequences if I messed up with the space-time continuum. Is this what he meant? Edward felt great pressure. He did not know whether he could elevate his floating city into a tier 11 weapon in 50 years, even with time acceleration. Furthermore, he has many problems to deal with, including the soul limit of the people, otherwise, the progress of the empire will be halted. Is my only choice to find this savant race. He cannot move the empire into another timeline. If these guardians have the power of tier 11 in this plane, they should have access to the multiverse. Furthermore, Krona should have told him of such a simple solution. So, if everything fails, my only solution is to migrate to another plane and plan an eventual return. He did not want to start again from somewhere far away. However, if he did not have any choice, this might be the only way to survive and preserve his legacy. Edward exhaled deeply, finally focusing on the people in the room. You have failed me, and I have the people, said Edward, his words creating great pressure on everyone. Now is not the time to find who's at fault. Let's deal with the aftermath of this event. The discussion did not last an hour, as everything was discussed as swiftly as possible. Then, the royal family appeared before the screen of every citizen, wearing all black. The emperor was addressing the people. Hello, my fellow citizens. Today, I am addressing you because I have failed you as the emperor. For that, I deeply apologize. Edward did not hesitate to bow, followed by the royal family behind him. Then, he continued with a solemn attitude. My duty is to protect you, and I have failed in my mission. Edward did not make any excuses, such as trying his best. The people witnessed how he tried to revert time to undo this tragedy and failed. However, failure was failure. Today was the darkest moment in the Empire's history, continued. Such massive casualties did not even occur during the fall of darkness. During this war, we have learned of the cruelty of the universe. But today's event allowed us to experience it personally. Our rise will threaten the grip the gods have over this universe. As such, a single mistake, a single error, could cause the destruction of civilization, of our home, of the people we love. He paused to allow his words to marinate. But we cannot allow such a thing to happen. No, we will not allow it to happen. We will not allow fear to control our thoughts and actions. We will inherit the will of the ones who prematurely left us, shoulder their dreams, and continue to move forward. May the arcane truth bless all the ones who left before us. May the arcane truth bless all the ones who left before us. The citizens repeated this phrase across every territory of the Empire, creating a strange atmosphere or power around the entire galaxy. The Empire declared a 7-day mourning for the dead. The media talks non-stop about the Emperor's inherited will speech, saying how it was a wonderful way to condense the spirit of the citizens who had lost faith in the Empire. A monument appeared to honor the people who died in this incident and the war. The monument was a towering glass a few stories tall with countless names engraved on it. The glass was enchanted so that people could use their soul strength to see the information and life experience of every individual on the glass. After the speech, Edward and Rowena had to go on a tour around the Empire to meet the family of the people he failed to save. He also used this time to reassure his citizens. A few hours later, they finished and returned to the palace to have a meal with the family. How are you guys doing? Asked Edward as he sat down. The food was still warm. We're fine, said Hermione. How about you? Holding on, said Edward, sighing deeply. Could he have saved these people? His rational mind told him it was impossible since he did not know about the curse. However, he also knew this situation might have been avoided if he had been too arrogant and used Guznad as a pawn. Don't beat yourself, said Olivier. If Guznad did use this curse, someone else might have used it, making the situation even worse. In a terrible sense, we should be glad this problem was discovered so early. She was correct. Guznad was only tier 9, so the destruction he could create based on this curse was limited. Furthermore, the population of the empire was not too large, so the Magus race bloodline was not spread too far. Regardless, the situation is still devastating. Alright, let's not talk about this and eat. Wait, where is Luna? You should probably talk to her, said Edward's mom. Edward stood up and headed to her room in the palace. After entering, he saw her lying on her bed with listless eyes. Are you alright? He said as he rushed next to her. I should have listened to you, said Luna, tears dripping from her eyes. What are you talking about? I should have listened to you and fused with my variants from the dark multiverse. They could have increased my seer ability and prevented this tragedy. I should have listened to you. No, don't blame yourself, said Edward as he held her tightly. If you did, there is no guarantee you would have foreseen something. Luna kept crying, not appeased by his words. I'm glad you did not listen to me, continued Edward. Our family has 2 moral compasses, you and Hermione. If not for you two, me and the others might have gone too far. However, Hermione's competitive nature allowed her to bend more than you. So, I am glad you can keep your own morality and not be influenced by my darkness. Edward was not telling the complete truth. Their family had a third person with a good moral compass, Wiz. Although Tsunade has a kind heart as a healer, she has been traumatized by being a child soldier, so she has her own demons to deal with. Only Luna and Wiz can be the moral compass of this family, preventing the others from going into the deep end. However, Wiz has only just joined, so her power and influence are too weak, so Luna has to be in charge. Are you telling the truth? Asked Luna. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Replied Edward as he caressed her hair. Thank you. I need to hear this. There is no need for pleasantries between us, nodded Edward. You need to sleep, and I will help. Okay. Edward opened his mouth, and a beautiful lullaby emanated. Immediately afterward, Luna felt her eyelid heavy and fell asleep. Edward waited a few minutes before she was still in a deep sleep before standing up. However, he did not take a few steps before he received an emergency communication. What is this time? He said, his voice very grave. The royal guard standing outside of the room trembled in fear after hearing that cold voice. A screen appeared before Edward, and his face became extremely solemn. Without hesitation, he teleported to the Time Auror's headquarters. Where is he? Asked Edward as soon as he arrived. We have him apprehended and waiting on cell X7. You did a good job, nodded Edward before taking a deep breath and walking to his destination. As soon as he saw the prisoner, his pupils dilated. 509 The Council. Edward looked at the man in an energy barrier cell. He had an old wizard robe similar to Dumbledore. However, he had what looked like a Sun scanner in his right eye, along with a watch that looked both futuristic and retro. However, the weird man's dress was not the oddest part about him. That prize went to his face. He looked exactly like Edward. Who are you? Asked Edward. I am Edward F234, said the man. You should understand what this means. You guys have created a council. That's correct, replied F234. I've come to formally invite you to the Council of Bones. Edward groaned. He read comics and cartoons in his past life, so he knew of the Council of Reed, created by Reed Richard from the Fantastic Four, the Council of Kong, created by Kong the Conqueror, and the Council of Rick created by Rick Sanchez. So, he knew some of his variants would also walk that path. In fact, he also planned to create the council to keep a watch on his other variants. However, he did not expect them to arrive so soon and find his timeline. What's the name designated to my dimension? Your G003, replied F234. I bet many of you were fighting for C137 and 616, weren't you? F234 blushed in shame before quickly hiding it. C137 is the name for Prime Rick in the show Rick and Morty, while 616 is the main universe of Marvel in the comics. As such, many variants wanted these numbers and fought for them, including him. When is the meeting? Asked Edward. F234 looked at his watch. According to my calculations, in about a month of your timeline. How to get there? Have you developed multiverse traveling technology? Why are you asking? Retorted Edward. So, we can send someone to pick you up, replied F234 calmly. Edward looked at him before sneering. I see. Strength and technology determine status in the council. F234's heart skipped a beat, but his face did not change. Unfortunately, the enchantments in this prison were monitoring every atom of his body. You don't have to worry about my transportation. That's fine, replied F234, not showing much emotion through facial expression. He took a card and said, this is your invitation to the council. It also serves as a coordinate. Edward waved his hand to summon the card through the energy barrier. He did not immediately touch it but glanced at it. Another test, he said with a sneer. He took a few minutes before something like a map appeared before him. Meanwhile, F234's face finally changed. He had never met a variant who cracked the code so fast and easily. I will be there, nodded Edward. It will be our honor to have someone of your caliber in our midst, said F234, who proceeded to show an embarrassed look. Could you free me? His experience in this timeline was unique. As soon as he appeared, a group of people proficient in space and time magic arrested him. To his shock, they even had methods to prevent him from using his machine and running into another timeline. Finally, after meeting his variant in this timeline, he could not see through the latter's strength and capabilities. However, his intuition was warning him of great danger. Edward nodded to someone, and the shield was removed. Without hesitation, F234 typed a bunch of numbers on his watch. Then, an orange energy shield surrounded him. Boom! The shield or sphere propelled itself forward with immense speed, breaking the spacetime continuum barrier between parallel dimensions and leaving numerous space cracks in the room. It took a few minutes before the space naturally healed itself, and everything returned to its original state. What a rough way to travel the multiverse, commented Edward. However, their navigation system is worth learning. He looked at the card in his hand. The Empire. However, he could learn from the Bone Council's system as it seems more efficient. Bring it to me, said Edward, and soon afterward, someone brought him a pure crystal. Without hesitation, he used his soul strength to read F234's memory that they secretly took. Although the latter had very high proficiency in occlumency, it was useless to the Empire's current understanding of the soul and soul flame. F234's life was similar to Edward's in its infancy but diverged in one instinct. He lost all his family members, including Aunt Amelia. In grief, he began to study magic intensely with the purpose of reviving them. But he made a fatal mistake. He did not hide his magical talent, garnering the attention of Voldemort. The latter invited the 11-year-old Edward to become one of his Death Eaters. After rejections, Voldemort attacked a young Edward during his second year of Hogwarts, right before he died at the Potter's house. F234 survived and escaped with severe injuries. So, he hid and never showed up again in the magical world. However, his existence was torn in Voldemort's sight. The Dark Lord became obsessed with finding F234, so he did not even attack the Potter, escaping his fate of death. Then, as time passed, Voldemort became more worried due to the boy's magical talent. He could not fathom how powerful he would become if given enough time. So, he became more obsessed with power, using any means possible to increase his strength. Everything culminated in an all-out war between F234 and Voldemort, affecting the entire planet. His variant was the final winner, but both Muggles and wizards suffered tremendously. F234 did not care about the state of the world, he only wanted to see his family again. Alas, most of the mysterious rooms in the Department of Mysterious, which were Elder God's divine spark, were destroyed or missing after the war, leaving only the time room. F234 focused on studying this thing to reverse time and save his family. The result was he invented multiverse travel technology. He was fine with this outcome, so he searched the multiverse for a timeline where he could reunite with his family and succeeded. Then, another variant contacted him and invited him to the newly built Bones Council. Edward then watched how F234 integrated into the council, fought for the moniker of C-137, and lost, acquiring his number through a randomly generated program. Then, F234 traveled to the multiverse, inviting different variants to the council. What should I do with these people, thought Edward, who was a little frustrated. He had many problems to deal with, but now another one popped up. My first instinct is to attend this meeting and use this opportunity to murder all of them. However, that would be pointless as it won't be long before another council is set up. Plus, if I use these people correctly, I can accelerate the speed at which I become Tier 11. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. The council appeared to be friendly so far. However, that's because they probably do not know the requirements to become Tier 11. Once they do, they'll turn on each other faster than I can say my name. I also cannot rule out that some people know and plan to use the council for their own use like myself. Edward grunted softly. The best course of action is to take a position of power in the council, influencing and controlling them from the inside. However, I also need to take precautionary measures to prevent these people from popping in and out of my timeline like it was their back garden. Edward sighed as he teleported away. He knew he would be extremely busy in the next few years. He had too many problems and was unhappy about it. 510 Revenge. Edward returned to the palace. Although he sent a message saying they should eat without him, everyone waited. What's going on? Asked his mother. She had a feeling things were beginning to get out of control. Yes, talk to us, added Amelia, who knew something was wrong during the meeting when Edward suddenly closed his eyes. Then, he left Luna's side and rushed to the time auror. Edward paused briefly before sighing and told the truth. He knew it was unwise to bear all these burdens alone. As such, he will accept any help he can receive. Didn't you have a contingency plan for your variants? Asked Olivier, thinking they should be the least of their concern. She wanted to prioritize the level of threats before planning how to deal with them. I do, but I thought I would have more time. So, the project is not finished, thought Edward. However, I now have a better way to deal with them. Will it take long? Not even a week. In that case, we can prioritize the others first, continued Olivier. The second thing to deal with is Guznad. However, that will require Luna's cooperation so we can prepare and not have to worry about it. That only leaves us finding the savant race. Just use the Akashic record, and don't waste time, added Rowena, and Edward nodded. He connected to Akashic records and searched for the information he wanted. Then, his eyes squinted. Everyone noticed the change in his expression. What is it? Asked Rowena. According to them, the savant race is a member of the record. Although only this branch of the universe, they are members, explained Edward. And since they are members, I cannot access their information. Should we ask Merlin for help? Suggested Hermione. However, Edward shook his head. This is not time to have scruples, uttered Bellatrix. As long as it could help, she wanted him to do whatever was necessary. The only reason I knew they were members was due to Merlin's higher authority. Furthermore, I haven't been able to contact the old man for a while. Edward guessed Merlin was super busy, so he guessed something must have happened in the war. We must find another way to find this savant race, continued Hermione. I will use my power in the abyss to see if we can find any information. You could ask the Starskin Queen, added Amelia. Their race is ancient and from another plane. They might know something. That's a good idea, nodded Edward. Let's eat first. The family had dinner together, but the somber atmosphere somewhat ruined the experience. Immediately afterward, Edward summoned the Starskin Queen to a meeting. He did not meet her in the throne room but in the Imperial Garden with tea and snacks. My condolences, said the Queen, as regal and noble as ever. Thank you, nodded Edward. Normally, he would comment on her beauty and say a few words of pleasantry, but he was not in the mood. Is there anything I can do for you? Asked Queen Kaechira directly, sensing the Emperor's mood and state. Have you heard of the savant race? The savant race? I remember hearing it somewhere, she replied, taking a moment to review her memories. I remember. My grandmother once told me stories of very ancient and powerful races. She mentioned the savant race. What else do you know? Not much, only they were a race known for their knowledge. However, they seemed to have conflicted with the Magus race and hid from the world during their reign. That's all I know. That is more than enough, replied Edward, chatting with her and asking how she was integrating into the Empire. As the only Tier 8 Arcanist in the Empire besides him, he had to pay respect to the Queen. She was already a powerful Tier 8 caster. Now, she was even more powerful after transitioning into the arcane rune system. So, Edward took special care of her race. The next day, Luna woke up and learned of the recent events. So, she immediately went to work. The day after the 7-day morning, she completed her tasks. Then, the Empire's media began to operate. Throughout the galaxy, 90% of the news that people saw was about the battle of revenge against the death god, Guznad. 3 days later, after capturing the attention of the entire Empire, Edward controlled Netheril to enter the Outer Realm, also called the Realm of the Gods. This place was one ultimate darkness, with countless shining spots scattered in different directions. Each of these spots is a divine kingdom where a god resides. According to the rules of the plane, gods and their divine kingdoms cannot live in the mortal plane. As such, these gods have to use a variety of methods to send clones or avatars. Oftentimes, whether a god's clone or avatar has the same strength as their main body in the outer realm dictates the status and power of a god in the material plane. Edward took a moment to observe the outer realm. This place is one of the many reasons the gods still rule the world. It is one of the sources of their immortality. It has been a while since a god has truly fallen. Today, let's change that. Gods do fall and die. However, it's mainly when fighting other planes since they often have to send their main bodies. Furthermore, high-level civilizations like the wizard world have developed the technology to forcefully summon these divine kingdoms from the outer realm and utterly destroy them. However, even these methods do not technically kill these gods, and that's because they can revive themselves as long as their followers remain. So, the death of these gods is to fall into a state of deep sleep until they have enough followers and believers to recondense their self, body, and even soul. However, it's very hard for a god to revive itself after falling to this point, especially since other gods will not waste an opportunity to kill another god and plunder their godhead and acquire a new authority. Let's go. Morgana used the coordinate that Luna divined and headed directly toward Guznad's true divine kingdom. Prepare to the Tier 10 void cannon while firing the other ones, ordered Edward as he looked up at the strange square object floating in this darkness, shining with golden lights. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful shield appeared to block the hundreds of Tier 9 cannons. Then, a roar emanated in this darkness. Arcane Emperor, roared Guznad. Do you think this is over? Replied Edward, his voice echoed in the emptiness. Why do you have to go this far? Said Guznad. I've lost countless believers and am almost demoted to Tier. Isn't that enough? Enough, replied Edward with a sneer. Let me tell you the fate that's awaiting you. I will seal and force you to kneel before the memorial of the people who died in this war. The process will last 5 years. Then, I will dissect you in a live broadcast for educational purposes, showing my citizens the anatomy of a god. Although you will be the second god to have this honor, the first one was extremely weak and had almost no followers, so he doesn't count. Afterward, I will use your divine soul, divine body, and divine energy to make potions. I will use your godhead to master death authority and study your divine kingdom to find the weakness of the gods. Finally, I will hunt every single one of your believers and eradicate them. I will erase your very existence from this world. Guznad sat on his throne with a gloomy look. He had golden long hair and blue eyes. However, his skin color was as pale as a corpse, he even had a similar body temperature. 511 Magus race technology. Edward watched as this world was perfectly intact, even after hundreds of Tier 9 cannons firing non-stop. He had to admit the gods were truly powerful once they were in their divine kingdom. The current situation was as if Ghuznad was battling hundreds of Tier 9 powerhouses and was relatively intact. "We need to create a special god-killing weapon," he commented. "Our research on anti-divine energy showed no result as of now," replied Morgana. The Empire did not have many gods or divine energy to study, so the research was not going well. "After we study the divine kingdom, we can manufacture false gods with Tier 6 and above by using clones. Then, we can study them. Gods only need believers to become powerful. So, Edward has already created false gods by using clones as their believers. However, some steps eluded him, like casting the divine kingdom and such. This is blasphemy of the highest order," said Morgana with a smile, but Edward just glanced at her before moving his head. She smiled embarrassedly. She only wanted to light up the mood. "Increase the number of cannons. I want to see his limit. However, be on the lookout all time for any variables. If you detect something, immediately fire the Tier 10 cannon." Aye, sir," she responded. Boom, boom, boom. The bombardment became more intense. The shield around Ghuznad's divine kingdom began to tremble. Once the number of cannons reached 1,000, cracks that healed instantly appeared. At 1,500 cannons, the cracks could not heal as fast as they were destroyed. "Damn it," cussed the death god. How did he get so much energy? These cannons were not child's play. Each represented a Tier 9 mage, god, or any other powerhouse. Yet, this floating city seemed to have no limit on how many it used. Bang! After 2,000 cannons, the shield broke, and the cannon fires reached the divine kingdom. However, the destruction they caused was minimal because Ghuznad was absolute inside his kingdom. Of course, that was until Netheril fired more than 3,000 cannons. The immortal souls living in the divine kingdom were wiped out by all types of elements. Holes appeared everywhere in the kingdom, and no matter what Ghuznad did, he could not stop this level of destruction. "Arcane Emperor, you've gone too far," he roared. However, no one answered him. On the contrary, he soon discovered countless magical circles scattered all over his kingdom. That is, a seal. His face changed, but it was too late. He soon discovered he had lost his connection to the divine kingdom, followed by his ability to use his divine energy, soul, and eventually, even his death authority. In the end, Ghuznad floated above the sky, remaining immobile like a frozen statue. Edward entered this place. "So, this is a divine kingdom. How majestic," he commented. According to the city's scan, this place was as large as at least 30 galaxies, inhabited by countless souls. "So much soul energy wasted," he commented after seeing how many of these believers were killed by his bombardment. "It would be a pain to strip the poisonous faith from their soul, so it's not really a waste," commented Morgana. "So, it's best to use them to study faith." "True," nodded Edward before gazing at Ghuznad. "Let's go." Netheril swallowed the divine kingdom and stored it in a pocket dimension. Edward then returned home. His return was broadcast across the entire galaxy, along with the recording of bombarding Ghuznad's divine kingdom into Swiss cheese. Finally, under the eyes of all citizens of the Empire, he sealed Ghuznad's body into a kneeling position before the glass monument of the fallen. He promised his people that this god would kneel and atone for his sin for 3 years. Today's event was forever remembered in the annals of history. Many historians believed this act was what destroyed all arcanists' respect or awe for the divine. Of course, many people were also radicalized, believing the gods should be wiped out from the universe. After dealing with Ghuznad, Edward had to focus on recuperating after the war and ruling over such a large territory. Luckily, the Empire has been planning for decades to become the ruler of the galaxy. So, they only needed to enact the plan they had previously concocted, only making a few changes to adapt to the current situation. After 2 weeks, he was finally free and had some time. He found no news about the savant race during this time, even after Luna and the entire divination department tried countless divination and prophecy. Edward sat in his lab, drinking a refreshing drink. He accessed the Akashic record and searched for something. "Why don't you just rob me?" he sneered. Although what he wanted was of the highest technological level, even something he might not be able to do using magic without years of study, he still did not think it was worth the price. So, he bought the world's coordinates and decided to quickly go get it himself. "Let's relax first," he muttered before taking out a floating disc and a marble. "Magus race technology, let's see what is so special about you," he muttered. Morgana scanned the 2 artifacts, focusing on the materials they were composed of. Mithril as the base, along with dozens of other magical ores, 5 of which are not in our database, muttered Edward after seeing the result. They pushed each of the materials to the limit. So far, there is nothing impressive about these artifacts. But he knew he had only scratched the surface. His eyes turned purple, allowing him to see the core and essence of the floating disc. He saw a very intricate and beautiful rune at the core of the artifact. Is that a primordial rune? The Empire recorded a few primordial runes after countless people suddenly awakened magical abilities in the early stages of the Empire when he first changed the environment to contain mana. "This primordial rune looked different from the ones we recorded," commented Edward. The difference he was talking about was not that the rune was different, but its essence was different. "Our rune seemed to lack something like it was a copy or projection of the real thing." He frowned as he analyzed the runes. Without hesitation, he entered the Mana Sage mode, and tattoos appeared on his face, boosting his senses to the highest level. This rune is alive, he muttered with shock. It's a living creature, not a static thing. The concept of living runes was discussed in the Empire, but the closest we came was three-dimensional runes that had their own internal circulating mechanism. However, this thing was more of a program than a living creature. Is this the secret of primordial runes? They are alive. According to the Empire's research and theory, primordial rune is the first magical language of the universe. It is the source or origin of all magical languages. Some people even believed it was the first language period, magical and non-magical. Meanwhile, Edward believed primordial runes were not simple because of the myth that Odin hung himself on a tree and sacrificed his eyes to gain infinite knowledge, which manifested in the shape of primordial runes. So, he theorized all worlds with magic will have their own version of primordial runes. This theory is why he believed he could synthesize void runes by analyzing the primordial runes of multiple worlds. My theory might be correct, thought Edward. Void runes is the source of all magical language in the Omniverse. Meanwhile, they manifested as primordial runes in different universes. His eyes lit up as he figured out many things. If they are connected, the primordial runes of different universes would not be much different. As long as I can manifest the runes in this universe, it will be easier to do the same in other ones. He squinted his eyes. This might be why the Magus race became one of the most noble bloodlines in the Void. After mastering primordial runes in the Harry Potter universe, they traveled to the Omniverse to master the runes of other universes. Maybe, like I planned, they also manufactured void runes. Edward exhaled as he registered and stored his new thoughts. Then, he focused on the task at hand. 512 Primordial Rune. Edward continued his research on this piece of magical technology. Too many things have happened lately, and research was the perfect way for him to forget everything and release stress. More often than not, discovering the secrets of the universe and magic is more pleasurable than sex with the most beautiful and talented woman. After a basic analysis of the runes, he ran some tests. Firstly, he checked if Guznad did not tamper with the artifact or whether the Magus race did not do so. There was a period of chaos in the artificer world in the Empire as some arcanists would leave a backdoor in the artifacts they sold, preventing the buyers from using their own creations against them. A major scandal soon broke out as many artificers did the same, so Edward, who also wished he could do the same, had to pass a law to forbid such a practice. Even with his paranoia, he did not do such a thing, so how could he allow others? Of course, such a thing is only for now. In the future, when the Empire began to trade with foreign civilizations, certain high-level items would have a backhand. However, Edward will play a trick and tell the sellers there is a backhand, telling them it's a protective mechanism to ensure the preservation of their people. He knew the people who bought these items would want to remove the backhand, and he would take measures to ensure they didn't. Furthermore, he won't just place one of them. After not finding any anomaly, Edward continued his research. He was now located in a very discreet, isolated, and protected pocket dimension. So, if there is a problem, he can just abandon everything and run away. He instilled his mana into the first artifact, and a shield manifested. The energy utilization rate is beyond our level, he commented. He could feel not even a single drop of his mana was wasted and used to its full potential. Edward then observed the changes in the runes after injecting his mana. With the same energy, a shield using primordial runes is 5 to 10 times ours, commented Morgana, shocked by this revelation. Edward frowned a little after hearing this but did not say anything. He tried with another energy. He remembered Guznad was not a mage but could use this artifact, so many might not be its only source of power. Edward first tried soul energy, one of the few universal energies in all universes. As expected, it worked, and the utilization also reached perfection. Let's try aura. The result was the same even for an energy that was more focused on the flesh or body. Test all the recorded energies the Empire has access to. For the next few hours, Edward tested more than 330 recorded energies the Empire had recorded and can be manipulated through arcane sorcery. Fascinating, commented Morgana as she imitated her boss. This thing can use all energies and utilize them to the highest level. Are we so far from the Magus race? That's to be expected. After all, we have only developed for a few hundred years. Edward did not mention the Empire's age of 80 years as it was not a true indication of the Empire's age. True, we have achieved a great deal of things in our short existence, nodded Morgana before focusing on the runes. Why do you think this is possible? I can't find any converting rune. Her calculations have already broken down the primordial runes into different parts, but she could not find how it could use all energies without restrictions. Think of our database. What power do we know is so versatile and can turn into anything? World source, replied Morgana immediately. Yes, the power of creation, nodded Edward. So, you think primordial runes are naturally connected to this plane's world source? Well, logically speaking, it would make sense if it is the original magical language. Since we have a direction, let's test it out. Myriad runes appeared in the room, trying to detect any world source, and they succeeded. Sometimes, I wonder how your brain operates, said Morgana. Such a simple conclusion would have taken her months or even years to process countless data. However, Edward's mind immediately guessed the final outcome. Such a natural magical intuition was what made his talent so horrifying. Edward ignored him. His talent was indeed terrifying. However, it was also the kind that needed to be developed. If not for the unfathomable amount of knowledge he has in his mind, he could never use it to its full extent. The next task should focus on authority and planar will. Do you think the primordial runes function like Dragon Advance Language and Naruto World's Shinjutsu? Yes. I believe the dragons, who are a species more ancient than the Magus race, might have discovered primordial runes and created their language after studying and mimicking it. That's possible, replied Morgana. But it's sad thinking how the dragon race can only replicate it, but the Magus race could control it. There is the possibility that the Magus race was born with the ability to control primordial runes. As a species born from mana, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Morgana nodded. What about Shinjutsu? Why did you think of it? Shinjutsus might have the Naruto World's version of primordial runes or an interpretation of it. Assuming that primordial runes are based on 3 components, controlling world source, resonating with authority, and borrowing the power of the universe will, deduced Morgana. Shinjutsus, which is the highest manipulation of chakra, took its power from the universe will. Natural chakra, which has the ability to boost all energy, might have originated from the world source. So, what about the power of authority? Could it be related to the immortal gods, like Jashin? My theory is dojutsu and Kekkei Genkai. Isn't that still the domain of chakra? No, some of the eye prowess of that world are too strange and powerful. Ninjas used yin-yang release to explain them, but I don't buy it. It seems more like a blanket term to explain everything they do not understand or fit in with their understanding of chakra. You could be right. These techniques could be resonating with certain authorities. If that was the case, we should have detected something, replied Edward, who suddenly felt their understanding of chakra was not as deep as he imagined. A better explanation is that these Kekkei Genkai contain a link to certain authorities. Once developed to a sufficient level, they can resonate with these rules and even control them. Their eyes lit up. With this simple analysis, they've furthered their understanding of primordial runes. From now on, even if they traveled to a world without magic, they could use the relevant power system to condense primordial runes and analyze the essence of the world. In other words, after analyzing the power system of any universe, Edward can now condense its essence in the form of a primordial rune. He immediately became excited after hearing this. Once he succeeds, his magic will become even more versatile. He will be able to use all power systems in any anime after condensing their universe's primordial runes, even the one incompatible with him. Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves, warned Morgana. You're right. Let's master at least one normal primordial rune first before planning ahead, nodded Edward. 513 primordial runes. 2. Edward's theory soon proved to be correct. The disc artifact can resonate with the guardian authority while also borrowing Krona's will to boost its strength. Meanwhile, the other one is connected to a unique authority called self. This authority involved the body, soul, mind, memories, and other aspects of the self. However, the authority also allows gods to become the divinity of a certain race, like the god of elves, the god of dwarves, and so on. There seems to be another power affected when using this artifact, said Morgana, pointing at the disc. Any idea? I do, actually, she said excitedly as if the fact she discovered it before him was some great achievement. Edward rolled his eyes. Get on with it. It's the power of myth we've been studying. Oh, really? Edward has been trying to recreate the Hall of Heroes from the Fate universe by slowly studying the power of myth and condensing heroes based on their legends or spoken words. However, even after the data he gathered from the reincarnators in his last voyage, the process has been slow. Yes, there seems to be a strange power directly related to the Magus that this artifact used to boost its strength, similar to our karma empowerment, explained Morgana. I think our theory that this galaxy was the birthplace of the Magus race was correct. So, when Guznad tried to protect this place from the gods, the myths, legends, and accomplishments of the Magus race formed a unique power that the artifact used to protect its holy place of origin. Correct. Primordial runes are alive, meaning they might have some level of consciousness that allows them to adapt to the situation and use their power to its highest efficiency, commented Edward, his eyes shining brighter than ever. He must control such power. He no longer wasted time and focused on studying and recreating the primordial rune. He began with imitation by simply memorizing the complex rune and drawing it by hand with mana. However, such a task was already nightmare-level difficulty for most arcanists. The reason is every single line of the rune required a different frequency. Drawing it was as if someone was controlling their heartbeat. In 1 second, it was 50 beats per second, then the next, it dropped to 12 beats per second, and the next second, it rose again. Such a description does not even do justice to how difficult such a process was because Edward did not have seconds to change his mana frequency but microseconds. Such a task required unimaginable mana control. Now, I understand why our mana frequency is so versatile and changeable, commented Morgana once she saw Edward finished. The core of why arcanists are so special and unique is because they inherited the unique mana frequency of wizards, which inherited it from the bloodline of the Magus race. Our destiny is connected to the Magus race whether we want to or not, added Edward. I don't know whether this is a good or bad thing. However, everything will be fine as long as we can learn from them but not walk the same path. True. One more thing, increase the mana control curriculum from now on, Edward ordered. Furthermore, the mana sage mode should become a core part of the magic system. Morgana nodded as she understood his meaning. In the future, if more arcanists are to wield primordial runes, they need to prepare early on. After the Empire entered the Age of Magic, a new education reform was about to happen. Now, all citizens have magical talent, leading the next generation to be born with a higher and purer soul. So, the education department is preparing to instill knowledge in children after birth. Then, based on the brain and soul development of the child, memories about language, writing, history, and geography will appear in their mind, removing the slow process of learning these things. Such a method will remove pre-K and elementary school years, allowing the child to start learning magic at an earlier age. Furthermore, according to predictions made by the department, such a process will no longer be under the government's jurisdiction. Children of the future will instead inherit knowledge from their parents through bloodline. Morgana suddenly chuckled. What's wrong? Nothing. She just thought how funny it would be when some talented children of the Empire immediately began to talk after being born. Morgana stopped wasting time and sent Edward's order to the department. I can already see how many children will secretly curse you after seeing their new curriculum, she commented. They should praise me for paving the future for them, countered Edward. Plus, they would only blame the Minister of Education, not me. Edward did not continue this topic and focused on the rune before him. He successfully copied the primordial rune, but that's only a copy. If he wishes to master it truly, there are a few more steps to take, and the main one is how to make them alive. His first thought was just to fuse a powerful soul to the rune, but he shook his head. This method might work, but it feels primitive. Let's find a way for it to awaken a soul or a consciousness. Countless ideas flashed in his mind as he thought of a plan. He engraved the rune a second time. However, while changing the mana frequency, he also infused his soul energy to change the rune's wavelength to match that of a normal brain wave. Finding the correct wavelength for these ever-changing frequencies was a nightmare. However, Morgana's calculating prowess soon. However, his attempt failed at the last second. Why did it fail? Asked Morgana. They've done trillions of calculations and should have succeeded. It seems we are missing something. What is it? She looked at Edward. In this kind of situation, a flash of ingenuity is needed, otherwise, they will have to spend years scrolling through dates before finding the answer. Soul. Consciousness, spirit, mind, memories? No, maybe instinct. That's not it, muttered Edward as he found the answer was on the tip of his tongue. Willpower, yelled Morgana, who deduced the answer based on his words. She gave him a smug look as if saying, do you see what I'm capable of? Edward ignored her. He tried again, adding his willpower to the equation. Success, said Edward as he saw his runes becoming alive. His eyes became alive, removing the somber cloud that had been over his head in the past few days. He focused on the next component of mastering the rune, authority resonance and planar will blessing. Edward had already mastered a few advanced dragon languages and was already familiar with authority resonance. Additionally, he studied Shinjutsu and was familiar with the universe will blessing. With this knowledge as a foundation, he soon mastered his first primordial rune, the defense rune. Somewhere in the void, Old Man Merlin had a tired look on his face. He suddenly sensed something and gazed in one direction. His eyes squinted. This kid already mastered primordial rune. He has not been paying much attention to his apprentice, so he was shocked by this sudden development. His eyes scanned the past and saw how things enveloped. This kid, he said with a smile. Edward might not know how shocking what he has done is, but he knows. The Magus race, who has two aspects, being on the same level as him, did not master primordial rune so fast. When they first discovered such magical knowledge, they also had to fuse other souls into the primordial rune to achieve the level of becoming alive. That's one of the main reasons they conquered so many planes, to acquire souls. It took them millions of years of development before they could reach Edward's level of making runes without any soul. The Magus race was very advanced for their age, as only tier 12 entities will start involving primordial runes. As for the void runes, only a few geniuses of tier 14 will begin to learn them, but tier 15 is truly required for everybody else. That old guy Odin was lucky and had an opportunity to learn primordial rune at tier 10 and soon rose to become a legend. I'm proud of you, kid, muttered Merlin. However, he did not dare go see him as the current situation could endanger Edward if they met. 514 Comparison and update. After mastering the defense primordial rune, Edward focused on the second artifact that made clones. However, this rune was harder to master as it involved multiple runes fused into one. As such, he had to break them down and study them individually. So, Edward created a shadow clone to spear this endeavor while he focused on something else, updating his arcane runes. The first step Edward took was turning these runes into living runes. He followed the formula he used for the primordial runes, modifying it to fit his own rune. Things proceeded smoothly as he created his first living arcane rune. What do you think? Asked Edward. Just like primordial runes, they are inherently more potent but not very effective for battle, unless you stored them beforehand. Edward agreed. Living runes take too much time to engrave. Furthermore, creating one takes a tremendous amount of soul power and willpower. Such consummation is not ideal for battle. So, the best use of them is for artificer or storing them beforehand and using them similar to a magic scroll. You're correct, but the usage of energy has reached a new height. The consciousness of the rune has a natural instinct not to waste any energy. So, with this living rune, the Empire's energy usage reached a new height. Edward activated the arcane rune spell, a basic fireball spell. However, he felt like two people were casting the same spell with the living runes. The rune ensured Edward did not waste any mana during the casting process while borrowing the mana in the environment and boosting the spell like an arcane sorcerer. How are the calculations for the 3D spell going? It's still 10% completed, replied Morgana. Arcanists can cast ultra spells using 3D runes. However, most 3D runes are used for magical artifacts. Regardless, Edward wanted to know how powerful ultra spells would become after turning into living runes. And it was not just them. Edward can use law spells, which are even more powerful. So, he wanted to know what would happen after law spells used living runes. What about law spells that used living 3D runes? All these researches are the tip of the iceberg of his future research. So far, he has only recreated one major aspect of primordial runes. Remind me to upgrade my grimoire. Edward still had the grimoire from Black Clover. After returning home, the grimoire did not have much effect on him, so he decided to use it as a powerful magic scroll book. He will store countless terrifying spells that require long casting time and have weird requirements, so he can summon the book and cast these spells when needed. Now, with the study of primordial runes, the grimoire will have more potential. No problem. Edward focused on the other aspects of primordial runes and recreating them. He did not take much effort to make his arcane rune resonate with a authority nor borrow Krona's will. However, he hit a barrier when trying to recreate primordial runes' ability to access the world source. The closest he came to was creating a very complex energy converter, allowing his arcane rune to also use countless energy to activate. However, he knew this was a pale comparison. As long as the Empire discovers a new energy, we can immediately create an energy converter by studying how it reacts to a primordial rune. However, their ability to access the world source should not be so simple. Why don't you try to use willpower to force access to the world source? Suggested Morgana. Since such a rude method worked for authority, it might work for world source. Let's try. Edward mobilized his willpower and created another rune. It failed, replied Edward. The resistance was 100 times more than normal. It's like Krona would fight me to her last breath if I tried. In that case, you might have to raise your willpower to 10 if you want to have a chance of succeeding, explained Morgana. True, but even then, it might be a simple process. Morgana nodded. So, what do we do now? Do you have any ideas? No. It seems primordial runes have a special identity, and their status as the primary and best magical language cannot be changed. So, our goal now should be to master more of them until we can dethrone them. It would be best if we had an encyclopedia of primordial runes, commented Morgana. That's not a bad idea. Edward accessed the Akashic record and searched for such a thing. However, after seeing the price, he closed it without hesitation. He guessed even if he sold most of the Empire's current knowledge, he might not be able to buy it. Primordial runes are so valuable. Edward sighed. The Magus race should have created an encyclopedia. Let's see if we can find it. In the meanwhile, let's turn the recorded runes we have into true primordial runes. The rune recorded in the awakened individual of the Empire can only be said to be the lowest level of primordial rune imitation. What Edward has to do is turn them into the genuine them, allowing the Empire to master more primordial runes. What is Orikimura doing? Suddenly asked Edward. He's doing his own research on the fusion of the flesh and the soul. That's interesting. Tell him to participate in the chakra research. Now that we know chakra has greater potential, we should place more emphasis on it. As you wish, said Morgana before sending a message. A few seconds later, she said, he refused. According to him, he's already too busy. Tell him if should listen to the man who controls his funding. He agreed, begrudgingly. As long as he listens, nodded Edward. Send a copy of the information to Tsuna to see if she's interested in continuing studying chakra. After giving these orders, Edward continued his research on primordial runes and updated his arcane rune. He has subdivided his arcane rune into different categories, classes, or types. First, there are common runes, which can be simple or complex, followed by 3D runes used in ultra spell. Then, there are sub-law runes used by incorporating advanced dragon language. These runes can resonate with authority. He plans to use them to allow Arcanist to use the next class of runes, law runes. As the name implied, these runes were created and modified to allow him to cast spells with his mastered rules. Another category is will runes, which can borrow the universe will's power. These runes paired great with his will coding technique he created based on One Piece's Haki system. Finally, there is paragon runes, which are a combination of everything else. Paragon runes are the new class of rune he created that matched primordial runes. While deep in his work, time passes. Edward looked at a design of netherworld before him. After mastering many primordial runes and creating countless paragon runes, Edward chose to update the floating city. Moreover, this update is major, as he was trying to elevate it to tier 11. His plan was simple, use primordial and paragon runes as the core of the city, turning it into a living creature. With the living runes as the core, he could link the consciousness of all the runes, turning the entire city into a living creature. As a creature with a soul and consciousness, turn netherworld into a tier 11 entity. Sadly, his plan faced a major flaw. He did not yet create the method of becoming tier 11. So, even if netherworld became a living thing capable of training and growing like an arcanist, it made no difference. Regardless, the new update will greatly improve the floating city. If Netheril were on PAR with a tier 10 god who controlled a dozen planes, after the update, he would be on PAR with the ones who controlled hundreds of planes. Furthermore, I can use Netheril to test out any tier 11 method I create. Master, it's time to go. 515. The solution to the variance I forgot to mention. I retcon something in the chapter labeled Primordial Runes. 2. Odin acquired Primordial Runes at tier 10, not 12. How long has passed? Asked Edward. 72 years, replied Morgana. So long. Edward did not feel the passage of time because he was engrossed in his research. What about outside? There are 2 weeks left before the Bone Council meeting. I see. Then, we must deal with the situation. Edward left his room as he went to check on the Empire. Only 2 weeks had passed since he punished Guznad, but his news was still a hot topic across the entire galaxy. Meanwhile, the recuperation effort of the war had ended, and the government focused on properly governing the large territory, ensuring that all the new races and species were integrated without any issue. The number of Arcanists in the Empire is rising every day. With the Black Clover dimension, no matter how magically inept a race is, they can acquire mana after stepping into it. Then, they only need to kill creatures in the Konosuba dimension and raise their mana, soul power, and magical state to tier 3. Then, with such a large population of magical users, the development of magic and technology in the Empire will further accelerate. Edward finished reviewing the things he needed to pay attention to during his brief absence. Besides the fact that the elves began to show terrifying talents after being cloned, nothing is noteworthy. Any news on the savant race? No, these people are very good at anti-divination, replied Luna, feeling a little frustrated. Hermione heard some news in the abyss and went to check it. However, she sent news a few days ago that it was nothing but rumors. However, she did learn of another clue and was pursuing it. We have found the archives, relics, and tombs of many ancient races in this galaxy, said Rowena. I hope we can find some information. However, we are still deciphering many things. I see. Well, as long as there is some progress. Anyway, we still have 50 years. That's not really a lot of time, added Olivier. Although it's still better than nothing. If Krona had not intervened, the Guardians probably would have immediately come to arrest Edward, forcing them to fight back and have no choice but to run away. In the worst-case scenario, many people might have died in the process. Are you leaving? Asked Rowena. Yes, I need to make a short voyage and get something from another world. Do you want someone to go with you? No need. This time, I'm truly going for a short voyage. I will be back in no time. Time was of the essence, and Edward did not have the desire to spend a lot of time in another world, let alone waste resources to buy another time dilation artifact from the Akashic record. Edward chatted with his family briefly before taking one of the Tier 9 floating cities and leaving. Netheril is still needed to keep the fog around the Milky Way and isolate it from the outside. He was extremely careful while navigating into the void this time around. He hoped his luck would not be as terrible as the last time and accidentally met another powerful creature. As fate would have, Edward did not encounter any trouble. He soon reached his destination and entered the world. In the process, he entered a blockade that required subtle manipulation before reaching his destination. Then, he immediately sent probes to check the environment and rules of the sect. It's not as bad as I anticipated, muttered Edward. Although this world was mainly technology-based, magic still existed, so his powers would not be completely sealed and require great time to adapt. Have you found our target? Asked Edward. Yes, I've found a few. Good. Capture 10 of them. Choose one with variety so we can compare. As you wish. A few minutes later, Edward walked into a room in the city with 10 captured individuals, all elderly men in lab coats, blue shirts, and green pants. Rick Sanchez, it's a pleasure to meet you, said Edward. Bastard, since you know who I am, you should know the consequences of kidnapping me, yelled one of the Ricks. I'm very well aware of what you're capable of, nodded Edward before snapping his hand and sealing their mouths. Do you scan his memories? Yes. I'm guessing the process was not simple. You're right. This man's mind was a labyrinth, full of protections and traps. It's almost as bad as you, said Morgana. As long as we get the information we want. True. Scan their brain composition and life code. Having the genetic information of such a smart man will benefit us immensely. Morgana nodded while Edward walked into another room. A screen floated before him with a formula. Without hesitation, he began to make what was on the blueprint. Soon, Edward created a gun powered by a green fluid. What an ingenious method to achieve interdimensional travel. He commented on the technological marvel of this gun. He pointed at a wall and fired it. He walked through the portal and teleported to another dimension. Edward acquired the coordinates of many places from the portal guns of the captured Rick. So, he tested the coordinates, traveling to a few dimensions, parallel timelines, and places in the universe. After I changed the formula, I can use this technology to replace the warp portals of the Empire. Warp portals are being constructed daily for the Empire's newly conquered territory, linking everybody together. In the future, any Earthling can instantly travel to the farthest end of the galaxy with these portals. However, warp portals are expensive and require arcanists efficient in space magic to install. However, with Rick's portal gun, he can create new and cheaper portals with the same and even better effect. Furthermore, I can begin my Omniverse Gate project. After almost dying in the void, Edward has been planning to create a gate that can travel from one universe to another without entering the void. By then, he only needs to buy the coordinate from the Akashic record and use his Omniverse gate to travel. Sadly, such technology was too advanced for him. Now, with this portal gun, he saw the hope of accomplishing it. After finishing the test, Edward returned to the city. How is it? Besides the slight difference between these two, the rest were the same. Two of the Ricks grew in dimensions where humans had frog and lizard appearances, so their genetic makeup was not the same. The only question now is whether the rest are different from Rick C-137. The show Rick and Morty followed the adventure of Rick C-137. So far, it showed that he was unique amongst all his counterpart variants. Edward wanted to know whether his life code would be different from the rest. Alright, let's proceed with the plan. Edward turned himself into Rick, while Morgana created a body that resembled Morty. Then, they teleported to the Citadel, where the Council of Ricks was located. Edward's objective was the Citadel. Rick C-137 used the Citadel to create the central finite curve, which is a wall around infinity. Rick used technology to isolate a piece of the multiverse, banding countless timelines together. In other words, he created a smaller multiverse inside the larger multiverse. And in that small multiverse, every variation of himself is the smartest person alive. Edward's goal is to get his hands on the Citadel's technology and build a wall around his timeline, isolating it from his other variants. 516 The Citadel. Edward used a spell to temporarily turn into one of the Ricks, assuming the identity of Rick E345. He knew the Citadel had ways to track the portal guns of the Ricks, so he ensured there were no problems while capturing them. Afterward, he and Morgana calmly opened a portal to the Citadel. The place was vast and contained myriad places of entertainment. So, he went to get some ice cream. Half an hour later, he said, "How is it?" "The security of this place is insane," replied Morgana in Morty's voice. Edward had to hide a cackle, making her stare at him. "What do you expect? One of the smartest individuals in the world created it," replied Edward, ignoring her violent reaction. "How long would it take you to crack it?" "At least 5 months. So long. Whoever created this system made sure it could only be cracked from the inside," she replied, shaking her head. "We don't have 5 months. So, let's take it down from the inside." Wang Wei's plan to take down the Citadel was simple and direct. He used the same method Rick C-137 used. He secretly transferred his mind from one Rick to another until he controlled the Rick with the highest security level in the Citadel. With that access, he entered a virus into the Citadel's system, allowing Morgana to infiltrate from the inside. 3 days later, they had complete control of the thing. "Beautiful," commented Edward, reviewing the Citadel's blueprint before him. This thing was purely technology, so there were many things he did not immediately understand. However, based on what he deciphered, this thing was truly a masterpiece. "This thing is truly the highest order of technology," nodded Morgana. After gaining the inheritance of the Technomancer, the Empire's technology tree rapidly developed. However, even with the recent update, the technology before them can be described as very advanced. Are we still going to scan C-137's life code and get his memories? Of course. As the main designer of the Citadel, it's imperative we get his memories. Furthermore, all signs show he might be the smartest of all the Ricks. That's fine, but you should be more careful than usual when dealing with such an intelligent individual. I am aware. People like Rick Sanchez and Doctor Who are similar to him, individuals whose intelligence or talent surpass the limitations of their worlds. So, he would never play around when dealing with them. However, he still has an advantage of information when dealing with these people, so he knows how to approach them. Edward soon put his plan into action. Before landing, he ensured he arrived at a specific time when Bet and Jerry were separated in Season 3 and before Rick destroyed the Citadel. He approached Bet as a fellow veterinarian and flirted with her. With his natural charm, her loneliness after the divorce, and a few spiritual hint spells, Edward successfully convinced her to have dinner with her family despite not being ready to date so soon after her divorce/separation. The dinner went smoothly, and nothing expected occurred. Edward was charming and spoke with everyone. Although Rick only gave him a look and was mostly quiet, the kids loved him. After the dinner, "So, what do you guys think?" asked Bet. "Holy shit, Mom, you've hit the jackpot," said Summer. "How could you pull something like him? What does that mean?" "Summer is right, Mom," said Morty. "I'm not into men, and I want him to marry me. So, you guys are okay with him? You don't mind me dating so soon after your father? With a hunk like this, screw Dad." "Summer, don't talk like this about your father," she reprimanded. However, her eyes seemed to be smiling. Finally, Bet looked at Rick. "Dad, why don't you say something? Don't you like him?" "Something doesn't seem right," said Rick before rushing into his garage. He soon returned with a few pieces of equipment and scanned every room in the house, focusing on the dining table. Of course, he did not find anything since Edward was so careful. His body was a walking light bulb to advance energy detection. As such, although he was confident in his mana control, he could hide it, but he wanted to be extra careful, so he sent a clone to meet with Bet and her family. Before leaving, he did not leave any bugs or even remain of a spell in the house. Meanwhile, Rick was not satisfied after not detecting anything. So, he scanned the family. Unfortunately, nothing unusual was detected besides the slightly elevated hormones released from Bet's body. As for the hormone anomaly, it was expected when people were excited and believed they were in love. After not discovering anything, Rick decided to keep an eye in case his hunch was correct. 3 days later, Edward invited the family to a fancy dinner, and he was as charming as ever. Floating city. How is it? We have successfully scanned his brainwave, life code, and received his memories, replied Morgana, making Edward very satisfied. In the show, Evil Morty used a similar method by inviting Rick C-137 to the Citadel for dinner and used the short time to scan his brain and acquire the secrets of the Citadel. With that knowledge, he broke through the central finite curve, leaving the small multiverse where Rick was the smartest man in the world. With these two meetings, Edward's scan was more thorough, especially since he already had the information from the other Ricks. Looking into the distance, he sighed deeply. I'm sorry, Bet. After that, he did 4 things before leaving. The first was to take away the Citadel and put it inside the floating city. Sadly, he could not take away all the Ricks. Despite this man's great intelligence, his self-destructive tendencies are too extreme. Only one of them is enough to throw the Empire into chaos, let alone 1,000 of them. However, Edward was satisfied with having a history of the Council so he could learn how to better deal with the interpolitical relationship of his own council. The second thing he did was to gather more portal gun technology. Rick was not the only one who invented this technology, and there is a sentient race of dinosaurs who even improved on his design. He was more than satisfied after getting his hands on it. The third thing was to go to the magic dimension called Dragon. He stole all their magical knowledge and learned a new magical language. From his memories, he knew wizards developed portal spells similar to Rick's portal gun and was interested in this magical knowledge. The last thing Edward did was capture a creature known as Unity. It was a hive-mind creature, so he was interested in studying such a unique species. After everything was done, he entered the void and headed home. Boss, we were lucky. What do you mean? I spotted a void creature. Again. Yes, nodded Morgana. Luckily, it only glanced at us and did not pay much attention. Edward sighed in relief. He did not even ask her why he did not remind her. He knew trouble would follow if she dared to pay too much attention to such a creature or even record it. The void seems more active than usual, muttered Edward. Thinking of Merlin's long absence, he started to worry about the old man. We got what we wanted, so let's return. The group returned to the Empire, preparing for the next step. And I know some fans might have wanted this arc to continue since Rick and Morty have plenty of potential, especially with the many world-defying technologies. However, the last season I watched was the 4th one, so I don't remember much. Furthermore, I have prepared for the next few worlds to be this short, and I don't want to deviate from my outline like I did for the Naruto world. 517 more time. After returning home, Edward discovered only a few hours had passed despite spending a week in the Rick and Morty universe. So, he no longer wasted time and got to work after checking on his family. He had 2 weeks before the council meeting. In such a short time, he needed to understand and be capable of using all the Citadel's technology. Technology did not come as naturally to Edward, but he still had an extremely high IQ, so it took him some time in a time acceleration room to master the technology of the Citadel to the point of being able to replicate and upgrade it. Finally, he had to prepare before activating the thing. The process took 3 more days. Finally, Edward launched the Citadel. A few members of his family accompanied him along with the Time Aurors. The Citadel will now fall under their jurisdiction, so they need to know how to control and incorporate it into their existing system. The process was simple, at least on the surface. Edward felt a slight tremor, but it was too subtle and unnoticeable by most. How is the data? Everything is fine, replied Malatu Amin, an arcanist from the Ethiopian region and the current department head of the Time Auror. He was born with a unique perception of time since the old era. Unfortunately, his talent never had a chance to shine until the Empire. He was discovered to be one of the few people with the talent to wield time magic, so Edward used every means to nurture him. He did not let him down and proved his talent. Then, Edward granted him control over the Time Auror, guarding the Empire's timeline. We have successfully placed a wall around our timeline. Amin felt relieved as his job just got 100 times easier. People would be surprised how often individuals tried to mess up with time and rewrite history. There were more time turners than the Ministry of Magic of the previous era told the people existed, and some people are born with the talent to control time magic. However, instead of training properly, they often hide their talent and engage in dangerous secret experiments that can endanger the space-time continuum. Finally, their job is to also prevent creatures from the blank realm and from other timelines from entering their timeline. Before Edward's variant, they rarely encountered such a thing. However, plenty of scary creatures from the blank realm roam from one timeline to another. Your agents won't have any problem entering and leaving, right? Asked Edward. No problem. What about the protocols to ensure no problem? We have updated our security measures and monitor every particle that leaves and enters our timeline. Excellent. However, from now on, reduce the number of tasks to the multiverse to the bare minimum. With the current situation, Edward wanted to cancel all missions into the multiverse. However, the Empire needs more resources, and the Dark Multiverse will soon become its main source. Amin was surprised by this order, but he did not ask much. So, if the Empire did not tell him, he understood it was an issue beyond security levels. Such knowledge usually involved the deepest secret of the royal family, and he was politically minded enough to know not to pry. Edward continued observing the data for this citadel. His understanding of spacetime rules and the multiverse will drastically increase with the newly gathered data. Sadly, it was not time for study and research. He left the citadel and returned to his lab. He closed his eyes and waited a few hours. Finally, he succeeded in his attempt. Soon, he found himself in a white room with a petite woman before him. Krona. We don't have much time, she said indifferently. Be quick and direct. I placed a wall around my timeline. Would that solve my current issue? No, it can only buy you an extra 10 years. So few. The Guardians are monitoring the multiverse. They won't care about a destroyed timeline, but a disappearing one is another thing. So, once my method is no longer useful and they begin their search for you, they will notice the anomaly of a missing timeline. Edward frowned before asking, could I move the Empire and move to another plane? Krona was quiet. This was the last thing she wanted after putting so much effort into Edward and the Empire. She was already hopeful about them but became even more joyous after seeing the technology to put a wall around a timeline. Furthermore, she saw this was not the limit of this technology. In the peak era of the Magus race, they did not have such technology. They had tier 11 Magus who could easily hide one or multiple timelines but never the technology or magic to do such a thing. One advantage the Arcane Empire had over the Magus race was its inclusivity. The Arcane Empire could perfectly fuse and accept everyone and everything, whether it was technology, countless different power systems, multiple races, ethnicities, or civilizations. Meanwhile, the Magus race walked the path of assimilation. They assimilated everything into their races and their magic. As such, she saw hope for them to reach heights greater than the Magus race. Your method might work, replied Krona, deciding to tell the truth. Might. Every life I create has a unique life or soul imprint. I keep a record of these imprints, and the Guardians have access to these records. If you move to another plane, they can track you there. However, in other planes, they are only a very powerful tier 10 god, so it might be easier to deal with. Moreover, you also know the relationship to other planes, they might not be willing to take the risk. Maybe before, but not after exposing the citadel, added Edward. These Guardians must want to become true tier 11, so they should lust after his citadel and its technology. Possibly. Can't you hide my soul imprint from the records? That's against the rule. Furthermore, even if I did, what about all the citizens of your empire? That's true, nodded Edward. What about preventing the Guardians from accessing the records? I have a binding oath with them. Unless they no longer hold the position, it's impossible for me to break the rules and reduce their power for the sake of protecting you. After saying these words, more chains appeared on Krona's body, becoming visible even to the normal eyes. Thank you for telling me the truth, quickly said Edward. Edward appreciated Krona not hiding the truth for her benefit. Furthermore, he could also see the risk she took to reveal the truth. That's all I can say for now. In the future, you will not be able to contact me. However, as long as you find the savant race, you will find a way to deal with the Guardian. Edward opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. This trouble is not as simple as I imagined. He did not wish to move the entire empire to another plane. Firstly, this place was his home, and he had many advantages, mostly in the form of Krona's blessings. Edward could predict how much harder it would be for the empire to rise to the pinnacle of the astral realm in other planes. Furthermore, why do I need to run away from these gods? They should be the ones running away from me. A ray of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He would not deal with these Guardians simply to remove his status as a time criminal. No, once he has enough information, they should be the ones afraid and running away from him. Edward left the lab and prepared for the meeting at the Council of Bones. 518 The Council of Bones. On the day of the meeting, Edward took a special spaceship and headed to the meeting. He could have traveled alone, showing how he achieved multiversal travel using only his strength and ability. However, he decided it was unwise to show too much power during the meeting, which could easily lead to his other variants teaming up to deal with him. However, he also knew what kind of people his variants were, so he chose a ship with very advanced technology to show up. After opening up a portal, Edward headed directly to the coordinate of the meeting. He soon found himself on a somewhat desolate planet on some unknown planet. His scanner showed him this was once Earth, but all life was eradicated for some reason. Was it done naturally or the actions of one of my variants? Muttered Edward before the power of time flashed in his eyes. He saw the reason for Earth's extinction, and it was just misfortune. A giant meteorite took out all life on the planet, just like it did for the dinosaurs. Edward was a little reassured before focusing on a towering construct floating above Earth's orbit. He immediately sneered as he could see the design was eerily similar to the Citadel. One thing about me is I'm somewhat predictable when it comes to certain things. He knew he would have chosen the same designs if he had been in charge of creating the meeting place for the Council of Bones. Without much hesitation, he controlled his ship to enter this fake citadel. There was a designated area for people to land and undergo a registering process. Edward looked at the man with the same face as him registering his information, and he felt this experience was somewhat trippy. You're G003. That's correct. You only need a small test before attending. What test? To detect your tier. I see, nodded Edward. Has the council taken measures to prevent leaks of our data? Such a thing will be discussed in the upcoming meeting, replied Edward A765. His manner indicated this was not the first time he answered that question. Edward no longer asked any questions and followed the man to the testing area. He saw the large room for the testing area, and his eyes immediately turned purple. What's wrong? asked A765 after seeing him stop. Why does this machine record my mana and soul fluctuations, even scanning for other energies inside my body? A765 frowned after hearing this before pressing a few buttons on the pad in his hand. Edward immediately knew he shut down these functions and sneered. Without hesitation, he entered before exiting a few seconds later. Tier 8, uttered A765 with a severe tone. So far, the Council has recorded 7 Tier 8 variants among thousands. Although all these variants are confident they will reach such heights, especially after coming into contact with the Council, reaching this tier so quickly was still an advantage. After all, besides the founder of the Council, who is rumored to have reached Tier 9, such a tier was the highest in strength. Welcome, G003. I hope you have a pleasant time at the Council. I hope so too, nodded Edward before leaving the testing room. Meanwhile, A765 checked his pad and frowned after reading the information displayed. Technology level, highest tier. A765 knew what it meant for the ship of G003 to be classified as the highest tier. Adding on his Tier 8 strength, this meant only one thing. Another contender for the Council President, and it's one of the best. A765 sighed before focusing on his task. He knew he had no chance of becoming the president. So, his objective was to become the head of the department that kept records on all members of the Council. After entering the Council, Edward found himself in a vivid atmosphere with countless people talking, competing, exchanging ideas, and even fighting. An unforgettable look flashed in his eyes as he looked at his variants, specifically the ones who brought their wives. Unfortunately, these variants had the same taste in women, so their harem was similar to his, minus the ones from other universes. It seems my inability to form single, deep, meaningful relationships is a constant of the multiverse. Edward sighed to himself before mingling with these people. The council meeting would not start until 5 days later, giving everybody enough time to gather information and prepare for any worst-case scenarios. During these 5 days, Edward met many variants of himself and made plenty of connections. He analyzed the information he received and summarized it. So far, he has discovered a few groups or factions among his peers. The first one is the Arcane Empire faction, composed of all the Edward who walked similar paths of conquering the planet and gathering knowledge from multiple individuals. Although not everyone used the name Arcane for their empire, their ideologies were similar. So far, Edward discovered they were the most powerful and dangerous group. These people care deeply about a large population, so any timeline is another place to conquer. As such, even if they create an alliance, they are always on the lookout for each other. The second group Edward noticed was the Dark Lords, composed of all the Edwards who gave in to their desires and abandoned all morality for the pursuit of magic. Although some of them led tragic lives, which led to their current situation, they were still a group of madmen willing to do anything to become powerful. This group was considered the second most dangerous after the Empire factions. In some situations, they were even more dangerous. The third group was the Headmaster faction, composed of the variants who became Hogwarts headmaster, slowly changing the wizard world through education. Edward loved teaching, and these variants of him pursued such love and talent to the extreme. These guys were relatively harmless, with a more peaceful personality at least on the surface. Edward feared that some of them would wish to create a multiversal academy, spreading knowledge and teaching across the multiverse. Their ambitions might make them as dangerous as the Empire factions by then. Of course, they could also be a perfect group to ally with if they can control their greed. The fourth faction is the God faction, composed of the Edwards, who walked the path of divinity and gathered believers. This faction was the least popular as most Edwards shared a passion for anti-God or even religion. Few people publicly associated with that faction, probably even worse than the Dark Lords. The fifth faction was the Alchemy group, created by a group of variants who enjoyed making artifacts, potions, puppets, and many more. This group has great potential and has the foundation to become extremely popular in the council. The sixth and final main faction is the Magitech group. These people focused more on the development of technology and fusing it with magic. They seemed to have some contradictions with the Alchemy group, especially the Artificers. Besides these six, there were other groups, like the Adventure group, which focuses on traveling the universe and multiverse only for adventure, or the Yu-Gi-Oh group, which focuses on the monster card magic that Susan was developing. These groups were powerful but not enough to be classified as the main six. Besides becoming the council president, I also need to become the leader of the alchemists while maintaining sufficient power in the Empire, Headmaster, and Magitech factions. Edward made a plan before heading for the official meeting. 519 The election. The meeting room was a large space with a podium in the middle facing the crowd. The podium had exactly 9 seats, 4 on each side, with 1 in the middle. The crowd was not excited after seeing the setup. They wanted to know why these 9 people got into the spotlight but did not. As great fans of Rick and Morty, they knew one of the negative aspects of the Citadel. All Ricks had the same IQ, yet countless members of the Citadel were reduced to doing menial jobs. So, they would never allow themselves to fall into that category. Furthermore, their pride is even higher than Rick's, so how could they admit their inferiority to their counterparts? Luckily, before everyone rioted or made a scene, they received a message from the Citadel communication system explaining why these 9 people received preferential treatment. The first reason was they were all Tier 8 or above. Such an explanation was barely enough to satisfy these people. After all, they understood the concept of respecting the strong. Given that their peers had such achievements before them, it was proof of their excellence. However, numerous variants had weapons or other methods to deal with Tier 8 mages, so this was not enough. Luckily, the message also provided other reasons, such as these 9 people have displayed the highest level of technology, magic, and influence. These Edwards were not convinced since they were all confident in their abilities. Furthermore, the Citadel did not provide in-depth details of these people's technology nor explain what they meant by influence. However, such an explanation was enough for them to calm down and watch the ceremony. Then, everybody became quiet and waited. A beam of light flashed on one of the seats on the left, transporting one of the Edwards. The man had a robe similar to Dumbledore's, and even his demeanor was similar. He had a goatee that was perfectly trim, making him look older than normal. "Hello, Edward Bones. My name is Edward Bone," said the man, generating a few cackles at his corny joke. "I'm from Dimension C654. It's a pleasure to meet all of you." A bright light appeared, showing another Edward. However, he was dressed as if from 19th century London. He even had a monocle. "That guy stole my joke. It's like he knew what I was thinking." Another chuckle from the crowd. "They gave me the numbers B235. A third one appeared. However, he was dressed in all red with a dark aura surrounding his body, even his eyes were blood red. "C666, he said directly without any other words. Everyone looked at him and did not say anything. They decided to stay away from antisocial versions of themselves. Those guys are the truly scary ones. The fourth person to appear had everyone looking at him strangely, and that's because he was dressed like a pharaoh from Egypt. "It's a long story," he said with a wry smile. "On the first test of my multiverse ship, I failed and crashed in ancient Egypt. With no resources and knowledge to fix the problem, I took over and used the magic system and resources of that period to fix the ship. Then, one thing led to another, and the rest is history." People understood this guy belonged to the Empire faction but was kind of due to an accident. Maybe he assimilated into the culture after years of being a ruler. "By the way, I'm F823. The seats on the left side were filled, so the light brought the fifth person sitting furthest from the center on the right. The man immediately caught everyone's attention since he was elderly with long white hair and beard. This variant's body exuded a vicissitudes of life that made people understand he had experienced immense suffering in his life. As soon as the variants laid eyes on him, they understood this would be their fate if everything in their lives went wrong. "I am A001, said the elderly Edward. "I'm here as a cautionary tale to all of you." The atmosphere became somber for a moment before the sixth person appeared. It was a man dressed in a more futuristic attire. His outfit bore some resemblance to the Time Lords from Gallifrey in Doctor Who, the ones who appeared during the 13th Doctor, not the old ones. "I am M616. People immediately paid attention to him as soon as he said these words. C137 and 616 were the numbers these variants wanted the most. Moreover, he also took the moniker M, which should be for Marvel. For a person to receive that number for their dimension, there must be something special. The seventh person to appear was also eye-raising. He did not have the signature black hair and blue eyes of the majority of variants. Instead, he had golden hair and eyes. A noble aura of divinity emanates from his body. "Buo," said one person, followed by the majority of the group. They did not hide their disdain and contempt. "Come one guy, the divine civilization has plenty to offer," argued L123. Unfortunately, most Edwards had the same disdain for godhood and divinity. In the end, L123 did not have time to introduce himself, and his dimension number appeared above his seat like the others. The eighth person to appear was our protagonist, Edward Bones G003. He wore his usual white gold robe, catching the attention of the group. His robe was not unique since the design originated from a game, and it was called the Archmage robe. As such, many people had similar designs. However, the magical lights and beautiful runes sewn on the robe gave him a unique charm. "I am G003, and hopefully, your next council president." Edward resisted every urge in his bones to say he was the prime Edward. People's response to his introduction was lukewarm at best. After all, everyone wanted to be president. So, who is this guy to say he will be their leader? Finally, after a few seconds of chattering, a light brighter than everyone appeared in the middle position. A man wearing a black magic robe with golden patterns appeared in the center. "I am C137, he declared. Then, he released the terrifying aura of a Tier 9 mage, suppressing the entire event. The variants did not take kindly to this kind of provocation and responded. Everyone used different methods, mostly technology and artifacts, to disperse the suppressing aura. The 8 individuals sitting next to him were the most successful in this endeavor. Humph. A cold snort resonated in the citadel as a pressure on PAR with the C137 manifested. In an instant, the new pressure suppressed C137 partly. Everyone looked at the source and discovered it was G003. The odd part is that they did not detect any magical artifact, implying he used his strength to achieve such a thing. Of course, Edward would not tell them about his arcane spark that allowed him to fight above his tier. So, he only smiled with all the attention on him. Meanwhile, C137 made great efforts to control his emotions. His overwhelming entrance was ruined by one person. In his mind, he recalled all the information he knew about G003. G003, member of the Empire faction. In a short period, He used his overwhelming knowledge to become the leader of the alchemist factions while also significantly influencing the Empire and Magitech faction. He also has a friendship with the headmaster factions. Technology level, highest tier. Conclusion, greatest threat to the council president position. The threat he posed might be greater than I anticipated, thought C-137. 520 The election, 2, C-137 focused on the crowd and spoke. I have spent a lot of effort to create this citadel and gather all of you here, said C-137. As different versions of myself, I'm sure many of you have similar ideas. However, the first who comes is the first to be served. The variants rolled their eyes at this guy's narcissism. Did he really think he was the prime simply because he was the first to create the council and inherited the code C-137? C-137 was shameless, so he ignored these people's murmurs and continued. I created the council to allow us to share knowledge, information, and resources. This place will become a platform to aid one another through communication and exchange. Then, one day, we will finally achieve our lifelong dream, create a way to travel to other anime, movie, and novel universes. The variants' eyes lit up. At some point, they all had a similar thought: if the Harry Potter universe is real, could the other media they consumed also be real? Are they in other timelines, or do they leave the universes entirely before reaching other ones? They all dreamed about succeeding in such an endeavor, gaining access to countless new knowledge and, more importantly, real anime waifus. Edward frowned as he watched these people's reactions and guessed their thoughts. Am I really this shallow? He thought. A goal like achieving omniversal travel should be grand and something noble worth pursuing. Yet, it was ruined by these bastards as most of them only think about how they can flirty and sleep with their favorite anime wives. Suddenly, Edward felt disgusted. Watching these people was like looking at a mirror. He did not like what he saw. The worst thing was he did not see any hope for change. Luckily, he was adept at hiding his emotions as an emperor, so his facial expression did not change much. Meanwhile, C-137 had successfully riled up this group of variants, so he continued his speech. All of you should know the importance of the council president. For anyone to sit in this position, they must demonstrate their strength, wisdom, and capabilities as leaders. Otherwise, no one will be convinced to hand over such tremendous power to anyone else. The crown nodded. Even though they did not get to sit in the primary 9 seats, no one wanted to give up on the chance of becoming the president. I have devised the election based on a point system with 2 sections, strength and knowledge. The strength section will be worth 100 points, while the knowledge section will be worth 300 points. We will begin with the knowledge section. The variants pondered and agreed with this election method. After all, they do not value strength as much as knowledge and magical capabilities. To these people, it's only a matter of time before reaching tier 10. How will the knowledge section proceed, and how do we make sure there is no cheating? Great question, said C-137. We need fairness, so there is no better method to ensure such a thing than artificial intelligence. I will send the codes to the AI that will be used for this test. You can test it to ensure there are no problems. Another test, thought Edward as he received the source code for this artificial intelligence. The variants that have not developed AI or even created technology-based AI will lose great advantage in this process. Morgana, what do you think? The core of this program is a magical language that uses ancient runes from the Old Age at their base. It is interesting but nothing revolutionary. However, the program has certain traps with a few unique runes. Unique? How? They seem to be an entirely different system than magic. Furthermore, something about them seems familiar. Give me a moment. Morgana took a moment before saying, I remember. The Death God's memory. Guznad? No, you mean Herpo. They haven't received the latter's memories yet. Yes. Herpo had the idea of creating divine runes by combining divine and magical civilization. He had a prototype, but he never got to it. The hidden runes resembled the finished version of the prototypes. So, my theory about C-137 was correct. Most likely. How long do you still need to finish scanning his body? I need to ensure he won't notice anything, so I still need a few more minutes, replied Morgana. It should take some time for these people to analyze the source code for the AI, so use this time. Sir. About 3 minutes later, Morgana appeared inside his mind again. I've cracked the hidden traps. What do? They are hidden commands to be biased toward people of higher tier, she explained. That would explain why he was so flamboyant about revealing his tier 9 level, sneered Edward. What do you want to do with this information? Let's wait and see if other people will catch these traps. I'm sure some will do, said Morgana, looking at L123. As the only god here, he might find the source code's secrets. He might have found it, but it doesn't mean he knows what they do. After all, he doesn't appear to study magic much and focuses more on divinity. Yes, with your arrogance, he won't say anything if he only catches it and cannot understand what it does. The murmurs continued for the next 3 hours. The variants swiftly and methodically deciphered the code of the AI. Many people became frustrated and embarrassed when they failed in this endeavor. There is no greater humiliation to these people than losing to their variants. This place is really a clash of humongous egos, commented Morgana, and Edward ignored her out of embarrassment. Time is up, said C-137. I'm assuming everyone agreed with using this AI. No one answered for a while. The people who deciphered the thing did not find any faults. So, C-137 smiled and prepared to continue. I have a problem, said Edward, drawing attention to him. G003, what's the issue? Asked C137 calmly. These hidden codes showed biases towards people of higher tier. Please, remove them, said Edward as he visually pointed out the faults in this code. And now that he showed these people the answer, they quickly checked and realized he was correct. It seems there were some problems with the technician who created this program, said C137, removing his fault in this matter. If you say so, replied Edward. We will fix the problem now that we found it, continued C137, who ordered people to change the program. Half an hour later, a new and unproblematic AI was created and running. The AI manifested in the form of a white holographic cloud. The Citadel could not decide on an appearance for it, so they chose this boring and neutral design. How do we proceed with this test? Asked someone. Simple, replied C137. Contestants will display their greatest magical accomplishment and present it. Everybody else's job is to decipher said creations and see if they can be understood, replicated, or find flaws. Based on the crowd's response, the AI will create a numerical value as a test point. Everyone pondered the rules of this test and found it fair. Whoever is the leader must be the most knowledgeable out of everyone, as only such a person could be the prime Edward Bones. The only issue with this test is it might take a while before a final winner. If anyone does not mind, I would like to go first, said C137, making everybody roll their eyes again. This man's plan was obvious. He wanted to overwhelm everybody with his knowledge and make them convinced he should be the president. Such arrogance was truly unrivaled. C137 waved his hand to show a magical formula to everybody. 521 The election. 3. Everyone immediately began the process of analyzing this magical formula. The room was spacious, but everyone felt it was not enough. So, some people asked C137 if they could return to their rooms and use their equipment to better analyze the formula. A vote was made, and people agreed they could leave the area as long as they did not leave the Citadel. Furthermore, they must return before the allocated time for this test. Meanwhile, the 9 main variants at the center of the stadium remained, each using its own method to analyze the situation. Edward soon analyzed many things from the formula. The core of this formula is Wongcraft, divine runes, ancient runes, and dragon language, although only the basic one. It seems that most of your variants did the same bloodline experiments on dragons, commented Morgana. Yes, and the difference is whether they awakened a normal dragon or a king. I guess many of them might have died in the process after whatever restrictions they used failed. One of your greatest strengths is your cautious nature, but one of your greatest weaknesses is also your pride and overconfidence. My pride and arrogance are inherited from my reincarnation, so they should all have it. However, my cautiousness is a learned trait after certain experiences. So, not all of them have it, commented Edward. If that's true, we can exploit their weakness. Edward agreed with her. Let's get back to work. What do you think? The formula should not be hard to decipher. The only issue is the divine runes. We need to test them out and find their functions. In that case, let's divide the work, said Edward as he assigned Morgana some of the runes and focused on the others. He closed his eyes to access his soul dimension, using his soul to study and analyze these divine runes. Time passed, and the variants kept working. The divine runes was their main issue but not the main one. C137's formula was very complex, and only a few variants have already figured out it's a formula involving spacetime magic. Done, said Morgana. I'm finished too, nodded Edward. Put it together. The little elf nodded, and in a few seconds, she had an answer. Got it. It's a formula to open the gate to the astral realm. However, it's incomplete. So, C137 has discovered the astral realm and other planes, commented Edward. During his stay in the council to gather information, he discovered most of his variants did not spend much time in the universe because of God's control over the universe. Most of them spend their time navigating the multiverse, so their knowledge about certain things, like other planes, is lacking or non-existent. Do you think C137 is the only one who discovered the other planes? Asked Morgana. Unlikely, but he might be the only one with the technology to do so, as of this meeting, besides that god over there. True, nodded Morgana as she remembered the Emperor factions should now be facing Guznad, and most have learned information about other planes. So, unless their timelines deviated too much and Guznad never appears, they should be knowledgeable about such a topic. What about that god? Will he be a problem? Gods have a natural ability to manipulate space, so he should have discovered the astral realm. However, if you ask him to teach others how to do it, the best he can do is give them a blessing and pass on his ability. He should not be a problem. He's still you, wouldn't he be different? Don't you see the incense corroding his soul? By now, he has already lost the essence that is me. You are enjoying yourself too much, said Morgana. By do you mean? Your entire demeanor is I am the one and only prime, and such arrogance is exuding from your body, replied the purple elf with a sneer. That's because I am the prime, replied Edward smugly. Haven't you noticed that our technology outclasses everyone here? What do you think that is? Because you're the prime, asked Morgan, rolling her eyes. No, it's because I'm the only one who discovered that tear in the void, leading to developing omniversal travel. However, that's not what I'm referring to, replied Edward. The closest variants to me are the Empire factions who created an arcane empire. However, even though these people are similar to me, haven't you noticed none of these variants have knowledge from other universes? Morgana immediately caught the crux of what he was trying to say. Edward's first voyage in the Omniverse was when he was Tier 3. After his return, new timelines of different variants who made the same voyage should have appeared. However, none of these variants appeared. Are you saying our timeline is unique, and there are no variants of yourself who have traveled to other universes? Correct, replied Edward. I have tested it. Many of the other arcane emperors have created the arcane rune magic system, but it's not based on the runes from the Full Metal Alchemy universe but based on Lemurian civilization's magic. The Lumerian was the percussion to wizard civilization and even developed interstellar civilization. Unfortunately, Herpo's ascension to godhood wiped them out. So, our timeline is unique and even protected, summarized Morgana. That's probably the work of Merlin. Edward agreed with this conclusion. Someone of Merlin's level can observe all the variants of Edward from every timeline they exist in, then choose one of them as his apprentice. But, in the end, he chose G003. So, Edward concluded that even if he was not the original Prime Edward, the first one to be reincarnated from primordial Earth and make the first decision that led to a new timeline, after discovering that portal and creating the first omniversal ship, Merlin chose him and he became the Prime. So, you're just a lucky bastard, sneered Morgana. Luck is also a part of strength, countered Edward. An infinite amount of himself, yet he's the only one who discovered that tear in the void. Furthermore, that tear was the only remaining one in the multiverse, and it was rapidly closing. Yes, for a person like Merlin, innate luck might be more important than talent and ability, nodded Morgana. So, what is the plan? Do you want to take the stage now? Not yet, replied Edward. Something else is in my mind. What is it this time? According to our information, the cosmic faith plane is the only plane with a multiverse, hence why everybody wants to occupy it. So, what will happen when my variants enter other planes? Better yet, what about the variants of the other gods who have conquered multiple planes? Did they meet? Did they confront each other? Or is there something else going on? Morgana paused after hearing this. If other planes had a multiverse, then these variants would have just accessed one of the infinite timelines and not meet their other variants unless they met in the astral realm while traveling to these foreign planes. However, if the planes do not have a multiverse, the issue becomes a much bigger problem. Our theory could be wrong. Maybe these places have a multiverse, but something is different about them, preventing individuals from reaching Tier 11. Or, there might be a bigger secret behind this problem. After this meeting, we must investigate the truth, replied Edward with great seriousness. Morgana agreed, and then the two chatted until the allocated time. 522th the full election. 4. C-137 stood up with a slight smug look on the corner of his face. He chose this formula for myriad reasons. Firstly, it's one of his highest achievements, combining the knowledge of many civilizations. Secondly, space-time magic was something even his variants found difficult despite their outrageous talents. Additionally, not all of them specialize in space-time magic, so he made the Citadel tests to determine whether someone has developed multiverse travel. He needed to root out his competition and detect their level of space-time magic. Finally, taking into account that knowledge about the astral realm was rare amongst his variants and his unique divine runes, he knew he had a high chance of succeeding. Time is up, declared C-137. Please comment and evaluate this formula. Murmured echoed in the room before M616 said, it seems to be a space-time magic formula, opening a gate to somewhere. Probably a special dimension, said F823. The application of time seemed quite unique. The core of this formula should be these unique runes, commented A001, his voice slow and calming. However, the way they work seemed different from any magical runes I have seen. The discussions continued as many people gave their input. C-137 watched everything calmly with his confident look. However, that was on the outside. His eyes focused on two people who had not said anything much, G003 and L123. L123 is a god, so he should know about the astral realm. Even if he revealed the truth before I did, I can still impress the crown. However, G003's silence is raising eyebrows. While C-137 paid attention to Edward or G003, the latter was mostly paying attention to L123. Has this guy not discovered the astral plane? So far, L123 showed no signs he knew about other planes and the astral realm. It's possible the main source of his followers is the multiverse. If that's the case, he should have reached Tier 9 by now by conquering the Milky Way galaxy. Unless he encountered Guznad, countered Morgana. His plan might be to conquer the solar system across multiple timelines to avoid dealing with Guznad. This is a slow way to reach Tier 9 and a good way to avoid directly confronting Guznad. However, after we reveal the truth about this formula, doesn't that mean he will access the astral realm? He will have more planes and ways to reach higher tiers. Conquering planes is not simple, especially the Tier 10 ones. However, the most likely scenario is he is discovered by the enemies of the cosmic faith plane, captured, and has his soul searched for information, replied Edward. That's even more dangerous. Knowledge about the council might be revealed, making things more difficult for us. True, so we must become president and take precautionary measures, concluded Edward, who was finally ready to take the stage. It's a formula to open a portal to the astral realm and reach other planes. Everyone looked at G003. Meanwhile, C-137 was doing everything to remain calm and control his facial expression. Other planes? Are you saying what I think you're saying? Asked A001. The Harry Potter universe is only one plane of a myriad, asked L123. Are the other planes anime worlds, or things like the Wizard, Titan, or Abyss plane? Asked C666 with an eerie voice. He did not specialize in spacetime magic, focusing more on dark magic. However, the information revealed in this meeting might change that. The latter, replied Edward. Have you been to other planes? Asked someone else. Yes, I've been to a night battle system plane, a beast master plane, and the Abyss plane. I've also come into contact with people from the Wizard plane, replied G003. Everyone's eyes twinkled. You guys should be careful in the future. From what I know, our plane, called the Cosmic Faith plane, is the enemy of everybody. Anyone from there will be hunted down and captured. Oh, why? I don't know. Apparently, our plane used to have a glorious past, replied Edward, and no one asked any more. You said this was a formula to open a gate to the astral realm. Correct. It's incomplete, but the general idea is to condense time energy until becoming denser like a star before collapsing it, like a black hole, creating something similar to time black hole or time wormhole, added Edward. The idea is genius, but the application is too rough. He's only using an immense amount of time energy, condensing it until it explodes. The only real technical aspect should be to control the explosion and not let it get out of control. However, the formula did not show how to do it. So, as far as I'm concerned, he might not control the explosion and let it happen in some random isolated timeline before leaving and returning after the time wormhole is created. C-137's face was ugly to look at, but things were not finished. I'm guessing the core of your magical achievements is that you successfully absorbed the Death God, Herpo the Foul, powers, soul, and memories. From him, you learned the prototype of the divine runes and finished them yourself. You also probably learned about the astral realm from him. C-137 did not say anything, while everybody else paid attention. Herpo is the greatest adversary all variants have to face. Voldemort is their first adversary, but he's only an opponent when the variants are young during the First Wizard War. After that, he became a clown for most of them. Meanwhile, a lot of people successfully defeat Herpo, some fail, some run away from him, and others cooperate with the latter. Your aura is weird, containing a well-hidden hint of divinity, continued Edward. Are you trying to fuse divine energy and mana? You should bring out that research, it's more interesting than this formula. I'm willing to complete this formula in exchange for your research on the fusion of divine energy and mana. C-137 had never wanted to kill someone more than G003. He felt bare naked before the latter as if all his secrets were seen through. Furthermore, he hated the contempt in the latter's voice for one of his greatest magical achievements. Thank you for the offer, we can discuss it after the election, said C-137, successfully calming himself down after casting a spiritual spell on himself. Now, let the AI decide on my score. His final score was 220 points out of 300. Although Edward mercilessly dissected his formula, he was the only one who completely saw through it. So, C-137 still had a high score. Afterward, these variants experienced the worst day in their lives. No matter what spell, formula, or theories these people came up with, G003 analyzed it quickly and even gave suggestions for optimizing it. These variants questioned their sanity, wondering if they were in a simulation being tortured by their enemy. The situation worsened when it was Edward's turn, and he showed them Luna's latest research about divination. He knew all his variants suffered from the same weakness, divination magic. So, he took advantage of this weakness to embarrass them. These variants began questioning their existence while ripping their hair from their heads. In the end, G003 had the highest score, while C-137 came in third, while A001 came in second with 225 points. His research on healing magic was something even G003 praised, so the old man was quite talented and successful in his field. After this event, people began to wonder whether there was a need for the combat aspect of this election. After all, G003 is among the top fighting powers in this room, so there was no way for C-137 and A001's scores to be so high above his and make up the gap in points. Alas, C-137 and a few others insisted on this test. 523 The election, finale, and someone made a great comment on the last chapter, reminding me that it was bad for Edward to show his variant research on void energy since it could accelerate the speed at which they enter the void and achieve omniversal travel. As such, I am retconning the chapter, and he showed them Luna's research on divination. I recommend reading the last paragraphs of the chapter. How do you want to fight? Asked Edward. Do you want to use virtual reality, or can I create a special dimension large enough for our confrontation? Better yet, I have mastered ways to enter the mirror dimension, we can fight there. This bastard is showing off, was the thought that came into all these variants' minds, making them grit their teeth. Unfortunately, they had to admit they were not as good as them. We will use virtual reality, said C-137. Fine by me, replied Edward. Let's not waste time and decide the winner between us. C-137 wanted to beat this man to an inch of his life. He was one tier higher than his opponent, yet the latter treated this battle as if he was guaranteed to win. Such arrogance is a humiliation to him. No, he must have something that gave him his confidence, thought C-137. He suddenly felt he should have been more careful. Unfortunately, he was currently riding an unstoppable train. Before using his soul to log in, Edward first checked whether there was no problem with the virtual reality. He also ensured it could display all his abilities. A few seconds later, C-137 appeared before him, all ready for battle. A countdown materialized before them, descending from 30. So, they waited until it reached 0. Not only do I need to win this battle, but I must use absolute force to deter these lawless versions of himself. So, he secretly activated his arcane spark, using his karma to boost his spells. He has recently won an intergalactic war and saved trillions of lives from the wrath of an undead legion. As such, his positive karma had drastically increased. In other words, he had plenty of karma to empower him. When the countdown reached 0, Edward immediately acted. He did not use his arcane rune magic for fear these variants would learn from it and replicate it. Although his magic system incorporates countless knowledge from other universes, making it impossible to replicate, he did not dare underestimate the capabilities of his variants. He knew how talented they were and how capable they were, especially if they decided to work together. For this battle, Edward decided to return to his roots and only use wandcraft and basic dragon language magic. As soon as the countdown reaches 0, he casts the Fiendfire Curse. A blue magical flame materialized under his command before turning an enormous eastern dragon. With his vast mana and karma empowerment, even the weakest spells become unfathomable. Meanwhile, C-137's face changed. He immediately could tell his opponent had used a tier 9 spell. How is that possible? He would understand if the latter had used some weapons or magical artifacts, but he did not detect any of these things. In other words, G003 used his own power to cast such a spell. C-137 reacted swiftly and used an anti-curse spell, allowing him to control the fiend fire. However, the sheer power of the flame pushed him 100 meters away. Sectum Sempra. Edward waved his hand to cast another dark magic curse. A shield appeared around C-137's body. However, a few more injuries could be seen on his body as blood gushed out. Death Hand. C-137 used his divine runes to cast a spell. As such, a golden light flashed around his body before a dark hand rushed toward Edward. I've dealt with so many death gods now that it's become boring, said G003 as he waved his hand, cancelling C-137's spell. My death magic is useless, thought C-137, knowing the situation was dangerous for him. Enough playing around, said Edward before saying a strange and majestic word. Dragon language, destruction. C-137 immediately felt the space around him twisted, becoming a cage that imprisoned him. He instantly concluded he was not in a pocket dimension created by his opponent. Furthermore, that pocket dimension was extremely unstable. Then, as expected, it exploded. The chaotic space-time energy was enough to annihilate his unique divine mana physique. The explosion annihilated the surrounding dozens galaxies. Luckily, this was only a virtual reality battle. Once everything calmed down, Edward saw that C-137 was still alive. His magic robe was in tatters, and golden blood dripped from different parts of his body. Furthermore, a broken golden shield was still protecting him. So, you have already completed the prototype of divine mana spell, said G003. My invitation still stands. I'm willing to exchange for your study in the combination of divine energy and mana. Do you think this battle is over? Said C-137 with gritted teeth. It is, replied G003. I can tell your soul is on the verge of collapse because of the rampaging divine energy and mana. Now, you are only trying to buy enough time to seal the divine energy and control your mana. Alas, it's pointless. What do you mean? Don't you sense the chaotic space-time energy mixed between the two energies? C-137's face changed. The battle is over. Admit defeat and save your last dignity. C-137 did not say a word, remaining quiet. In that case, die, said Edward, raising his hand to shoot a beam of purple light similar to a Dragon Ball character's ki blast. He used pure mana to annihilate his opponent, showing his contempt for not even using a spell. Edward and C-137 opened their eyes, each with different reactions. The AI appeared and gave Edward another perfect score. In this battle, he overwhelmed his opponent while also battling one tier lower. So, he deserved that grade. I guess I'm the president, he asked, and no one said anything. Not yet, said A001. Although I know my chances of winning are small, I don't want to give up. Courage is admirable, said Edward before inviting him to virtual reality. While there was a countdown, he decided to ask the latter for his life story. What happened to you? If you don't mind me asking. My story is simple, said A001, his eyes full of longing and reminiscing. I once built the magic empire. However, my hubris led to me losing everything at the hands of Herpo. The earth exploded, and everyone I loved and cared for died, and it was true death, with no hope of revival. A001 seemed lost in his memories. I tried everything to revive them, to make up for my errors. Alas, fate seemed to be against me. His appearance was not due to age, lack of vitality, or lifespan. He suffered so much mentally that he aged into an elderly in one day. Yes, arrogance and hubris are our greatest foes, nodded Edward. The countdown ended, and the battle began. Alas, it was even shorter than the one against C-137. A01 was an excellent healer, but it did not change the fact he was still tier 8. So, Edward ended this battle as quickly as possible. Finally, the AI gave A001 a score of 30. According to its algorithm, it should improve after a few more battles. However, no variants care about this anymore. You guys are not going back on your word, right? Asked Edward, gazing at the silent crowd. Since we decided on using this method to decide a president, we won't go back on our word, said A001, followed by the others. Edward then looked at C137. I also agree with the election. Excellent, said Edward with a smile. Then, from now on, I will be your president. 524 The president's first order of business. We will reconvene 3 days later for our first order of business, declared Edward. He made this decision for multiple reasons. Firstly, he wanted to give these prideful people some time to accept the result. Secondly, he wanted to see whether some people would cause trouble. If they did, he would not hesitate to annihilate them as a display of power and show his majesty. Lastly, Edward had some things to do in check before the assembly. Everyone dispersed, returning to their quarters and planning for the future. C-137's room. Lord, what should we do? Asked one of his 2 followers, a female elf with tattoos running down from her face to her body. Oddly, the tattoos did not ruin her beauty but gave her a wild and dangerous charm. The situation is not ideal, said a man dressed in all black armor. He was human but stood 3.5 meters tall. This is far from over, said C-137, gritting his teeth as his eyes were full of anger, shame, resentment, and humiliation. Any idea? Asked the elf. I know my variants, most of them will refuse to accept this result, despite G003 displayed. C-137 had to admit that if someone were qualified to be the president, it would be G003. The man had a natural charm and knowledge beyond all of them, not to mention his strange ability to fight above his tier. Do you want to ally with the others to riot? Asked the armored man. Directly rioting will ruin my reputation and cause unnecessary trouble. So, the best option is to decentralize the power of the president, said C-137. The others will agree with me out of their jealousy and unwillingness. This idea might work, said the elf. However, G003 does not seem like someone that was easy to deal with. I'm aware, so I will need as many supporters as possible, replied C-137, his eyes full of cunningness. Unfortunately, you won't have that opportunity. Who is there? Roared C-137, standing up from his seat. G003. It's me. Why are you here? What do you think? You want to kill me, said C-137 with great confidence. You're smarter than this, replied Edward. Think deeper. You see me as a source of instability to your reign, so you want to eliminate me. Furthermore, you must be very interested in my knowledge. Good job. However, I cannot give you a full score since you haven't found the core issue yet. Well, I can't blame you since you don't know as much as I do. Do you think things will go as easily as our battle? C-137, replied Edward calmly. You have no idea the vast difference between our knowledge base. To me, all your knowledge and technology are simply backward. Although some ideas are marvelous and ingenious, it does not change the fact that all of you are backward and outdated. C-137's face became ugly, but Edward ignored him. The greatest asset of the council is the collective mind of all the variants. Working together, I believe there is nothing in this universe we cannot achieve. Alas, we are so arrogant and prideful that it's almost impossible to work single-handedly for one goal or purpose. Edward sighed while shaking his head. If all his variants could get along, they could achieve wondrous things. Unfortunately, this was not possible. However, he can still make great use of the council until it eventually crumbles apart. Your arrogance is the greatest of all of us, sneered C-137. True, but I have the means to back it, replied Edward. A few minutes later, C-137's 2 followers passed out on the floor. Meanwhile, he had C-137's soul in his hand, reviewing the latter's memories. As expected of me, the security to the soul dimension is a nightmare, commented Edward before going through the tedious task of deciphering C-137's soul dimension. A few hours later, he finally succeeded and got the latter's memories and knowledge. I'm relieved he has no knowledge about Tier 11, uttered Edward. The greatest crisis to the council is the knowledge that Tier 11 requires all variants to become one, becoming oneself while all the others become clones. Once the news is revealed, they will all turn on each other, and the council will crumble apart. According to Edward's calculations, C-137 was the person most likely to know this news. He theorized the latter created the council as a way to pave the way to Tier 11. Luckily, things were not as bad as he anticipated. What are you going to do to him? Asked Morgana. He cannot disappear yet, otherwise, some people might suspect something. Edward placed his mark on the soul before putting it back on C-137's body. He modified his memories along with the other 2. Finally, he disappeared as if he was never here. 3 days later, another meeting occurred at the previous stadium. The only difference was Edward, G003, sat at the center where C-137 once occupied. However, as soon as he arrived, the crowd became hostile with many murmurs. What is the meaning of this? Asked Variant U-456. Why can't we leave the Citadel? Is this your doing? His voice was loud, echoing in the room. It is, replied Edward calmly, who placed a barrier around the Citadel to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Explain yourself. The universe is a dangerous place, said Edward. Many people sought after knowledge to travel the multiverse, and it's even more so in other planes. He knew many of these variants would focus on developing the technology to travel to other planes. With their foundation as multiverse traverser, it won't take long before they develop the technology. So, ask someone else. So, we need to take precautions to protect the council, replied Edward, who waved his hand to manifest a scroll. This is a contract of the highest order, guaranteed by our plane will. Everyone needs to sign it, and it will protect you. Protect us from what? Protect you from powerful entities directly searching your soul and learning about the existence of the council, replied Edward. There will also be rules to prevent council members from directly killing other variants. The crowds quieted down, leaving only a few murmurs. How do we know you did not tamper with the contract? You are more than happy to check it yourself. However, don't complain to me when you cannot understand how it works, replied Edward casually. Damn arrogant guy, murmured a few people. What if we don't sign it? Asked someone out loud. You must sign it. If I don't, two things will happen. I will either annihilate all of you or tamper with your memory, replied Edward calmly. Anyway, I will not let the risks of exposing that I mastered multiversal travel leave from the Citadel. The variants' faces changed as they felt G003's arrogance had reached another level. Don't believe me? Said Edward with a smile. Then, let me show you. He tapped on his desk, and the brightness of the stadium drastically changed. These variants were on guard, but they did not expect what happened. My mana, it's sealed, yelled someone. It's the same for me. Anti-magic? Has he developed anti-magic? L123, there is no point in trying. I've taken special care of you and all the other gods' circumstances, said Edward with a smile. G003, is it necessary to go this far, said A001 with a sigh. None of you seem to understand how valuable the technology we hold is or the lengths these tier 10 gods will go to get their hands on it. I must protect myself and my family, no matter the cost. A001 sighed again but did not utter another word. He understood G003's sentiment. Maybe, if I were as careful as him, I would not have suffered such a terrible fate. Sign the contract or be annihilated, said Edward coldly. The scroll before him was divided into thousands, floating before every variant. In the end, they resigned themselves and read the contract. The general gist is to protect the council's existence and its secret. Then, it also involved a peace pact that prevented variants from killing each other or invading the timelines of the council members. However, some intelligent people detected the loophole Edward left in the contract. They can invade timelines whose members have yet to join the council. Finally, everyone signed the contract. As for the people who still refused, Edward raised his hand, and a black flame enveloped them, annihilating them from existence. He even used his curse rules and its power of cause and effect to prevent whatever backhands of revival these people had were rendered ineffective. From now on, all new members of the council will sign the contract. That's non-negotiable, said Edward. Now, let's discuss our second order of business. 525 Self-database. Edward tapped his finger on his desk, removing the anti-magic or sealing domain he released. The variants sighed in relief, but their eyes conveyed that they wanted nothing more than to kill him. He ignored them and continued. What is the most valuable aspect of the council? Asked Edward, but he did not give anyone time to answer. Is it sharing our knowledge or information? Or the exchange of resources? No, it's our individual mind. His voice could reach everyone in the assembly despite speaking softly. As long as we can work together, there is absolutely nothing in this universe we cannot achieve. He paused and gave them a few seconds to marinate his words. Unfortunately, our ego, pride, arrogance, and mistrust will never allow for complete cooperation without reservation. Knowing this problem, I have come up with a solution. Edward waved his hand to materialize 6 helmets. One had a white stripe on the head, while the remaining 5 had blue stripes. You, said Edward, pointing at a random person in the audience. A halo appeared above the person he chose, bringing all the attention to that person. Why, yes. Do you have a super important project you've been working on? However, the project is extremely difficult even for you and requires a long time to accomplish, asked Edward. There is, replied U765. Edward waved the white helmet to him. I need 5 more volunteers. No one volunteered, plunging the meeting into an awkward quiet. Common guys, I need you to meet me halfway. Otherwise, this council will be useless. I have signed the contract and cannot hurt any of you. The variants rolled their eyes. They would never trust the person who created the contract, believing they must have left a backhand. I will trust you, said A001, who raised his hand, and one of the red helmets floated before him. Without hesitation, he placed it in his head. The quiet lasted for a moment before a few adventurous variants who were curious chose to test things out to find the truth. Edward secretly smiled. He chose the helmet on purpose, despite knowing one of his variants' taboo was anything related to their brain and soul. Once it is proven that nothing was wrong with the helmet, even though it involved the soul, he can garner more trust and make his time as president easier. I'm glad I did not have to force that puppet C-137 to come forward, thought Edward. With all the volunteers present, the experiment began. U-765 and the other 5 closed their eyes. The stadium became quiet to the point someone could hear a pin drop. These people did not need to breathe, so even this sound was gone as they focused on the 6 of them. 10 minutes later, U-765 was the first to open his eyes. His facial expression displayed joy, longing, and regret. It was obvious he wanted more of whatever he experienced. Why don't you tell everyone what you experienced, said Edward with a smile. I was in a white room with the other 5, said U765. I presented them with my project, and in the next 10 minutes, we discussed, planned, and theorized how to accomplish my project. Everybody had unique insights and ideas, accelerating the project completion rate to an astonishing level, explained U765 with a look of longing. How much time do you think you saved? Continued Edward. More than 100 years, at the minimum. 10 minutes to save 100 years, not a bad trade-off, said Edward with a smile. What about the other 5? I was in a white room, alone, seeming to be in a meditative state, replied B890. It was the same for me. Same experience, nodded A001. In other words, you guys help U765 while also keeping his secrets, said Edward with a smile, and everyone's eyes dilated. Then, everyone looked at him with intense focus. It's as you guessed. The machine will create a projection of you with similar memories and experiences. Then, the person with the main headset can ask his fellow variants to help them with their magical theories and technology while also keeping their biggest secrets. The others helping will have no memories of the experience since they are only helpers. In the future, if you want help with something and don't want anyone to know what you are working on, you only need to ask the right people to volunteer after coming to an agreement on the reward and use this machine to accelerate your research. A normal exchange between their variants is fine. After discussing the appropriate price, they can easily exchange knowledge, information, and technology. However, there are certain projects these variants refuse to allow others to know, so they cannot ask for help. However, with this technology, they can use the knowledge, unique experience, and out-of-box thinking of their variants to help them. Just like the president said, their greatest asset is each other. However, total cooperation is impossible because of their personality. President, your idea is good and all, but how do we guarantee you cannot peek at our secrets? After all, this technology is yours and yours alone. This variant did not ask to inspect the technology as he already had an inkling it was beyond his capability. Although it hurt to admit, it was a fact their president, G003, was miles ahead of them for some reason. Many people wanted to know the reason, but now was not the time to search for an answer. I know someone will say these words, replied Edward. To gain your trust, you guys can work together to create the most restrictive contract or oath to prevent me from peeping at your secrets, and I will sign it. Are you serious? I am, replied with a smile while secretly sneering. He did not care what contract these people came up with since it was useless. If it restrained his soul, he would be fine if he prevented it from affecting his soul flame. If it affects his bloodline, he can modify his life code and render it useless. If it involves his mana, he can still abandon this body and swiftly return to Tier 8 in another body. If the contract involves the plain will, he has a good relationship with Krona and could find a loophole with her aid. The only problem that could arise from this contract was if these people used a higher being as the witness to this contract. However, even then, it won't be much of a problem. His variants do not trust higher beings, especially the ones they do not understand or are more powerful than them. Furthermore, unless that higher being is Tier 11 or above, it won't have an effect on Edward, as he could still hunt them down. And even if they were Tier 11, he could still leave the universe where the being could not influence him. Everyone discussed the contract to restrain the president in the next few hours. Edward only intervened when someone demanded he release the technology behind the headsets. He humiliated the guy by saying he couldn't even understand it, so what would be the point of releasing it? Furthermore, it was his property. The final result was a contract restricting his soul and bloodline and a terrifying curse on his body. You guys are ruthless, said Edward, shaking his head. He checked the contract over and over, making a face as he hesitated to sign it before gritting his teeth and doing it. Everyone exhaled in relief. They felt this was the best outcome, especially since they could make this arrogant president suffer a small loss. This is hard to wash, said Morgana. Why do you say that? It's like watching an adult bullying children. Anyway, we have now taken another step toward Tier 11, said Edward with a secret smile. The core technology of this helmet is the self-primordial runes he studied. Every time his variants used the helmet, Edward would record their self, creating a database of all his variants. Then, when he is trying to become Tier 11, he will use himself as the main self and assimilate everybody else's self. The first step to this plan is to have enough data on his other selves or variants. 526. The end of the meeting. After signing the contract, the council's atmosphere drastically changed. The president showed his willingness to compromise and ensure things proceeded smoothly, so these arrogant people were more willing to cooperate and compromise. Our next course of action is to set up the departments that govern the council, starting with law enforcement. Edward did not believe these people would follow the rules if they did not have to. Furthermore, he also knew the contract did not completely restrain them, so there needed to be a department that reinforced the rules. The leader of the law enforcement department needs to have enough strength, so let's use the previous system to choose the leaders and other members. Using virtual reality, the interested variants started fighting to choose their department leader, along with other members of the department. In the end, C-137 was the final winner, becoming the department head, allowing Edward to have more control over the council. Now, let's deal with the basic rules and regulations of the council. The variants discussed for the next hours create basic rules and guides everybody needs to follow. There were few rules, the general idea was to be respectful, not create trouble or chaos, and a few others. Most of the rules were protocols for people who chose to keep a lab in the Citadel. Edward created these rules and was adamant that everyone followed them. He knew how crazy these variants were, so if something went wrong with their experiment, it wouldn't be long before the Citadel was destroyed. Luckily, there were many variants who shared his paranoia and cautious nature, so they supported his stringent rules regarding experiment protocols. Next on our list is establishing a fair exchange program, continued Edward. The main use of the council is to exchange knowledge, information, and research. However, it's possible to disagree on the value of certain objects or trades. So, we need an AI that will act as a tiebreaker in this kind of situation. Let's develop it together to ensure fairness. For the next 10 hours, the variants argued while creating and fine-tuning a new artificial intelligence that would facilitate fair trade between each other. In the end, after countless hours, efforts, and Edward having to forcefully intervene a few times, the final product was created. What's the name of this AI? Asked Variant A312. I think we should just call it Siri and get it over with. I prefer Alexa. Everyone knows Cortana is the best. What stupid name are you guys using when Jarvis is there? No, the Red Queen is the name to go, it's a classic. I actually like Griot from Black Panther. Karen from Spider-Man is also a good name. Jesus Christ, said Edward, not hiding the embarrassment he felt hearing these people arguing, and he was not the only one. Let's put it to a vote. In the end, Red Queen was the final winner, followed by Jarvis and Cortana, who tied for second place. The next step of setting up the council was the tedious work of ensuring other systems of the Citadel were functioning properly. Departments like IT, engineering, communication, and even data keeping needed to be established. Edward took care of everything perfectly and smoothly, astonishing many people. Most variants came to the council to win the position of president as a way to show off to their other self and because of their ego to be known as the primed Edward Bones. As such, few of them prepare in such detail for the establishment of the council. Seeing how Edward worked made these people realize that G003 came prepared, knowing he would be the president. Furthermore, he seemed to take his job seriously and prepared everything. Is G003 the primed? Was a question that many people asked themselves. In the end, they denied it or refused to accept such a thing. They all believed their current weakness and lack of knowledge was only temporary. It's only a matter of time before they caught up and surpassed G003. The meeting took 3 days before everything was settled. Then, before dismissing everybody, Edward said one last thing. Now that I've done such a great job, it should not be a problem to use this opportunity for my personal gain. Everyone rolled their eyes, cursing how shameless their president was. I'm looking for knowledge, technology, or even the slight news or rumors about 2 races, the Savant and Magus race. As long as you have anything related to them, you can contact me to trade. You should know my ability. As long as there is something you want to know or a piece of technology you want, there is a 95% chance that I have it. So, don't hesitate to contact me. Everyone looked at the president, wondering what he was scheming. Based on his tone, information about these 2 races seems extremely valuable. So, everyone decided to pay more attention while traveling the multiverse. G003's magical knowledge and technology seemed very advanced, so they might get something extraordinary from him. After the meeting ended, Edward had another brief meeting with the other council members. The variants wanted to decentralize his power, so they established the rules that the governing department of the Citadel was composed of 9 members, including the president. They chose the 8 Tier 8 variants that C-137 once chose. According to the rules, the council members' terms are only 50 years, then there will be re-election, and the president's term limit is 100 years. However, most people rejected the idea of a specific number of re-elections, meaning everybody can run as many times as needed during their infinite lifespan. The idea of these variants is that whoever is the best should be the leader, and a true prime would be the one who can suppress everyone, sitting in the president position for the longest. Edward sneered at these people's psychology. Anyway, he only needs to stay president until he reaches Tier 11. Then, this council will become useless. After discussing it with someone, he waited to see if someone would bring him any news from his last announcement, especially knowledge about the Savant race. Edward did not have much hope until Morgana contacted him that someone wanted to make a deal with him. Soon, a hologram appeared before Edward. President, said a variant who looked exactly like Edward, dressed in a purple robe similar to Dumbledore. However, he had countless white on the side of his black hair, and his eyes looked tired. Hello, you are. I'm variant G334. Then, it seems we are fated. Maybe, muttered G334. President, can you remove curses? It depends on the curse, but I'm indeed accomplished in this field. I need you to remove a potent curse from a soul for me. In return, I will give you this, said G334 as he took out a black cube with red markings. I got this from a ruin, it's an inheritance from the Magus race and should be high level since I haven't been able to open it so far. Deal, replied Edward. Where do you want to meet for the exchange? Let's meet at the exchange department. G334 worried something would happen, so he chose to use the official route for this exchange. If something goes wrong, the credibility the president established would be ruined, making his terms extremely difficult to proceed. Edward soon arrived at the destination. Let me see the item. G334 showed him the cube, and Edward nodded in satisfaction after inspecting it. Then, G334 gave him an orb containing a black soul. It's indeed a cursed soul, said Edward as he analyzed things. With G334's tier 6 level, removing this unique curse is difficult. Even after reaching tier 8, it might not be easy. Edward also understood why he was willing to exchange with him. The soul in the orb won't last long. If not dealt with swiftly, the curse will annihilate it. Can you deal with it? Asked G334, trying to hide the trembling in his voice. No problem, just give me a few hours. 527 clue. Edward could effortlessly deal with the curse. After all, he had mastered the rule of curse. However, he did not want to reveal all his capabilities to the council easily. Furthermore, G334 seemed to be one of his variants who inherited great luck, so he wanted to make friends with the latter. If he easily solved his problem, the latter might not feel as indebted to him. So, he needed to put on a show that he exerted great effort before solving his problem. Edward told him to wait and disappeared. A few hours later, he returned with a slightly pale complexion while holding a potion bottle with a dream or ethereal-like white substance. Give me the soul, he said before taking the orb from G334's hand. He swirled the bottle before the orb. Black lights rushed out from the orb into the potion. In a few seconds, the soul became clearer while the white liquid became darker. This inheritance is better worth it. I had to use my secret stash for this potion, muttered Edward under his breath, thinking only he could hear what he was saying. Half an hour later, the potion battle became the embodiment of darkness, while the soul in the orb was white than snow in winter in northern countries. This curse is indeed interesting. He could tell the curse had reached the limit of soul curses, almost reaching the level of affecting the soul flame. So, he shamelessly put it inside his dimension space. Poor G334 was too excited even to notice such a thing. He looked at the clear and bright soul with a large grin on his face. He would have made a scene to show his joy if he were not in public. You have my most sincere gratitude, said G334 with utmost sincerity. No need to be so exaggerated, it's only an exchange. To you, this may be so, but to me, you saved the love of my life, replied G334 before handing the cube to Edward. In that case, why don't we have another exchange, said Edward. Oh, what do you have in mind? Tell me where you got that cube, and I will instantly revive the soul. Instantly. Yes, with one spell. G334 was tempted. If he wanted to revive her, he would have to nourish her soul for a while before using the genetic information he already stored to clone her body. Then, he has to place the soul back into the body, ensuring nothing happens in the process. The entire resurrection process will take a lot of time, effort, and resources. If he could shorten the time, the chances that something goes wrong will also decrease. Furthermore, it has been so long since he last saw her, so he did not want to wait. However, the information the president asked for was also very important. G334 did not hesitate to give the cube because he knew he could go to other timelines to search for another version. But now, I can promise not to reveal the information and even sign a contract. In that case, I agree. But does your spell have any negative consequences? Nope. G334 hesitated momentarily before handing him the orb. The soul separated from the orb before a very complicated magic circle appeared around it. The fading white soul became luminous in a matter of seconds like it was a mini-sun. Then, flesh, bones, organs, and skin materialized around as a new body appeared, along with a wizard robe. A beautiful woman in a black robe appeared before them. A few seconds later, her eyelashes trembled before opening her eyes. She looked around, confused, before glancing at G334. Edward? Is that you? Hermione, said G334 before rushing to embrace her. He did not care his variant was next to him as tears began to fall from his eyes. I'm not dead, she asked in confusion. No, you're not, and I promise you will never be. Hermione was still confused but did not get to the bottom of it. What truly matters now is that she reunited with him. Excuse me, coughed Edward slightly. Oh, sorry, President, said G334 before giving Edward a star chart. Another you? What's going on? Asked Hermione. I'll explain later, said G334. Edward took the map and did a brief divination to determine whether it was true. After receiving a positive answer, he nodded in satisfaction. G334, don't forget to have her sign the contract, reminded Edward. I will. He knew the council's rules and did not dare break them. Our exchange was pleasant. If you want to do it again, you can contact me. Edward left and returned to his room. His original plan was to upgrade the Citadel's magical defenses since he felt C-137 did a subpar job. However, his attention was now drawn to this cube. His eyes turned purple as he tried to peep into the essence of this magical artifact. For a brief moment, he saw a rune before disappearing. Then, no matter what he did, even using his luck, he could not see anything anymore. Even his memory of the rune he briefly saw seemed to be gone. Anti-theft technology? And it seems very advanced, muttered Edward as he remembered encountering a similar situation when trying to reverse engineer the artifact he borrowed from the Akashic record. So, he took the necessary safety protocol before instilling his mana into the cube. Nothing unexpected occurred. Edward saw a projection of a rune, along with a message in his mind. I only need to master this rune to unlock the first level of this inheritance, he muttered. No wonder G334 could not open it. The rune before him was a primordial rune. Upon closer observation, he analyzed this rune as more basic than the ones he learned from Guznad's artifact, but it was still a primordial rune. It will take me some time to master this rune, so let's wait until I return home, said Edward as he controlled his excitement. He continued his presidential duties while also renovating the Citadel's systems, including defense. In the process, he also waited to see if some people would trade with him. A few did, but what they wanted to exchange did not catch his attention, or they asked for too much. Finally, on the 7th day after the meeting ended, Edward prepared to leave. His last task was to leave a way for the council to contact him in case of an emergency. Edward wanted to leave a clone to supervise things but felt it was not the right time to do so. Done, said Edward, stretching his upper body. Master, we have news, said Morgana, who suddenly appeared. What news? His eyes lit up. The savant race. Yes. Contact the individual. A screen appeared before him, and Edward frowned. The person who wanted to exchange was none other than L123. You have something related to the savant race? Asked Edward directly. That's correct, replied L123 as he took out a token. I went to check, but one of my followers once sacrificed this token to me. According to him, it involved something called the Astral Library and the Savant Race. After receiving the token, L123 searched for this library since it could contain knowledge. However, his attempt failed, so he gave up, even forgetting he had this thing. What do you want to exchange? Your research on divinity. That's too much just for a token related to a rumor. L123 frowned as he knew G003 was correct. There is no guarantee that this token is valuable. If it's true, I'm sure you would benefit immensely. Edward ignored this bastard's poor attempt at bargaining. My offer is an enchantment that can purify faith. As long as you use it in accord with your divine flame, the problem of faith corruption should be alleviated. L123 frowned. This was far from the result he wanted. Take it or leave it, said Edward, appearing extremely calm. Fine, relented L123. He recently realized how much faith had influenced his soul. For example, none of his variants would so easily give up finding a library that was full of knowledge. Yet, he would have forgotten he had this token if not for the council's meeting. So, he wanted to deal with this problem as soon as possible. Glad to do business with you, said Edward before handing the communication. Which version do you want to give him? The prototype. Plus, converted into wandcraft magic. He still did not want his arcane rune system to leak. As you wish. Morgana sent the information, and L123 did not dare keep his promise. So, in a few minutes, Edward held a bronze token in his hand with a smile. 528 checkup. He looked at the token, observing every detail. It was a simple token made of an unknown material with 2 characters engraved on the front. There was no sign of enchantment, however, the density of this material was extremely high. Edward used a divination spell to translate the unknown character, and the result was simple, Astral Library. Finally found a clue, muttered Edward as he used a multidimensional communication spell, contacting Luna back home. How is the council? Asked Luna as a hologram of her face appeared before Edward. As expected, but that's not why I contacted you. I found a clue to the savant race, and I need you to use Netheril and divine any information you can from this token. Really? Send it to me immediately. Edward opened a small portal and sent her the token. Then, he waited for the result. The process lasted over half an hour, and Edward waited silently. Then, Luna contacted him. How is it? Some positive news, she replied. I found a connection from the token to another plan. However, the connection is too weak and requires much time before I can find the final destination. I see. I contacted Hermione and asked her if she could find news about the Astral Library in the Abyss, so now, we can only wait. Can you find the token in our timeline? Asked Edward, and Luna immediately knew what he meant. Yes, if I can find multiple tokens across different timelines, I will have a better medium for divination, muttered Luna. Give me a moment. Edward nodded. He had this idea after seeing the Magus race inheritance from his variant. He wanted to know whether these inheritances were different across different timelines. A few minutes later, I found it. It's in a galaxy not far from us. It should be no problem to sneak in and get without the knowledge of these gods. Many gods were still outside the Milky Way, isolating the galaxy. As such, the Empire must always be on its guard if it wants to navigate the universe. Give me an hour or two, and I will make a radar for the token. You can go to other timelines, and it will point out the location. No, I have something else to do before returning. Pick a team from the Time Auror and send them, said Edward. Is something wrong? A few days ago, I received news from the Time Aurors that the agent I sent to Charles's timeline is missing. Charles? Charles Wentworth? The guy that also reincarnated from primordial Earth. Yes, nodded Edward. Do you think he noticed the agent and did something to him? It's unlikely, considering he was a Tier 8 Arcanist, but I can't say for sure. Edward knew reincarnators like him could not be seen in the normal eye. As such, he decided to check it himself to ensure no problem arose. Well, be careful. Edward concluded his affairs in the council. He acquired a few more magical languages in the past few days, planning to fuse them with his arcane rune system. Although his main focus will soon be primordial runes, he will not abandon his own magical language. There were a few magical theories, potion formulas, and technologies that garnered his interest, so he exchanged them with people. Finally, he entered his ship and left with C-137, who would soon become one of his experimental subjects. Of course, he won't kill him since he is the link to control the law enforcement department of the council. As soon as Edward left the timeline of the council, he activated his curse rule and removed the curse on his body from the contract. Much better, he exhaled. As for the other restraints, he needs to return home to deal with them. Soon, he reached the timeline he sent Charles to. Edward's ship was in invisible mode and appeared on the moon. Oh, he already colonized the moon and established a base. Although it was only a few constructions, Edward did not expect Charles's pace to be so fast. He checked the other planets and did not see constructions or lives. Edward directly teleported to London. He immediately saw the city had changed. There were countless wizards flying using different apparatus and a few muggles looking at these people with awe and envy. On the street's corner, a distracted muggle accidentally hit a wizard. Then, a look of horror appeared on his face as he apologized profusely. Although it was dark, Edward could see the latter's body trembling uncontrollably. The wizard stared at him intensely before snorting coldly and spitting on the latter's shoes. Edward flew to a secret street where wizards gathered, similar to Diagon Alley. The first thing he saw was a shady transaction in a dark alley not far from him. Two wizards stood opposite a third one with a large chariot behind him. The two wizards together are composed of a middle-aged man and a young wizard. Edward heard someone call him Edison. "Have you counted the money?" said Edison. "Yes, the cargo is yours," said a wizard with crooked teeth and a few puces on his face. Then, he apparat away. "This is a bad idea," said a young wizard next to Edison. "Buying and experimenting on muggles is illegal. The Magic Council cannot control us if they don't find out," said Edison. "But, don't you want our research to succeed? If we don't, we will lose our grant and become a joke amongst our peers." The young wizard was silent. "Think about the benefit once we succeed. We will finally gather enough points to enter the Magic Emperor's library." A look of longing flashed in the young wizard's eyes as he heard the word library. This is something that all wizards wish for, a place that holds all the world's knowledge. And in the current time where knowledge equals power, this is a temptation that no wizard can resist. So, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." The two then took out their wands and cast a spell to place the cargo into a bag before teleporting away. Edward watched everything calmly before checking out other areas of this place. Finally, he decided to check out the Time Auror secret base. According to mission protocol, the agent must establish a temporary movable base for such a long-term mission to ensure the person who replaces him has the necessary information. Edward used the secret tracking method of the Empire to find the base, which was located somewhere in Peru. Once he found the pocket dimension in which it was located, he checked to see if there were any intrusions, but he did not find anything. He used the correct method to enter the base in order not to activate the self-destruct protocol. After entering, there was nothing inside besides a normal room with a bed, a small library, a kitchen, and a dining room. Edward cast a spell, and the room suddenly changed. Countless runes appeared before condensing into what appeared to be a seed. He knew it was a file of all of Charles's activity since he entered this timeline, so Edward read it. He hoped nothing happened to the agent. 529 Charles Wentworth's Rise. The document revealed everything Charles did after arriving on this timeline during the Marauder era. Lily, James, Potter, and Snape were only in the 5th year, and Voldemort was rampaging worldwide, gathering followers. After arriving at this timeline, Charles had many things to do, the first of which was to learn magic. Due to Edward's contract, he forgot everything he learned from the Empire, including basic knowledge about wandcraft magic. So, Charles's first order of business was to get his hands on books. However, he had no money, including Muggle dollars for exchange. So, he removed the shackles of morality, stole money from some Muggles, exchanged them for galleons at Gringotts, and bought the first and second year books from Hogwarts. With his ability 24-hour callback, it did not take him long to master all the magic theory knowledge and basic spells. However, he knew it was not enough, he needed a deeper understanding of magic for his plans to succeed. So, Charles secretly stole all the books in Flourish and Blots. After all, he was a Tier 1 Arcanist, and most wizards were only Tier 0 apprentices. Furthermore, Charles was a mage, not a wizard, making using wandless magic easier. After getting the knowledge he desired, Charles had a basic plan for his future. The first problem he needed to solve was that he was not a wizard, and his body could not produce mana. He tried to recreate the meditation method of the Empire, however, that is something Hermione spent years creating while having access to countless knowledge and resources, so he failed miserably. Charles realized the best way to fix his problem was to inject a bloodline into his body, turning into a wizard. He at first rejected the idea of injecting a magical bloodline into his body, knowing there would be danger. So, Charles began to study magic, focusing more on bloodline theory. He sneaked into Hogwarts and copied their library. The task was easier since Dumbledore was busy fighting Voldemort with his Order of Phoenix. Charles also raided the library of other magical schools across the world and the library of many ancient families. "This guy unknowingly walked the same path as me," commented Edward after reading to this part. He never revealed this news to the public, so it's impossible for Charles to know what he did and copy it. However, I still did it better. Charles did not think magical knowledge would be in the Muggle world, so he ignored places like the Vatican. Edward did not. Moreover, many of the wild theories Muggles had about magic, witchcraft, and rituals inspired him, so he wanted these books. After acquiring all these books, Charles had a basic foundation to change his bloodline. But magic research takes time, unless you're a unique genius like Edward. However, his talent only allowed him to learn knowledge faster. Although it did help for him to receive his research result 24 hours in the future, it was still not enough since he could not use his ability many times. Additionally, he could foresee that his strength won't increase much in a long time. So, Charles used the greatest lesson he learned from the Empire, used the power of many to help him ascend to a higher level. He used the Imperious Curse and other black magic to control people and countless Muggle scientists across the world. He then revealed the existence of magic to them, along with giving them access to his library. He had only one objective, to use these people's help to advance his magical research. His approach was successful, and Charles's bloodline injection research made progress after experimenting on plenty of dark wizards and even Muggles' death rows. However, 3 years had passed, and the research was far from finished. Furthermore, Lily and James had graduated from Hogwarts, while Snape became a Death Eater. He knew it wouldn't be long before these two died. His plan was to save Lily Potter and slowly plan how to lure her into becoming his wife. Furthermore, he wanted to use Voldemort's death to become famous in the wizard world and secretly gather power. As such, Charles decided to take risks. He directly injected the bloodline into his body. As for the consequences of death, he did not care because he could return to 24 hours into the past. In the end, after hundreds of attempts, failures, and deaths, he successfully injected the blood of the basilisk inside his body, becoming a wizard. Charles's first step had succeeded, his body could now produce mana. However, he had to face another challenge, the bloodline limit or the 3 limiters. Since his mana had already reached Tier 1, it could be considered he had broken the first limiter. However, he still needed ways to break the second and third limiter, reaching Tier 3. Luckily, Edward did not completely wipe out his memories and knew information like he needed different methods to break the limiters, and each method needed to be better than the former. Charles knew the easiest method he could get his hands on would be to inject a second bloodline. However, he researched this method for the second limiter while searching for another method. Luck was on his side, so he soon found the answer in all his knowledge. Knowledge about the limiters was known to certain ancient families, including Dumbledore, as he once suggested to Edward to walk this road instead of experimenting with bloodline, and the first and original method was only basic training of mana. After repeated training, it's possible to break the limit. The only downside to this method is that it takes time, which Charles did not lack. So, after a few years of practice, Charles broke the second limiter and reached Tier 2. In this world, he was now on par with Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and only Voldemort was stronger than him, but only by a small margin. Remember, Voldemort was also Tier 2, but his mana was 60 times that of an ordinary wizard instead of the normal 50 of normal Tier 2. Once his strength reached a certain level, Charles began to appear in the wizarding world, leading a battle against Voldemort. Dumbledore was suspicious of him, so he invited him to the Order of Phoenix to keep watch on him, but that's exactly what Charles wanted. He had a legitimate reason to get close to everybody, especially Lily and James. Then, on the night of Voldemort's death, he ensured he was at the Potter's house. Charles ensured he was in the bathroom when Voldemort arrived and killed James. Then, he arrived and fought against Voldemort, losing but saving his life. Finally, Lily cast the spell of love, and Voldemort died by the rebound of his spell. Charles used an already prepared dark magic to save Lily's life by injecting life force into her body and also preventing her soul from entering the afterlife. In the end, things went as he wanted. James died, Voldemort died, and Lily and Harry were saved. Only a handful of people doubted him, but there was no proof. After this event, Lily and Charles could be considered the savior of the wizarding world. Then, Charles began to enact his plan. During a solemn meeting of the Order of Phoenix, he had a mental breakdown talking about how the wizarding world has not changed for so many years, resulting in the birth of people like Voldemort and the death of innocent people like James. He declared changes needed to happen, and many people chastised him, saying his thinking was similar to Grindelwald and even Voldemort. Charles apologized, and people forgave him, thinking he could not accept what happened to James and this war. However, Charles's objective was achieved, creating a reason why he changed so much in the future while also laying a seed in certain people's minds. Then, he proceeded to the next step. 530 Charles Wentworth's rise. 2. After Voldemort's death, Charles began his rise to power. However, he did not walk a path similar to Voldemort and Grindelwald, blatantly gathering followers to do his bidding. No, he followed a more official path. He ran for the Minister of Magic in the British wizarding world. With his strength and status as a hero who participated in Voldemort's downfall, his reputation was at an all-time high. Dumbledore was suspicious of Charles, especially since he came out of nowhere. The identity he created for him was suspicious, but there was never enough evidence to show his true colors. As a result, Dumbledore did not grant him his full support, but he did not condone him, remaining neutral. Charles's campaign slogan involved radical change for the wizard world. He talked only about innovation, improvement, and a better future for all wizard kind, no matter the blood. Most factions in Britain supported Charles. The mixed-blood and muggle-born wizards saw hope for a better life in the wizard world, while the pure-blood worshipped Charles's strength and his promise of power. As for Dumbledore, although he felt many of Charles's ideas were too radical, he also agreed with many of them. So, he still remained neutral. In the end, Lily supports Charles, and as the savior of the wizarding world, she has much power and influence. Charles became the minister and was even voted the most popular minister in the history of Britain. After taking office, Charles began to deliver on his promises. His first order of business was to modify the state of education in the British magical world. He created a more rigorous curriculum that focused on establishing a great foundation for all future wizards. Certain classes, like alchemy, that were not mandatory, became so. He found a real teacher of divination and taught children basic knowledge on the subject. He searched for people with real talent for the craft and developed their ability. He innovated the Muggle study class and taught wizards what it's truly like to live in the Muggle world. Charles wanted to prepare for the eventual integration between wizards and Muggles. He created government-funded research programs to encourage wizards to innovate and create. The Ministry of Magic would greatly compensate anyone who innovated magic and created new spells, potions, or magical artifacts. Charles secretly went to influence Arthur Weasley to modify his flying car. Afterward, Charles was not punished according to the misuse of Muggle Artifact Office. Instead, he publicly awarded him for his innovative mind and even granted him plenty of wealth. For the next 10 years, Charles's effort not only allowed Britain to recover from the years of war, but it also created a prosperous wizarding world. During this time, Charles had done many things, including fusing with a second bloodline and reaching Tier 3. Despite his strength, Charles did not eliminate Dumbledore, not that he did not want to. However, out of fear of him, Dumbledore walked the same path he did with Edward. He found a way to use his phoenix to reach Tier 3. Dumbledore reached Tier 3 before him, making Charles more weary than the latter and also more cautious. In the end, he decided not directly to confront the old man. However, it's also a fact that the headmaster's existence was a pain to his future plan. So, he decided to use an indirect method of eliminating him. He secretly released the information that Voldemort had made Horcrux. As expected, Dumbledore began to search for them and came upon the Gaunts family. Like in the books and movie, Dumbledore could not resist putting the ring on, resulting in him being cursed. Charles had also secretly augmented the curse, ensuring the old man had no chance of surviving. After that, he only needed to kidnap Grindelwald, who was the only remaining person who could affect his plans. Dumbledore did not survive more than a month. The only thing the headmaster could do before his death was destroy the Elder Wand, but Charles did not care. Although he felt the wand was powerful, he knew it was not impossible to create a better one in the future. So, in February 1990, Dumbledore died, and Charles's ambition had no one to stop him. His next step was the International Confederation of Wizards. He rallied all the ministers or governing bodies of the different wizarding worlds, convincing them to create a unified magic council that rules the entire magical world. The process was both easy and difficult. The easy part was that Charles had already infiltrated the Ministry of Magic of most countries in the world. Many of the current ministers of magics were his people, and he spent 10 years ensuring they were in that position. Through money and the assassination of political opponents, he succeeded in his actions. So, when he offered the plan, most of the upper echelons of society agreed. However, the backlash was from the population with different nationalities and a sense of belonging. This was the trouble, but Charles was patient. He used the Magic Council to replicate his success in Britain. He improved the lives of wizards, brought development and civilizations to them, and increased the overall productivity and happiness of the magical communities across the world. This process took him another 10 years, but by the year 2000, Charles's prestige and power were enough that there would be only little trouble if he called for the establishment of the Magic Empire. Now, he only needed it for the correct time. Charles's next step was on the Muggle side. Unfortunately, that's when his trouble began. He did not focus much on the Muggle world but still used its power. Over the years, he has been secretly controlling scientists, politicians, and the rich and wealthy. However, Charles did not know his existence was already known by certain people, including his ambitions. There is a special group of Muggles who have been aware of wizards and guarding against them. Edward had to deal with them, but Charles's situation was worse since these people spent more than 20 years waiting and preparing. So, when Charles focused his fangs on the Muggle world, a war broke out between the two sides. The war lasted for 5 years. The Muggles had secretly cultivated many Muggle-born wizards to be on their side, and with the use of magi tech similar to Arthur Weasley's flying car, the war was devastating. Countless Muggles and wizards died. Unfortunately, the wizard population paled in comparison to wizards, so the final result was more devastating to them. The only good thing about this war was Charles had a good enough reason to establish the Magic Empire. With a common enemy, such a process was easy. Unfortunately, Charles did not want the wizard to become the enemy of Muggles. He knew their population was too small, and in the future, wizards would also be the main source of wizards. In the end, Charles won the war after successfully reaching Tier 4 and ruling the entire planet. More than 15 years have passed since the war, and the hatred between wizards and Muggles has not abated. On the contrary, wizards have become the highest class of society, creating a strict social hierarchy. If Charles doesn't fix this problem, it's only a matter of time before there is another war, commented Edward. According to the file, Charles has been trying to fix this issue. The mage path created by Hermione showed no signs of appearing in this world, so he focused on bloodline. He created ways to infuse muggles with magical animal bloodlines. Sadly, the success rate is abysmal. Edward shook his head and focused on something else. The last note from the agent was that Charles, the Magic Emperor, was about to conduct a dangerous experiment using the time room from the Ministry of Magic. The agent wanted to check it out, but it seems he never returned. It seems that I have to see Charles, muttered Edward with a dangerous light in his eyes. 531 uninvited guest. Edward left the secret base, heading directly to the palace located in France. He wondered why Charles chose that location. Maybe he was French back on Earth before his reincarnation. On his way, he took a deeper look at this magic empire. The magic system they used was vastly different from his empire. To reach Tier 1, the practice method is used by all wizards to break the first limiter. Afterward, they will use a mana potion created by Charles after studying the Philosopher's Stone. With the vast quantity of mana rushing through the wizard's veins, they can break the second limiter and reach Tier 2. As for Tier 3, the only solution currently available was to infuse a new bloodline. After many years of study and effort, the Magic Empire has successfully created a potion with a 70% success rate. The path to Tier 4 is extremely arduous in this place. Charles has no way to compress magic into liquid. After all, Edward had to use knowledge from other universes before creating that system. As such, Charles did what he was good at, infusing bloodline. After a bloodline infusion, a wizard will experience an instant rapid mana growth. Furthermore, the rate at which their bodies produce mana will also increase, allowing them to reach a higher tier. Sadly, the second bloodline mana has a survival rate of 30%, limiting the Magic Empire's Tier 4 wizards. Currently, only Charles has reached Tier 5, and most of the Tier 4 individuals are from the royal family. Edward could guess how they were trained. Whenever someone fails to fuse a bloodline, Charles will take their experience and travel 24 hours to the past and try again. Magic Empire, Palace. Charles sat on a desk with countless papers before him, reviewing them individually. Although the Magic Empire had a computer, he loved the feel of paper, so he often used it instead. Someone knocked on the door, but he did not answer, lost in the work before him. Honey, honey, honey. Huh, muttered Charles as he saw the beautiful woman beside him. Lily, what is it? Is there an emergency? No, it's dinner time, she replied with a smile. Already? Charles finally noticed the passage of time. He looked at all the work he still had and wanted to refuse. However, he remembered he promised his family to spend more time with them. Good. He waved his hand, and all the papers disappeared as if they never existed. Then, he followed her to the dining area. As he opened the door, he was welcomed with a cacophony of sounds, most of which were laughter, chatting, and yelling. He watched the people sitting at the rectangular table: Hermione, Fleur, Luna, Ginny, Cho Chang, Bellatrix, Narcissa, and Tonks. Among them, a few had children with them. Charles smiled after seeing his accomplishment. He sat at the main seat, and his youngest daughter immediately came to sit on his lap. She was only 5 years old and could be described as extremely cute. Phoebe, what did I tell you about royal etiquette? Reprimanded Ginny, unhappy by her daughter's actions. The little girl made a sad face but was quickly reassured as her father caressed her head. Don't worry about such a thing, said Charles, who did not mind. You can't spoil her. She's my daughter. If I don't spoil her, who will I spoil? Who is Daddy's little girl? I am, replied Phoebe, yelling out loud. Yes, and don't forget, even after you get married. Don't worry, Daddy, I won't ever get married. I will still be with you forever. That would be even better, said Charles with a smile. Then, he frowned after noticing something. Where is Harry? He's in his lab, said Lily with a deep sigh, deepening Charles's frown. I knew I should have killed that bastard Sirius. He practically raised Harry, being his lovable and supporting uncle until he became the latter's stepdad. However, someone in his late teens, Sirius Black, spews some nonsense to the kid, giving him a deep and uncharacteristic attachment to his father. Afterward, he even became obsessed with reviving his father, so he's been diving into that kind of magic. Charles cannot do anything to Harry since his family might crumble apart if even whispers of this got out. So, he had to resort to his backup plan, give Lily all his love and attention, so in the unlikely case James is revived, she won't return to him. Of course, he will do everything possible to prevent him from returning. He had already prepared. He will summon the latter's soul from the afterlife using the Deathly Hallows and destroy it. In the future, even if Harry's research is successful, he can use the excuse that Voldemort's killing curse might have destroyed James' soul. Make sure he is okay, said Charles before beginning the dinner, not minding the kids' rude behavior. Everyone ate while chatting, and Charles took time to feed his youngest. Dear, are you okay? Asked Hermione. You seem more stressed than usual. Things are not going well, he replied. How come? As I told you, we have reached a plateau. If we want fast development, we need access to the knowledge of another magical civilization, explained Charles. However, all my attempts have not been successful. I haven't found any relics of ancient magical civilizations. My experiment to open a spacetime gate to another dimension was a catastrophic failure, and the spaceship I have been trying to build to navigate the galaxy can barely be countered as a prototype. I think we are developing very fast, we only need some time, commented Narcissa. No, compared to the Arcane Empire, our speed is slower than a snail, counted Charles. Love, you don't have to compare to whatever Arcane Empire, reminded Fleur. No, since he can do it, I can also do it, and even better. No one said anything besides secretly sighing. They no longer mentioned the subject. Charles saw their reaction and smiled wryly. He opened his mouth to apologize. I didn't expect you to hold me in such high value. Who is so audacious? Yelled Bellatrix with craziness in her eyes. Everyone became alert as they watched the young man suddenly enter the palace. It's you, said Charles with an ugly expression. Yes, it's me. Charles looked at Edward with complicated eyes. He cast a spell to calm down his rampaging mind, but his beating heart betrayed his displayed calmness. I have had countless nightmares of this day. I thought I was prepared, but it seems not, said Charles. Edward did not answer him but looked at this family dinner. It was a weird sensation to see his wives, but they did not recognize him. They even looked at him with wariness, disgust, and a desire to kill. You're here for me. They have nothing to do with this, said Charles. I'm asking you, as a fellow traveler, to spare them. Edward looked at him. The agent sent to monitor disappeared. Do you know anything about this? I don't. You should know this answer is not enough to satisfy me. I suspected you sent someone to spy on me, but I could never find their existence. So, I really don't know what you're talking about. Edward frowned as he realized Charles might be telling the truth. Honey, muttered Lily as she touched Charles's hand. It's pointless, he said as he understood her implication. He knew his ability was useless in front of this man. A great horror enveloped Charles's family as they realized the severity of the situation. Their husband's greatest reliance was his time talent. But if even that was useless, then the situation was truly dire. Did anything happen recently? Anything abnormal? Asked Edward. Charles hesitated for a moment before saying, yes. A few days ago, I tried to open a spacetime gate to another dimension, and things went terribly wrong. The spatial temporal energy I controlled was rampaging and spreading. According to my calculations, the entire solar system would have been wiped out. He paused as if to recollect his memory. I felt a great sense of dread overcoming me. It was like an intuition of death. However, the odd thing is this intuition did not originate from the maelstrom of chaotic time energy. Oh, where did it originate from? I don't know exactly. All I know is I felt I was in grave danger but could not pinpoint the source of the danger. So, I immediately activated my ability and returned to the previous day. 532 Desired Secrets. Edward understood Charles's situation after a quick analysis. One of the bloodlines he fused with was the Thunderbird, which had the ability to predict danger. However, this was insufficient information to know what happened to his agent. Without hesitation, he activated one of the rings on his finger. An illusory image manifested behind him. A floating city, yelled Phoebe, who quickly covered her mouth as she realized the situation. However, she could not help it. His father would tell her stories of floating cities, the ultimate creation of advanced civilizations capable of killing gods. Her father promised her he would build a floating city one day, including one for her. But now, she saw a floating city behind this man that her family seemed scared of. Charles did not know how to feel. As a person from Earth, he knew better than anyone what the floating city represented. It was the dream of all mages, the pinnacle of magical civilizations. He dreamt of building one, but he knew his magic empire was far from this stage. He had long suspected the Arcane Empire had a floating city. However, his memories regarding the matter were probably deleted after signing the contract, so he could only guess. But now, he finally had confirmation. Edward ignored these people's reaction. Traveling through the multiverse was dangerous, so he created ways for him to use the power of Netheril even if it was not with him. As such, with this projection, he had no trouble fighting any Tier 10 threats for a short duration. After accessing the city's power, Edward mobilized his spacetime rule and cast a spell with Charles as a medium. Then, a screen appeared, showing the events of a few days ago. He saw how Charles's experiment failed, but that was not his main focus. Soon after the later turned back time, two invisible people appeared around Charles. The real Charles had an ugly expression because he never detected any of these people. In other words, they could have easily killed him, and he would not even know how he died. Edward focused on these two people. They looked humanoid, one woman and a man. Their bodies appeared illusory, making them look like ghosts. However, Edward's intuition told him they were not ghosts. The time anomaly we sensed is from this timeline, but I don't see any criminal, said the woman, and the man nodded his head. This person has a talent for time magic, but he's not the criminal. So, what should we do? Asked the woman. The man did not immediately answer but asked, do you feel like someone is watching us? Now that you mention it, I do feel a looming sight. Edward immediately frowned and adjusted his spell and rules. It's gone, said the man. Are you sure? Her senses were not as sharp as her partner's, so she only had a vague feeling. Yes. What to do? Do you want to search for the source? No, let's focus on our main job, he replied. I detect another person with high-level time magic talent. Furthermore, the residual energy on him indicated he had just traveled 24 hours to the past. The two disappeared, and someone else arrived. Edward immediately recognized the place, the agent's hideout. It seems it's not him, said the woman. He has no marking of a criminal. It doesn't matter, said the woman. The residual energy on him is enough to convict him of a crime. Is this okay? She knew this man probably was accidentally involved in an accident related to time, but it did not mean he was a criminal. We cannot return without any success, so it's fine for him to take the blame. The two appeared before the agent. Who are you? We are the timekeepers. According to the rules established by the Time Guardians, you have broken the rules of time by participating in dangerous experiments that negatively affect the space-time continuum. Please do not resist. The agent frowned before immediately mobilizing his mana, trying to resist. Alas, it was futile. The female timekeeper was the weakest, but she was still tier 9. Meanwhile, the man had reached tier 10. Meanwhile, the agent was only tier 7, capable of using tier 8 spell with his arcane spark. So, with a wave of her hand, a prison made of time energy imprisoned him. The agent looked at these two. Then, his eyes turned white as he passed out. What happened to him? Asked the woman as she checked on the agent. He wiped out his memory, said the man, giving her the answer before she finished checking. Why? It's because he has a secret he wants to take to the grave, said the man. I have seen this kind of thing many times. Usually, these types of people belong to a powerful force who has trained them to be absolutely loyal. Can we recreate his memories? The man checked the agent's soul before shaking his head. No, he wiped out clean, and the magic he used is not simple. He looked at the room to check for any more information. However, he discovered this person had also wiped out all his traces from this place. Even if he used time spells to recreate the latter's past, he could not find anything. The situation might be more serious than we thought, he muttered before checking the planet again. He wondered why such a secretive and capable organization would send someone to such a desolate place. However, besides a severely weakened death god that is imprisoned, there was nothing special about this place. Let's go and report to our superiors, said the man before taking the agent away. Edward ended his spell as fury flashed in his eyes. Time Guardians, our conflict just got personal. He did not know the fate of his agent, but he knew it would not be anything good. Since the person was his agent, his citizen, no one could hurt him without paying the price. So, whoever or whatever these Time Guardians were, he would make them pay the price. Edward exhaled to calm down, analyzing the situation. He had a major doubt. Why did these timekeepers not take the Elder Gods' divine spark? Charles was experimenting with the time divine spark, so they should be aware of its existence and be interested. But based on their actions, they seemed not to detect their presence. The only explanation I can think of is they do not care for the divine spark, or someone protected these things as they did not want the Guardians to get their hands on them, most likely Krona. Edward felt the first theory was more likely. If these guys were in charge of safekeeping the multiverse, they should have gotten their hands on a few divine sparks by now, so these things might not be of great value to them. Forget this for now, thought Edward as he focused on Charles. You need to come with me. Why? Asked Charles, his body trembling. Although he expected this, he still had a faint hope in his heart. I have offended the Time Guardians and become one of their criminals, said Edward, telling him the truth. I'm trying to find a way to deal with them, and you might be the answer. What does it have to do with our husband? Asked Bellatrix angrily. His experiment also broke the rules, and he should have been a criminal. Yet, the timekeepers did not detect him. You should understand why. Because I'm a Time Lord, replied Charles, one of the few things he still remembered from the Empire. He remembered the old man who told him of his status while being imprisoned at an experimental table. That's right. The Empire should have other Time Lords, you can use them. As a fellow traveler, you should understand we are all unique. So, you must come with me, said Edward, making Charles clench his hand. Swish, Phoebe got out of her father's lap and rushed toward Edward. Charles was too late to react, and no one expected this to happen, so she soon reached him, held onto his robe, and said, Uncle, don't take my daddy away. Everyone's face in the room was pale, but Edward ignored him. He lowered himself to her level and caressed her head. Don't worry, your daddy will only help me with something. Once he finishes, he will come back. Really? Really? You promise? I promise. Edward looked at Charles. I'll give you time to leave a clone to tend to your empire. Are you really not going to kill me? Since I gave her my words, I won't go back. But don't expect to come out of the experience intact. Charles felt relieved. Although he expects to lose many memories once the experience ends, it might be better not to remember what happens. 533 Farewell, I will give you my last act of kindness, said Edward, looking directly into Charles's eyes. Do you know who the most threatened being on this planet is? Charles immediately frowned after hearing the question. The obvious answer was Voldemort or someone like Dumbledore or Grindelwald. However, based on the latter's tone, he knew they could not be the answer, so he shook his head. It's Herpo the Foul, the Greek wizard who invented the Horcrux. Yes. He successfully became a death god and created the Deathly Hallows, said Edward. He is stuck in the underworld, trying to get out. However, your little war with the Muggles generated enough death energy for him to regain his freedom. Soon, he will come for you. By then, your only fate would be to die, run away, or become his follower and dedicate your soul to him. Charles's face became ugly. Was he the mastermind behind the war? He had suspected something was wrong with the war. His attempts at finishing as soon as possible always ended in failure. He suspected someone was manipulating things behind the scenes, allowing the Muggles to last longer than they should have. Most likely, nodded Edward. How strong is he? Tier 8, replied Edward. In my timeline, He did not have followers and was still stuck, so he was weakened. But it should be different for you. Charles suddenly remembered a new terrorist group that had appeared in the Empire. They seemed to worship the very concept of death, and their mission was to spread it as far as possible. He did not pay much attention to them as cults often appear occasionally. They are usually the result of some wizard or muggle who became lost after acquiring some lost dark magic knowledge. Or, some noble wizards will create a cult for their own benefit. But based on this information, he knew more sinister things were going on. "Thank you," said Charles with great difficulty. Edward nodded but did not say more. He did not tell the latter about the Atlanteans, a Tier 6 civilization, or the Martians, who were experiencing an intense civil war, or the future where Guznad shows up. Anyway, his warning was only because of his softness for the little girl, Phoebe. However, his kindness only goes so far. Charles excused himself with his family. They placed the children to sleep before heading to a special room in the palace. The room was full of large tubes with bodies floating in green water. "Are you really going to go with him?" asked Bellatrix. "What choice do I have? We can use our Nexus weapons. I don't believe this sissy-looking man can resist the bloodline curse." Charles sighed. The bloodline curse was indeed powerful. He created it by combining the resentments and hidden wills of all bloodlines, turning it into a weapon that can ignore Tyr. You don't understand how developed his empire is, and it's in all fields. He knew the empire had dragons, which were true dragons, not the wyvern that the Harry Potter world had. There is only one way for such a fact: they could purify bloodline, which he is still working on. "Then, let's explode the death chamber," argued Bellatrix. "Let's say we succeed in your plan, what's next?" asked Charles as he waved his hand to cast a floating charm on the tube labeled number 1. After the death of their emperors, the empire will want revenge. To do so, they only need to send a couple of Tier 6 arcanists and have them destroy the planet. How can we survive then? The room quieted down, with only the sound of heavy breathing. That's on the best case scenario. In their anger, they might destroy the entire galaxy to bury their ruler. Even if we successfully run to other dimensions, they have the technology to chase us. For the first time, this royal family felt powerless and despair. Besides the war, most things have been going well for them. But today, they understand the cruelty of the universe and the fate of weaker civilizations when facing powerful ones. They had no dignity, pride, or even the will to resist the fate of billions of people decided by one individual's desire. "Is there really no other way?" Hermione asked, her voice full of unwillingness and anger. Charlie's body trembled. Although he looked calm, how could he not be full of anger and grievances? He has always shown his invincible and invulnerable side to his family, showing them he could protect them no matter the circumstance. However, as soon as that man showed, his pride and accomplishments became worthless. The image or facade he created for his family crumbled. "At least he has given us a way to survive." Charles's only goal now is to survive. As long as he accomplishes this, everything else does not matter. He will have a chance to rise to the pinnacle of this universe and beyond. After sighing, he carried the large tube to another room in the castle. To be exact, it was the Room of Time from the Ministry of Magic. Without hesitation, he began to write numerous runes on the floor with his wand after placing the tube in the middle. Finally, he closed his eyes and accessed his ability before activating the runes. Clink! A naked body walked out of the tube, and his face and body were the same as Charles's. The clone was momentarily confused, taking some time to synchronize his memory with the main body. "What's the success rate this time?" asked Charles. 12 hours. "That's enough," he said. The clone now had his ability but was limited to 12 hours, only half of his. Regardless, it was better than nothing. "You have to prepare for the eventual possibility that I won't return while also dealing with Herpo," said Charles. "There might also be other threats he did not tell us, so be prepared for the worst." "I know." The clone knew many of their plans had to be accelerated, especially their focus on interstellar traveling. That's the only chance the Magic Empire had to survive the upcoming catastrophe. "Very well, I will leave everything in your hands." Charles exhaled deeply before walking out. He looked at his family and chose not to say goodbye. He knew he might be unable to resist and break down. "Ready?" asked Edward calmly. "Yes. Let's go." Edward led him to his ship, and as soon as Charles walked, he passed out and was taken away by a golem. The ship opened a gate back to outside his timeline before going through the proper procedure for entering. After returning, Edward acted swiftly. He sent Charles's body to the Timur Auror, asking them to accelerate their research on Time Lords. He promised them as much funding as needed, and he only asked for results. He then sent C-137's body to the lab to research the combination of mana and divine energy. Without wasting time, he contacted Lunar to determine how things were proceeding. However, he learned that she was still trying to divine more information and required more time. So, Edward began to unravel the mystery of the Magus race cube while also waiting for the team he sent into the multiverse to get the other cubes. 534 follow-up. Edward first examined the cube. He did not have the proper equipment with him at the council, but it was different now. He used all the pieces of equipment available in the Empire to unravel the mystery of this cube. Unfortunately, the final result was less than satisfactory. In the final analysis, he reverse-engineered the material for the cube, and he could not bypass the core technology. The anti-theft technology of the cube contained primordial runes that cannot be remembered or recorded no matter the method he used. This ability reminds me of the creatures we recorded in the void, commented Edward, feeling the mimic power of this cube. This cube should be the highest technology of the Magus race, said Morgana. Your words are a little arrogant, argued Edward, and the little elf rolled her eyes. They did not know the highest achievement of the Magus race, so it was truly arrogant to determine this thing as their highest technology just because they could not understand it. Edward looked at the cube and did not truly mind that the Empire's technology was nowhere near the pinnacle of the Magus race. This only meant they had more room to grow and develop. Anyway, he had the utmost confidence their civilization would surpass such heights. Do you know what this thing reminds me of? Asked Edward. What? Project Supreme Rebirth. Morgana immediately knew what he meant. Project Supreme Rebirth is a last-case scenario in case the Empire is destroyed. Edward has scattered many libraries across the universe and many dimensions, containing the crystallization of the Arcane Empire's knowledge. If someone can acquire one of these libraries, they can rebuild the Arcane Empire from scratch. Of course, these things are not easy to acquire. These libraries contain tests for the owner, testing for their magical talent, political abilities, and overall leadership skills. Additionally, the owner must swear the most binding oath to avenge the fallen empire and accomplish other tasks, including maybe reviving members of the royal family. As such, these libraries are not only the seed of the arcane civilization but also hidden methods of reviving himself and his family in case something happens. Why do you think they left this cube? Is it similar to your method? Asked Morgana. I don't know. The Magus race has transcended the astral realm, but I always found it odd that their entire civilization left without leaving anyone. So, this cube might answer this question, or they just wanted to leave an inheritance from their place of origin. Then, let's find out. Edward nodded before focusing on the first primordial rune that the cube displayed. He studied it intently, taking over a week before mastering it despite its simplicity. Magic missile, said Edward with a sigh. Such a simple spell becomes so complex when using primordial runes. To be fair, magic missile is not really a simple spell, countered Morgana. In the Empire's current curriculum, magic spell is one of the earliest spells children of 11 years learn, and it's also the spell they will spend their entire pre-university learning and practicing. The spell is simple, as it does not even have a spell model. Students only need to control their mana, condense it into a sphere, and expel it from their bodies. In fact, this spell is not even a spell but rather involves more mana control. The higher the control, the faster students can condense the missile, the faster they can shoot it, and at a higher level, they can control the missile to curve in different directions. The students will eventually learn how to condense their mana into different shapes. An arrow shape will give the missile more penetrative abilities, and a square shape is more beneficial for physical attacks. The magic missile spell also has a complex nature. A school of thought rejected the idea of mana control, so they created a magic spell that used arcane runes to manifest the spell. Instead of relying on the training of mana or natural talent for mana control, an arcanist can use the correct runes to give mana its direction, including instructing it to condense, shape itself, remain stable, and act like a projectile, thus creating the magic missile spell. This school took the individualistic aspect of the magic spell and turned it into a definite mathematical formula that everyone can use. As long as someone has soul power, knows and understands the correct runes, and condenses them in their soul dimension, they only need to inject their mana to activate the spell, then they can cast the different versions of magic missile. The spell displayed by the cube was the same spell, but the spell model used primordial runes instead of arcane runes. Such a simple method allows us to better understand the basics of primordial runes, including some of its syntax and grammar, said Morgana, and Edward nodded. Without hesitation, he engraved the newly mastered spells next to the cube's projection. As expected, it released a new light before a cold and emotionless voice echoed in his head. Detecting the first trial was passed, granting access to the first layer of the inheritance. Edward did not know the words coming from the cube, but he understood what it said, indicating it was a form of soul communication that could bypass the language barrier. After the voice ended, he felt a slight change in the cube, but he still could not analyze anything. So, after taking a few precautions, he injected his soul energy into the cube. Soon, he found himself in a large room with many bookshelves. Is this a library? Please understand all this information. And then, what's next? The inheritor will be assessed, and if passed, you can access a higher level of this inheritance. Assessment? What kind of assessment? No comment. Edward frowned. Is there a time limit? No. He nodded before checking the books. As expected, they mostly contained knowledge about primordial runes, but he also found a few books about unique magical knowledge. Apparently, the Magus race felt these languages were unique enough to be placed in their inheritance. Edward wanted nothing more than to spend thousands of years in this library, learning about all types of magical subjects and theories. However, he knew this was not the time. So, he left to check on Luna. He wanted to know her progress. You're finally reachable, said Luna. Did you find something? There is good and bad news, she replied. The good news is I divided the source of the token. Oh, what is it? It's a plane called the Myriad Codex plane. Edward's eyes lit up. What's the bad news? I could not divine its location. To be precise, it might take me 100 years to divine its location. What about Havika's formula? Too little information to calculate, replied Luna. However, there is no need to worry. Hermione is searching through the abyss for information, so there should be news soon. That's good, nodded Edward. He is fine as long as there is hope and direction. Contact me as soon as there is news. All right, nodded Luna. I can tell you another important news. We found another cube. Really? Excellent. I'll send it to you. Luna soon ended the communication. Everybody was busy, so there was no time for things like romance. Less than 5 minutes later, Edward had a second cube in his hand. However, as soon as these two things were near each other, they began to glow before only one remained. Then, the cold voice once again echoed in his mind. It is detected that the inheritor has mastered multiversal travel. The first level test is removed, and the inheritance level is raised to 2. Interesting, thought Edward with squinting eyes. How many levels does the inheritance have? He asked. No comment. Edward no longer dwelled on the topic and entered the space inside the cube again, looking around for any changes. He soon discovered a door that was not there before, so he walked through it. The second level was still a library, but the size was smaller in scale. After a quick scan, Edward knew they should have more advanced knowledge. Sadly, since he had just begun learning primordial runes, he could not tell how advanced these things were. However, he did not dwell on the subject for long as his eyes soon caught a table at the library's center. On top was a small metal container that shone with brilliant silver lights. Edward slowly walked to it and opened it. The thing was not protected by any enchantments or magic spells. Peacefully lying at the center was a token, and Edward immediately realized what it was. The Akashic Record token, he muttered. 535 Coordinate Short Chapter. Edward was not surprised by this information. After learning the Savant race was part of the Akashic Record, making it impossible to get information about them, he also theorized the Magus race was the same. His theory is they came into contact with the Akashic Record even before leaving the astral realm. Edward's theory went as far as the Akashic Record was one of the main reasons the Magus race transcended their universe. This race who pursued knowledge probably learned about the existence of the void from the record, then, they made it their mission to break through the limitations of their universe and reach Tier 12. Edward took the token and observed it. It's a local access token. He felt it was a shame since this only allowed individuals to exchange knowledge in the astral realm and not from everywhere else in the omniverse. I guess it's better than nothing. He placed the token away before exiting the cube. Edward's next destination was the Time Auror to check on Charles. It's been 2 weeks, so the researcher should have a basic analysis of Charles's circumstances. He soon teleported to his destination, where a female arcanist dressed in a white magical robe awaited his arrival. What did you find? Asked Edward. Marisol was slightly surprised. Usually, when the Emperor comes by, he will chat and even flirt a little with her before they begin business. But today, he seems distracted and even distant. However, she did not ask since their relationship was not close to such an extent, and he was still her boss. Based on previous data, we have found an anomaly amongst all Time Lords' soul flame, said Marisol, showing him the data with a holographic projection. Time Lords have a tinge of grey in their soul flame, which should be the source of the mutation that allowed them to forcefully alter reality after changing time. However, we have not analyzed what this grey matter is. Edward nodded as he reviewed the data. What about Charles? He should be unique even amongst Time Lords. Yes. The grey matter takes the form of a ring surrounding his soul flame, explained Marisol. So far, our theory is that this ring is why he did not have the mark of a criminal despite breaking the so-called time laws. Edward did not say anything as he continued scrolling through the floating screen. He stopped a few minutes later before closing his eyes and accessing the 4th layer of his soul dimension. He observed his soul flame very carefully, to no avail. Edward mobilized his time rule without hesitation to generate waves or frequency in this layer. Found it, he thought as he soon discovered a very well-hidden mark or aura in his soul flame. Is this how the Time Guardians discovered my actions and labeled me a criminal? Edward did not waste time as he began to analyze the weird aura in his soul flame. He tried to remove it, but his attempt was futile. He tried isolating it and sealing it, maybe trying to buy him enough time. Sadly, his current understanding of the soul flame was extremely limited. Ultimately, he opened his eyes while sighing. Give me an honest estimate on how long you think we should be able to replicate this ring or even the grey matter. His current idea is that he might be able to deal with the situation by replicating the grey ring on Charles's soul flame. Even if that did not work, the ring may suppress the tracking mark and buy him more time. Marisol paused. I'm afraid it won't be possible in the allotted time. 50 years is a long time, but not for research on that level. We have just discovered the soul flame and know very little about it or the 4th layer, not to mention the technology involved, which requires a combination of soul and time magic. 50 years is simply not enough, even with time acceleration. Edward groaned softly. People were unlike him, who could spend thousands of years in time acceleration enchantments without any issue. Unfortunately, he cannot expect any of these arcanists to master time rules and have the same ability as him. Do your best and tell me if you need something, said Edward to Marisol before leaving. The war had just ended, so he should be busy with his imperial affairs. However, he ignored most of these things because of the looming threat of the Time Guardians. However, now that he had to wait for news from Hermione, he decided to show his presence to his people. After all, one of the reasons he is fighting so hard to deal with the Time Guardians is to protect his empire and its people. So, in the next few days, Edward appeared before the public and the media. He attended a few public lectures or events and addressed the nation about war recuperation efforts. He also took this time to spend with his available family members. After this event, he had a new idea he wanted to try, contacting the magic goddess, Delilah. If there was someone he knew who could be knowledgeable about the Myriad Codex plane, it should be her. However, after thinking about it and analyzing everything, he decided otherwise. Delilah was involved in his future plan to fight against the gods, and contacting her so early was not a good move. He never underestimates his opponent. As such, after realizing Delilah has a high chance of deducing many important things after asking him about the Myriad Codex plane, he chooses not to see her. Luckily, a month later, while studying the Magus race's inheritance, Hermione contacted him with the plane's coordinates and some basic information. Edward used his willpower to resist the urge to run to that plane. Instead, he waited for the second floating city to reach Tier 10 more than 6 months later. Then, he entered the floating city with the name Ravenclaw and headed to his destination, full of hope. Hey there, audiobook enthusiasts! Welcome to the audiobook collection. Today's upcoming audiobook is a special shout-out to one of our amazing Patreon backers. If you're keen on personalized requests, consider becoming a part of our Patreon community. The link is in the video description below. Your support is truly appreciated, and I'm grateful to have you with me on this exciting audiobook adventure. And hey, if you're looking for a bundle of 300+ novels, swing by my Ko-fi shop. For just $35, you can snag a Google Drive link to an audiobook treasure trove. Additionally, if you want to show some love to the original author of this novel, check out the author's credits discreetly provided in the description. Your support makes a difference? Thanks for being part of this literary journey with me. 536 Myriad Codex plane. Edward soon arrived at his destination. He looked into the screen before him, which showed him what the outside of this plane looked like. There were countless ships of different sizes and shapes parking outside. A platform floated in the void served as the entrance. It really is a public library, muttered Edward. If the Abyss Realm is the ultimate place for commerce and exchange in the astral realm, then the Myriad Codex plane is a public library with important knowledge, but not so important that top planes would do whatever is necessary to conquer it. Over the years, the Myriad Codex plane had become a neutral ground, and top planes like the Wizard or Titan planes agreed to leave it alone and ensure none of them controlled it. Edward's floating city was in invisible mode, so no one noticed him. He parked the thing in a pocket dimension before taking out a ship and flying to the entrance. Before stepping out, Edward changed his clothes and modified his aura to resemble more of a wizard from the wizard plane. From the information Hermione provided, the power system in the wizard plane made all wizards contain a powerful life force field that radiated intense radiation. As such, as long as a wizard stays too long in an area, the creatures around them will mutate one way or the other. Edward headed to the platform, where many people were coming and going. He followed the property procedure, including registering his name, identity as a wizard, and tier. Finally, he met with a lizardman. Token, asked the lizardman directly, and Edward handed him the token he had received from his variant. The creature scanned the token and said, "Ordinary visitor, viable for only 3 months. What are the higher levels, and how do you get them?" asked Edward. The lizardman looked at him. Normally, he would not have answered, but since this person was tier 8 and from the wizard plane, he gave some more information. Ordinary, elite, professional, and VIP, each with a longer visitation time and access to higher tier knowledge. If you want to increase your level, you must buy soul stones or exchange knowledge. However, soul stones can only acquire a pass to the professional level. If you want VIP access, you have to exchange knowledge. Thank you for the news, said Edward as he handed the lizardman a bag with countless soul stones. There are different types of energy in the astral realm, and different power systems use different energy. However, soul energy is one of the most common powers used by 99% of life forms in the astral realm. As such, soul stones, which are condensed and purified soul energy, are mainly used for monetary exchanges. Edward can manufacture clones like candy, and with the recent ability to convert mana into soul energy, he did not lack soul stones. The lizardman's eyes shone brilliantly after seeing what was inside the interdimensional bag, so he swiftly put it away. Edward proceeded to a teleportation enchantment. A bright light enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in another room with people around. He immediately looked around and analyzed the situation. I don't feel stuffy or restricted, so the level of this plane should be tier 9. There seems to be no energy in the environment, which is odd. However, after thinking about it momentarily, Edward realized it was probably done on purpose. Without energy in the environment, the destructive ability of most spells or attacks is drastically reduced. Furthermore, people will have a slow recovery in such an environment. Someone manufactured such an environment to minimize fighting and conflict. Edward followed the attendant out of the teleportation area. As soon as he exited, he saw a magnificent tower that rose from the ground all the way to the clouds. At the center of this tower were the words Astral Library written in the universal language of the astral realm. Edward did not observe long before he headed to the nearest library branch. Based on the information he gathered, he needed to be a VIP if he wanted to reach the central library at the center of this plane. As he flew to his destination, he did not stop observing around while also remaining on guard. His mind was already connected to the floating city, ready to take action at a moment's notice. This world was vibrant despite the lack of energy. Races from different planes, countless power systems, and knowledge, all concentrated in one area. If not for the fact he did not want any uncontrollable variables, Edward would have read everyone's mind and stole knowledge. After entering the library, he searched for books about the savant race. As expected, there were none. So, without hesitation, he talked to the main librarian about acquiring a professional level token. He paid the needed soul stones before heading closer to the main library. The place he headed to was called the secondary library, and Edward once again searched for news about the savant race. Ultimately, he had to acquire a VIP pass by exchanging knowledge. The level required for a pass should be on par with something a tier 8 powerhouse would create or some lost secrets of the astral realm. Edward exchanged knowledge about aura and used the bare minimum knowledge to get the pass. Afterward, he headed to that tower at the center. He had no problem entering with his new VIP pass. The inside of the tower did not look too extravagant. Instead, it looked like an ordinary library in a modern world. Edward found a seat in the sitting area, and a holographic screen appeared before him. He used it as a computer and input the information he wanted. Edward frowned because the information about the savant race was too little. It was a picture of this humanoid race that was a little over 1 meter tall, but they had a massive head. The savant race was one of the oldest races in the entire astral realm. The mission of their civilization was to gather knowledge from all planes and create the ultimate library. However, the Magus race wanted their knowledge and attacked the race. Ultimately, the savant race survived the attack, but they disappeared from the world. It was not until a long time after the Magus race disappeared that they resurfaced. However, their contact with the astral realm has been minuscule since then. Edward focused on a small passage on the screen. The savant race continued their mission of gathering knowledge. However, they use more secretive means. There are rumors the astral library is one of the savant race's subsidiaries. Edward squinted his eyes as he understood many things. If this information is true, many things could be explained, like why the library has not been conquered. These top planes might be trying to see if they could find the savant race by using the astral library. Edward stood from his chair and went to see the librarian. She was a beautiful woman who resembled humans. However, Edward noticed small wings on the back of her ears. "Excuse me, how can I help you?" asked the librarian as she placed the book in her hand. "Do you have any more information on the savant race?" asked Edward, who was on the highest alert level. He did not know whether his question was taboo and would cause problems, so he was ready to fight or run away at any moment. "Oh, it's another fool," the librarian sighed. "Pardon me, do you know what the savant race represents?" "Power," replied Edward directly, making the librarian surprised. "Yes. Anyone who can gain access to their library will gain unimaginable power. So, everyone wants to find them, but no one has succeeded. At least, not publicly." "I see," replied Edward, slightly dejected. "Is there anything you can tell me?" "There is a prophecy on the savant race's whereabouts," continued the librarian. "The invisible world, hidden right underneath the smallest things." Edward frowned after hearing this divination. "Can you tell me the original language this divination originated from?" "Hehe, you're quite intelligent," commented the librarians. Translated languages often cannot express certain meanings, so many people began to study the original language of this divination to see if they could find something. Sadly, there has been no news of someone discovering the savant race. Edward got the information he wanted and returned to his reading area. 537. Hidden World. The original diviner who made this prophecy was a unique race apparently born from the concept of fate itself. After seeing the description, Edward could not help but think of the concept of innate creatures from the Xiangxia stories he used to read. If I remember correctly, the elder gods from my plane are also innate creatures that Krona created at the beginning of the universe to help her stabilize the world. So, is this diviner an elder god from some unknown plane? There was not much information on the diviner. Luckily, there were records of the language of his home world. So, Edward downloaded the information he wanted for later use. He did not dare learn and interpret this divination in a place like this. His senses warned him that someone had been secretly observing him ever since he had asked the librarian for the prophecy's original language. Edward calmed down while keeping the highest level of alert. He did not immediately leave but spent the next few days searching for knowledge about different things in the library. To the outside world, he was not someone who came directly for the savant race but was interested in many other things. Once he finished, Edward calmly left this plane and returned to his ship. "Someone is following us," said Morgana. "I'm aware. Do you want to kidnap them and see where they come from?" "No, let's return home as soon as possible." After his command, the ship disappeared, losing the followers. Without hesitation, the floating city secretly returned to the Empire. Edward did not leave but focused on learning the language even better than the natives. The learning process was easy since the knowledge he downloaded from the astral library gave him everything he needed to learn this language. "I think I know where the savant race is," muttered Edward. "Yes, the quantum realm," nodded Morgana. "The invisible world, hidden right underneath the smallest things." Edward immediately has his suspicions after hearing this prophecy, but the proof he needs is the last word "things." In this language, the word used can also be translated as particle. In other words, this prophecy can be translated as a world hidden under the smallest particles. So, how will we enter the quantum realm? Asked Morgana. I doubt space magic will take us there, so will you invent PIM particles? No need to go through all that trouble. Shrinking magic should be more than enough. One of the highest security prisons of the Empire is shrunk to a size smaller than atoms, so shrinking magic is well developed. If he takes time to modify things, he should be able to enter the quantum realm using it. True, so our only trouble is finding the savant race in the quantum realm, nodded Morgana. Luna should go with us. Hopefully, her divination will not have any problems after reaching there. Edward frowned as he sent her a message to prepare for this endeavor. You should feel relieved now, said Morgana. Finding them is the first step. The real test is whether they will have the information we need, and if they do, can we execute it? Since Krona warned you to see them, they should have the information we wanted, Morgana reassured. As for executing the information they gave, you should remember who you are. Yes, there is no need to spook myself out before finding them, nodded Edward before starting his work. His plan was not only to shrink himself but the entire floating city. He did not know the danger of the quantum realm, so it would be best if he had ways to protect himself. Edward accessed all the Empire's knowledge about shrinking magic and analyzed it to create an enchantment that would take him to the quantum realm. The entire process took more than a week. Are you ready? Asked Edward. Yes, I've created an anchor to this place so we can return in case of an accident. Very well, nodded Edward. Let's do a few tests first. He first used a few clones and sent them to and back from the quantum realm. The process had no problems except for one, he could not record what these clones saw in the process. That's odd, commented Edward. Could it be some form of natural protective mechanism of the quantum realm? Or is it because they are clones and their souls are fundamentally flawed? This is not the time to be thinking too deeply about this. He first took certain precautions to ensure his memories of the experience wouldn't be affected. Finally, Luna and Edward shrink themselves until they enter the quantum realm. The voyage was turbulent, and once they reached their destination, the floating city actually crashed as the anti-gravity system failed, along with all other flying systems. What's going on? Asked Luna. Morgana, give me a diagnostic check. Underway, replied the little elf. A few seconds later, a holographic screen floated before Edward. Our energy core and all our enchantments are malfunctioning. Malfunctioning is the wrong word, they are working at the lowest capacity. Edward nodded, and Morgana continued. The situation is similar to how we must adapt to the laws of other universes after our travels. This would explain why I'm having trouble controlling my mana, said Luna. Anything more? Asked Edward. I have discovered that our body is adapting to the quantum realm, but it's not the same for the floating city or any other magical artifacts we brought, continued the elf. In this situation, we might have to continue our journey without the city's aid. Oh, haven't you found a solution? I have been trying to change the frequency of the energy core to adapt to the environment. However, we have little to no information, so unless we are lucky, this process could take decades, if not hundreds of years. This was not the news Edward wanted to hear. He looked at Luna and said, can you use your powers? I've been reduced to tier 2, so my power is very limited. I'm no better than you, only tier 3, uttered Edward. Morgana, calculate how long it will take us to return to our peak. All right, sir. She scanned the magic core inside their heart and soul dimension. According to my analysis, you must wait over a month. That's not too long. We can take this time to analyze our surroundings, nodded Edward before he began repairing the floating city. He wanted to see if he could accelerate the city's adaptation. However, after a month, the situation got even worse. Our strength is not recovering, said Luna with a frown. After reaching tier 4, their power stopped receiving, no matter what they did. It seems the quantum realm has some kind of limit. He immediately wanted to do all types of research, for example, the influence of the quantum realm on the soul, mana, aura, and spells. Its influence at a genetic level on the human and other races' bodies, its effect on the soul flame and the soul dimension, and even how it affects things like hormonal growth. Sadly, this was not the time for this. I think we might have to take the risk and venture out without the city's protection, said Luna. You might be right. Edward was naturally cautious, but he also knew when not to be overcautious or let his paranoia get the best of him. So, after the two prepared some things, they left the floating city. They had a basic understanding of the surroundings, but now, it was time to travel outside of the small map they drew. 538 The savant race Edward and Luna walked out of the floating city, observing their surroundings. This place was obviously a strange world. There were 9 suns in the sky, and upon closer observation, Edward was pretty sure they were living creatures. The two took a moment to take samples of the floral and fauna, marveling at the wonder of this strange realm. So, do you have any clue? Asked Edward. Sadly, Luna shook her head. This place contained too much information. What do you mean? Every time I try to divine something, it's like swimming in an ocean, and each drop is a vast quantity of information. So, it's impossible to find a single target. Yes. Would it help with Morgana's help? It's useless. Luna has her own tower spirit or artificial intelligence. Although it was not on par with Morgana, it was still of the highest caliber. However, even with its help, she could not process all the information in the environment. This place is both hell and heaven for diviners. Divination magic will enter a new era if we can find a way to navigate all this information. Edward nodded before deciding to walk in one direction to see if they could encounter life and civilization. As they continued forward, they soon encountered an enormous creature. "Is that a yeti?" asked Luna. The creature resembled a yeti with its monkey-like appearance. But there were still many differences. It was at least 3 times the size of a normal yeti, standing at about 15 meters tall. It had extremely long legs, taking about 12 meters of its entire body. Lastly, its skin seemed to be made of rock, looking more like the combination of a yeti and an earth elemental creature. Edward noticed the creature was tier 3, but he did not attack or contact it. Instead, he read the latter's memories. "What did you find?" asked Luna. "His intelligence is similar to an animal. All his memories are of hunting, sleeping, reproducing, and defecating," replied Edward. "Oh, his poop seems valuable. Why did you say that?" "In his memories, he always sees humanoid creatures fighting for it," replied Edward as he organized the information he gathered. He condensed everything into a basic but usable area map based on the creature's hunting habitats. He raised his hand to condense a holographic map. "According to deduction, we have a higher chance of fighting intelligent life if we travel here," pointed in the northeast direction. Luna looked at the map and said, "I suddenly had a thought. Is it safe to teleport in this place?" "That's a good question," uttered Edward, who controlled a small purple rock a few meters from to fly in his hand. He cast a teleportation spell on the rock, which appeared in the distance. "It does not appear to be any problem, but the rock is an inanimate object, so we don't know what will happen to us for sure," commented Edward. "In that case, let's fly." The two flew to their destination, but they soon discovered another anomaly. Their flying speed was drastically reduced for their tier. Furthermore, the speed at which their mana was draining was also abnormal. "This place seemed to have many rules and restrictions," commented Edward. "Indeed, along with many mysteries," nodded Luna. They continued their journey, and they soon found a group that was resting. They looked like a caravan transporting something as they had a strange creature that acted as a vehicle. The group saw many humanoid creatures with different color skins, scales, and horns, but there were also a few humans. "What's wrong?" asked Luna after seeing the frown on his face. "I can't read these people's minds." "Really? I can understand what they're saying through soul communication, but after entering their mind, I cannot find any memories. Even worse, I cannot enter past the first layer of their soul dimension." "Is that so? You had no problem reading that strange beast's memories. Could it be the rules of this place to protect intelligent life forms?" analyzed Luna. "Let's test your conjecture," said Edward as he used legilimency to read the transportation creature of this caravan. As expected, he had no problem reading its mind and memories. "Your conjecture might be correct. The sampling size was too small to finalize things. After all, there is the possibility this group is special, and not all people in the quantum realm have this ability. What should we do next? Do you think we should secretly follow them?" asked Edward. "No, follow my lead," said Luna. She cast a spell to change her appearance, making her hair disheveled and leaving a few burning marks on her clothes and body. Then, the invisible spell on them disappeared, and she fell from the sky before the group. The team immediately became on guard, taking out their weapons, including guns and swords. "Where is this place? Did I succeed?" said Luna as she looked around. After seeing people around her, she also stood up while guarding against them. "Who are you people? And where is this? NT $%$$$$$$. NT. Unknown language? Let's try another form of communication. Wait, why is my power weakening?" She frowned, showing confusion, worry, and a slight fear. However, all these emotions quickly turned into calmness. She then used her soul to communicate directly through the mind. "Who are you people? And where is this place?" The group was surprised. They could now understand this weird human woman who had fallen out of the sky. However, no one answered her as they looked at a man who was almost 3 meters tall with red skin and a large sword in his hand. "Are you their leader?" asked Luna. "You can say that. Do you know where this place is?" The leader did not immediately answer. "Why did you fall from the air?" "I was in my lab doing an experiment, trying to prove the existence of the quantum realm. But things went out of control, and before I knew it, I was here." The leader momentarily paused. "Good news for you, you've succeeded. Are you saying this is the quantum realm?" "That's one of its most common names, but yes? Really? Is this why my power is reducing? Are the rules of this place different from the material world? What's the explanation for such a phenomenon?" "You must be a mage," said the leader. "Oh, sorry, I got carried away. Does this place have mages?" "Yes, although rare, they do exist. Scientists from the upper world are more common than mages, but many still exist." "I see," nodded Luna. "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jessica Kana, and I am a spiritual mage. The name's Krovik." "Sir Krovik, if you don't mind, could you tell me about this place?" said Luna. "I can pay for your knowledge." Krovik's eyes lit up after hearing this. He nodded to her before looking at his men and giving them a signal. Everyone dispersed, but Luna could see they were still on guard. Regardless, Krovik began to introduce this place to her. "That was easier than I anticipated," thought Edward a few minutes later. According to Krovik's narration, this place is controlled by 3 major factions: the Sun God religion/cult, the Tartarian Empire, and the Enlightened City. His focus was on the last one, the Enlightened City. According to the leader, that place is controlled by a race known as the Savant. In other words, Edward finally found them. He exhaled deeply. 539. Time Guardian Edward followed the group to the nearest city. He was in a daze throughout the journey, feeling a heavy weight lifted from his shoulder. Although finding the savant race did not guarantee he could deal with the Time Guardians, he felt much better just by knowing about his enemy. After arriving at their destination, Luna separated from the group after compensating them and reuniting with Edward. The two began to visit this city, fact-checking much of the information Krovuk provided them. For example, the power limit of this world is Tier 4 for all creatures but Tier 6 for technology, and no one can break that limit. This place reminded me of Hermione's system creation research, said Luna, and Edward nodded. The Konosuba world is the perfect embodiment of system creation power. The way the world is established is there are certain rules. For example, after killing creatures, you receive points to use to increase magical abilities. The quantum realm seems to be a very strict system, but the purpose of this system is still unknown. What's the plan? Do you want to head to the Enlightenment City immediately? No, let's fix the floating city first, replied Edward. His first step was to buy a few Tier 6 ships or magical artifacts. The process was much harder than anticipated since this place was the domain of the Sun God cult, which strictly controls all technology and powerhouses. However, money can buy anything. This place uses barter and soulstone as a monetary system, so Edward gets what he wants after spending lavishly on the black market. He dismantled these technologies and artifacts until he found the correct mana frequency that would properly allow his floating city to function. He did not take it with him but placed it in invincible mode. Although there was little chance the savant race would be hostile to him, he needed to take precautions and not reveal this thing as of yet. The savant race had connections to countless plans in the material world, so he did not want to risk revealing the floating city's existence yet. As such, he also did not bring it close to their territory. If they were in the material world, he was confident in the cloaking system of the city. Still, in this place, with a limit of Tier 6, his technological advantage was drastically reduced, especially before a race known for gathering knowledge of the entire astral realm. So, Edward embarked on their territory after creating an artifact that allowed him to use the city's power from a long distance. As the name implies, the Enlightenment City was an enormous city, but it was built on top of this giant mechanical spider-like construct with legs. There was an entrance, so Edward's ship headed in that direction. They soon discovered that the entrance required a test. They had to solve a puzzle, formula, or question before being granted access. There were many questions from every category, from science to magic, to understanding of soul, and to countless other power systems. Interesting, thought Edward before picking a question and answering, and Luna followed. The city was lively, full of different spaces, including certain creatures from the material world. He also saw many members of the savant race, who wore loose black robes on their short bodies. They had massive heads and floated in the air instead of walking. They reminded Edward of the Watchers from Marvel, except they were much shorter. After a short tour, they discovered this place was similar to the Myriad Codex plane, with countless libraries scattered all over the city and the main one at the center. Edward had to solve countless questions to reach the central library, which required solving an unsolvable question before he could meet the higher UPS of the savant race. Edward and Luna waited inside a room. According to the receptionist, he would meet the Grand Elder tomorrow morning. So, Edward waited until the next day when someone escorted him to a room with a large table. Opposite them was a savant race dressed in gold and white, with wisdom shining on the latter's eyes. The name is Corey. How may I address you? Edward Bones? I have to thank you for solving the bloodline sequence, said Great Elder Corey. We have been studying the curse the witch plane placed on the Magus race, and so far, our research has made little to no progress until you came. I'm glad I could help, nodded Edward. So, how are you finding this layer of the quantum realm? A very magical place, isn't it? This layer? There are other layers, asked Edward. Yes, this is only the first and most normal layer, the Great Elder nodded. Once you go to the deeper levels, the things you can see are truly beyond any normal mind to comprehend. Are the other layers less restrictive? That's correct. However, each of them has strange and sometimes baffling rules. If you have a chance to visit, you should be more careful. I see, nodded Edward as he figured out some things. For example, the savant race purposely chose to stay in this layer as a form of confrontation. In this place, even a Tier 11 powerhouse appeared. They cannot use power greater than Tier 4, and their technology cannot go higher than Tier 6. Such a place is excellent for the savant race to base their kind and protect themselves from the greedy hands of all the other planes in the astral realm. So, what brings you here so far away? Asked Corey. His eyes seemed to contain all the truths of the universe. I need to know how to deal with the Time Guardians, said Edward directly. You've become a time criminal. Yes. Well, you could stay here. I doubt they could do anything to you. Edward shook his head. This solution was like running away to another plane. Do you know how the Time Guardians originated? I don't know. In the beginning of the universe, Krona created the Elder Gods, granting each of them certain authority at birth. Her purpose was to allow them to help her manage the universe as she stabilized the process of going from chaos to order. However, something unimaginable occurred. The Space Elder God created the first act of killing in the universe, eliminating the Time Elder God and taking its power. Corey paused, giving Edward time to process this information. Krona wanted to punish him, even kill him. However, the latter was a smart individual and a great talker. He convinced her that time needed to be preserved to prevent other lives from messing with the space-time continuum. He made an oath to guard the sanctity of the multiverse and all its timeline. At first, Krona accepted his plea because she saw his position as guardian as a form of prison. However, as time passes and the universe is full of life, time criminals begin to appear, thus showing Krona the need for the guardians. After that, the Space Elder became more and more powerful until he encountered the Magus race, who almost annihilated him. Is this why the Time Divine Spark was on Earth? From the time the Magus race dealt with the Time Guardian, thought Edward. As you can guess, he survived and waited until the Magus race disappeared. Now, he's currently the strongest being in this plane. How strong is he? Well, he's the only Tier 11 existence in this plane. Better yet, he's more powerful than ordinary Tier 11 since he has the authority to borrow Krona's power. Edward frowned as this news was the same as Krona told him, even more detailed. So, how do I escape my fate as a time criminal? You must survive the time game. 540 time game. Yes, nodded Corey. The Space Elder God is ambitious yet capable. He knew that anyone who successfully broke the laws of the space-time continuum was talented or lucky in some way. So, he devised a method to use their knowledge for his own. The Great Elder paused as he swirled the drink on his glass. It was probably wine, but the dark purple color was somewhat eerie. He created the time game to give these time criminals a way to escape imprisonment. Well, that's the official reason. To survive the game, any criminal only needs to defeat him by showing him an unknown or unique understanding of time. You should be able to understand the implications behind such a method. Edward nodded. This approach was similar to how he created the Empire to use other individuals to help him gather magical knowledge. I have to say, you're unlucky. To be precise, all time criminals in this day and age are unlucky, continued the Great Elder. In ancient times, it was much easier to survive the time game. But now, after billions of years of gathering the knowledge of time criminals, nothing can truly impress him anymore. Edward frowned as he realized the problem's core. The Time Guardian has lived too long and has access to the multiverse, allowing him to communicate with his variants. After so long, this man should have mastered all the secrets and knowledge about time authority, making it almost impossible to impress. Even knowledge from other planes might be useless to him. My first instinct is to use void energy and its spacetime characteristics. However, there is a high chance that the Time Guardian also had access to void energy. The reason he concluded such a thing was due to how he first encountered void energy, the tier in spacetime discovered in Rowena's timeline. After the Magus race departed this universe, Edward did not doubt some void energy entered this world. As someone who can navigate the multiverse and has lived for so long, he should have experienced that era and gotten his paws in void energy. In that case, we need to change strategy, thought Edward. He wants a unique understanding of time? I can think of a few: the Time Stone in Marvel, Doctor Who's TARDIS, the Speed Force from The Flash, and many others. Edward internally sneered. The time game is a perfect opportunity for me to get close to him. If I play my cards correctly, I can make him pay and use him for an experiment. Edward knew that as long as he could create a method to break the soul limit, he would reach Tier 10 quickly. His only concern is achieving Tier 11, which seems to be an even more difficult task. A perfect example of the difficulty is this Space Elder God. Such a brilliant man who has mastered time rules to the pinnacle has not achieved Tier 11, showing it's not a simple feat, let alone Edward, who plans to become the perfect Tier 11. So, are you confident? Asked Corey. Confident? No, but it's better than when I had no information to go from. It's good not to be overconfident. In the worst case scenario, you can run away to other planes or this layer of the quantum realm. Although it will not guarantee safety, you can prolong your life. What do you mean by that? Asked Edward. He's not a simple man. He has countless powerful clones scattered all over the astral realm. So, even if you ran away to another plane, he would track your soul imprint and kill you. Your best chance without the game is to defeat him in the quantum realm, using the rules to your advantage. But even that is not a guaranteed plan. Edward took a moment to digest the information. If he ran away to another plane, he would have to deal with countless Tier 10 clones of the Time Guardian. No, he doesn't have to use such a stupid method. He only needs to reveal my identity, and these top planes will hunt me down, analyzed Edward. As for the quantum realm, it would be a battle of attrition and foundation. Battle in the first layer involves not strength but a faction's power due to the limitations and rules. For example, if Edward wanted to invade this place, sending people whose power maxed out at Tier 4 was not the best idea. The best way to fight would be to use ships or magical artifacts. However, the Savant race has been in this place for who knows how long, so the Empire could not compete with their arsenal of weapons. So, if he wanted to conquer this place, he would have to spend years manufacturing Tier 6 ships and sending them to attack his opponent, hoping to wipe them out slowly. In other words, the situation would be the same for him if he chose to hide in the quantum realm. However, the Space Elder God is probably even more ancient than the Savant race, so Edward could not fathom the resources available to him. In other words, if I don't want to move the entire empire to another universe, I must win that time game, summarized Edward. Thank you for your information. My pleasure. If you don't mind, I have some doubts, continued Edward. Ask away. Why do I feel you don't want to mention his name out loud? Quite observant, nodded the Great Elder. Some things are taboo, and his name is one of them. So, he will know once it is uttered. Yes, especially for time criminals like you. Can it be written? Yes, said Corey before writing something in the air, Cosmos. Edward took a moment to remember that name. Second question, why did you reveal this information so easily? You did not ask anything in return and easily offered this piece of information. Something tells me it's not because I solved your previous puzzle. You're correct in your observation, said Corey. We are showing you kindness because you're also a member of the Akashic record. Edward frowned before relaxing. He guessed the savant tried to research him on the record, but like him, they could not get any information since he was also a member. Is this truly the only reason? Corey did not immediately answer, sipping from his glass. Have you heard of the concept of luck and destiny from the heavenly Deo plane? I know a little. Edward lied as he had only learned very little about that plane. However, he guessed the concept was similar to chi luck, which he had learned from reading novels in his past life. We have done research on this concept, so we can see many things. For example, you are a man blessed with great fortune or luck. As Corey said this, his eyes could see a golden dragon above Edward's eyes with spots of purple. We can tell you're a man destined for great things, especially after seeing Krona's blessing. Our race suffered tremendously at the hands of the Magus race, and we do not want the same thing to happen again. So, after seeing your destiny, we made the unilateral decision to make friends, even invest in your future. Maybe we can achieve our dreams after associating with you. 541 exchange. Don't worry, I will show you that your choice was wise, said Edward with a smile. He pointed to the side, and a magical circle appeared. The Great Elder looked with interest as he had never seen such a magic system. If the Great Elder would do me the honor. Corey briefly looked at the magic circle before saying, why not? Without hesitation, he walked inside. Soon, the three found themselves in another space. Welcome to the Grand Arcane Library, said Edward with a proud smile. Corey looked around, not hiding the shock on his massive head. What a great library. Although the size is only 5% of ours, that's still impressive. The savant race possessed the most extensive library in the entire astral realm, meaning the knowledge they contained was greater than countless planes combined. So, anyone with a library greater than 1% of their size should be praised for their accomplishment. I know my library cannot compare to yours in size, but I guarantee you cannot compare to me in quality. Bold words, Sir Edward, said Corey, not hiding the contempt on his face. Haha, I know you won't believe me simply because of my words, continued Edward. So, let me show you the proof. He waved his hand, and a holographic screen appeared before Corey. The latter immediately knew how to use it and began to browse the catalogue of this library. At first, he was nonchalant, but with each passing second, his brows became furrowed. Impossible, there is no way your library contained these secrets and knowledge. He was truly angry, believing this person had misled him with this fake library, probably in a shoddy method to impress their clan. This was not the first time their clan had experienced such a thing. I know you won't easily believe, said Edward calmly, not minding the latter's outburst. I will grant you the authority to read some of these documents. Corey frowned after hearing this. He controlled his urge to storm out of this place. Without hesitation, he picked a book called Advanced Understanding of the Relationship Between the Body, Soul, and Mana. Their savant race's most advanced knowledge on this topic originated from studies done in the heavenly Deo plane. In that plane, the casters call themselves immortal cultivators. Their power system involved the concept of unity between essence, spirit, and chi, another term for the body, soul, and energy. Corey began reading this book and soon realized the first few pages reached the same level as their race's research. Furthermore, after more than 20 pages, the knowledge in this book was beyond them. However, something happened that made him want to kill someone. Where is the rest? He asked, looking at Edward as if he was his enemy. Like I said, partial access, replied Edward with a smile. You. Corey's massive head moved sideways like he was about to fall from the air. He controlled himself before choosing another topic of interest and reading the information. As expected, the knowledge was true and very advanced. However, it stopped midway. Corey tried a few times but eventually chose to stop. He felt like he was about to have a brain aneurysm. What do you want for your library? He asked directly. Law of equivalent exchange, said Edward. My arcane empire will exchange knowledge with knowledge, quality for quality, quantity for quantity. And if the quality is not on par, quantity can be used to make up for it. Corey was quiet as he understood the latter's plan. He wanted to use this method to absorb most of the knowledge in their library. The worst thing is that their savant race could not resist this open plot. Corey finally sighed. How do you want to exchange? Can you make the decision for your entire race? Yes. As the Great Elder of the Council, he has the final say in such a situation. In that case, everything is fine. I will send an ambassador to your city. They will be responsible for negotiating the exchange between us. Corey frowned after hearing this. He could foresee how excruciating such an exchange would be, with each side arguing over the value of every piece of knowledge. If it were up to him, he would have preferred a faster mode of exchange, but he knew this was not possible. Maybe we could use the Akashic record to facilitate a faster exchange. The Akashic record has ways to quantify knowledge, so using them as an intermediary might accelerate the process. What about using the Akashic record to accelerate the process? Suggested Corey. No, said Edward directly. Why not? Such an act will reveal all our knowledge to them. So, how can we exchange in the future? That's true. Although the savant race exchanged knowledge with the Akashic record, they also controlled themselves since they knew little about this mysterious and unknown force. When is the ambassador coming? As soon as I return home, replied Edward, and the great elder nodded. He took one last look at this library before unwillingly leaving. Edward and Luna did not spend too much time afterward, directly returning to the floating city. I haven't seen so happy and relaxed in a while, said Luna. Now that I know how to deal with my situation, I do feel a lot better, nodded Edward. That's good, she replied. So, what machination do you have against the savant race? What do you mean by that? That face you made when you rejected their proposal to use the Akashic records, that's the face you make when scheming something. Edward laughed in embarrassment. Based on the conversation, I deduce their authority in the record is not as high as mine, so I will take this opportunity. So, you're getting them involved. Only partially. I will use my authority to buy an artifact that can quantify the value of knowledge. I will give it to the ambassador and have them negotiate a higher price. Their desire for our knowledge is greater than ours for theirs, so it's possible to take advantage of this situation, nodded Luna. However, as you said, aren't you afraid of them stealing our information? With Merlin as my backer, they wouldn't dare, replied Edward, who suddenly frowned. Speaking of the old man, I haven't heard from him for a while. I'm worried that something has happened to him. Luna embraced him. Don't worry. Lord Merlin will be fine. I hope. Edward and Luna knew the significance of someone of Merlin's level dying. Such an event would shake the entire omniverse, and it would also be an indication of how dire the situation was. The two soon returned to the floating city without any problems. Edward returned to the surface world without hesitation. As soon as he returned, he contacted his family and told him he had succeeded in his endeavor and should stop worrying about him. The family then scheduled a dinner for a few days later. Afterward, Edward continued his work. He needed to create a massive team dedicated to studying and developing the quantum realm. The team did not only involve the ambassador but also arcanists with different research directions, including divination. Luna was very interested in using the quantum realm as a medium for divination. Meanwhile, Edward wanted to study that place's rules and know what to expect in the deeper layers. The process took over a month, and Edward witnessed the team leaving. He had one last talk to the ambassador as he handed the Akashic Records artifact. Finally, he began to prepare for the time game and the Empire's future. 542-100-year anniversary. Edward held a document containing all the savant race's knowledge about previous time games. He had to pay a hefty price for this document, to the point he no longer felt bad for what his ambassador was about to say to him. He exhaled once he finished. It's really just a game for him to learn more. His eyes twinkled as he summarized many things about the elder god named Cosmos. For example, in recent games, the latter was more ruthless in his approach while also more laissez-faire. His knowledge has reached the point where he cares little about the game, treating them as an afterthought. Simultaneously, he also has no patience for the criminals, immediately executing them if they cannot get his interest. Edward created a basic character model for Cosmos for when he meets the latter. With more information, the chances of succeeding in his confrontation will drastically increase. Morgana, send the information to the think tank to see if they can deduce more information. All right. Do you want to tell them of your situation? Edward's status as a time criminal was of the highest level, so the number of people who knew could be counted on two hands. Tell them. These people should be able to deduce something if I try to be sneaky. The Empire's think tank was composed of the brightest strategic minds, so Edward never underestimated these people's abilities. As you wish. Edward did not waste time as he accessed the Akashic records. His objective was to see if he could find more information about Cosmos from the records. As expected, he muttered, he was also a local branch member, just the savant and the Magus race. At least we now know for sure that no knowledge about time magic in this universe would be of help in the time game, said Morgana. True, nodded Edward, the more knowledge they had about the opponent, the greater his chances were. So, what's the plan? Do you want to start a voyage immediately? No, we have plenty of time, said Edward calmly. Furthermore, I want to reach tier 10 before the start of the time game. In that case, you should start dealing with the issue of the soul limit. That should be my main concern next, nodded Edward before starting his work. For the next 20 years, he focused on three things: soul limit, mastering the Magus race's inheritance, primordial runes, and ruling the Empire. Master, it's time. Already? Yes, nodded Morgana, and Edward closed the enchantment before him. How long did I spend this time? Close to 500 years, replied Morgana. So, I'm already 1,500 years old? Time truly has no meaning to an immortal, sighed Edward. That's how long-lived species experience time. Edward stretched out his body. It's unfortunate I could not come to a solution that I liked. The others are fine too, reassured Morgana. But not good enough. He looked at a cube on his table and closed his eyes. Countless memories rushed into his mind, and he digested them in an instant. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes as he exhaled deeply. 500 years, and I just finished mastering the first floor. You wouldn't have this problem if you didn't insist on learning everything, complained Morgana. The first floor is the foundation of primordial runes, so it's best to learn everything. From the second floor, I can consider whether to specialize. Whatever, anyway, you're the boss. Let's go, said Edward, leaving his lab after a long time. He has not left the room during the past 500 years, 20 years outside. His family came to see him, and he would send clones to deal with the Empire's affairs. He would have never left if not for the importance of today's date and the upcoming voyage. Out of the room, he saw Olivier waiting for him. Only you? You have a problem with that? No, I didn't mean that. It's just I haven't seen you guys in a while. Did you forget? They already left. Oh, right. In the past 20 years, the Empire recuperated from the war while also focusing on ruling its territory. Its territory had increased to an entire galaxy, but the population was not nearly enough for such a vast territory. So, the government had to focus on encouraging birth while also migrating certain races to other systems. The goal was to populate the entire galaxy to a certain level. After 20 years, they have barely reached their goal. During this period of rapid expansion and development, a few more floating cities were built, and more than 2 years ago, everyone basically left on their own to another universe, leaving Olivier on her own. Even Bellatrix left on her own. Are you going to stay or leave as well? I'll leave, she replied. After the last war, I felt my ability as a commander was subpar. So, I will travel to other worlds and learn more about intergalactic battles. If even your ability is subpar, wouldn't the other commanders die in shame? Said Edward with a smile. They should, said Olivier with her general military look. One of my objectives for this trip is to create a better training method for our empire. Our current military academy is not on par for our upcoming war with the gods or other planes. In that case, do you want me to delay opening our borders? No, replied Olivier. If you don't do it, the issue of resources will soon become more apparent. That's true. In the past 20 years, the Empire's population has skyrocketed, reaching an unimaginable level. With the Konosuba dimension, every citizen of the Empire is an Arcanist and can reach Tier 3 at a bare minimum. However, how could the resources of one galaxy be enough for such a large population of magic users and with the Empire's rapid growth? Edward did not dare send people to other galaxies even though he was confident he would bypass the gods' blockage outside the Milky Way. Luckily, he had access to the dark multiverse to help the situation, but it was not enough. So, the next step of development is to open the Empire to the astral realm. However, such an act also has its downside with how much other planes are hostile to the cosmic faith plane. Have you prepared your speech? Asked Olivier. I have. Don't waste time, you'll be on in less than 2 hours. Edward went to change his dress to a more elegant, regal, and excessive robe. Today was the Empire's 100-year celebration, and he had a lot of things to do. After dressing up, a shadow manifested behind Edward. What is it? There is a situation that needs to be reported, said Itaki. Oh. One of the competitors reached Tier 9. Interesting. How did this happen? Asked Edward. Over the years, although he did not find the perfect solution to break the soul limit, he did create countless other lesser methods. However, under his control, the power ceiling of the Empire did not surpass Tier 8, the same as him. We believe something outside has interfered, reported Itake. Someone broke our defense? That would explain why you're reporting to me instead of Grindelwald. Have you found the source of the breach? Yes, and it has been dealt with. How much information did we lose? It hasn't been detected yet, but it should not be too much. Edward did not say anything as he looked at the sky. Since the end of the war, these outside gods have not stopped trying to infiltrate the Milky Way galaxy. Take him into custody and find out why he betrayed us. Yes. Itaka disappeared from the room as if he was never here. Meanwhile, Edward waited until it was time for his nationally publicized speech. His wife's clones followed him to the podium. After all, it would be weird for the Empire's queens to not show up for such an occasion. 543-100-year anniversary. 2. Edward stood before a large stadium full of more than 1 million people. At every corner of this stadium were numerous enchantments in charge of broadcasting today's event to every corner of the Empire's territory. The people attending the ceremony included the most powerful and accomplished arcanists, scientists, engineers, wealthy individuals, and politicians. There was no podium before Edward as he only held a cane with his family member behind him. Without being nervous, he began to talk. More than 100 years ago, wizards removed the status of secrecy, beginning the journey of integration with the non-magical. Afterward, we faced our greatest challenge, the invasion of the Dementors. During that time of great duress and confrontation, the magical and non-magical united for a common cause. In that time of war, we learned of the grandeur and cruelty of the universe. We grew and developed, banding together for our mother planet and the advancement of magic. Edward paused to create tension. The arcane empire has existed for only 100 years. In that short period, we have set foot in every corner of the galaxy, pushed the limit of science and technology, explored the mysteries of the soul, played with space and time, conquered death, and even dabbled in the power of fate and creation. In 100 years, we have created a civilization that the lesser mind would label as divine. Edward once again paused, allowing all the viewers to truly fathom how much they've accomplished in such a short period. This moment is not just his celebration but the celebration of all the Empire's citizens. This anniversary is a time for everybody to be proud of being a member of the Empire. Our journey was not easy, continued Edward. We have lost many comrades and suffered numerous setbacks and catastrophes. However, none could stop us. On the contrary, we have forged or tempered our collective will for progress, development, and the pursuit of knowledge and truth with every adversity. Edward's body exuded an unparalleled confidence and might. Our journey has just begun. The universe is vast, full of unknown mysteries, secrets, and knowledge. Our footsteps have only graced a small portion of it, not even 1%. My fellow citizens, now is not the time to be complacent or satisfied with what we have. Our destiny is to one day write the history of this universe, to one day create the one and only eternal civilization. May the arcane truth guide and protect us. The stadium's attendees stood up and said in unison, "May the arcane truth guide and protect us." The majority of citizens scattered across the Milky Way galaxy stood up and said the exact phrase, "May the arcane truth guide and protect us." After the speech, the ceremony continued with a parade of the royal family visiting many places throughout the empire's territory. One of the first destinations was the shrine for what Ghuznad did during the war. Once that finished, there was a prepared show by the empire's most popular and talented artists, including the legendary star, Kapoor. Her voice was the definition of soulful, as she perfectly used her understanding of sound and soul magic in her performance. After this event, everyone tuned in for the finale, the emperor selection. According to the empire's rules, a new empire would be selected every 100 years, but only if the former one was defeated. Otherwise, the position is lifelong. The selection process was divided into 3 sections: knowledge, alchemy, and artificer, and battle. The empire's ruler must be a master of all trades and display a high attainment in all these fields. Edward placed these rules into laws because he knew how hard it was for one person to master so many magical fields. Without great talent and sufficient time, it's impossible for 99% of arcanists. In the first round, Edward looked at his main competitors, focusing on someone in particular. "Orochimaru, I did not expect to see you here. What can I say? If I want to achieve my goals, your position is the best and most direct way," replied the snake-tongue man. In a short period, he has become a Tier 8 arcanist. Sadly, his dream of mastering all knowledge seems to become more distant to him with each passing day. The empire had too much knowledge created daily, and he could not pay the arcane merit needed to buy even 5% of them. However, if he could become emperor, he would immediately gain access to more than 80% of it. "True, so let's begin," nodded Edward as he received challenges from many talented arcanists, many of whom were individuals he brought from other universes. The entire process was similar to the Bones Council election, with Edward showing up his knowledge and ability. The entire experience was a feast for the empire as they saw the emperor and some of the best minds arguing and debating. Of course, the result was not unexpected. Edward was accomplished in most fields. Although many of these arcanists' accomplishments in certain fields were much greater than his, except for space-time, curse, elements, curse, and soul magic, they were not all-encompassing like him. So, in the end, he was still the winner. The situation was the same in the next section. Many potion masters outclassed him. However, most of these people only studied potions and not artificer. However, in the field of magic artifact creations, no one dared say they were better than Edward. After all, the floating cities were the proof they needed to know how much they were outclassed. The third and final part of this election was the truly exciting aspect. The citizens witnessed their emperor battling some of the most gifted individuals in the empire. Edward had to fight people like Naruto, who still wanted to become Hokage, which, in this case, was his position. Naruto and Sasuke seemed to be connected by fate, so they formed a team for the battle. It was the same for Asta and Yuno from the Black Clover world. Edward agreed to fight them together and still won. Even Kazuma and his previous team of rogues participated in this battle. In the end, Edward was the final winner, but not without pushing himself to the limit. In some of his most powerful battles, he faced talented individuals from the Empire. Amongst the people from other universes who gave him the most trouble, it would be, without a doubt, Mereoleona. That woman had an iron will and refused to stop, no matter how severe her injuries were. Furthermore, she was like a goddess of war. The longer she fought, the more injuries she received, and the more powerful she became. Once the event ended, Edward was re-elected for another 100-year term. Many people realized it might be impossible to sit on the throne this normal way. But most of these people enjoyed a challenge, so they would not give up so easily. Furthermore, the election was a time for people to achieve fame, glory, and wealth. So, it would be fine if it became more of an event in the future instead of an actual election. Lastly, the throne was not hereditary. If the emperor's future descendants wanted to sit in that position, they had to show to the world they were as scary as their father. People did not believe a second emperor would appear in the world. After the event, Edward still had a few things to deal with before beginning his long voyage, the first of which was to meet with Itachi regarding the anomaly that appeared before the ceremony. 544 government affairs. The entire election lasted more than a month, so Edward was relieved when the ordeal ended. He wanted to celebrate with his family, but even his mother and father had left, traveling to another universe for a vacation despite how much he protested against it. Ultimately, he had to accept his family had a life of their own, and he could not control them. So, he turned into an obsessive protective freak and created countless measures for his mother and father in case something happened to them. He walked into a room where his aunt waited for him. "That was a great speech and a great display of might," said Amelia with a smile. "With this election, the royal family's power will reach a new height, not to mention their popularity in the eyes of the people." "You think so too?" replied Edward before sitting opposite her, serving a drink for him and her. "How are things?" he asked. Generally speaking, everything is proceeding smoothly, replied Amelia as she showed him a bunch of data regarding the current state of the empire. There should be a but, right? Yes, she nodded. 2 proposals have repeatedly appeared in the council despite how many times I voted against them. The first one is the merit crime bill, which would allow the use of arcane merit to offset their crimes. That's understandable. Now that these people have godlike powers, they also want to be above the law, replied Edward with a sneer. Do you want me to send the ghost squad to pay them a visit? Not necessary, chuckled Amelia. We already have a plan to deal with them. Edward looked at the data and nodded. The plan was a galaxy-wide media smear campaign against the people who supported the deal or the powerful arcanists trying to lobby it to pass in the council. The Empire will reveal their identities to the public, ruining their reputation and dragging them into the mud. That's an excellent solution. What's the other bill? Some people are advocating to make selling slaves legal, replied Amelia with a frown. Mostly clones and undead, but the list also includes other races and species. Clean these people up, said Edward directly. We are about to open access to the astral realm. If we do not regulate such a thing, the underground slave-selling business will boom once these people can control entire planes. That's my plan, and I only wanted you to sign on it. Edward nodded and signed his order. The last thing is we need to clean up planet Dark Star. Already, the Empire was not a utopia, and despite all its advancements in ending world war, world hunger, and curing all regular diseases, the human heart is unfathomable. As such, things like crime and evil nature still exist and can be said to be rampant because of how powerful arcanists are. So, the members of the think tank had the brilliant idea of controlling crime since it could not be completely stopped. The Empire then secretly created the dark market, a place that gathered all the evil arcanists, the people who sell slaves, drugs, banned substances, mercenaries, assassins, rogues, outlaws, or anyone who doesn't like to follow strict rules and laws. No one knows that the underground, which is the darkest place of the Empire, was established by the government to control crime. Once in a while, the government will discover the underground and clean up the place. However, a few months later, a new one will be opened and repeat the situation. In the past 20 years, planet Dark Star has been cleaned up and reopened 3 times. Go ahead. If you need to mobilize the Royal Guard, you can do so. There is no need for that, replied Amelia. If the Navy could not deal with one planet full of outlaws, then they would be useless and need to be replaced. The two continued their official talk for a while before stopping and changing the topic. I wonder how Susan is doing, said Amelia. Although the little girl had parents, she always treated her like her child. The world of Yu-Gi-Oh is not inherently dangerous. So, as long as nothing happens to her in the void, she will be fine. If something had happened to her, they would have long sensed something. So, Susan should have already reached her destination and studied these creatures for the creation and completion of card summoning magic. What about you? Any interest in visiting other worlds? The world has plenty of mystery for me to unravel, so there is no need for now, she replied with a smile. Plus, someone has to remain to keep things in check. It's fine if you feel this way. However, don't let power control you. You know me better than this. She is now one of the people with the most power in the Empire. However, despite this fact, she kept up with her magical studies to ensure she is as powerful as possible while also keeping a sense of wonder and desire for pursuing knowledge. She keeps her position because the Empire is her baby, watching it grow from the ground up. Edward and most of the royal family are not too keen on governing, so someone needs to keep an eye on things to prevent any issues. That's good, nodded Edward as he led his aunt away. Soon afterward, Itaki appeared in the room. What's the result? The gods have summoned a divine armament to the material plane from the outer realm. They pierced a hole through our defense with its power and contacted an arcanist called Chu. Edward had a screen before him showing him a new race with crystal eyes. He exchanged information for a divine blessing, allowing him to rise very quickly from Tier 5 to Tier 9. According to our analysis, their plan was probably to have him take the throne and cause chaos. How much information was revealed? Asked Edward with a frown. We were lucky Chu did not reveal everything, trying to bargain for more benefit, replied Itaki. Edward felt relieved when he saw that news about the floating city and a few other important things had not been revealed. Are you sure he was the only one they contacted? Chu does not know about this, so we are still investigating. Use as many people as you need to find things out. I will. How is the expansion going? Everything is proceeding smoothly, but we still need more time to create a universe-wide spy network. Any concrete plan? My objective is to control an already existing order. Unfortunately, the best spy faction of this plane is directly connected to some powerful Tier 10 gods, so we cannot control their souls or use any other forms of control. Believers are scary to deal with because they have no fear of death. Even if you threaten them with their loved ones, they will not hesitate to kill themselves, so they ascend to their god's divine kingdom and achieve eternal peace. Take your time. Once we have cracked the secrets of the soul flame, we might be able to deal with the control these gods have on their believers' souls, reassured Edward. My lord, may I ask how much progress has been made? I have made great progress in the past 20 years. However, it's far from enough. That's unfortunate, said Itaka before taking his leave. Morgana, continued Edward. If the gods used a divine armament to pierce through the fog, shouldn't a department detect such a change? Yes. The energy used to power the fog should have increased drastically and alerted us. Edward created 3 Tier 10 supersolid ether cores to power the fog that is protecting the Milky Way galaxy. He also established departments to keep watch at all times, so it was abnormal that he did not detect this breach in advance. Find what happened. Give me a moment. A few minutes later, the spike in energy was detected, but someone did not do their job properly and reported the problem too late. Edward groaned. Fire them, whoever it is. As you wish, replied the little elf. None of this would have happened if you used state-of-the-art artificial intelligence for that department's system. For security reasons, man-made workers are better in this situation, replied Edward. Despite the current situation, the data has shown that using responsible individuals for security measures was more secure than AI. What is my next itinerary? He asked, changing the subject. Chris has made some progress in his research. You can go see him. All right. 545 will tempering method. Edward soon arrived at Chris's lab, which had been waiting for him since he sent prior notification of his arrival. Chris, how are things? Very well, Your Majesty. It seems married life suits you well. How about? Consider having more than one wife, joked Edward. I don't want to turn into a mental patient that has gone crazy, swiftly replied Chris. Who was his wife? The chief of the National Bureau of Mental Health, one of the best Tier 8 spiritual arcanists in the world, Shenna's King. If he dared step out of line, he was sure the government would soon find him with a shattered psychic with no proof that his wife was involved. Haha, it's good she's keeping you in check and not letting the fame and glory get to your head, nodded Edward, who also knew how scary a spiritual arcanist like Shenna's King was. True to that. Although he was a man of exceptional will, it did not mean he could not change and be corrupt by power, wealth, and fame. Enough of the chit-chat, and let's get to business. As we should, nodded Chris as he led Edward to his office. Without wasting time, he began to show his research results. As you already knew, my research direction was to create a perfect method that would allow arcanists to temper their willpower. My first attempt was the normal stuff, using illusions to create a vivid world that would torment the arcanists and temper their will. Sadly, this method had a variety of results and many side effects, including permanent damage to my subjects. Some people responded to experiencing hardship, while others completely shut down. Chris showed the data while explaining. My second attempt was to use battles to temper the will. I tried this method after learning about the Haki system, but the results also varied. Some people responded positively, but most failed to achieve anything. My third attempt was a simple meditation method. By analyzing the correlation between willpower and the soul, spirit, mind, and memories, I created a meditation technique to nurture a person's willpower slowly. Sadly, this method was too slow. It could take thousands of years to increase the willpower by a factor of 1, and the higher the number, the longer the time required. Screen after screen flashed before Edward as he swiftly analyzed these experimental data from the early stages to their conclusion. After all these failures, I returned to the board and summarized what I have learned. I wanted to know the source of willpower. What made someone so determined was that they were willing to suffer unimaginable pain to accomplish them. They were willing to discipline themselves to a level that most people could not fathom. And the answer I got was the consciousness. To be specific, subconsciousness, the part most people do not know is responsible for most of their beings or even existence. After finding a direction, everything else came naturally. I created a meditation technique that allowed any race or species to delve into their subconscious, find introspection, and control it. The result was not a simple improvement of willpower but a deeper understanding of the mind, the self, and the soul. Edward squinted his eyes as he saw a new paper Chris had just finished. It was titled, The Link Between the Subconscious and the Soul Flame. He read it briefly before his eyes lit up. He immediately placed it on the top of his reading list before focusing on the other research results. After finishing reading through everything, Edward felt Chris' research reminded of something. After checking his memory, he realized the latter's research on the subconscious reminded him of the Immortal Cultivator's novel he used to read in Primordial Earth. One of the core concepts of those words was the idea of the Deo heart, the desire to pursue the Deo or path. A cultivator with a strong Deo heart was someone of immense will who was willing to do anything and experience any hardship to ensure he reached the top of the world. Everything is connected, and all paths lead to the same destination, thought Edward of this famous quote in these novels. He secretly sighed at how true these words were. He finally focused back on Chris and asked, with your method, how much willpower can be increased? Sadly, it only reaches level 5. I've reached level 6 myself, but I'm an anomaly. Edward gave him a look. If nothing unexpected occurs, Chris might be the second person in the Empire to control authority and become a legendary arcanist. Level 5 is the minimum standard in most worlds to become a legendary arcanist. However, it's still not enough for this world, analyzed Edward. Do you have any ideas for future development? Yes, the collective consciousness, replied Chris. The planet's will. Yes, my idea is that arcanists must confront the planet's will, which is a gathering of the consciousness of everybody, with their own. In the process, they have to protect their consciousness and not be assimilated. According to my idea, the planet will is not enough. Having a galaxy will and even a universe will would be better. However, if it does not exist, maybe we can artificially create one. Edward gave him an odd look, and Chris picked up on it. I was right. There is a galaxy and a universe will. universe will, and the ultimate purpose of increasing willpower is to overwhelm it and force it to hand over control over the fundamental rules of the universe. Chris looked at him in shock. Is that even possible? Yes, I've done, and the requirements are a minimum 8 on the willpower scale. I see. If we, arcanists, want to be on the same level as the gods, we must control authority. However, the path of faith is not for us, so we need an alternative method. That's correct. Chris sighed. I salute, Your Majesty, for your forward thinking. He could not imagine how long this man had been planning the rise of the path of arcane and how willing he was to share such power with so many people. Such a mind deserves his respect. Edward accepted the salute and continued, I'm unaware of any galaxy will, but we can artificially manufacture one. Your will tempering method could first involve a planetary will, then a star system will, and a galaxy will before the final confrontation with the universe will. However, you should create safety measures to ensure the sanity of our people when using this method. Confronting a planet will was not a simple endeavor despite the fact that a Tier 6 arcanist can easily destroy a planet. The planet will contains the thoughts and memories of billions of people, if not more. If an arcanist was not careful, their soul could be corrupted after coming into contact with so many people murmuring together. It's possible for them to suffer a state similar to the gods' faith poisoning, where they suffer personality splits like a schizophrenic patient, or their main personality is forcefully changed into something else. I will, nodded Chris, who knew the Empire's motto of pushing the boundary while maintaining a paranoid level of cautiousness in case something happened. If you need anything, you know who to contact. Chris knew he had a lot of work to do, so he did not waste time. He must first access most of the Empire on the planet will research before proceeding on the next step to recreate it on a galaxy size. While this part of the project is going on, he must create a perfect method to temper willpower using the planet will. Lots of work to do, he muttered with a smile. He called his wife to tell her he would be late today but promised to return home. Then, he continued his work. 35,546 soul limit methods so close, muttered Edward after finishing reading Chris' paper on the link between the soul flame and the human's subconscious. Over the years, he has developed a few methods to deal with the soul flame limit. For example, divine energy. He created an enchantment that converted mana into divine energy. However, this method was flawed, requiring a medium, primarily divine blood. Although he only needs a few milliliters as the medium, he had Guznad's body as an experiment along with what remained of Herpo. However, Edward did not like this method since it relied too much on divinity or even foreign aid. The second method he created was to overwhelm the soul with too much soul energy. As long as a soul absorbs enough soul energy, an arcanist can break the limit and reach a higher tier. Unfortunately, this method also had a few flaws, the first of which was the low success rate. An arcanist needs absolute control over his soul to succeed in this endeavor, and their soul also needs a certain level of innate toughness. The control needed for this method was too high, rendering large-scale usability impossible. As for the innate toughness, many people have special soul talents, and Edward created a potion to help in the endeavor. Regardless, he eliminated this method. The other method used was a rare material discovered after the war called Soul Essence Orb. The thing allowed any race or species to break the limitations of their souls. Sadly, this resource was scarce and not enough for the entire empire. Edward and the empire tried to artificially create it and 3D print it, but they failed. The fourth method he found was the result of his student Chloe's research. She found a special energy in the dream plane that could help with the limit. Unfortunately, the final result was the same. This energy was rare and could not be excavated in large numbers. Edward tried energy conversion to convert mana and other forms of energy into dream nether energy, and the result was unsatisfactory. The soul limit of 99% of humans was Tier 6. However, to create the dream nether energy required for a single arcanist to break the limit and reach Tier 7, Edward had to convert the equivalent of an entire galaxy, Tier 9, worth of mana. The Empire was already dealing with an energy shortage, relying mostly on the dark multiverse for their needs. So, it was not cost-effective to use dream nether energy to allow people to reach Tier 7, let alone higher levels. Edward's fifth attempt at solving this problem involved the multiverse. He conducted a dark experiment where an alchemist fused his soul with his counterparts in the multiverse. This experiment was fascinating to him. At first, there were complications with test subjects as they became crazy. However, after figuring out that the memories and experiences of the variants were different, he changed the experiment. The souls of the variants will be purified, removing their memories, will, and consciousness before fusing with the prime variant. At first, this experiment showed positive signs that he would succeed. Unfortunately, the soul flame will turn dark purple at the last moment, giving out a feeling of corruption. To this day, he does not know the cause of this change, but he also understands this might be the main issue he will face after trying to reach Tier 11. Edward's sixth experiment was on forcing the soul to become divine. He was not referring to godhood or faith but more to ascending or evolution of the soul to a higher state. In the Xiangxia novels he read, the nascent soul would turn into the divine soul before eventually turning into the immortal soul. Mana can evolve and turn into ether. With this idea as a foundation, he tried to do the same for his soul, which would, in turn, affect the soul flame. Sadly, his method failed. He could not purify the soul like he did with mana, so his ascension method failed. He tried to nourish a soul with the power of specific rules or authority. There were some changes, but nothing he could detect or observe. According to the conclusion he came up with, the rules did not belong to him, so he could not properly use them to elevate his soul to a higher state. Ultimately, he had to stop Project Soul Divinity to return to it later. Edward's seventh attempt was both successful and a failure. After observing Charles's soul flame and its unique time ring, he had an idea to create something similar, but not with time energy but with the power of knowledge. It's a commonly known fact that knowledge nourishes the soul and allows arcanists to reach a higher tier. So, he thought of a method to condense everybody's knowledge into a ring that served as burning fuel for the soul flame, allowing it to sublimate and break the limitations. The research in that direction was not easy, but luckily, Edward discovered the wisdom authority he once stole from Truth in the Full Metal Alchemist universe was very helpful. So, after countless trials and errors, he succeeded in creating the knowledge ring and even made a universal method that any alchemist could use after reaching tier 6. However, he was soon disappointed. The knowledge ring did nourish the soul flame and allowed it to evolve to a higher level. In other words, it did break the soul limitation. Unfortunately, the process was excruciatingly slow. After this failure, Edward was not discouraged as he saw another path to success, the relationship between the soul and the flame. They are connected, but the flame is the main source of life. Edward tried to use the connection between them, forming a deep enough connection that would allow an arcanist to use soul energy from the soul to nourish the knowledge ring and accelerate the speed at which the soul flame evolves. Sadly, he always felt he was missing one last link for this project to succeed. Chris' research gave him another hint, but he still felt he was missing a few things. Morgana, what do you think? I have nothing to say, shrugged the little elf. She has been running millions of calculations every day with no success. All right, send Chris' research to the History Council to see if they can do something. What's next on my schedule? You have to oversee the process of opening our borders and quickly check the Bone Council. Then, we can depart on our journey. That's good. Edward did not immediately leave as he had one last thing to check, whether Chris's will tempering method would work for him. He entered a secluded room in his lab before entering a state of meditation. The process of controlling the subconscious was not a pleasant experience. Edward was forced to control the deepest part of himself, his deepest desires, the good, the bad, and the extremely evil and disgusting. He had to accept who he was as a person and decide whether to change, whether he could even change. His subconscious also revealed many things to him. For example, some mild experiences that do not seem important have formed his personality's core aspects. I definitely had some psychotic tendencies when I was in primordial Earth. And after coming to this world and acquiring power, they were magnified, he summarized as he opened his eyes and exhaled. How is it? Asked Morgana. It should allow my willpower to finally reach 9. That's good news. 547 planar expansion. After the intense events that was the election, the people thought they would enter a time of great peace, with nothing as grandiose as that event. They thought the most exciting news coming to the Empire was things like cleaning up Planet Dark Star and getting rid of crime or news about corruption and degradation in the Empire's council. However, more than a month later, another major news spread like wildfire, the discovery of the astral realm. The existence of other planes opened a new door to the Empire. They now had access to countless civilizations, including their history, knowledge, and resources. How they understood the universe and how it operates drastically changed, and many people felt they took one step closer, as a collective, in pursuing the arcane truth. In just a few days of this news, countless arcanists bought information regarding the astral realm and began writing papers. However, these people did not have much time when Edward came on TV and announced the Empire's next step of expansion. Arcanists as low as Tier 6 can buy or rent astral towers, traveling ships to explore the astral realm. Everyone knew that the Empire was entering its next step of major expansion and development, so the mood of the entire galaxy was extremely jovial, with countless people signing up. In a short period, the Empire returned to the Age of Exploration, the short time after Edward's first voyage, where they first expanded outside the solar system. In that period, the universe was a vast unknown full of mystery. Many arcanists signed up to travel the Milky Way as explorers. Many people knew that the Age of Exploration was dangerous, especially in the early stages. But they also knew it was the best opportunity to get rich, acquire more resources, and climb the social and political ladder. The discovery of universal planes was an even greater opportunity than back then. As such, countless people decided to buy an astral tower, even if they had to take a massive loan from the government or borrow one after signing a restrictive contract. Not everyone was qualified, despite how many people signed up and wished to acquire a tower. The guideline for traveling the astral realm was extremely strict, and these arcanists, who first complained, soon understood why. They learned that those powerful planes have an extreme hatred or desire for people in our cosmic faith plane because of what their predecessors, the Magus, did. As such, they must be extremely cautious in their voyage and not reveal their information. Luckily, these people had a great leader and a competent government. In the past 20 years, the Empire conquered a Tier 8 plane and secretly influenced or changed its history. The plane, which once contained mages but was ruled by a god, experienced a renaissance as one man renovated the mage path and created the arcane path. Under that man's leadership, the mages turned into arcanists and successfully rebelled against the gods. They took control of the plane and renamed it Arcane Plane from Glory Light Plane. The Arcane Plane became the place of origin for all arcanists in the Empire as Edward created a clean and new background for everybody to prevent their identity from leaking. Regardless, they also must be careful not to reveal the truth. This measure was also variable to the gods of their own universe, who also wished to disassemble the Empire into delicate parts. The second issue to consider for this new era was that their timeline was still isolated, making traveling to other planes a little more complicated. However, this problem was more of a logistic than anything else. The third problem to deal with was the proper behavior to contact civilization. The Empire acknowledges that war, invasion, and plundering are the theme of all civilization in the astral realm. However, they wish to attempt something different. For example, an arcanist can use the laws of equivalent exchange instead of direct invasion and plunder when dealing with weaker or less developed civilizations. The same approach is encouraged when dealing with more powerful civilizations up to Tier 8. Tier 8 civilization is the highest astral towers sold and the highest permitted civilization that an arcanist can interact with. There were also rules to follow, especially regarding the enslavement of the natives of any world. In the Empire, population equals more arcanists, which equals more strength. Slavery was outlawed, but there is also nuance to this issue. Some races, like abyss demons, are the manifestation of evil and everything chaotic. Such a race is impossible to domesticate or integrate into the Empire. The rules for dealing with such species are to exterminate them. Arcanists can enslave them, but there is a limit based on the person's tier and achievements. Edward and the Empire did not want these people to become one man's nation and destabilize the Empire's strength and power. The Empire does not restrict how arcanists interacted with other planes, they can choose peaceful or brutal means. However, there are benefits, like tax breaks, to following protocols and peaceful methods. Ultimately, these people were warned and had to sign a contract not to purposely create powerful enemies for the Empire. The final issue to deal with was tax. If an arcanist uses peaceful means to exchange with a plane, they only need to pay 25% of their income, which involves knowledge and resources. If they used brutal means, the tax was increased to 30%. Although 5% looked small, the number is astronomical when an entire plane is involved. Many people felt this tax was too huge. After all, they knew how much resources even a weak plane contained. However, the Empire explained to these people the tax was for multiple reasons. Firstly, if something happens to an arcanist during an exploration, they can contact the Empire to come to save them. The tax also covered the fee for reviving them in case they die or don't experience true death. An arcanist also had the right to ask the Empire to help them during a conquest or exchange. However, depending on how much help they ask, the tax paid will increase to a minimum of 50% and a maximum of 70%. The officer in charge of the seminar introducing the rules to these people told them the best job was to find plane coordinates and sell them to the Empire. Although Havika's mathematical model was wonderful, it was too far away from mapping the entire astral realm, and these coordinates would help. Furthermore, if an arcanist discovered Tier 9 or above planes, they cannot do anything about it except wait for the future when the restrictions are removed. So, it's the best choice to sell the information. The people attending the seminar felt relieved after hearing the information about taxes and their benefits, especially when they learned the Empire could save them from a Tier 10 threat if they gave sufficient reason. After all, their lives were more valuable than anything. The last section of the seminar was detailed knowledge about planes, how to identify their tier before entering, how to deal with planar will, courses on planar warfare and diplomacy, and recognizing people from the top planes and their relationships. Finally, everyone signed the necessary contracts before acquiring their astral tower and exploring the world. The Empire had taken another major step toward their dominance of this universe. 548. Fourth Great Voyage. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard by Lazy Sage. After the planar expansion ordeal, Edward had little to do before his voyage. He went to check on the research on the quantum realm while also visiting the savant race. The people both loved and hated him. The knowledge they acquired in the past few years made me sleep with a grin. Unfortunately, the tedious negotiation often ruined their happiness. Afterward, Edward checked on the Bones Council. Things were proceeding smoothly, with relatively no problem. His methods allowed his variants to work together while keeping their deepest secrets. Over the past years, the Empire has benefited immensely by using the Council's resources. Meanwhile, Edward had one problem he had to deal with, which was to prevent his variants from accessing other planes. He did not know whether there would be an issue with variants from the multiverse entering the astral plane. So far, the gods are all right. Regardless, he was unprepared to deal with this issue, at least not now. As such, his main issue with the Council was dealing with these variants that were close to mastering planar travel technology. Luckily, time was still short, relatively speaking, so there were not too many. Edward's biggest worry was the variants not part of the Council that had mastered this technology. After all, the multiverse was vast, full of endless variables and opportunities. Last thing to check, muttered Edward as he closed his eyes. A few minutes later, he opened them with a smile. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Not long ago, he finally received news from the spy he sent to infiltrate Deist Purple Robe's home world. Now, everyone is fine and was not detected, so the first step in the infiltration is completed. The next step is to create a believable identity and get Purple Robe's attention. Then, he can infiltrate the ladder's samsara hall and take it down from the inside. I can't believe they've contacted us after so long, commented Morgana. The time difference between universes is fascinating. Indeed, it's something we should study one day. Anyway, all that matters is everything is going smoothly. Now, all I have to worry about is how fast he will take to completely control the artifact. Worrying about this won't help, so let's focus on the task at hand. Yes, so, are you ready? Asked Edward. Yes, I've prepared everything we need, including updating my database to contain all the Empire's progress in the last 20 years. In that case, let's not waste time. He first saw Olivier and had a passionate night before she left. She would travel to many worlds like him, but her purpose was to become a better commander. Afterward, Edward met with his aunt before entering Netheril and left. He promised Albion he would bring him on the next voyage, so he kept his promise. However, he still locked the dragon in his room and did not let him see anything to prevent problems. Is everything ready? Asked Edward. Yes, we have the coordinate. Then, let's go. Edward heard a sound before everything began to shake like it was an earthquake of 10 magnitude. Luckily, the process lasted only a few seconds before stopping. What happened? He asked, and Morgana did not immediately respond as she gazed at a small screen before her. We hit something in the midst of our travel. How can we be so unlucky? Or, is the void not what it used to be? I don't know, but luckily, everything is fine. We did not meet any creatures, nor were there any damages. That's good. Are we at our location? Yes. Then, let's go. The floating city entered this world while still in invisible mode. In an instant, Edward was outside a blue planet, Earth. Morgana immediately sent the sorcerer eyes to scan the planet, which appeared only to be an ordinary modern-day Earth. Unless you look at its history. Edward had a screen before showing the history of this planet. He read all the alien invasions this small planet experienced and the weird history of the past. It's hard to determine which one we are dealing with, said Morgana. The worst part is he's not here, and we do not know where in time he is. It will be a pain to track him down, unless you blatantly used your time rule. It's unwise to use such a method on a being of that caliber. Edward shook his head. How is the city adapting to the rules of this universe? Barely, replied Morgana. There is a powerful force that is rejecting all mana or magic. I have isolated its effect with the void shield and turned our system to a pure technology base. Will that be a problem? Our technology is not on par with our magic, so it can only function at 80% capacity. That's better than I anticipated. We have made great strides with the Technomancer inheritance, knowledge from the Council, and Savant race and our efforts. Edward nodded. So, what's our next move? Asked Morgana. Let ourselves adapt first. Then, send a signal that only he would understand and come running. Don't stay on Earth. The floating city flew away to a faraway galaxy. A few days later, it sent a signal that scattered across the spacetime continuum and waited. Not even a week later, a blue police box appeared outside. Are you sure this is the place this time? Asked a female voice. Isn't it obvious? Asked a playful man's voice. Look outside. Is that a city floating in empty space? Why is it like that? What happened to it, and why is it sending a distress signal? That's why we are here, said the man, not hiding his excitement. Let's go. The blue box flew to the destroyed city, finding an open area to land. A few seconds later, two people walked out, a woman dressed in black and a young man wearing a bow tie. The two only walked a few steps before the surroundings trembled lightly. Then, the decrepit city reverted to a vibrant one full of life. What's going on? Asked the woman. I don't know, said the young man as he pointed to a metal stick, waving it around. I'll have this, said a sudden voice. Then, the metal rod in the young man's flew over to someone else, Edward. Sonic screwdriver, what an interesting piece of technology, he muttered before focusing on the two. Doctor, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. 32. 549 Conversation with the doctor. You know me, asked the 11th doctor. At this point, is there anyone who doesn't really know you? Asked Edward. Am I this renowned? I did not know this, he replied while fixing his bow tie with a slightly smug look on his face. Pay attention, we are in the enemy's territory, said the woman. I told you this might be a trap, but you didn't listen. If we didn't come, how would we know whether it was a trap or someone needing help? He has a point, interjected Edward. You're the one who lured us here and captured us. Your opinion is not valid. You must be the legendary Clara Oswald. You know me? And what do you mean by legendary? You are more famous or important than you realize, said Edward as he approached them. The doctor stood before Clara, but Edward did not care as he examined him like a rare specimen. What an interesting species. Are you one of those madmen who collects rare species? Asked the doctor, and Edward paused. Technically, I am, but that's why I'm here. Then, why are you here? You will know in a second, replied Edward, who handed him an object. Now, please put your finger in here. I need a sample of your blood. The doctor looked at him without moving. Look, although you are captured, there are no restraints or use of armed forces. Since we can have a civilized conversation, why not do it? After a brief hesitation, the doctor put his finger in the device and felt a prick in his finger. Edward smiled as he looked at the data on the screen before him. What an interesting species. Time energy is intrinsically linked to your very DNA, to your very soul. Now, can you tell me why you lure me here? Edward did not immediately answer but walked to the TARDIS. A device began to scan the blue box, and he looked at it with fascination. Are you here for my TARDIS? Yes and no, finally replied Edward. To be precise, my main objective is Clara, the impossible girl. Me? Why do you need me? I'm just an ordinary person, just ordinary Clara. Oh, you are far from ordinary, replied Edward. Sometimes later in your journey, events will unfold where time winds will scatter you into millions echoes or splinters across the doctor's timeline. Scattered? Does that mean I'm dead? So, that's it, muttered the doctor. That's why I keep meeting different versions of her at different periods of time. He remembered Clara Oswin Oswald, the barmaid and governess he met in 19th century London. He was saddened by her death but soon found another Clara in the 21st century. However, she had no memories of the past and seemed to be a completely different person. Now, he finally understood why. So, why do you need Clara's help? To find Gallifrey. Impossible. Gallifrey was destroyed, I made sure of that. He did not hide the pain in his voice, so Clara held him. Since I know about your future, do you think I will speak without reason? So, you're saying, you changed the past. All 12 of your regenerations worked together to exile Gallifrey into a pocket dimension that is frozen in time. It was apparently the best way to end the time war and prevent its effect on the world. The doctor looked at him before laughing in madness. 2.47 billion of them. I did not kill them. Are you all right? Asked Clara, but the doctor did not stop his maniacal laughter until a few minutes later. Finally, he rearranged his suit and bow tie. Thank you for telling me. It's fine, you would have found out eventually. Yes, but who knows when? Who knows how long I would have had to carry this burden? True, nodded Edward. So, why do you need to find Gallifrey? For their time technology, he admitted frankly while observing the TARDIS. That's a dangerous thing to want. Edward did not look at him while answering. My family, friends, and trillions of people are counting on to get that technology, and I will do everything possible to succeed. The doctor's two hearts skipped a beat. He noticed that person's conviction as it was similar to his back then when he decided to end the time war by all means necessary. He also knew such a conviction was indeed a terrifying thing. Are you a mage? Suddenly asked the doctor, and Edward's body visibly paused. I knew I wouldn't be able to hide it from you, but I did not expect you to figure it out so soon. Mage? Are you talking about magic? Asked Clara. Yes. So, magic is real. It used to be, replied the doctor. What does that mean? Magic was initially a strong force in the universe in ancient times. However, the Time Lord rose to shape the universe, replacing its principles to that of science to underpin reality. You guys can do that. Yes, nodded the doctor. Are you and your people survivors of ancient magical civilization? You don't need to know about my background, replied Edward. All I ask for is that you cooperate and don't get in my way. Once I'm done, I'll leave and we'll never see each other again. Fine, I won't pry any further, but I still have some concerns. What's going to happen to Clara? She'll be fine, she's only acting as a medium or conduit to lead me to my destination. Once her role is done, there won't be any issue. I will take your word for it, commented the doctor. What about Gallifrey? What's going to happen to it? I only need their database. Once I'm done, you can decide whether to leave them in the same state or allow them to return to the universe. The doctor did know how to respond to these words. He knew the corruptions of the Time Lords as a result of their absolute power. It might not be the best idea for such a civilization to return to the universe. Okay, so what should we do? We start with the TARDIS, and here's your thing back. Edward handed him back the sonic screwdriver, an act that surprised him. After a moment, he entered the TARDIS, and Edward followed. He knew he was taking a significant risk by entering the TARDIS as he knew some of the scary things the doctor had in there. However, he considered the latter's peace-loving nature before taking such calculated risks. Of course, he also had preventive measures. After all, they were still in Netheril, his home ground. Morgana, how is it? I've installed a spying software in the screwdriver. Will he find it? Yes, but the crux of the issue is how long before he does. According to my calculations, it should take some time, but I don't know if it's enough before our plan succeeds. Edward secretly nodded. He knew the importance of the thing to the doctor, so he had to monitor it at all times. Of course, he also understood that his unparalleled intelligence was the latter's greatest reliance. That's fine, he nodded. It's a shame we could not directly go to the pocket dimension where Gallifrey is, complained Morgana. The rule of this universe restricted them too much. Hence, their technology was no longer the best and outshined everybody. As such, they cannot be direct and forceful in many things and must plan carefully. Why are you complaining? Didn't we already expect this? 550-time vortex. So, what is the plan? Asked the doctor after entering the TARDIS. Now that he was in his home court, he felt more relieved. First, you have to show us how you travel through time. Our technology cannot adapt to this place, and we cannot use forceful means. All right, anywhere specific. Ancient Greece, said Edward casually. The doctor immediately began to press buttons and move things around. However, the TARDIS immediately began to shake uncontrollably. What's going on? Asked the doctor as he locked a screen before him. Are we dragging your city? Yes, it's my ship, so it must tag along. The doctor was speechless before continuing with his work. He pressed more buttons to input to the TARDIS their newly added weight. Soon, the group found themselves in a tunnel, and Edward's eyes lit up. A screen materialized before him as data collected from Netheril was sent directly. Is this the time vortex? How fascinating, said Edward, immediately engrossed in the data. A dimensional plane where time and space met, intersecting at an angle determined by non-Euclidean geometry. Its essence should be an infinite amount of time energy. The dimension exists outside of time, hence not bound by its rules and restrictions. Edward seemed not to pay attention to his surroundings. No, it's not just time and space. Light, darkness, matter, and energy constantly change, bind, and divide. This place is like a corridor that runs through all of creation. If you find the right pathway, you can traverse anywhere and any time in the universe. Edward was genuinely intrigued by this time vortex and its intricacies. In his home world, time is more like a river that requires subtle manipulation to go upward or downward against powerful currents. However, in this world, time is like a web full of pathways that are hard to navigate. Additionally, time and space are two interconnected concepts in this world, but they are more divided in the Harry Potter world. The time vortex reminded Edward of the warp from Warhammer 40k. However, unlike the warp, which is a dimension made of psychic power, the time vortex is made of time energy. With this method, it should not be a problem to pass the time game, Morgana suddenly said in his mind. Maybe. She was correct since this was a new, innovative method of using time. However, he did know whether some science and technology civilizations did not invent a method that was very similar. Plus, Edward wanted to survive and deal a blow to his opponent. Edward heard a cough and saw the doctor and Clara looking at him oddly. Sorry about that? I understand since there are a few things more interesting than unraveling the truth of the universe. But don't forget our objective. He wanted to finish this chapter of his life and move on and no longer be influenced by the events of the Time War. Give me a few days before we can proceed with the plan, said Edward. Is there a room I can stay in? Yes. The doctor led him to a room in the TARDIS before returning to the deck. Is this person trustworthy? Asked Clara. To an extent. So far, he has not shown us any great malice. By the looks of things, this person seemed to be a scientist at heart but was forced into a terrible situation due to the actions of the Time Lords in ancient times. That's true. But I have a feeling he's very dangerous. Of course, he's dangerous. Do you think I'm not dangerous? Calmly retorted the doctor as he placed his sonic screwdriver in a holder in the main room. After running a diagnostic, he frowned before rerunning it. Inside Edward's room. Do you think he's believing the persona I built? There should be no problem since there is some truth to the lie, replied Morgana. Anyway, we only need to continue until we get what we want. He never planned to conflict with the doctor, which would delay his voyage and complicate things. The next day, Edward walked to the control room. This is the schematic for our plan, said Edward as he showed the doctor a holographic screen with moving parts. The doctor took a look for a few minutes before finally feeling relieved. The device did what Edward said, used Clara as a medium to access his timeline and found Gallifrey. There is room for improvement, suggested the doctor. Please, indicated Edward. Then, he watched how the last Time Lord drastically improved in his device. He took this opportunity to learn and improve the Empire's science and technology. Great work, praised Edward. Oh, this is nothing, replied the doctor coyly. You can print the device yourself, said Edward. Before we start, we have to take precautionary measures. For what? There is no problem with the device. In my experience, things like this often go awry. So, we must take preventive measures. Like what? You should be fine, added Edward. But Ms. Oswald is human and prone to accidents. Firstly, we must find a way to protect her mind or psyche. She will have access to countless versions of herself scattered across time. If something goes wrong, her mind might be broken, turning her into a schizophrenic patient. That's true, but the chances of that happening are very low. Do you want to take the risk? Yes, don't take the risk, added Clara. I can link her mind to the TARDIS core. It should protect her from any complications. Good. Do you have nanobots? Do you want to protect her body from injuries in case of an emergency? That's correct. I don't have it on board now, but I can manufacture some, replied the doctor. How long will it take? Biotechnology is not my strongest suit, so it should take some time. If you trust me, you can use mine, uttered Edward as a syringe appeared in his hand and handed it to the doctor. The latter used his sonic screwdriver to scan this thing. What potent nanites? Is that a good thing? With it, you will be almost immortal. This is my gift to repay you for all the trouble, added Edward. However, he soon saw the hesitation on her face. Don't refuse. In the future, if you meet someone you like and something happens to him, you only need to give him a blood injection, and everything will be fine. Wait, what does that mean? You don't have to worry about it. Anyway, the future is always changing, especially with my presence. So, things might not proceed as I saw them. Clara thanked Edward after staring at him for a few seconds. She then gazed at the doctor, awaiting his decision. Clara, immortality is not a simple thing. Living for a long time can be a curse. With this, can I travel with you for a long time? Yes, but that's more than enough for me, smiled Clara. Plus, can't I just remove them if I want to? All right. The doctor no longer hesitated and injected her with the nanites. Afterward, he began building the device for their plan. He could not wait to see Gallifrey after so long. Hey there, audiobook enthusiasts. Welcome to the audiobook collection. Today's upcoming audiobook is a special shout out to one of our amazing Patreon backers. If you're keen on personalized requests, consider becoming a part of our Patreon community. The link is in the video description below. Your support is truly appreciated, and I'm grateful to have you with me on this exciting audiobook adventure. And hey, if you're looking for a bundle of 300 plus novels, swing by my Ko-fi shop. For just $35, you can snag a Google Drive link to an audiobook treasure trove. Additionally, if you want to show some love to the original author of this novel, check out the author's credits discreetly provided in the description. Your support makes a difference? Thanks for being part of this literary journey with me. 551 Gallifrey. It took less than 3 days for the doctor to get everything ready. After Edward checked everything, they began the plan. Clara placed a device on her head and closed her eyes. Concentrate, you only need to constantly think about reaching Gallifrey, said Edward with a reassuring voice before looking at the doctor. The latter had his own device, but it was a bracelet on his wrist. Let's begin. The TARDIS shook slightly, and each had a screen before them. They saw the TARDIS hurling the floating city, traveling through these blue corridors in the time vortex. Another part of the screen showed them countless data. She has accessed my timeline, said the doctor, surprised by how easy that was. This fact only proved that Edward was telling the truth and was deeply interconnected with Clara. Clara, what do you see? I see me and different versions of you. Young, middle-aged, handsome, ugly, and even a woman exists. Woman? My next regeneration is a woman? Bloody hell, this should be interesting. Edward looked at him and did not explain. The current doctor has not gone to Trenzalore and received another round of 12 regeneration. As such, he believes his life will soon end with his next regeneration. Clara, focus. Follow the doctor to a time of a major war. That's our destination, said Edward. War? There are a few too many to count. Go for the biggest one you see. Oh, okay, she said as her face concentrated. Boom! The TARDIS shook so intensely that everyone flew from their position. Edward acted swiftly as his boot magnetized, sticking him to the floor. He even had time to create a magnetic shield around Clara. With his athleticism, he remained on the spot, but it was not the same for everybody else. The doctor was relatively fine. His Gallifreyan physique was stronger than that of humans. However, Clara was bleeding in the nose despite Edward's actions. Are you all right? Yes, thank you. No problem. Edward looked at the doctor. What happened? Lucky we took preventive measures, said the doctor, looking at Clara's fading pale complexion. His eyes then shifted to the screen. The time war is a fixed point in time, so it's protected in the vortex by an immense amount of time energy. Normally, it would be impossible to travel to that era, but since we're only using it as a mode to reach the Gallifrey pocket dimension, we can come close. So, the turbulence is our direct confrontation with all the time energy. Correct. Okay, let's continue. Is everything still operating? Ms. Oswald, how do you feel? I'm fine. I can continue. Our system has no problem, added the doctor. Let's proceed. Ms. Oswald. Call me Clara. All right. Clara, focus on our destination. The TARDIS and its companion traveled through the vortex for a brief period before hitting something. It tried to pass with incredible difficulty. Arg, yelled Clara as she held her hands. Clara, 2x. Her mind cannot bear breaking through the dimensional wall of Gallifrey, commented Edward beside her. Didn't you prepare for this possibility? Yes, TARDIS, yelled the doctor, and this weird orange light emanated from the TARDIS and entered Clara's head. She stopped screaming and opened her eyes. Are you all right? Asked Edward. I'm fine. Do you want to stop? What about your plan? She asked. Now that we're here, it's only a matter of using extreme means to enter. It's okay, I can still continue. Are you sure? Are you worried about me? She asked with a beautiful smile. Of course. Since I promise nothing will happen to you, I intend to keep my word. Only because of this, said Clara underneath her breath. Of course, Edward heard him, but he did not mention it. Soon afterward, they broke into the dimensional wall with Clara's effort and the protection of the TARDIS core. Gallifrey, said the doctor in a voice full of awe and reminiscing after walking out of the police box. While he was in a daze and Clara was looking everywhere, Edward had a screen floating before him that only he could see the content. Morgana, how is it? I already scanned the entire planet and found the places we wanted. That's good. Let's go, he said to the group. They soon found themselves in a city, but everything was frozen in time. The people, the animals, the flying ships, and even the buildings seemed static. I'm going to the central hub to get what I want, said Edward, stopping the sightseeing mood. Once I'm done, you can decide whether to unfreeze or release them. I don't think you need my help for this. No, I'll be fine alone. Edward went to the central hub, where most of the data on Gallifreyan's technology was kept. Normally, this place was of the highest order of security, but it was now very easy to get into. The only trouble was retrieving the data during the time stop. Edward did not waste time and used his time authority to speed up the process. Afterward, he traveled around the planet where core databases were located and took everything. One of his priorities was the technology of the TARDIS, and he took all of them in the museum, from the first generation to the latest TARDIS. Once he finished, he returned to the group. Have you decided? Give me a little more time, he said, and Edward did not rush him. He returned to TARDIS while Clara followed the doctor. In the next few days, they will return before going out again. More than a week later, the doctor finally made his choice. He would unfreeze Gallifrey but would not free them from their prison. He believed the return of his people was not good for the universe. Edward looked at him and did not say anything. As long as the Time Lords regain their mobility, they will definitely try to escape this prison. The doctor did not meet anyone from Gallifrey. Through the TARDIS, he unfroze this dimension before leaving. Are you sure you cannot stay? You could travel with us for a while, asked the doctor. That's a terrible idea. Edward shook his head. Although we have many things in common, we have even more differences. A short voyage is fine, but not a long one. Plus, like I said, I have people counting on me. I can't say long. Will we see you again? Asked Clara. I'm afraid the chances are low. Once he has processed and analyzed the acquired data, he will leave for his next world immediately. That's a shame. Edward smiled as he looked at her. I hope you found your purpose in life, and I wish you fulfillment in all your endeavors. Thank you, and I hope you can save your people. She gave him a hug before Edward focused on the doctor. They shook hands firmly. Any words for me? Yes, nodded Edward. Now that you've dealt with Gallifrey, I hope you can stop running from your past and find peace. River Song is a great woman who deserves more than you gave her. You're maybe right. They hugged tightly before Edward entered Netheril, rushing into the sky and disappearing. Are you sure you want to leave? Asked Morgana. This world has a lot of potential. I know, but it's best not to have too much interaction with someone like the doctor. Edward would not be surprised if the doctor one day developed omniversal travel and one day reached his home world. In this stage of his development, it's best not to deal with these kinds of people. Let's analyze our loot on this trip, said Edward with a smirk. I love how your thieving days are far from over, even after so long. Edward blushed as he remembered his youth, traveling the world and infiltrating places like the Vatican to steal books. What do you know? It's all for the pursuit of knowledge and truth. Whatever helps you sleep at night, but I know you enjoy the thrill of it all. Shut up and show me what we got. 552 Time Lord Technology. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard by Lazy Sage Deo. Edward did not leave the universe and hid somewhere to analyze the data he had just acquired. With Morgana's help, he swiftly categorized things and focused on the more important information they had. Edward began with the course Cosmic Science and Higher Dimensional Physique, one of the main courses that all Gallifrey who wish to become Time Lords must pass. With this course, Edward was able to see the evolution of the Time Lords' understanding of the universe and time from their infancy until the peak of their powers. Phew, that was a lot, muttered Edward as he finished. Hehe, chuckled Morgana. What is it? Although you never admitted it, a part of you always believed magic was superior to science and technology. Now, can you say the same? Edward smiled in embarrassment as he knew she was right. The Time Lords have truly pushed the boundaries of science and technology. A perfect example of their accomplishment is the dematerialization gun, a weapon that can erase people from time, making them feel as if they had never existed in the first place. He could only do such a feat after controlling time rules. Furthermore, the dematerialization gun was not the only method the Time Lords created to manipulate reality and erase a person from time. Once we finished analyzing this universe's data, science and technology in the Empire will almost catch up to magic, commented Edward. That is true, nodded the little elf before continuing their work. Their next focus was on the TARDIS and its engineering marvels of using time energy. Edward learned many things in the process, even making great strides in understanding and applying time rules. As soon as he finished, he began to work on Project OMN Gate, or his attempt to create a gate or portal that connected two universes scattered in the void. Edward's path will not follow the Magus and leave the astral universe for the void. Instead, he will open portals to other universes while keeping his original one as the main base. As such, he needs high-level technology that can bypass the danger of the void. This project was nothing but words on paper for many years with little to no development. That changed after Edward got his hands on Rick Sanchez's portal gun, and he made great strides. His idea is to create a portal liquid that combines Rick's technology with void energy, allowing him to navigate the infinite void like it was his back garden. After studying the development of TARDIS's technology from the earliest prototype to the nearest novel, he had new ideas to try. The void portal liquid he will create might function similarly to the time vortex by creating a unique time tunnel or void tunnel between two universes. This could work, said Morgana as she looked at the new development of this project. But it's not enough. Yes, but it's good as long as we make improvements. Edward was confident he might succeed after this time tour he was going on. What's next? The Time Lord's biology, explained Morgana before showing him a blueprint, and Edward's eyes soon focused on them. They are truly the definition of a time race, said Edward excitedly. The Time Lords can look into the past, present, and future through the time energy weaved into their DNA and every cell in their bodies. They have a terrifying immunity to time stop and any temporal-related anomalies. More importantly, they can change fixed points in time, making them a causality. Not to mention their ability to regenerate as a way to heal, granting each Time Lord 12 lives. These Time Lords are true Time Lords, commented Morgana, and Edward understood what she meant. Time Lords can alter a timeline instead of creating a new one in their universe. All the Time Lords in this universe have this ability. If my guess is correct, these Time Lords are immune to the rules of the Time Guardian, commented Edward with envy. There is no need for envy, we have their life code so that we can copy. True. Add them to the ultimate magic body, nodded Edward with excitement. Once he creates a perfect way to break the soul limit, he can condense his ultimate magic body, thus acquiring one of the best magical talents in the Omniverse. Okay, but we have to deal with the issue of regeneration. The flaw in the Time Lord's regeneration is that they will acquire a new face and new personality. The regeneration process changed their DNA slightly while also altering the chemicals in their brain, hence the change in appearance and personality. We should have absolute control over our bodies so the problem won't be an issue. However, there is the possibility that the process affects the soul. Edward did not think the Gallifreyan could not deal with such a simple issue. This universe's law of physics does not deal with the soul but the brain. However, he was different and needed to prepare for this eventuality. Let's run some tests, said Edward, and they immediately experimented. The result was similar to the Time Lords in the universe. The clones did not change appearance because of the mana and aura inside their bodies. Their soul changed, which led to a change in personality, commented Edward. Even their mana imprint changed. What's the reason? He had experimented on the relationship between time and the soul, and such an anomaly should not appear. Time is living, suddenly said Morgana. Are you saying time in this universe is a living creature? Not exactly, but more along the line, it has a slight consciousness. So, during the regeneration, the consciousness will affect organic matters, including the soul. Do we have time energy from our universe? Yes, but they should have been corrupted by the laws of this place. Try it and see. The experiment proceeded, and the result was the same. However, Morgana was proven to be true. Edward grunted as this experience was a lesson to learn. In the future, they would not allow everything they brought to a new world to adapt so that they could do experiments like this. Let's wait until we leave to continue this experiment. Okay, so, what's next? There are still a few things to do, Edward commented before proceeding to the next step. They stole Darlek's technology, which was on par with Time Lords. If the Gallifreyan's technology was based on space and time, the Darlek's tech was based purely on destruction, including the eradication of space and time. He stole from the Cybermen, who were the pinnacle of robotics and cybernetic technology. He took a sample of the creature known as the Silence, who had a natural talent for memory wiping and hypnosis. Finally, Edward made a great effort to capture Weeping Angels, one of the scariest races in this universe. One touch by these statues-looking creatures will send you back in time while feeding on the time energy of the life you could have lived. He was interested in their ability called quantum locking, which turned them into statues as long as someone looked at them. He believed if he could harness this ability, it would be perfect for his assassin squad. Imagine a group of assassins that were invisible as long as you looked at them. Although it sounded like a normal invisible spell, it was more. In the magical world, there were many ways to look at someone, including through fate. This ability would work on all of them. Once that was done, Edward hopped in his city and proceeded to his next destination. 553 Anomaly. Edward and his team soon arrived at their destiny with no issue, or so they thought. As soon as they entered the new world, everything spun even worse than the first time. What's going on? Asked Edward. I don't know, replied Morgana before running more diagnostics. The process lasted longer than expected, and it wasn't until everything stopped spinning that Edward received an answer. Well, what was it? This universe seemed to be shaking and moving. Moving? How is that possible? He knew his destination, and this place should be very safe, especially for someone of his power level. Did the universe suddenly acquire consciousness and become a living creature? He asked after thinking about their previous experience. It appears it's not the case. Edward grunted. Small accidents kept occurring, and he did not like this. All right. How are our systems? It appeared some of them were destroyed or malfunctioning. Are you serious? Even the previous chaos in the void did not damage any of the city's systems, so how could entry into a universe do such damage? What's going on? Edward asked before receiving an answer. Morgana continued. Boss, we are surrounded. A screen materialized before Edward and his pupils shrank. Are those Amazonians? Many women dressed in armor, holding cold weapons, and some on horses surrounded the city. His gaze focused on one woman with long black hair. She was beautiful, regal, and full of power and charm. Wonder Woman. He was sure it was her as his memory of a particular animated movie popped into his mind. Before his reincarnation, Marvel dominated the box office while DC was supreme in the animated movie department. They had a new rebooted Justice League animated movie, and this Wonder Woman resembled that version. Can someone tell me what is going on? His destination was the Flash TV universe, which was only the CW universe. His purpose was to study the Speed Force, another manifestation of time. As such, Wonder Woman should not exist in that universe. I don't know either, replied Morgana, and Edward exhaled deeply. He closed his eyes to contact the Akashic record. Soon, he saw a customer service response from a small blue-winged elf AI similar to his. Sir, Edward, how can I help you? You people sold me the wrong coordinate. That's not possible. We would never make such an error. Then explained the situation to me, he replied, showing her the screen Morgana was displaying. The little elf frowned before saying, wait a moment before I open up your file. After a few seconds, she had an apologetic look. So, you did make a mistake. Technically, yes and no. What do you mean? The coordinates are the ones you asked for. However, a major change has occurred in the void recently. We should have sent you a warning but failed to do so. What major change? I'm afraid this is beyond your security level. You are the one who made the mistake, so you can repay me by answering my question. The blue elf paused for a few seconds, she seemed to be doing something. Then, she spoke. To answer your question, universes like DC and Marvel are experiencing an event called convergence. Previously, many of the anime, films, and television you used to know were separate but connected worlds of the main universe, the comics. But now, everything is fusing. It took every fiber and ounce of strength of Edward's body not to curse out loud. He had read the comics, so he knew how terrifying they were. The minimum power level was tier 12, and it might go as high as tier 14. With his measly tier 8 and even tier 10 floating city, he was nothing but a slightly large cannon fodder. Wait, my main destination for this voyage is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Doesn't it mean that world is also screwed? He exhaled to calm down. What's going on with this convergence? Doesn't that mean the danger levels of these worlds are now much higher? Yes, not the point of exaggeration. The DC Universe convergence has just reached the late stage while Marvel is still in the early steps, so there is still plenty of time before the danger level of these worlds reaches the highest peak. Edward sighed in relief. As long as he hurries with his affairs in DC, he can rush to his destination and still take his time. He looked at the elf. Can you tell me how long before the process ends? Unfortunately, such knowledge is beyond your security level. Edward could tell she would not budge on this issue, so he did not insist and focused on something else. Since this was your error, are you prepared to compensate me? Of course. We have reimbursed your previous purchase. I hope our response is satisfactory. I am indeed pleased, nodded Edward as he sensed his knowledge points balanced increase. Well, thank you for your service. Wait a moment. Is there something else? You have a message from Sir Merlin, said the elf. Would you like to read it now? Yes? Hurry. Don't worry. I'm fine, I'm just busy. And grow faster, time is running out. Edward was first relieved the old man was okay. After not hearing about him for so long, he started worrying. Luckily, nothing has happened to him. Then, he sensed the ominous shadows behind these words. The previous sensation that he had all the time in the world was gone, replaced by a sense of urgency. Is this all, or is there something else? That's all. Thank you. Edward opened his eyes to a flurry of questions. Well, what did they say? Do you have a better understanding of the situation? And what's our next step? Edward grunted before explaining the situation to her. So, this world is indeed moving and expanding. Our sudden entrance must have disrupted the process and created a tide of chaotic energy that swooped us. Now, they finally understood the situation. What's next? You fix the damage to our systems, and I will deal with the people outside. Are you sure? These people hate men and should not be too friendly. I know, but if the situation is not dealt with swiftly, they could alert the gods in Olympus, leading to other problems. So, it's best to find a peaceful and diplomatic solution. I'll be fine, I think. But what about you? This world is very accepting of magic, so we don't have to worry about adapting for too long. So, the only problem is fixing these damaged systems. All right, I'll leave everything to you. Edward walked out of the city with his hands raised. As soon as he appeared, countless spears, swords, and bows pointed at him. Easy, I came here in peace. A man? Why have you intruded into our territory? Asked Hippolyta, the queen of Amazon and Diana's Wonder Woman, mother. An accident. My ship landed in this place by accident. Ship? Such a large city is a ship, asked Diana. Well, although a little flamboyant, but yes, it's a ship. Edward saw her beautiful eyes light up, probably wanting to say a compliment. Alas, before she could speak further, Hippolyta spoke. You are now under Amazonian soil, so accept surrender before we discuss how to deal with you. Do not make any hostile moves. Edward frowned as he pondered. It would be easy to subdue these people, showing them he could have easily harmed them. But such an act might elicit a negative response. If it was only Diana, this could work. But with how Hippolyta is portrayed in different media, such a move might make her consider him a bigger threat and escalate the situation. Fine, let's allow them to capture me. Anyway, these people cannot harm me, and I can consider this situation as experiencing bondage after a long while. Edward placed his hands together to show his surrender. Hippolyta motioned for one of the Amazons to tie his hands. Edward secretly shook his head at how primitive such a move was. He thought they would use some magical artifact, but it was just a robe made with a unique material. Such a restraint was a nightmare for a normal mortal man, but nothing to him. Follow us, said the queen with a stern face. 554th Emissary Edward was in the middle, surrounded by all these Amazonians. Such a scenario where so many beautiful women surrounded him should have been his dream, but sadly, he was in cuffs. Well, I can see this as just some spicy stuff. Can you be any less shameless, sneered Morgana in his mind, but he ignored her. He looked around, taking in the sight and beauty. No one would believe he was a prisoner without his cuff hands. What a beautiful place, he uttered. The air is fresh, everything is natural, and I feel closer to nature. I haven't felt this way in a while. Quiet, you are still a prisoner, said one Amazonian as she used the butt of her spear to hit Edward on the back. Bang! His body generated a shockwave, destroying the spear and sending her flying more than 5 meters before crashing. Everyone pointed their weapons at her. My apologies. That's just my natural defense, it was not intentional. He was not lying as he did not expect the woman to attack him suddenly. If he did not respond swiftly enough, she would have been obliterated. Are you a god? Asked Hippolyta with a stern face. Oh, no. On the contrary, I have quite the disdain for that term. Edward immediately stopped himself from talking about his views about godhood as he remembered the Amazonians in this world worshipped the gods of the Olympics. So, what are you? Asked the queen. I'm an arcanist or a mage if you prefer. You can use magic? That would explain why your ship is a flying city, Diana commented. Exactly, replied Edward before looking at the person who attacked him. Do you want me to heal her? No need, replied the attacker as she stood up. Only a few bruises showed she was attacked. She looked at him before returning to the line. Edward then remembered the Amazonians all had enhanced physical abilities. Queen Hippolyta looked at Edward, glancing at his tied hands before ordering everyone to continue his journey. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and Edward was still looking around like he was on vacation. The architecture of Themyscira was mostly Greek, with primarily white pillars. They added a touch of gold that symbolized the divine. Very beautiful, he commented, but no one attacked him this time. Hippolyta dismounted her horse before taking out her sword. With a swing, she cut off the rope binding Edward, who remained calm and composed throughout the situation. This will be your dwelling. Please do not leave without any instructions. After saying these words, she walked away, leaving a small group to watch the house. Well, things are better than I anticipated, thought Edward as he entered. He had things to do while he and the floating city adapted to this world. Besides repaying his knowledge point, the Akashic records gave him the coordinates to the timeline where the CW Flash TV was located. His original object was him, and he did not want to deal with the other Flash versions. He knew how terrifying Flash was from the comics and did not want to deal with them. However, despite having the coordination, he also needed to calibrate his landing so he would land in the early stages of that Flash's development. He had to be cautious for many reasons. Firstly, he knew the latter would become more powerful the older and wiser he was. Secondly, he only saw the first 4 seasons of that show and did not want to pay the exorbitant price that the record asked for him to learn about everything, and the knowledge Salomon gave him did not include the CW Flash. Themyscira, Council Room. Hippolyta sat on the main seat, surrounded by her most trusted advisors. How do you think we should deal with our intruder? She asked. Isn't it obvious? He's an intruder and a man, so we should eliminate him, said an Amazonian with golden hair and a voluptuous body. That's too radical, argued another one with a darker complexion and braids. We are not barbarians. This is not an argument of morality. The intruder's presence endangers the existence of Themyscira. We have isolated ourselves from the world of men for so long. Do you want us to be discovered? Now, you're just using fear-mongering tactics. One person will not affect our isolation. You might be willing to take the risk, but I am not. Our default solution should never be violence. The two began to argue, but the queen never said a word. A little while longer, someone else spoke. A woman who was of Hispanic descent said, "You two are always arguing and, as usual, failed to see the crux of the issue. And what would that be? Can we kill that intruder? You saw his strength and his magical city. Are you sure we can take him down?" The blonde woman paused momentarily before continuing, "He's only a man. I do not believe he can defeat all our sisters' might combined and the protection of the gods. True, but what price will be paid for fighting with him? How many of our sisters will not walk out of such a meaningless confrontation? What will happen on the unlikely chance that he escapes and we have made a formidable enemy? All sacrifice is necessary for the protection of our home." The room quieted down, with all eyes now focused on the queen. Hippolyta did not say anything but asked another Amazonian, "What do you think?" "You know what I will say. Forget it." She knew she had asked the wrong person and stopped her from spewing nonsense like forcefully breeding with the intruder to create more powerful sisters. In some comics, the Amazonians used sunken ships to forcefully have their way with marooned individuals before killing them. If the baby is a girl, they keep it. If it's a boy, they either killed it or returned it to the world. The queen's eyes finally landed on a petite Amazonian dressed not in armor but in loose white robes. "Saren, what do you think?" Saren calmly looked at everyone. "We have lost contact with the gods." Everyone's heart secretly beeped as this was true. A while ago, they lost all contact with Olympus, not knowing what had occurred. As a result, the magical barrier protecting the island is rapidly fading. We will be revealed to the world of men in a few hundred years if the gods do not respond to us. No, the time might be shorter with the intruder's forceful entry. What are you trying to say? Isn't he a mage? We can ask him if he can repair the barrier and ensure its continuation in exchange for his freedom. This is a good idea. Not really. We will have to give the man access to our barrier. What if he breaks or controls it? We cannot take the risks. Another argument was about to happen, so Saren quickly said, "My queen, what say you? Our main issue is trust toward that man. So, let's test him to see if he's trustworthy." While Edward was doing calculations, he received an uninvited guest in the middle of the night. "You quite bold," said Edward as he looked at Diana. "How so?" "Visiting a man in the middle of the night. A man whom you know nothing of and could be dangerous. As Themyscira's greatest warrior, I think I can care for myself." "True," nodded Edward. "So, to what do I owe this pleasure?" 555 Demigod, why are you staring at me like this? Asked Diana with a slight frown. "This seems rude." "It's because I'm intrigued." "By what?" "Your existence," replied Edward. "What does that mean?" Forget me for asking such a personal question, but is Zeus your father? Edward knew Diana had two origins. One was she was the daughter of Zeus and Queen Hippolyta, and the other was she was crafted from clay and blessed with divine power. That's correct, but is something wrong with that? She was also intrigued. I've met gods before and their children. Their divine nature makes reproduction completely different from humans, but there are still some rules. From my experience, 4 fates await a child born from a god and a human. First, they would die in the womb. Secondly, they will turn out into ordinary humans with no abilities. Such a phenomenon is extremely rare but does happen. Thirdly, they would turn into this abominations-like creature whose very existence seemed vile and repulsive. Lastly, they will inherit powers from their godly parents' authority. I should belong to the third category, but why do you say my existence is an anomaly? Yes, you are, but I noticed a few anomalies from you as a demigod. You do not have Zeus's lightning powers. That should not be enough for me to be considered an anomaly, asked Diana. You're correct. Although I haven't seen a demigod without their parents' authority, it could be argued that you made up for this lack of powers with your overwhelming speed, strength, and invulnerability. The other anomaly is that you cannot absorb the power of faith, which is fundamental for the existence of any divine being. I can sense the divine power coursing through your veins, which is so pure. Is that a bad thing? No, on the contrary. Without the restriction of faith, you have unlimited potential that even the gods would envy. However, I could not help but wonder whether your creation was intentional or accidental. What are you trying to imply? Nothing, Edward shook his head. Knowing Zeus, I doubt he's capable of engineering such a brilliant idea. So, you're probably an accident. No, not an accident, a miracle of the universe. You have inherited all the advantages of the gods without their weakness. Edward's eyes twinkled as he realized how unique Wonder Woman was. If he ever had to walk the path of godhood, he would imitate her situation and combine it with his knowledge of the elder gods in his world, who also do not rely too much on faith. You truly have no regard or respect for the gods, she asked with a frown. Oh, I apologize about that. I know I should respect someone else's culture and ideologies, especially in their home. Diana looked at him. She could tell his apology for saying these words to her, but the words themselves, she knew this man truly disdained the gods for some reason. However, she decided not to ask. I accept your apology. Thank you, replied Edward with a smile. Look at me. You came to for something, but I went on a tangent before you could speak. What can I help you with? I wanted to ask about how the world of men was. Are there many mages like you? Have they developed to such a level? Edward could see the curiosity and longing in her eyes. I'm afraid you will be disappointed if that's how you see the outside world. Oh, why is that? I'm from a different dimension where magic is everywhere, but in this place, magic is a rare thing practiced by a few. Is that so? She muttered. Wait, if you're from a different dimension, how do you know about my father? Have you been to Olympus? No, but he exists in my dimension. Well, a version of himself, lied Edward without any change in expression or remorse. That seems complicated. Do you not know anything about the world of men? Well, let me think. He secretly cast a spell to detect life in the nearest place to this island and read the people's minds. It's 1912? That means World War I will begin in 2 years. World War? Asked Diana. Yes, they are about to fight the largest war in history. You said one? As in, there will be a second one, hurriedly asked Diana. Yes, but that won't happen for another 2 decades. How do you know such information? As a dimensional traveler, I do not experience time linearly. Diana calmed down, thinking to herself. If the outside world was about to enter an era of chaos, she felt it was her duty to do something. However, she knew her mother would not easily allow her to leave the island. She looked at Edward and asked, "Can you tell me about your travel?" Sure, why not? In the next few hours, he talked about many of the things he saw and experienced, and Diana listened fervently. I did not expect the world to be vast and wonderful, uttered Diana, not hiding her longing. It is, and I'm sure you will have a chance to experience it. But now, it's late, and you should leave. You're right, nodded Diana as she saw the sun was about to rise through the window. Thank you for talking to me, she exclaimed before flying away. He looked at her, flying away before closing his eyes and continuing his meditation. Alas, not even 30 minutes later, he heard the sound of crashing around him before sensing something binding him. Edward calmly opened his eyes to see himself surrounded by many Amazonians with a robe tied. Your Majesty, I thought we had an understanding. We did, but before we can continue any form of relationship, we need to know whether you're trustworthy, replied Queen Hippolyta, holding the end of the rope. This should be the lasso of truth, he analyzed internally. Tell me who you are and your purpose in coming to our island. The lasso glowed golden, but nothing else happened. Edward calmly looked at it. When an interesting divine artifact, he commented calmly. I could easily replicate its ability to force people to tell the truth, but its indestructible nature is worth studying. It's not working, yelped an Amazonian. How is that possible? Muttered Hippolyta before activating the lasso again. Tell me your origin. Don't waste your time, said Edward. In the hands of a truly powerful creature, this weapon might work on me, but not in your hands. He looked at the queen. I see. The gods have disappeared, and you want my help with your island's protective barrier. As soon as he finished, the rope fell on the ground as he had sealed the divine power inside. If you want my help, we can talk normally, on equal terms. There is no need for all this useless work. Now that he knew something had happened to the Olympic pantheon, he did not need to be overtly careful when dealing with the Amazonian. Plus, he can use the time his ship is being fixed to get some benefit, like scanning Wonder Woman's life code and studying their other divine artifact. Who are you? Asked the queen, raising the highest level of alert in her mind. Like I said, I only crashed here by accident, replied Edward. And as you can see, if I wanted to harm you, no one could do anything about it, even your daughter. The rooms became quiet for a few seconds. Now, if you don't mind, please leave my room. I will give you a few days to calm down, and we can talk properly. I hope you have the right attitude by then. He waved his hand, and all the Amazonians were teleported outside. Then, the room repaired itself to the previous state, and Edward continued his meditation. 556 Navigation System. 3 days passed, and Edward did not stay cooped up inside his room. He would walk around the island during the day while continuing his calculations at night. During this time, Diana would come to see him and talk all night. Today, Queen Hippolyta finally came to see him. So, have you calmed down? Asked Edward calmly. We apologize for our previous actions, said the queen. Edward looked at her and could not tell whether she was sincere or was putting on a diplomatic mask, just like himself when dealing with certain people. It's water under the bridge, he said calmly. I will be direct, said the queen. What price do we need to pay for you to repair our protective shield? I only have 2 requirements, replied Edward, also choosing to be as direct as possible. Firstly, let my ship stay here until it's fixed. Secondly, allow me to study all your magical artifacts, especially the lasso of truth. Study? Yes, just study. That can be arranged, replied Hippolyta. Since the intruder was already here, it made no difference if he stayed a little longer. When can you begin? Tomorrow. He had just finished his calculations for the Flash Dimensions coordinate and needed to consult Morgana. I'll be waiting. Morgana, here are the coordinates. Okay, let me plug it in. A few seconds later, her voice rang in his mind again. It's not working. What do you mean? I'm not picking up any signal on that coordinate. How is that possible? Did I make an error in my calculations? No, I double-checked, and there were no problems, replied Morgana. Did the Akashic record give us the wrong coordinate? No, that's unlikely. Their whole brand revolved around knowledge and the truth, so it's unlikely they would make such a major blunder. Edward frowned. If not them, what is the issue? Let me run some deeper diagnostic, the purple-haired elf said before quieting. Edward did not hear from her until more than half an hour later. We might be in trouble. What did you find? Because this world is constantly merging with others, constantly expanding, finding the correct coordinate is currently impossible. A projection screen appeared before Edward, and he soon understood what she meant. It took too many calculations to deduce one timeline from the infinite multiverse with the constant spacetime turbulence of this universe due to the convergence. And even if they could pinpoint the coordinates, Netheril was not equipped to navigate such a chaotic multiverse. So, we need a completely new navigation system, groaned Edward, who knew such a thing would take time, and that's the last thing he wanted. Knock, knock, come in. What's wrong? Asked Diana. Although he'd only known this man for a few days, he'd usually be calm or smiling, but tonight, he had a deep frown plastered on his handsome face. The damage to my ship was more severe than I anticipated. Is that so? Is there anything we can do to help? I will ask if there is, replied Edward as he waved his hand to summon a table, tea, and dessert. Where did we last leave? Before we begin, I wanted to apologize for my mother and the clothes' actions. They can sometimes go overboard when it comes to protecting the island. I don't blame her since I'm also a ruler in my dimension. So, I understand the need to do whatever is necessary to protect my people. Yes, you did mention that, but you never elaborate. How about you tell me more about your dimension? Sure, why not? Edward then told her about his rise from school to the creation of the Arcane Empire and its latest accomplishment. Such a wonderful world, such a legendary tale, muttered Diana. She knew even if Edward glorified or glossed over some detail, she could tell how much he had experienced. I did not expect you to be such a womanizer, she commented. One of my few flaws, replied Edward calmly as he sipped his tea. It's late. Indeed. I will see you tomorrow. The next day, Edward immediately worked on the island's protective shield. Dealing with was simpler than he anticipated. The reason for its weakening was that the gods no longer provided divine energy to sustain the shield, so he only needed to create a device that would allow Diana to use her divine power as an energy source. The entire process only took 2 days before being resolved. After seeing how swift and efficient Edward was, Hippolyta did not go back on her word and sent Edward all the divine artifacts the gods granted them over their long servitude. So, what do you think? Asked Diana, who chose to accompany Edward while he was studying these artifacts. Hephaestus' work. Yes, have you met him? In a manner of speaking, he replied. He indirectly studied forging from Hephaestus during his trip to the mummy universe. You don't seem impressed, added Diana. Besides the lasso, I can easily recreate any of these items and even make them better. Even though you're not a god and no divine power, I can turn any form of energy into divine power, including sunlight, casually replied Edward. So, magic is so magical. Most power systems are magical once you reach a deep enough level. Diana looked at these artifacts. What do you want me to do with them? You can take them away after I scan them. However, leave the lasso. Is it really so valuable? Asked Diana as she played with the lasso in her hand. Its ability is not unique, but its indestructible nature is worth studying. Of course, that is if it's truly indestructible. What do you mean by that? I have met a few things that made such bold claims. However, they've all proven that their indestructible nature was because they have never encountered a power great enough. So, we will see if it's the case for the lasso of truth. Diana took the other items away while Edward focused on his navigation system. He had a lot of work to do and very little time. Although he knew a thing like world fusion would take millions of years to finish, time is relative. Millions of years might be a few hundred years to him or only a few decades to someone else in another dimension. So, he needed to finish this project as soon as possible to go to his destination and leave this world. As such, he put the lasso in the back of his mind while focusing on creating a new navigation system. A week passed, and Diana flew to Edward's new hut located near the floating city, far away from the main area of the Amazonians. "You're early today," he commented without raising his head from the screens before him. "It was a training day. No one can give you a decent challenge." "Sadly, no." Diana sighed before pausing and looked at him. "You're strong, aren't you? Depending on who you're comparing me to. How about you become my sparring partner?" Edward paused what he was doing and glanced at her. "Fine, I needed a break." He stood up, and two swords appeared in his hand while a sword and shield manifested for Diana. "I thought you were a mage. If I fight like one, you won't have a chance." Big words. Let's see if you can back them. Clink. The battle lasted more than an hour, resulting in Diana painting on the floor and Edward not having a single scratch on his body. Are mages supposed to be this powerful with a sword? If they are a good one, then yes. Diana shook her head. So, how do I compare? To whom? Some of the best warriors you've fought or met. Not bad. Only not bad. What can I say? Your attribute ranges from tier 4 and tier 6 based on my dimensions system. So, you're only not bad. What? Not satisfied. Can say that I am. Different dimension, different rules. How so? My dimension has a stricter and more hierarchical power system. People start at tier 0 and go upward after years of hard work and study. Meanwhile, in this place, a tier 0 human can acquire an artifact or cosmic power that grants them tier 10, 11, and even more power. I see. Edward could see she was still unhappy, so he continued, "I can tell you you're one of the most talented individuals I have met regarding combat, even better than my wife, Olivier. The only thing you lack is combat experience." "How do I lack experience? I fight and train with my sisters every day. I'm not talking about training, but life and death battles with powerful enemies." Diana immediately smiled wryly. "Where would I have a chance on this island?" Besides a few missions or events she participated in Olympus, most of her battles were against her sisters. "I can help you with that." A black portal appeared before him, and he took out a helmet. "What is this?" "Virtual reality. You can think of it as a very real illusion where you can choose any opponents to battle." "That's interesting." Diana did not hesitate to put it in her head and closed her eyes. 10 minutes later, she opened them with wide eyes. "Where am I? Wasn't I decapitated?" "The illusion is too real, so you will feel slightly disoriented. It will pass." As clarity loomed over her mind, she looked at the helmet excitedly. "Can I let my sisters use it as well?" "As you wish. And we should leave for the Flash in the next chapter." 557. Leaving Edward had dozens of screens before him and countless papers and scrolls around him. Sometimes, he finds his mind more at peace or refreshing when writing on paper using a pen or pencil. Morgana suddenly appeared next to him. "What was the result?" "The same," replied Morgana. "The ship we sent was lost in another timeline and never reached the destination." Edward groaned. "They've tried thousands of tests by now, but the result is the same. The drone or ship sent was lost in the multiverse." "Did we at least get some useful data?" "Yes, but nothing too big." Edward looked at the data and began to analyze and process the result. He was so glad he first went to the Doctor Who universe and learned about the time vortex and higher dimensional physique. Otherwise, he doubted he would get anywhere with the new navigation system. Despite his frustration at the situation and desire to leave this world as soon as possible, Edward slightly enjoyed himself because he found a challenge. Plus, the situation allowed him to process all the knowledge he acquired from the Time Lords completely and integrate them into his magic system. While deep in thought and focusing on his work, he sensed someone flying over, and he knew who it was. "You seem in a bad mood," said Edward without raising his head. "It's my mother. She can be so insufferable and stubborn," complained Diana. "What is it this time?" "Your prediction was correct. A grand war is rapidly spreading in the world of men. Now that it's in its infancy, it's the perfect time to intervene and stop it. But she refuses to allow me to live, saying things like they were not prepared for my existence." "What a bunch of nonsense." "She's right," said Wang Wei casually. "What? You're on her side?" "I'm not on anyone's side, I'm just telling you how things are," continued Edward. "The world outside is not yet developed technologically and socially to accept your existence, especially since you're the daughter of Zeus. It would be fine if this world were the comics or a timeline where many heroes appeared as early as World War I, since Diana's presence wouldn't catch so much attention. But now, she might cause more trouble than good." "What do you mean by that?" "Do you know the main cause of war in the outside world?" "Not really. It's religion," answered Edward, multitasking with the screens before him. Despite the current level of technology, humans' desire for the divine has never stopped. So, what do you think will happen when Zeus's literal daughter shows up, displaying unimaginable powers? Diana did not answer, so Edward answered for her. First, people will be happy and celebrate. They've finally found concrete proof of the existence of God. So, they will search for proof from the other pantheons, and with their current disappearance, no one will find anything. So, they will reject your existence, claiming you're a fraud and a liar. But I am not a liar. Yes, but that does not matter, explained Edward. That's how human psychology operates. Diana thought momentarily, if what you said truly happens, I would not mind being labeled a liar if I could help the world achieve peace. Oh, no, things will only get worse from now on. I won't mention how most governments in the world will want to capture you to study your biology and try to replicate super soldiers. So, let's focus on the religious aspect. Currently, roughly 1/3 of the human population identifies as Christian. In other words, they are the largest and most powerful of the bunch. Meanwhile, religions like Hellenic paganism, which worships Zeus and other Olympian gods, are considered cults or treated as such by much of the world. Now, imagine what these people would do knowing the only proof of the divine in the world claimed she was the daughter of Zeus. They would use your name to rally more believers and spread their name. They would probably claim their pantheon was the one and only true religion. Isn't it easy to just tell the truth? The crux of the issue is it will be your words against many. You may tell the truth, but could the members of your delegation be willing to give up such an opportunity? They only need to secretly spread the news you're a kind individual who does not wish to cause more harm to the world, hence why you're saying this nonsense. I think you're being pessimistic, argued Diana. I can hide my identity and origin. True, but humans do not take kindly to the unknown. They will want to know where you came from and how you got your powers, replied Edward. You could lie and say you're an alien, but that would only bring up another issue. Is the human race ready to confront the fact they are now alone in this vast and dangerous universe? You could say your power is from some magical power or artifact you accidentally acquired in some unknown place. However, such a lie won't hold much when people do not find such powers or do not find any information about them in any country. My point is your involvement with humanity at this time is far from a good idea. So, you want me to wait while the world suffers. As cruel as this may sound, humanity must experience certain things before we grow and learn. The aid of any divine being is not a good thing in our early stages of development. When can I intervene? In a few decades. By then, threats we were unprepared to deal with will appear, and they will need your help. We will also have evolved enough to accept the existence of the divine without allowing it to crumble our society. By then, there will also be many heroes with strength and power that will share a similar mission as you. I understand. Diana stayed with Edward for a while but was distracted the entire time. Finally, she flew home as she needed time to calm down and think. A few hours later, Edward received another visitor. Queen Hippolyta, what do I owe this visit? Asked Edward while still doing calculations. I came to thank you, said the queen. It's sometimes hard to get through to her, so I'm glad you could make her understand. Your problem with communication is because you refuse to see her as nothing more than your little girl. I don't have any biological children, so I cannot comment on your unique relationship, but it's evident that if you could see and treat her as an adult, telling her even the harsh truths and reality, you wouldn't have many problems in your relationship. The queen was quiet momentarily before saying, maybe you're right. Time passed, and it was soon the year 1925. After more than a decade of trial and error, Edward finally created a navigation system that used an artificial time network to navigate this turbulent multiverse. Since the city was using its own time network, it was no longer affected by the chaotic spacetime continuum of this world due to the convergence. He could find his destination even if these timelines constantly moved or changed. Can you not stay? Asked Diana. I'm afraid not. The Amazonian princess sighed. Will I see you again? I have a place to go, but I will come see you before I return to my dimension. Then it's a promise. Edward smiled before a small wooden box appeared in his hand. My departing gift. You shouldn't have, said Diana, but she still opened the box to see a bracelet. What does it do? It allows you to convert your pure divine power into elemental divine power, lightning to be precise. Plus, it's also indestructible. Diana put the bracelet on, and with a thought, a bolt of lightning appeared in her, exactly like her father. So, you did figure out the secret of the lasso. Yes, a unique material blessed by the universe will. As long as the multiverse exists, the lasso won't break. Diana did not understand much of what he said, but she did not focus on that. So, you've successfully recreated it. In a manner of speaking, I link the artifact to your lasso. So, as long as nothing happens to the lasso, nothing will happen to it. I love it, she said. It's unfortunate I did not prepare one for you. How about this? I will return the gift when I see you again. All right, I look forward to it. Edward said his goodbyes before entering the city and preparing for departure. I thought you would try to trick her into going home with you, said Morgana with a look of derision. A few nights of romantic passion is more than enough for our romantic relationship. A woman like Diana would never allow herself to play second fiddle to anyone else, so there was no hope in the first place. Anyway, he was satisfied with the few moments they shared together and made a great friend. Let's go. 558 The Speed Force Heil in invisible mode, the floating city landed in its destination. Finally arrived, sighed Edward. Quickly check what time period we are in. According to my calculations and data, The Flash is in its 4th year or season 4. Edward grunted, so we couldn't land in his early years. We're lucky we could navigate such a troublesome multiverse, so don't expect to be able to land at any point in time, said Morgana. So, what's our plan? According to our simulations, Barry won't be as understanding or cooperating as the Doctor. That's why I wanted to land early. We could have easily infiltrated Team Flash by working at Star Lab and get what we wanted. We have to adapt, so what's the plan? We don't know how much time before the convergence ends. So, let's use a more forceful yet still peaceful method. What does that even mean? Barry created an alternate reality in his 3rd year when he traveled back in time and changed his mother's death. Although he left that reality, it should still exist. Our first visit should be there. Locate it. As you wish. Morgana could monitor the entire planet and the surrounding realities and dimensions connected to it. And even if she could not, she could use a cause and effect spell to find the reality connected to Barry. Found it, she declared, and the team did not hesitate to travel to that alternative reality. The process was not smooth despite the fact they were not navigating the multiverse. What did the scan find? Asked Edward. Barry Allen is not here, as we expected. However, oddly enough, I could not find Sevator as well. So, Barry was not the only one who escaped that reality, muttered Edward. So, is only Kid Flash left? Yes. Capture him. The process took some time and effort, but it was done perfectly. Edward looked at the young Wally West in this particular prison he made for Speedster. Show me the scan and preliminary result. The first thing they learned about speedsters is that it was impossible to read their mind or control them, and that's because the Speed Force was protecting them. Edward frowned at this result because he knew this was not an innate ability of any of the Flashes. Gorilla Grodd has controlled Barry's mind on many occasions. After this preliminary result, he looked at Wally's life code, which was as the show revealed. Dark matter altered his cells and DNA, allowing him to tap into a special force in the universe, the Speed Force. He did not care much for the life code alteration, as his focus was more on the Speed Force. For his experiment, Edward used dark matter to alter a clone's life code to copy Kid Flash, creating his own speedster. Then, he ran multiple tests on the subject. This can be considered a failure, commented Morgana. Indeed. Although they created a speedster, the latter's connection to the Speed Force was subpar, thus preventing them from learning its essence. What's more, it's the same for this subject, we cannot read or control their minds. Such an anomaly was worrying. So, what's next? Asked the purple-haired clone. Let's clone Wally West and see if there is a difference. The result of the experiment's second round was different, even by leagues. The clone had a deeper connection to the Speed Force, thus not only making him faster but also could use different abilities. However, when compared to the original, they were still not in the same league. Wally did not want to cooperate with this experiment despite the promise of his release. He did not even accept the threat to his family, which was out of character for Wally. So, Edward had to make it look like the dungeon holding him had a faulty system and allow him to escape. While running, he gathered all the data he needed before recapturing. We can now conclude that connection to the Speed Force is not just related to the body but also the mind and maybe the soul, said Edward. However, Wally's soul dimension and flame were normal. So, where is the source of their gift? Do you think the reason for our anomalies is because this is an alternative reality? Asked Morgana. This could explain some of the anomalies but not all of them. Do you have a better theory? I do, replied Edward. The Speed Force is also a living entity or has a consciousness, and it does not want foreigners like us to find its secrets. He should have thought of that since the Speed Force appeared to Barry in the form of his mother in the show. That could explain it. But what's with all these time-related concepts suddenly acquiring consciousness? Complained Morgana. Suddenly? For all we know, it's always been like, but we accidentally uncovered 2 worlds with similar concepts. True, but let's watch out if the same thing happens in the next world. The two continued their research and gathered more data. Edward traveled to Earth 3 after a great effort to observe Jay Garrick, another speedster. In the comics, Jay Garrick was the original speedster, but his power came from a mutation of his genes. It was later retconned that his power connected to the Speed Force. Edward did not interact with Jay in any form and only secretly observed and recorded. The final result is that Jay's connection to the Force was greater than any of his experiments but still to a lesser degree than Wally's, let alone Barry's. Side note, in the comics, Wally West is the speedster with the deepest connection to the Force, not Barry. Even in the show, it's hinted at as such, but since Barry was the main character, such a plot did not go far. We have enough data to work with for now, commented Edward before making a device that would grant him access to the Speed Force. In the process, he was able to prove some of his theories. A normal universe has 4 fundamental forces: gravity, electromagnetic force, and weak and strong nuclear force. However, there are other forces in this universe, including the Speed Force. You were right, said Morgana. The Speed Force can affect the spacetime continuum using speed and movement. Such an application should be unique enough for the time game. Indeed, replied Edward as he tested out the final product. However, this is not enough. The Speed Force he could tap into was not enough to break the restraint of the spacetime continuum, so they needed more data. It seems Barry is the key to our success, commented Morgana. Yes. In some ways, he's the child of the Speed Force. The group's next destination was not Barry and his group but the major villain of that year, the Thinker. He was a man of unparalleled intelligence who had his brain mutated after exposure to dark matter. The Thinker was shocked after seeing Edward suddenly appear and stuttered incomprehensible that he was an anomaly and should not have appeared. Do you think we should have delved deeper into the effect of dark matter on the life code? Asked Edward after analyzing the Thinker's brain composition. Maybe, but you should consider how this world is different. The laws allow for people's life codes to be more malleable and changeable. In other places, dark matter will not have such a positive effect. True, nodded Edward. All right, let's go see our protagonist. An apology if there are some inconsistencies or errors with this arc. It's been years since I watched The Flash, and I only saw the first 4 seasons. So, I'm doing my best through research, but it's not the same. 29,559 Government interference. Edward, dressed in a well-fitted black suit, shoes, and a long blazer, walked toward a room where he heard chatters. From a distance, he could hear Team Flash talking about recent events. Last year, Barry had to enter the Speed Force to save the city and the world, forcing him to be stuck there. However, the team did not give up on him and tried to get him back. After a few failures, Barry opened a breach from the Speed Force and returned to the world. However, the breach released a large quantity of dark matter. Unfortunately, a bus full of passengers was in that area, and they were successfully mutated as a result. These metahumans have been the main source of their trouble for the past few weeks. Who are you? Asked Joe, Barry's adopted father and Iris's real father. He was the first to notice Edward walking in. Oh, you're all here, that saves me a lot of trouble, replied Edward with a smile. I'm Agent Edward Bones from the SDMV, the Supervising Department of Metahumans and Vigilantes. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. He handed Joe his badge before walking to Barry. You must be the famous Flash. It's an honor to meet you. Same, replied Barry casually, but anyone could tell he was saying it for the sake of politeness. What exactly is this SDMV, explained Edward. Over the years, the world has experienced a rise in metahuman and vigilant activities. Previously, the US government ignored all of you because the good you did outweigh the bad. But recent events have made many people concerned. So, my department was established to facilitate a better relationship between vigilantes and the government. That's a nice way of saying you want to monitor us. You must be Iris West. Love your writing, commented Edward. But you're correct. However, it's best if you don't see it in such a negative light. The program has just started, and you guys are the first test run. You wouldn't believe it, but some of my superiors suggested starting with Oliver and his team in Star City. Edwards shook his head, showing how absurd such an idea was. We do not need supervision, refuted Barry directly. I agree with Barry on this, added Cisco Ramon. The government having control over how superheroes do their job? I cannot fathom a better recipe for disaster, stated Harrison Wolfgang Wells. Harrison Wells? Shouldn't you be dead? Asked Edward. Let me guess, from a parallel Earth. Earth 19, and you're deflecting the issue. Edward smiled before looking at Cisco. Do you mind if I use your computer to show you something? Cisco hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Edward pulled out a report with a number highlighted in bold red, 22,345, 976,898. That's the amount of money your team has caused the government since you started $22 billion in over 4 years. All that money comes from taxpayers. How is that possible? Chimed in Caitlin, the team's doctor. Every time you run so fast that you destroy cars, windows, or the insurance paid for people's cars and properties destroyed, or even generate earthquakes or even tsunamis during some of your battles, all of these require money, and the government has been paying the bill. You cannot blame Barry for all of this, argued Iris. True, but it does not change the fact he's responsible for most of it, explained Edward. What exactly are you trying to get at? Asked Cisco. I will be direct. According to my orders, your team has 3 choices: disband and become regular citizens, pay the money owed, and you can continue your vigilante activities, or, I suggest you choose that one, accept the supervision. Edward looked at Harrison Wells. Personally, I suggest you pay the money. Many people are interested in the technology to navigate parallel dimensions. The benefits are simply endless. Impossible, denied Cisco, and Edward shrugged. And what if we don't comply? Asked Barry, staring him directly in the eyes. You guys don't seem to grasp the severity of the situation, sighed Edward. Many people fear that Barry or one of his speedster little friends will one day travel to the past and eliminate the founding founders, thus erasing the birth of this great nation. Now, can you imagine what the US government, which has the greatest military in the world, will do to prevent such an event from occurring? Edward looked at him back. In such a worst-case scenario, you might be fine, but that cannot be said for the others. Are you threatening me? No, I'm trying to make you see the reality. What reality? Barry would never do such a thing, added Joe. One thing I've learned in my life is that fear is never logical. And when people with the power of a nation behind them began to act out of fear, that's a recipe for disaster. The room became gloomily quiet for a few seconds before Edward continued. I understand this is a lot to process. I will give you a day to mull it over. I will be back tomorrow at 1,500 hours. Edward took his badge from Joe's hand before walking out, and the team immediately began to discuss countermeasures. What should we do? Asked Caitlin. Let's check that weirdly named department first, said Iris as she used the computer. Dad, do you remember his ID number? Yes, I memorized it. Soon, the team found Edward's identity, including the semi-classified ones. Ex-Special Force, served 2 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He was about to retire but was called into this new department, explained Iris. So, he's legit, asked Ralph Dibney or the elongated man, a new metahuman from the bus accident. He was quiet the whole time Edward was there. It appears so. You said he's an ex-Special Force and served, asked Barry. That's right. In that case, let's contact Diggle to see if he knows something. The team then contacted Team Arrow in Star City, asking Diggle if he had any information. A few minutes later, they received a call. I got news from a few of my contacts, said Diggle. Edward Bones led a task force called the Silent Diplomats. Their mission was to enter hostile territories and negotiate all kinds of under-the-table deals for the government. Diggle, did you hear anything about this SDMV? No. Apparently, this department was of the highest security level. No news was leaked before it was formed. However, I must warn you. From what I hear, Edward Bones is an expert negotiator, manipulator, and ruthless man who will do anything for his mission. Be careful how you deal with him. All right, thanks. No problem. I must go and deal with Olivier. He's not in the best mood after knowing the government knows his real identity. The call ended, and the room once again became somber. So, what do we do? Asked Ralph, but no one could give him an answer. Edward and Morgana looked at the screen before them. Are you sure you shouldn't choose a nicer identity? No, they are bound to be suspicious of me. So, it's better this way, makes it more believable. If you say so. What's our next step? Let's analyze the data we gathered. They could not read Barry's mind, but this was not the same for the other members. People like Caitlin and Cisco have been with Barry for a long time, and as scientifically minded individuals, they have a great understanding of the Speed Force. In their mind, Edward was able to gather a lot of data. From Caitlin, he learned a great deal about how Barry's cells and DNA reacted or connected to the Speed Force. Meanwhile, he learned about the Force itself from Cisco's mind. After summarizing and analyzing the data, Edward showed up to the lab the next day, as he stated. 560 data and anomaly. Edward walked into the room where the team was waiting, including Kid Flash or Wally West, who had recovered his power a while back. He smiled and asked politely, I'm assuming you've made a decision. No one answered him for a while before Barry said, what exactly will you do as our supervisor? We will first begin by taking data on your abilities, the ins and outs, lows and highs. We need to know the extent of your abilities, your limitations. For what? Asked Barry. Isn't it obvious? Chimed in Iris. To deal with you in the future. Once again, you're seeing this in a negative light, calmly explained Edward. We are just preparing contingencies in case something goes wrong. By then, we will have ways to neutralize the individuals involved without causing too much chaos. You have a way with words, you should write novels like me, sneered Harrison Wells. This version from Earth 19 was a writer instead of a scientist, so Edward reduced his threat level. Regardless, he was still being closely watched. What exactly do you mean by something going wrong? Asked Caitlin. The worst case scenario is that Barry becomes evil and uses his powers for nefarious means. Barry would never do that, immediately defended Cisco. He has saved countless lives. He's a true hero, added Iris. I am not attacking his character, continued Edward. We are just preparing for many possibilities. But it seems like you were, countered Joe. How many times has Barry risked his life to save this city? To save the world? Where was the government then? Now, you walked in here accusing him of turning evil. Calm down, said Edward calmly yet authoritatively. He looked at the team and said, all of you seem to have ignored the events of Flashpoint. The room immediately became quiet. In a moment of grief, he made a selfish decision to go back in time and save his mother. His actions altered reality as we know it. I have learned from my mistakes, argued Barry. I know the consequences of messing with time and would never do it again. Really, said Edward as he looked him in the eyes. Tell me you would not make the same choice if you watched everyone in this room die. Look me in the eyes and tell me you would not be tempted. I would never let anything happen to them. You didn't answer my question, Edward snapped back, so Barry moved his eyes away. Do any of you know the repercussions of Flashpoint? Do you think his actions only affected Central City or the people close to him? No, lives across the globe were affected. Government entities worldwide created special units to deal with the aftermath of Flashpoint, recording what was different from the previous timeline. How is that possible? Do you think you're the only one who can notice the changes in the timeline? The world is vast, and Central City is just a small microcosm. The room became silent as the previously built tension rapidly dissipated like a popped balloon. Now, turning evil is not the only scenario in which Barry could use his power for selfish reasons. Grodd's existence is proof that his mind can be controlled. If a metahuman with such ability shows up and we must face the Flash, the government wants to be ready. I still think it's a bad idea for anyone to have access to such data, added Wells. Especially the United States government or military. Maybe you're right, but at this point, there is no longer any room for negotiations, said Edward before taking his phone out of his pocket. My team is outside and will come in to begin the tests. After making the call, close to 100 individuals walked into the lab and began setting up equipment pieces. Wait, we have to be tested too, asked Cisco as he looked warily at the man before him. You're a metahuman, too, aren't you? So, you are also on the list to be supervised, replied Edward while still on the phone. More than an hour later, everything was set up, and they began with Barry and Wally. They wore a special suit designed to monitor their heart rates and other bodily functions. Then, they used a specially prepared cosmic treadmill that allowed them to use their full speed. Edward calmly watched Barry, and when a portal appeared a few meters before Barry's treadmill, his eyes secretly lit up. The entrance to the Speed Force, he thought without any change in expression. The subsequent tests were his other abilities, like phasing through walls or releasing lightning bolts. The final test was to gather data while he ran through the Speed Force. However, Edward did not stay around as he pretended he was supervising the others. He watched Cisco using his power of vibrations and his reluctance to show his dimensional portals. Meanwhile, Caitlin showed her power to manipulate ice, and Ralph showed how his body could elongate itself. The entire process took more than 6 hours before it was over. "See, it wasn't so bad," said Edward, and everyone either rolled their eyes. "I will return in 3 days to proceed to the second step." The team watched Edward, and as soon as he was away, someone spoke. "What a terrible experience," commented Wally. "I think I'm developing a disdain for bureaucrats," added Caitlin. "Something is wrong," said Barry. "What do you mean?" Iris held his arm, not hiding her concern. "I have this bad feeling about this agent," he continued. "Cisco, check our systems to see if there is any problem. I will check the entire building for any bugs." Swish! Lightning flashed as Barry ran at unparalleled speed, searching every corner of the building. "Found something?" asked Joe. "No, nothing." "Cisco, what about you?" "I found something, but what?" "It didn't seem like they wanted to hide that they were going to monitor us," he replied. Finding the hidden code in their system was too easy, and he did not believe these people were so incompetent. "Let's talk in a more secure place," said Barry, and Cisco immediately opened a portal to Earth 19. "What are they doing?" asked Edward, not moving his eyes an inch from the screens before him. "As expected, they don't trust us," replied Morgana. "That's to be expected," he replied casually. Today, he gathered significant data on Barry's connection to the Force and the Speed Force itself. Now, he was confident in creating a clone capable of running fast enough to enter the Speed Force itself. "We have a problem," suddenly said Morgana. "What is it?" He finally moved his head away from the screen. "The tracking spell we placed on Barry is gone after he entered the Speed Force." Edward frowned. "Tell me exactly what happened." "I was receiving data but only briefly before something wiped it out." Edward grunted. "What about the others?" "We still have eyes on them." "Did Wally also enter the Speed Force?" "No, he's just waiting." "Keep an eye on him and tell me if something changes." Time was running out, so he immediately began his work. He created a new clone and sent it to the Speed Force to help him gather data. However, a few seconds later, something happened, and the clone died. He summoned the recording from the latter's soul without hesitation right before its death. 561 Confrontation ROM the clone's memory. Edward saw what had happened. A black, undead-looking creature immediately attacked the clone after entering the Speed Force. The creature was extremely fast, and as soon as it touched the experimental subject, the latter disintegrated. "Time wraiths," muttered Edward as he knew of these creatures. These creatures are similar to the Time Guardians in his universe, tasked to prosecute any speedster who time travels and messes up with the space-time continuum. "Now we know for sure the Speed Force has a consciousness and is trying to prevent our works," commented Morgana. "Do you want to use drastic measures and attack it? Are you crazy?" Edward rolled his eyes. The Speed Force runs through the multiverse. In other words, it's a Tier 11 entity, which might be the bare minimum. In the comics, speedsters have done many things that regular Tier 11 could never do. And now that this world was being fused with the comic, who knew how powerful it was? "So, what do? We will send as many subjects as needed. We can gather much data from their confrontation with these time wraiths," replied Edward. "Plus, we still need Barry." Time passed, and Edward returned to the team, holding a metal briefcase in his hand. Everyone just looked at him, waiting for him to speak first. "Wow, you guys are truly a bundle of joy," said Edward with a smile. Only he and Morgana knew what was on his mind. Using legilimency, he knew these people were secretly investigating him but had not found anything yet. Sadly, he still could not read Barry and Wally's memories. "The tech support team has a gift for you," said Edward as he opened the case. "A new suit?" asked Barry, not hiding his confusion. "Yes. This suit absorbed the excess heat and kinetic energy you released when running. My suit already does this," he immediately said. "Why don't you let me finish?" said Edward, looking helpless. "Not only absorb it but redirect the energy to increase your speed. According to them, your speed will receive a boost between 20 to 40%. "Thanks," said Barry, but his face showed no gratitude or interest in this new suit. Edward did not say anything. "Now, we can begin our work." "We have nothing to do yet," said Cisco. "This is not a job, and most of the time, the city is peaceful." "Is that so? In that case, I'll be in my office." Edward stayed in his office for the next few hours, only leaving for lunch or bathroom break. Meanwhile, Barry and Joe attended their job at the police station while Iris continued her career as a journalist. Harrison Wells was absent, leaving only Ralph, Caitlin, and Cisco. The elongated man had a day off from his job, so he spent the day with Cisco and Caitlin. At 8 p.m. sharp, Edward walked out of his office and said his goodbye to Caitlin and Cisco, who only nudged their heads to acknowledge his existence. Then, they immediately reported to the others. We need to give them something to do, said Edward back in his hiding place. Plus, we can also prepare for the future. What do you have in mind? The next day, the team had to deal with a new metahuman. You guys seemed in a hurry, asked Edward as he walked in. A new metahuman, explained Cisco. And it's a speedster. How is that possible? That's what we are trying to figure out. Let me see. They showed him a video of a speedster robbing a bank, and Edward frowned. Why did he only take $5,000? Why does that matter? Asked Cisco. No, it does, chimed Iris. Such an act screamed desperation instead of a criminal mastermind. Are you saying our perpetrator did this out because they believed they had no choice? Added Joe. Most likely. Then, we can start from there. The team soon began to work, trying to discover the identity of this new speedster. However, even with Edward's help, nothing was discovered until 2 days later when the latter struck again, stealing more than $50,000 this time. He or she is escalating after getting a small taste, commented Joe. It won't be long before things get out of control. We need to stop them. Then, the next day, they tracked the perpetrator while they were in the midst of committing the crime, and Barry rushed to the scene. Sadly, in his first encounter with this dark flash, as the media called this speedster, he failed to capture his opponent. Barry, what happened? Asked Joe. With the new suit, he should have captured his opponent. He was not only a speedster but also had this ability to clone himself. He distracted me with the clone, and I lost his track. Time passed, and it has been 2 weeks since this new speedster showed up. Unfortunately, Barry has never succeeded in capturing his opponent. He did stop a few of the latter's crime attempts, but that's all. This speedster would display a new power in every confrontation, rendering the team's plans useless. Meanwhile, Edward was over the moon as he gathered almost all the data he wanted from his experiments and mainly from Barry's confrontation with the opponent he chose for him. Today was a Tuesday morning, and he walked inside the lab as usual. However, he immediately noticed something was wrong. From these people's memories, he knew Barry told them he discovered something about me but refused to say anything until I was present. He saw everybody staring at him, including Harrison Wells, who returned to this earth. Do I have something on my face? Or maybe on my shirt? Asked Edward as he checked his appearance. Enough with the charades, said Barry. Tell us who you are and what your true purpose is. Excuse me. I saw what you did to Wally in the alternative reality I left behind and all the other cruel experiments, said Barry with gritted teeth. Interesting, uttered Edward. So, the Speed Force directly contacted you? I should have expected this after what happened last year. So, you're not hiding it. Since the truth is out, what's the point of doing that? Barry controlled his emotions. Are you going to answer my question? Who are you, and what's your purpose? You can think of me as a scientist whose latest research topic is the Speed Force. The new speedster that's you're doing, asked Iris. Correct. Since you can already create speedster, why must you infiltrate our team? Asked Harrison Wells. I don't merely want to create speedster, I want to create the Speed Force itself, replied Edward before gazing at Barry. Of all the speedsters in the multiverse, you have the deepest connection. Only through you can I truly understand the Speed Force to be the point of recreating it. That's simply impossible, persuaded Cisco. Maybe for you. I won't let you, said Barry. You can't stop me. Time suddenly slowed down as lightning encased Barry and Wally. He rushed forward with maximum velocity toward Edward. Do you think this was enough to stop me? I expected you to be a speedster, but this won't change anything, said Barry. I've got your back, added Wally. Edward only smiled before the two realized they were also moving in slow motion. The world suddenly felt very difficult to move in, like they were underwater. Then, Edward calmly walked to each of them and placed a bracelet on their wrist. Crash! Barry and Wally fell on the floor, and time began to move normally. Barry, Wally, Iris and Joe rushed to the two of them. What did you do to us? It's a simple seal that blocks your access to the Speed Force, calmly explained Edward before looking at Caitlin and Cisco, who were prepared to use their powers. With a single look, they discovered their powers were also blocked and became useless. Here is what's going to happen, continued Edward. 35,562 soft then hard threat in the next few days. Joe and Barry will be suspended from their job at the station. Joe will be for a pending investigation on an old case, and Barry for the mistreatment of evidence. Iris will be demotivated to a non-writing job for whatever reason. Your credit cards and bank accounts will be either closed or limited. The media will focus on this new speedster that is bent on committing robberies and other crimes, said Edward in a calm tone, ignoring the scared and confused look of the team. He tapped his hands, and a flash of lightning rushed into the room, showing the new speedster that Barry had been having trouble catching. Then, to the team's horror, the speedster removed his mask, and his face was the same as Barry's. They would have thought it was him if the original had not been lying on the floor. Edward looked at him in the eyes. If you cooperate with my research, I guarantee you will never see me again afterward, and you can return to your previous life as if nothing had ever happened. However, if you make things difficult, even the slightest. Edward paused. The story in the media is you became disgruntled after being fired and began drinking and gambling. Then, one night after a stay in the hospital, you acquire your powers. In need of money to live and pay your debt, you used your powers for crime. Believable story, isn't it? Asked Edward with a creepy smile. You should thank me for preserving your legacy as the Flash. He glanced at Iris. I know what you're thinking. The dark flash appeared a while ago, so it's easy to prove Barry's innocence. Unfortunately, you will discover that all records of his firing are from a few days before the appearance of the dark flash. Every individual involved in the situation will have vivid memories of that day and be able to testify that Barry was fired on that specific day. After saying these words, Edward calmly walked out of the room. To the team's sadness, things proceeded as he said. First was Joe, followed by Barry, then Iris. I have checked the Central City main hospital, said Iris, her eyes red from tiredness and worry. There are records of Barry staying in for an alcohol overdose. Apparently, one of the interns made a mistake and injected him with an experimental drug. So, that's how his powers will be explained. Yes, sighed Iris. It's truly scary. I talked to the nurses, the doctor, the receptionist, and even the hospital administrators. They all have memories of talking or treating Barry. And it's not him. Many people have heard of it since the hospital tried to avoid a lawsuit. The room quieted briefly before Cisco spoke. It's the same for the casino. Barry has a paper trail of his debt, and guess how much it used to be? $5,000, replied Joe. The same amount the dark speedster stole in his first crime. Bingo, said Cisco in a dejected voice. How are things going on your side? I tried talking to the captain, but it was useless, replied Joe. So, what do we do? Asked Ralph. He did not know how to feel about being ignored by Edward. Happy? He was, since his life was not affected. Dejected? Also, he felt the latter did not value him at all and treated him as if he did not exist. Yes, what should you do? Everyone turned their head to the voice and immediately expressed anger and hatred. What do you want? Asked Barry. I never hid my desire, replied Edward. You help me with my experiment, and everything will return to how it used to be. How can I help you with that damn bracelet? You just need to be willing. Barry looked at his team before sighing. I'm willing. That's the spirit. Edward did not hesitate to link him and Wally to countless machines and collect data. Still missing something. You're right. Even if we only created a tier 10 speed force, we are still missing the key point, nodded Morgana through psychic communication. Let's run a test into the speed force. Are you sure? That could cause problems. As long as his family's financial and social life is in my hands, he should know what to and not to do. Edward ran his test, and as expected, there were complications. The bracelet and all the other tracking marks he secretly left on Barry stopped working. What should we do? Asked Morgana. Since that thing loved its speedster, we will blackmail it with the life of one. What do you have in mind? We will put a powerful curse around Barry that is linked to Wally. If the consciousness tries to remove our marks or the curse, it will activate and kill the Kid Flash. This might work. However, for a curse to work on a tier 11 entity, it must be unstable or volatile, highly complex, or versatile. But even then, it will only buy us a short amount of time. Not necessarily, replied Edward. Although the Speed Force is a multiversal entity, it cannot use much of its power in one timeline. Hopefully, you're right. Edward immediately began concocting this curse, in which he mixed into all his learned or mastered rules. Over the past 500 years studying the soul limit, he made many accomplishments in mastering rules or rules. As such, he now wielded all elemental rules except light and darkness, soul rule, destruction rule, death rule, spacetime rule, and curse rule. The final product of this curse was a black bracelet, which was finally completed after taking some of Wally's blood. Edward's plan worked as the Speed Force did not remove his marks, thus allowing him to gather more data. Things were proceeding smoothly for a whole month until Edward calmly watched Barry finish today's test as he walked out of a portal. This should be enough for today, right? Do you think I didn't detect your little movement? Excuse me? Asked Barry, not showing any hint that something was wrong. The time remnants you send out, do you think I wouldn't find out? I have no idea what you're talking about. In fact, Edward did not see or detect when Barry created a time remnant since the Speed Force blocked his view or senses. However, the remnant, who is something like a clone, tried to traverse the multiverse, mostly trying to get help from other Earths. Sadly for this team, Edward had already used Rick Sanchez's technology to block this timeline. It seems that soft threats won't work, so let's do this the hard way. The team's heart skipped a beat. Then, before they could react, they discovered they were inside some kind of shield in space. Is this Earth? Asked Caitlin as she looked at the blue planet underneath her feet. They could not believe how fast they teleported outside of the planet's atmosphere. Beautiful planet, isn't it? Said Edward, his tone eerily calm. It would be a shame if it was gone. He pointed his finger to shoot a small purple energy orb. Boom! The entire planet exploded, and no one, including Harrison Wells, who is usually calm and composed, knew how to react. A beautiful yet cruel sight, uttered Edward calmly. 7.9 billion people died just like that. Impossible, stuttered Barry. You're a monster. Calm down, there is no need to be so dramatic, he said, still eerily calm. He snapped his finger, and a large clock appeared. Its handle moved backward, and the team watched as the destroyed planet returned to its former state. Before the team could process what had happened, they were already back in the lab. Next time you pull another stunt like this, it will be permanent, said Edward as he gazed directly into Barry's eyes. He then slowly walked out, leaving them alone to process everything. 563 True hero me, it's not true. Tell what we saw and experienced was a lie, it was some kind of illusion, said Barry, walking back and forth. I'm afraid, it was true, uttered Cisco. No, My equipment is detecting high levels of residual energy, explained Cisco. Plus, I just checked the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, BIPM, and all the atomic clocks have detected anomalies, which would occur due to reverting time, finished Barry, who immediately became pale. The room entered an eerie quiet before Ralph spoke. I'm done. He immediately headed to the exit. Oh, calm down. What do you mean by that? Like I said, I'm done. You can't just leave, said Iris. Yes, I can. I reluctantly signed up to fight normal crime in this city and a few metahumans. But someone who can blow the world with a finger and revert it back as if nothing ever happened? That's beyond my pay grade. Come on, Ralph, persuaded Barry. I know things looked bleak, but we still have hope. Oh, what kind of hope? Well, we are alive, aren't we? That's something. Yes, because of his mercy. But if you continue with this kind of thinking, we won't be for long. No matter what the others said, Ralph walked out and did not stop. His departure dealt a great blow to the team's morale. I can't believe he just bails like that, complained Wally. You can't blame him considering the situation, said Wells. You're on his side. No, but I understand his choice. So, would you do? Enough, Wally, said Joe with a raised voice. Now is not the time to be fighting amongst ourselves. We must think of what to do. Unfortunately, no one could provide him with any decent idea. Edward showed up the next day as usual. He was indifferent to everybody and immediately forced Barry and Wally to undergo his tests. He was more severe this time around, as he would push them to the limit for 3 straight days before leaving. He would give them a potion to replenish their fatigue whenever they were tired. Then, he would disappear for 1 day before doing the same thing. By the second week, Wally became useless as his connection to the Speed Force was not deep enough for this level of research, so he no longer participated. We are still missing the last piece, said Morgana. However, we now have enough data to calculate the missing link. And how long would that take? 50 years. Do you want the exact number down to the second? No need, replied Edward. In hindsight, 50 years was not long, especially since they could use time dilation and not worry about time back home. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to use more drastic measures? Asked Morgana. No need. We can push very further and gather more data. This should reduce the time needed for the final calculations. As you wish. As soon as Edward walked into the room, he knew something was wrong. He could no longer read the other people's minds, not just Barry and Wally. What have you done? He asked the speedster. You're too strong and must be stopped. Otherwise, this world could come to an end because of your whim. We were so close, Barry. My research was so close to finishing that you would never see me again. Why do something stupid? How do we know what you say is true? Are we supposed to believe your words? Added Caitlin. There is no need to talk with him, said Cisco, and the team immediately acted. An armor similar to Savitar materialized around Barry and Wally, but they were not the only ones. Every team member had similar armor. Cisco shot a few blasts in the air to open portals, allowing countless people to walk in. Edward first saw Oliver Queen or the Green Arrow, and all his team members walked into the room. Everyone had unique armor. The next to enter was Supergirl, Kara, who walked out, followed by her cousin, Superman, Clark Kent, and a group of superpower individuals from Earth 38. Following them was the Legend of Tomorrow, a group of individuals with a mission to preserve the spacetime continuum. All the members had one connection to Flash or Oliver in some capacity. The last group to arrive was composed of speedsters. Edward immediately recognized the first person as Jay Garrick, usually known in the comics as the first speedster. He had to take a moment to recognize the other two. He did not watch all of the Flash but remembered specific videos online by accident or by choice of later seasons. So, he recognized the two of them. One was someone called Godspeed and should have been a villain unless he remembered correctly. The other one was Barry's daughter from the future. Edward calmly looked at the team, focusing on their armor. An armor powered by energy from the Speed Force itself? This must be one of Wells' works, he commented. His calmness unnerved me, said Diggle through their communication system. It's just a bluffing tactic, Oliver responded, not hiding his voice. However, Edward paid no attention to him but glanced at Barry. I'm curious how you put this team together. Does it matter? The unknown is eating me alive. Sadly, no one would answer him, so he had to cast a divination spell to get some answers. Over the years, he had made great strides in this field of magic that always eluded him. Plus, he's learned he can achieve way more if he lets Morgana do the divination instead of him. So, it was a time remnant, he thought. He believed he had captured all of them, but the Speed Force hid one and even sneaked it out of this blocked timeline. The remnant was the one who put up this time, and Edward even believed the Speed Force allowed it to access Barry's memories. He looked at Barry in the eyes. I respect you, Barry. Despite the despair you faced when confronting my power, you never gave up simply because you were a hero. Sadly, your foolish actions will cause you the death of everyone that you care about. But don't worry, I'm not as cruel as you would like to think. I won't lay hands on this planet. Attack, roared Barry and Oliver simultaneously. Sadly, their attempt was useless. A shield appeared around Edward to block all their attacks. Moreover, everyone soon noticed their bodies were rapidly disintegrating into tiny particles. What have you done? Roared Barry, but Edward calmly looked at him with no words. He had used all the power of Netheril to use one of his most powerful laws, destruction. As such, despite all members of the team wearing Speed Force armor equivalent to Tier 7, meaning they could survive the sun's destruction, no one survived this attack. The Speedsters, Kryptonians, and Martian Manhunter were the last survivors. Their power or physiology allowed them to siphon more power from the Force and delay their inevitable death. Alas, the pain of watching their loved ones die had almost broken them down mentally. "You could have avoided this," said Edward with a cold and callous indifference. He pointed his finger at the speedster and forcefully drew out their soul flame. He did not care for their last look of regret, anger, and resentment. "What are you going to do?" asked Morgana. "Experience what it's like to be a speedster with the highest affinity with the Speed Force. It should hate us right now, so do you think it's a good idea? I only need to draw its consciousness into a battle with my willpower. This should buy us enough time. Since you've thought of everything, let's proceed." 564 Weaponized. Edward floated in the air, legs crossed, and blood dripped from all of the orifices in his face. Despite his gory appearance, he looked calm as the space around him twisted. His willpower was directly confronting the consciousness of the Speed Force while his mind and soul were navigating through it, gathering as much data as possible. With Barry and the other Speedster's soul, the Speed Force was like his home, allowing him to navigate and understand its ins and outs. The process was intoxicating as his mind ran at a speed unlike never before. He felt absolute freedom. Blurk! Edward opened his mouth and vomited a large mouthful of blood. A potion appeared before him, and he drank it. "How is it?" asked the little elf. "Good, more than good," he replied hoarsely. "So, we got what we wanted. Not only that, but my willpower has finally reached 9. Chris's meditation technique had previously improved his willpower, and this confrontation was what he needed to reach a new height. He could feel it as soon as he opened his eyes. The world was different, everything felt like it would be okay since he now strongly believed he could survive anything. Lastly, controlling his rules became way easier. That's good. Not only had her boss improved spiritually, but they could finally replicate this thing. The Speed Force had applications beyond just surviving the time game. By creating a Speed Force dimension as her core, her processing power can drastically be increased, finally breaching the previous barrier and becoming an entity on par with a universe will. By then, her calculations would be as if an infinite version of herself from a multiverse were doing the calculations. "How is your injury?" "My soul is injured, but nothing that a few months of rest won't cure," replied Edward. "That's good. So, what's next? Do you want to start building your own Speed Force immediately?" "No. The original one might intervene in our actions. Plus, it's time to leave this world to prevent any possible trouble." "We're leaving immediately." "No, there are still a few things of value in this world," replied Edward. His next step was cleaning up the mess Barry's actions left behind. He first wiped out the memory of everyone on the planet from any memories related to supernatural or metahumans. Secondly, he released a virus on the planet that modified the DNA or life code of all Earthlings. The DNA of the people of this world was very susceptible to mutation upon contact with dark matter or other forms of energy or universal power. That was no longer the case. The third step was to do the same thing with all the Earth's Team Flash had encountered or had any connections with, including Earth-38, where Kara and the Kryptonians originated. Lastly, Edward had to eliminate the Harrison Wells variant, which created the Speed Force suit for the team and removed all traces of his existence. "Aren't you going too far?" asked Morgana. "Harrison Wells has the potential to develop omniversal travel. Although his chances are very slim compared to Rick or the Doctor, he still has the potential, especially after how much this world will change once the convergence ends. I need to remove all possibility of him actually succeeding and coming back for revenge." "That's fair, I guess. But what about the Speed Force? It should remember your actions." "I doubt the Speed Force would go to such an extreme length for one Barry out of an infinite version. However, your words reminded me we should come back here after Tier 11 to check on it." Paranoid as always. "So, where to next?" "First, we need to get a few magics." His first destination was to acquire the Helmet of Fate that belongs to the DC Universe's version of Doctor Strange, Dr. Fate. The helmet allowed him to communicate and draw power from an entity known as the Lord of Order. Edward did not care much about the spells, the latter thought. He only wanted the helmet to prepare for the MCU's sorcery magic that used other dimensions and unknown deities and creatures. Through this helmet, he had a better understanding of this magic system and could learn it much more easily. His target Shazam was the same. He deepened his understanding of this kind of sorcerer type of magic. For his next destination, Edward and Morgan took some time, navigation, and divination before landing on the correct timeline and planet. While Nethery was in invisible mode, they watched an intense battle between a Green Lantern and an army. The Green Lantern won the battle but lost his life in the process. As the last light of his life passed away, the ring flew away to find its next owner. Of course, Edward would not let it escape since it was his target. He did not even let the Green Lantern's soul pass peacefully as he stole the latter's memory before he died. "Fascinating, isn't it?" commented Edward as he looked at the ring surrounded by a powerful shield. "Yes, a type of magical weapon that weaponizes willpower. This thing is perfect for you. If you were not such a terrible person, the thing would have probably directly chosen you." Was that last part necessary? Edward rolled his eyes, but Morgana ignored him. "The good news is this thing is a form of magic, so it should be easier to study and replicate." Morgan was partially correct. They quickly recreated the magic behind the rings, but it would fall apart after one use. In the end, they concluded they needed to travel to OA, the habitats of the Guardians, creators of the rings and Green Lantern Corps. After knowing the ring's potential, Edward did not want to confront the Lantern Corps. It was not worth it. So, he used the memories he stole from the dead lantern he stole the ring from. He released a weaponized Obscurious in some part of the galaxy, creating an artificial crisis. As expected, the Lantern Corps sent 90% of their members to contain the devastating power of the Obscurial. Edward took advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate their main headquarters and found the core secret of the rings. After this escapade, it was only a matter of time before he recreated his version of the ring. Green light enveloped Edward as he felt a rushed power. His willpower experienced a transformation, allowing him to use it effortlessly and to greater heights. I can now destroy this universe with this ring, he commented. The ring granted him Tier 10 power. Although his finding method was limited to creating weapons and energy blasts, it was still Tier 10 and one achieved without the floating city. Of course, another downside is that he needed to charge it occasionally, but he was more than satisfied with a Tier 10 weapon that was easily carried, as he only needed to add one more ring to his fingers. It took him a while to study and create the ring, and by the time he finished, his soul injury had headed. He had to acquire 2 more things, say goodbye to Diana before leaving this world. Announcement: according to my previous outline, the MCU arc should have been right after this world, and midway through, he would have gone to the Fate/Moon universe. I've rearranged things so that this arc would be immediately after the DC/Flash universe so that the MCU arc can flow smoothly. There might still be other worlds during the MCU arc, but I will reserve such a move if the arc becomes dull and needs excitement. Disclaimer: I have only watched Fate Zero and half of Fate/Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. This arc will take place in Fate/Stay Night, and I will take some liberty with the plot. I do not know anything about Fate's other timelines and do not intend to get into that mess. Additionally, it will be a mini arc instead of a very short or brief arc. But it will also be very important and play a significant role in the time game. 565 Visit Edward's next target was the DNA sample of the Kryptonians, as he had great use for it. Manufacturing high-tier clones is a very costly endeavor, as he needs the mana to forcefully raise their tier while also considering how to nurture their souls. After mastering Soul Law, he mastered the ability to create artificial souls, making things slightly easier but still costly. Additionally, these clones have very limited lifespans, which is a problem in itself. But the Kryptonian life code is the key to solving this problem. He can now clone them in mass like any other clone before placing them in a facility with immense solar energy. He can design the place to accelerate these clones' ability to absorb solar energy to increase their growth. With this method, he can manufacture tier 5 to 6 clones in batches, creating a mighty army. These clones won't be even more powerful because he needs to modify their life code to remove the Kryptonians' natural weakness against magic. Of course, he also has to worry about possible revolts and so on. Once that was finished, he searched for his next target, the anti-life equation. The anti-life equation was a transcendental mathematical formula initially said to allow those who knew it to dominate the will of any sentient race. This is the ultimate goal of Darkseid. Edward wanted to get his hands on it as he believed he might access the Mind Authority after studying it and the Mind Stone from the MCU. It's not working, Morgana declared. Whatever form of divination I try, I cannot find the location. We might have to buy the information from the Akashic record. I tried, but even news on where this thing is too expensive, replied Edward. Let's try a little cause and effect trick to see if we can find it. He cursed whoever held the anti-life equation. His purpose was to find this person through the karmic link formed between them after cursing the individual. Normally, this tactic would not have worked since curses require a medium or more information to go on, but since he controlled curse rule, he had fewer limitations. It's not working, sighed Edward. That's to be expected, we're searching a single thread from an infinite multiverse, replied Morgana. What now? We can try hunting down variants of Darkseid. No, we have a better way, said Edward. You mean luck? Yes. This might work, nodded Morgana as she summoned a Felix Felicis. Luck, or the control of probability, was a powerful thing. Over the years, the luck potion has been thoroughly studied, understood, and updated. Edward does not like to overuse this thing as it has long been revealed that overusing the potion will have severe consequences, primarily a curse of misfortune, where someone will have terrible bad luck. Edward wiped the corner of her mouth. So, what's on your mind? I have this urge to see Diana again. Could her timeline contain the equation? Asked the little elf. Very likely. In that case, let's go. We can get the equation and say our goodbyes. The Netheril opened a breach in space-time before navigating to its destination. So, we couldn't land not long after I left, asked Edward, looking at the modern metropolis before him. You know how strange this world is. I'm not complaining, he said calmly. He scanned the entire planet, scrutinizing all 7 billion people. Found it. Where? Edward showed her a projection of a man in his 60s with brown hair, smoking a cigar and a gold ring in his pinky. $1 billion Bates. From his knowledge of the comics, this man was the only person who had the equation in his mind. Can you get it from his mind? No problem. Although the formula granted him the power of mind control, he is still technically a normal human, replied Edward, swiftly taking the formula from the latter's mind. The formula was, loneliness plus alienation plus fear plus despair plus self-worth divided by mockery divided by condemnation divided by misunderstanding guilt shame failure judgment n equals y where y equals hope and n equals folly, love equals lies, life equals death, self equals dark side. Edward knew it from the comics, but it had to be pronounced in specific ways. Upon success, alien symbols or glyphs would materialize in the air. He tried it, and it was a success. What an interesting equation, commented Morgana. It will release a frequency that affects a person's deep subconscious and instill upon them the mathematical certainty that life, hope, and freedom are pointless and break their will in the process. Even someone with a high willpower like yourself can be affected if not careful. This equation will do wonders for the development of mind magic, commented Edward. Do you plan to make it public? Mind magic is inherently dangerous. So, even without this formula, its development is a cause for concern, replied Edward. So, we only need to continue with the strict preventive measures as we have done. His main focus was never mind magic, so it is best to let others study the formula while he reaps the benefits. True. However, you should develop a life equation to counter this one before making it public. That was my plan, nodded Edward. Let's go see Diana. He disappeared from his spot. Who's there? Asked Batman, who was the first to notice an uninvited guest had appeared in the room. Everyone became on guard before finding Edward casually looking at them. Edward, asked Diana. Sorry for the intrusion. It's really you. She flew from her seat and landed before him. She hugged him. I haven't seen you in decades. For you, it's been decades. But for me, it has been a little over a year. Are these the wonders of interdimensional travel? Regardless, it's good to see you again. Likewise. Diana, are you going to introduce us to your friend? Asked Superman. Wonder Woman, get away from this man, yelled Flash. Flash, what's with this reaction? She asked. The moment I laid eyes on him, I received a great warning from the Speed Force. This man is extremely dangerous. Everyone once again raised their guards, which they'd previously lowered. Diana frowned before looking at Edward. What did you do? Edward calmly smiled. Remember the research I told you about? Yes. Well, I was studying how to replicate the Speed Force, and it did not like that. Let's just say I used some extreme means to succeed, and we are not on good terms. Diana wanted to shake her head. She had long known he was not law-abiding. Luckily, he usually resorts to peaceful methods instead of force when dealing with things. And what kind of extreme measures? Asked Batman. Nothing that concerns you, replied Edward. Okay, Edward is my friend, and I vouch for him, said Diana before looking at him. We're in an important meeting. If you don't mind, wait until we finish. Are you guys discussing Darkseid? Darkseid? You know who is trying to invade Earth? Asked Cyborg. I saw the parademons on Earth, and that's his army, replied Edward. Who is this Darkseid? Asked Hal Jordan, a Green Lantern. Unlike Flash, he felt a connection toward this stranger and wondered about its origin. Darkseid, ruler of the nightmare world, Apocalypse. He's a new god that has conquered countless worlds, and Earth is his next target. How do you know so much? Batman asked, but Edward did not pay him any mind. He looked at Diana and said, I'm interested in Apocalypse technology. I don't mind helping you out if you want. Diana did not immediately accept but looked at the team. What do you think? We could use all the information possible, uttered Superman, and soon, the others, with the exception of Flash and Batman, also agreed. So, Edward sat next to Diana as he participated in this Justice League meeting. 566 Tension. Edward tapped his finger on the table and instantly hacked the Justice League's system. Cyborg, who was the one who instilled it with Batman's help, looked at him in shock. The technology in their system was years ahead of its time, but it was hacked so easily. I have only met variants of Darkseid from different parallel dimensions, but all of them were the same. Ruler of Apocalypse, Conqueror, uses a powerful and inescapable Omega beam, and searching for the anti-life equation, explained Edward, who showed them his primary data on Darkseid. And what exactly is this equation? Asked Diana. An equation capable of breaking any sentient life's will and controlling them, replied Edward casually. With it, he should have no issue ruling the multiverse. Mind controlling? How powerful are we talking about? Asked Superman, who had experienced this issue before. Previously, I mentioned I was using the Justice League War Trilogy as my main source of inspiration for Wonder Woman and the eventual Justice League. Now, I have changed my mind and decided to take from many different sources, including Justice League, Unlimited and the comics. How do I explain this? Uttered Edward. The bat furry over there is the person with the highest willpower amongst you, but even he could not resist it if a 10-year-old child used the formula. Hal Jordan almost laughed out loud. He had to use his famous willpower to stop himself. Batman was as stoic as ever, while Diana kicked Edward slightly to reprimand him, but he only shrugged. Superman, who felt the tension and awkwardness of the room, spoke. If it's so powerful, we must prevent Darkseid from getting his hand on it. So, what is the plan? Do we preemptively attack Apocalypse or wait until he comes to us? It says the beam is as fast as any speedster. That could be a major issue, added Cyborg. That is yet to be corroborated, countered Flash. The man has literally studied the Speed Force. Don't you think that's something he would know of? Cyborg argued. All I'm saying is we must watch out and prepare for all eventual possibilities. You have a point. The discussion about the next course of action continued, and everyone chimed in with their opinion, except Edward, who was looking in the distance, still thinking about that formula. Something is not right, suddenly said Diana, looking at Edward. Excuse me. From what I know about you, this equation is the kind of thing you would jump at to research, yet here you are without a single thread of interest. That's because I already have the equation and, thus, not interested. Diana almost let out a groan as she massaged her temple. Oh, Hera, couldn't you just keep that information to yourself, she thought, feeling the tense silence in the room. So, you know where it is, she swiftly asked. Yes, in the mind of a rich man called $1 billion Bates. You guys should probably protect him or something. However, be prepared since he knows how to use the formula, gag his mouth to prevent him from speaking. We'll keep that in mind, said Superman, trying to change the subject. What are you going to do with it? Asked Batman. What does it have to do with you? You're an unknown individual, possibly a criminal, possessing knowledge with worldwide ramifications. So, I think we all deserve to know what you will do with it. Edward looked at him and the others. I'm only a passenger in this dimension. Once I say my proper goodbye to Diana, I will leave, and you won't see me again. And we're supposed to trust your words, continued Batman. You want to talk about trust? Why don't you tell the people here about the contingencies plan you created for each other in case they've gone rogue. What? Batman, is that true? Asked Superman. Bruce, tell me this is not true, added Diana. The Justice League is a formidable force of good, but it can also be used for evil. Do you think so little of us? Asked the Flash. Not cool, man, stated Green Lantern. I do not doubt your character, but as you saw with this equation, sometimes, the choice is not yours. So eloquently spoken, sneered Edward. Why didn't you create a plan for yourself? I know what you've convinced yourself, the Justice League is my contingency plan. But you and I know you're simply too arrogant and believe you're incorruptible. You don't know me. On the contrary, I do. You and I are more alike than you know, losing parents at a young age, fiercely intelligent, paranoid, and like to be prepared for the worst. The difference between us is I don't let my trauma define me. I've learned to grow, to mature, but you're still that little boy who watched his parents die in that alley. Enough, Edward, you've gone too far. Maybe, he replied before standing up. Like I said, I'm just a passerby. Once you deal with Darkseid, we can say our goodbyes, and I can leave. He disappeared from the room, leaving the meeting. The room was quiet for a moment before Superman continued. We will discuss Batman's inappropriate behavior later. Let's focus on this upcoming invasion. After a small discussion, the team decided to capture $1 billion Bates first before preparing for the upcoming battle. It helped that he was a criminal and had just cause for their actions. A few days later, Edward held a mother box in his hand, analyzing and disassembling it. He sensed a visitor and opened the door to his apartment in New York. What happened in that meeting? Diana asked. You're usually so calm and composed. As you can see, I'm not a big fan of the Bat, shrugged Edward. Back in primordial Earth, he used to be a superfan of Batman. However, as he grew up, he wanted to read characters that grew emotionally, but the writers never allowed Batman to do so. He had a similar issue with Spider-Man, as the writers never allowed him to evolve as a character. Later, he developed a great disdain for Batman because of his fans. He was sick of their constant arguments about how the man could do anything with prep time. That is very obvious, sighed Diana. Don't mention him. You looked lovely, commented Edward. Although she was dressed casually in jeans, heels, and a shirt, the clothes could not hide her divine beauty. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm here on official league business. What now? They wanted me to ask if you knew when the invasion was. In 3 days, he replied. And how do you know? I've already reverse engineered some of their technology. The parademons who escaped have already set up a portal to Apocalypse, and it will open in 3 days. If that's true, we must stop them beforehand. That should buy you a few more hours. Diana frowned. Has Darkseid prepared to open the portal from his side? Based on the reconnaissance probes I've sent into Apocalypse, that's correct. In that case, we need to hurry, said Diana, preparing to leave. We will catch up later. Wait up, said Edward, stopping her. He opened a small portal to summon a small cube. What's this? Asked Diana as she received this thing. Once the battle starts, press the button, and it will drag Darkseid and his army into the mirror dimension. In there, you can fight with all your strength without affecting the planet. You can even blow it if you please. Really, said Diana with shining eyes. One disadvantage of a hero is the restraint he or she must exercise to protect the surrounding people, houses, and even the planet. People like him and Clark cannot use all their strength. Thank you for this. Consider it an apology for how I acted towards your friends. 567 Goodbye. The mother box was a fascinating piece of technology. It was a living computer with many abilities, including opening boom tubes, spatial tier for teleportation, healing, energy manipulation, gravity manipulation, mental communication, etc. Edward had the knowledge and capabilities to replicate all its abilities, including the part about being a living computer made of organic and inorganic matter. Studying the box only added a new variety to his and the Empire's technology tree, but that was not the main reason for his interest. According to the comic, the mother box drew power from the source, which is one aspect of the presence, or God in the DC universe. In simpler terms, the source is an enormous source of power that he lusts after. After reverse engineering the mother box, he discovered that the comics were correct. This thing did draw power from a powerful dimension or entity, but he did not dare search for it. The presence is the creator of the DC universe and thus has transcended tier 11, in other words, he's an entity that is at least tier 12. Although he had previously fought God or Yahweh, that was on a different scale. Plus, he's unsure if they are the same entity despite the comics often claiming they are. It's unfortunate but not worth the risk. Edward shook his head. He decided to settle for the best thing, the Omega effect or Darkseid's source of power. The Omega effect allowed Darkseid to travel at will through space and time, so Edward knew it might be useful for his time game. Additionally, when he uses the Omega beam, it can erase people from existence, similar to his power of destruction. If I remember correctly, Darkseid is a tier 11 god but is stuck in a higher dimension and cannot interfere in the lower dimensions without using an avatar. While he's distracted with this invasion, I might be able to sneak into this dimension and steal a little bit of the Omega effect. After analyzing the situation, he decided to use one of his trump cards to ensure success, the false multiverse fail-safe plan. The idea is to use his time rule to summon time remnants of his floating city. He would summon the city from a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and so on from the past until he has more than 1 million of them. Then, he would link these time remnants to the main floating city, thus achieving a temporary or false tier 11. According to past trials and errors, he will only have a very short window with that boosted power, and he needs to use it to steal some of the Omega effect. As long as he prepares early on, this plan could succeed. Edward did not waste time as he set up everything for his heist. Diana and the Justice League were busy preparing. He was also doing the same thing. So, 3 days later, things started. Edward watched the battle in the mirror dimension, and every member brought their best. Superman did not have to hold back his strength and speed, and nor did the Flash. Batman used his best exoskeleton suit. Green Lantern showed why the ring is known as one of the most powerful weapons in the universe. Aquaman could flood any area without any care, and Cyborg showed his technomancy capabilities while working in tandem with Batman. Lastly, Diana was a force of nature. She had access to Edward's virtual reality headset for decades, allowing her to learn most of the Empire's martial arts and battle techniques. She also had his bracelet, which allowed her to wield Zeus' divine thunder, and she learned a great deal about thunder spells from the headset. Lastly, she somehow contacted Olympus after his absence and gained possession of her famous bracelet of submission/bracelet of victory, one of the few things in the universe capable of directly blocking Darkseid's Omega beam. Not bad, he commented before proceeding with his plan. He calculated the best time before sprinting to action. Arg. Disgusting mortal. Those words reverberated in his mind as he escaped Darkseid's dimension with his prize. He wiped the blood dripping from his nose. That went better than expected. Say that to yourself, complained Morgana. See this. She showed him a screen. That screen echoed in countless timelines, possibly the entire multiverse. Did it break or affect anything? No, but now, we definitely cannot say for long. Well, that was already the plan, said Edward, who immediately began to analyze the purple orb in his hand. The result was somewhat disappointing. The Omega effect was a unique power that combined a little bit of the power of creation with mostly destruction. Its ability to travel space and time is nothing more than destroying specific parts of the spacetime continuum and forcefully creating tiers that lead to any place or time. Such a power perfectly matched someone like Darkseid but was probably useless to his time game. The good news is this thing did have some value. It was an excellent reference for his study of void energy, which also had both destruction and creation characteristics. Lastly, it also helped his destruction rule. Did you see my fight? Asked Diana, dressed casually as she sat in a booth at a diner. I did, and it was wonderful, replied Edward. Wonderful? That's all you have to say. What else do you expect me to say? Be a little more excited or impressed. What can I say? You guys barely destroyed the solar system. To me, or even Darkseid, this level of a fight is now child play. Your dimension must be a nightmare for regular people. It is, nodded Edward. Let's not talk about this. Tell me, what happened to you after I left? Nothing exciting happened in the first few years as I listened to your advice and waited for the right time to become an ambassador in the world of men. It was quite difficult after seeing the atrocities of World War II, but one persevered. And when it was time, I did not even have to convince my mother as the gods of Olympus contacted us and granted me these bracelets. Edward looked at them. He could tell they were made similarly to the lasso of truth but also contained the guardian/protection authority. They told me to become their ambassador, and I answered their call. Did you even learn what had happened to them? No, I only know something happened that affected all pantheons. Edward nodded, thinking it was probably related to the convergence. Once I joined the world, Clark, or Superman, had just begun to appear to the world. Soon afterward, there were more and more like-minded individuals, and we formed the Justice League to help people. You seem happy, happier than when we last saw each other. Well, I found a purpose to which I can dedicate my life, and I am very content with it. Yes, having a purpose can have this effect. The two spent the next few days talking and rekindling their friendship. They traveled, talked, ate, and Diana asked for a rematch with the caveat Edward had to use the same tier as her. She lost, of course, but put on a great fight. Her talent for close combat is better than him, and her skills are now on par, if not better, after using the headset, but he still had thousands of years of experience above her. 3 days later, it was time for Edward to leave. Can't you stay a little longer? Unfortunately, that's not possible, replied Edward. When will I see you again? Asked Diana. I will see you again, right? Maybe. Those are not reassuring words. I will be very busy. So you might see me in a few months, a few years, or never. As a dimensional traveler, time is not really a constraint for me. Your words are raising eyebrows, Diana said. If you need help, say so, and I will not hesitate to offer it. I know, but there is no need for that, Edward replied before looking her in the eyes. Bruce is a great guy, I have no doubt he can make you happy. So, you knew. My outburst was not simply because of how I personally feel about him. I did not take you for the jealousy type, she said with a smile. I have my low points. But what I said is true, he can make you happy. I don't know. He has always had reservations about our relationship because of our line of work. Plus, I couldn't stop thinking about your words. He can change, added Edward. I've seen. After he surrounds himself with his adopted children, the Robins, he does change. At that point, you only need to see the right therapist, and he can overcome his trauma. Do you really think so? I wouldn't say so otherwise, nodded Edward. However, you should be wary of a woman named Talia Al Ghul. Why? She has a son with Bruce named Damien, but he was not really a willing participant in the procreation process, if you know what I mean. So cruel. I'm afraid so. I will be on the lookout. Good. One last thing in case we don't see each other again. Don't say that. Listen, since it's important, said Edward in a serious tone. The entire multiverse is about to be forced into a war of unparalleled proportions. If you want to protect the people you love, become as powerful as possible. Edward sighed deeply. I want to say do whatever is necessary to acquire power, but I know this goes against your personality, so I won't embarrass myself. But you should understand my intention or the severity of the situation. A war? With whom? And when? Swiftly asked Diana. I don't know much, but what I do know, with your immortality, you will live to see it happen. Be prepared. I understand. Edward nodded, hugged, and kissed her on the cheek before hopping into his floating city and leaving for the void. His next destination was the Fate/Moon universe. 34,568 The Holy Grail War. As Edward stood in the void, he felt relieved that things went smoothly this time. He looked at the world before him, deep in thought. The Akashic record warned him about directly entering this world, telling him to be careful and possibly expect rejection. Edward was about to anchor his city before sending a projection when Morgana suddenly appeared. Emergency. What happened? Are we under attack? Swiftly asked Edward. He knew how dangerous the void was. You didn't let me finish my words, Morgana replied. I was going to say an emergency message. Oh, is it from home? No, it's from the spies in the Samsara Hall. Edward's eyes immediately lit up. During his trip to the Naruto universe, he trained a few spies to infiltrate a god space, hoping to steal that person's weapon. What did they say? The first step of infiltration was a success. Edward smiled after hearing this. He needed an identity in whatever version of Earth these people originated for and lured the purple-robed deist into choosing him into his space. He theorized that the bastard should be monitoring the entire planet, but his focus should be on his home China and the so-called main enemy of his country, the US. So, he made his clone with this idea in mind. He was born in South Africa and displayed an extremely high IQ at a very young age, which allowed him to attend Oxford University and graduate with many degrees. However, he soon became a laughingstock of the world of academia because of his unprovable claim that supernatural powers were possible in the universe. After years of rejection, sneering, bullying, and ridicule, he became a drunk and disappeared from the world's view, becoming a paid hacker for the underground. Such an obsession should get into the purple-robed deist's radar and receive an invitation. I hope things proceed smoothly from now on, muttered Edward. He provided the team with all the ways to create an identity for him, including written records, people's memories, personal relationships, published papers, and even countless videos taken from public cameras. He even gave these spies a few luck potion vials to ensure nothing goes wrong. All right, let's get back to business. Edward sent his projection to the world. The Akasha was both reasonable and unreasonable, complained Edward as he appeared in the middle of a magical circle. He looked at the young girl with twin tails before him. You must be my master. Yes, that's me, replied Tosaka. Are you a caster? Unfortunately, an archer. Then, why do you have a wand? I am a mage, but my class is archer. I see. So, may I ask who you were? Is it someone I would know? Probably not, replied Edward. Give me a moment to get acclimated with this body. Although an odd request, Tosaka nodded. Through the projection, Edward convinced the Akasha a metaphysical space that contains the sum total of all events, possibilities, and knowledge in all the multiverse. However, the latter agreed with the condition that he would become a servant and participate in the Holy Grail War. His real body could not descend to this world, so he needed to create an avatar. Regardless of the limits, he was happy he could enter this game as he had two primary objectives, Gilgamesh and Enika's noble phantasm, Enuma Elish. Gilgamesh's ability takes the form of a weird-looking sword, but the main thing is its ability to revert things to a state of genesis or creation. The weapon is a pure manifestation of destruction, bending the world to a level that is considered manipulating the truth. If he could get his hands on it, Edward was confident he could build a powerful Tier 11 weapon to deal with the Time Guardian. Meanwhile, Anaki's Inuman Elish manifested in the forms of chains called Chains of Heaven, and its main ability is to bind all things in the universe. The thing had the ability to hold the heavens, multiverse, from falling apart. What interests Edward the most about this thing is the gods were created purposely to restrain them, so it was a perfect weapon for the Time Guardian. Of course, these two things were not the only thing of interest to him. This world contained primordial runes, and Edward wanted to get his hands on them to begin his project of synthesizing void runes by analyzing and combining primordial runes from many different worlds. Your stats, said Tosaka, not hiding her shock. She was initially disappointed after seeing the C-average rating for things like attacks, defense, luck, and even agility, considering the latter's class was an archer. Then, she saw the exceptional and beyond human limits, rate for mana. But that was not the end. She saw his skills, combat expert, A+ or excellent, extreme senses, A, magic mastery, X, rune magic, X, and noble phantasm, X. Are you a mage from the Age of Gods? Asked Tosaka. Something like that, replied Edward. In this world, it is irrefutable that the older and more ancient the magic, the more powerful it is. Most modern mages pursued the power of the ancient, but sadly, magic is slowly deteriorating. So, can you use true magic? Yes and no. My class is still archer, so I'm limited by many things. Is that why your magic immunity is only B- above average? Exactly, nodded Edward, finishing reorganizing his thoughts. We have a lot of work to do. While creating this heroic spirit, he successfully learned about this world's magic or magecraft. The mages in this world use mana to change the world around them, but they are limited to magic circuit, similar to magic veins back in the Empire. However, magic circuit does not run through the physical body but the soul. Ancient mages were much more powerful because they did not have to use a magic circuit to interact with the world. Magical energy was abundant and easier to wield back then. Work? What work? Asked Tosaka. We don't have much time for me to train you in the old ways of magic, so I will need to modify your magic circuit, improve it, if you will. What? Are you crazy? If something happens to her circuit, she will never be able to use magic ever again. She would rather die than accept such a fact. Little girl, despite my high mana capacity, I'm still limited by your mana reserve. You must improve if you want me to use all my abilities. But, I've never heard of increasing mana circuit besides marrying the right person and hoping the descendants inherit higher circuit numbers. Of course, you haven't heard of it since it involves soul manipulation. Manipulating the soul? This kind of magic should be very close to true magic and may even be one. You're correct. And you can use this kind of magic? Asked Tosaka. It will take some effort in my current form, but there should be no problem. Why are you willing to go to such extreme lengths to help me? Tosaka asked, not hiding her skepticism. Do you have a wish to ask for the Grail? I'm not interested in this thing since it's a fraud. But if used correctly, I can have a real body and return to the world. What do you mean by fraud? Don't worry about that for now. No, tell me now, or I will use one of my commands, replied Tosaka, showing the stigmata on top of her right hand. Edward's lips twitched. All masters have 3 absolute commands to use against their servant, and his heroic spirit avatar is not immune to this rule. Calm down, girl. He did not want to experience what it's like to be controlled. Then, tell me the truth. All right. Since the Fourth Grail War, the Holy Grail has been tainted by negative emotions. Anyone who uses it will have their wish twisted into a malevolent one. 569 The Arcane Emperor impossible, denied Tosaka. Think about what happened at the end of the war. The Fuyaki City fire, replied Tosaka. The previous winner, Kiritsugu, realized the truth about the Grail and ordered Saber to destroy it. However, his actions released negative emotions, causing the fire. Tosaka could not immediately accept this fact. She walked back and forth, thinking about this news. Who would corrupt the Grail? If you think about it carefully, you should be able to figure it out. After thinking for a moment, Tosaka asked, one of the 3 founding families. 3 families were responsible for setting up the Holy Grail War, so they were the most likely to corrupt it secretly. The Einsburns family, to be exact, added Edward. They made a pact with Angra Mainyu. Of course, they were not the only cause. Angra Mainyu? The person called as the embodiment of all the world's evil? Why would they do that? They've been obsessed with the third true magic and believe such a choice would help. These stupid bastards, cursed Tosaka. Language, young lady. Sorry. Wait, why am I apologizing? You're not my father. You should still show me some respect. Whatever. She decided not to swear in front of him again, but she won't admit it. You said they were not the only ones contributing to the corruption. Who else? Now is not the time to know such a thing. You? Do you want me to use the seal? Listen to me, Edward said calmly and authoritatively while looking at her directly. Some truths must be learned at the correct time. Don't act like a child throwing tantrums whenever you don't get what you want. The corruption of the Grail involved a father figure in Tosaka's life, and once she learned the truth, she wouldn't be able to accept such a fact easily. Her mental instability is not ideal for when he modifies her magic circuit. I understand, replied Tosaka, who walked out of the summoning room and sat down. Edward followed her and let her think for a moment. Wait, she suddenly said. How do you know all of this? Were you a part of the previous Grail? No, I used divination, explained Edward. Divination? That's not one of your skills. Rune magic is an umbrella term to explain that I can do many things with magic. I see. That's a great ability since we can know much about our enemies and even predict their movement. Of course. With me here, you're guaranteed to win this war. Winning the war, she muttered. She did not have any specific wish for the Grail, but she wanted to win the war for one reason, to preserve the rights and honor of the Tosaka family. Yes, we must win, nodded Tosaka. By the way, you never told who you were. I doubt you will know me, but my name is Edward Bones. Edward Bones? The Arcane Emperor. You know me. Of course. All magicians know your legend. You're almost as famous as the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Edward had a terrible sense of foreboding, but he remained calm as he asked, "Oh, I wonder what the modern world knows of my life." According to records, you gathered magicians and magic from all over the world and created the Arcane Empire, a magical kingdom designated to study and develop magic. Tosaka's eyes lit up. The books say the time of the Arcane Empire was when magic reached its pinnacle during the Age of the Gods. Although the Arcane Empire only existed for 100 years, you pushed the development of magic by thousands of years. I could not imagine how wonderful such a period would be. Knowledge was shared and not safeguarded. Every day, countless cutting-edge inventions and magical theories that pushed the boundaries were developed. Such an era is the dream of all magicians. The corner of Edward's lips twitched. Akasha had given him a myth and legend, but what scared him was that he did not even know when he had learned these things from him. You could have at least told me, complained Edward. He also realized he might have underestimated the power of Akasha. This was not a simple tier 11 entity but went beyond it. Do you know what happened to my empire? Asked Edward, trying to get more information. Shouldn't you know about this? I just want to know how the world remembers. One of my fears was that all records of my existence and the empire would be wiped out from history. Tosaka nodded as that response made sense. It was destroyed, she replied with pity in her eyes. The gods did not like how powerful mortals were becoming under your rule, so they banded together to destroy it. The records said you personally slayed dozens of gods in the final battle, and that day was also called Gilded Blood Sky because so much divine blood was spilled that the sky turned golden red for 7 days. Tosaka's voice was slightly raised as she told the story due to excitement. Meanwhile, Edward was not feeling good. The idea that he lost to the gods irked him to his very soul. Furthermore, he felt Akasha could have given him a skill with the title of God Slayer. Some historians believe the destruction of the Arcane Empire is the main reason for the end of the Age of Gods. That's an exaggeration, commented Edward. No, they might be right. After that war, the gods' influence further weakened, and all the knowledge scattered from the Arcane Empire contributed to the rise of human civilization. Edward nodded, albeit slightly distracted. The fact that he had a legend or myth in this world was good and bad news. He could not easily reveal his name to others, as they might recognize his myth and use it against him. In other words, his identity became his weakness, like all servants. After the war, I also need to research this so-called legend to say whether they were just written words or actual events that occurred. So, you're the legendary Arcane Emperor, uttered Tosaka, looking at him up and down. Can I ask you a few questions? Sure, but don't expect answers for certain things. That's fine, she nodded. There are rumors you would summon past and future mages to contribute to the Empire. Is that true? Well, I can manipulate space-time and even access parallel worlds, so it's probably true. Then, where is my invitation? She asked directly. What can I say? You simply did not meet our requirements. You. Don't ask things you know the answer will hurt you. I won't argue with a dead man. Oh, that's harsh. Second question, is the legendary floating city Netheril real? Asked Tosaka. The thing was labeled as the pinnacle of human alchemy, a creation praised even by the best gods of forgery, but there are debates on its existence. So, was it real? The pinnacle of humanity, muttered Edward. That was another phrase that bothered him, but he could not argue against it. His artificer accomplishments were not the pinnacle in this world, as many of God's creations, like the Enuma Elish, surpassed even his floating city. It was real, he answered. Really? Can I see it? Her eyes were practically glowing. Yes, but not now. Tosaka smiled, happy she got to see such a magical wonder. Last question, are the arcane runes as wonderful as the book said? My arcane rune? They weren't passed down. Sadly, no, she replied. Rumors have it they were a magical language on par with the divine words and could even compare with primordial runes. More importantly, they were created to suit humans perfectly. Can you show it to me? Better yet, once this war is over, I'll teach it to you? Really? Asked Tosaka, not hiding her excitement. She quickly calmed down. Can I even learn? Modern magicians cannot learn much ancient magic because of the decline of the supernatural in the world or because of extreme requirements, such as having some divinity. The only requirements are to be a mage and have a soul, so there is no need to worry about learning. Great. She could not help but be excited at the prospect of learning such powerful magic. With it, she can improve the Tosaka's jewel magecraft and elevate it to a higher level. Now that you know who I am, can you trust me to modify your magic circuit? Since you're the Arcane Emperor, it's understandable you could do something like that. Tosaka gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll trust you. What should I do? 570 new circuit. You don't need to do anything specifically, Edward responded. But I must tell you, the process will be excruciatingly painful. Your wording makes the situation even more concerning, said Tosaka. I'm just warning you so you can be prepared. I can bear a little bit of pain. Little bit of pain. Edward shook his head. If we had more time, I could have concocted a pain-relieving potion for you. Better yet, if only I could easily access my inventory, I could get it there. Alas. Pain-relieving? Couldn't we get something from the hospital or pharmacy? Asked Tosaka. No, the pain is from your soul, so those won't work. Edward walked back into the summoning room. He erased the summoning circle before slowly drawing one of his own. Quick question, do you still have the pendant to summon Saber? Why are you asking such a question? Just answer. If you must know, I don't. I gave it to someone who once saved my life. Edward's mouth twitched. Oh, who is it? You don't need to know. It's Shiro Emiya, isn't it? How do you know? Are you using divination on me? Stop it, otherwise, I will use one of my command seals. Edward ignored her. In the Fate/Stay Night series, Tosaka did not give the pendant to Shiro until after she summoned her servant and saved him from an attack from Lancer. With the pendant, Shiro the protagonist could accidentally summon Saber, one of the most potent servants in the series. Now, in this strange timeline, Shiro received the pendant earlier, most likely to ensure he becomes the 7th servant and also summons Saber. The Akasha contains the sum total of all events and possibilities. So, it created a timeline where small things like this are different. Well, that's completely correct since I also have to consider the Arcane Empire. Edward finished drawing the rune on the floor while his mind was also thinking about other things. Done. What should I do? Just step in the middle and embrace yourself. Tosaka took a deep breath while muttering under her breath, it's just a little pain. She walked to the middle and said in a meek voice, I'm ready. The magic circle immediately lit up, and Tosaka's scream of agony followed soon. When she usually used magic, a visual representation of her magic circuits manifested in her body. However, they were not green as usual but dark red. Her body twisted on the ground, and her voice soon became hoarse. Little girl, that's the price of rapid power, thought Edward before looking at the window. The process only lasted 30 minutes, which, in hindsight, is not long. However, for someone suffering unimaginable pain, every second felt like an eternity. Edward knew the process ended when the soft moaning and groan stopped. He conjured a large cup of water for her, and Tosaka drowned herself in it. Slow down and pace yourself. I thought I was going to die, she complained. I told you it would be painful. It's you who claims it was only a little pain. Tosaka was too tired to argue with him. She could only drink water to feel anything in her body. After more than a minute of rehydration, she finally felt better. Better. Tosaka nodded. In that case, why don't you check your magic circuits? Her eyes lit up as she activated her magic. The look of shock on her face was palpable. 108 magic circuits. She genuinely did not know what to say. Most mages are born with less than 20 circuits. Anyone above that number can be considered talented. Initially, she had 40 circuits and was considered an elite in the magical world regarding talents. But now, she could not describe her newfound power and talent. It's not a simple 108, added Edward. I added an additional magic veins that ran through your nervous system. It should grant you an additional 12 circuits. It's a shame this is the limit of your genes, and there is no time or essentials to improve you on a genetic level. Are you saying that my physical body itself can hold mana? Asked Tosaka. That's right. She did not know what to say. Was ancient civilization so much more developed than modern times? Why did this ancient magician seem to know more about science than the current era? There is no need to underestimate yourself. The weakening of modern mages results from changes in the environment, not the lack of ability, persuaded Edward, as he did not want the little girl to lose confidence in herself. Now, ready to try your new power? Of course. Edward raised his staff to create a barrier that surrounded the room. Don't hesitate. Tosaka did not hesitate. She used all the attack magic she knew, including her family's jewel magic. I can't believe magic can be so powerful, she yelled. I believe now I can easily defeat some of the middle-tier servants. And with the right circumstances, I can face any of them. You would be way more powerful if your mana control were not so atrocious, said Edward. It was so bad that it physically hurt. Ho ho, what a big tone, she sneered. Why don't you show me how bad it is? Already allowing the power to get to your head. I just want to know what the most famous magician in the world is capable of. The battle lasted 5 minutes, and by the end, Tosaka was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. She had never fought a more grievous battle. Her opponent would attack the subtle incongruity in the flow of mana, showing her lack of control. She could not cast a single spell in the past 5 minutes because of the constant interruption. You should learn to listen to your elders, smirked Edward. I'm not talking to you, yelled Tosaka. All right, enough playing around. You can learn how to control mana later on. Our primary goal is to discuss our next course of action for the war. Tosaka sat up with a serious expression. Do you have any idea? Our first target should be Lancer or Caster. Personally, I want to deal with Lancer first, but Caster is our greatest enemy. Why them? Asked Tosaka. Lancer contained the knowledge of 18 primordial runes in his mind, and I'm very interested in getting them, replied Edward with shining eyes, but Tosaka almost rolled her eyes. You never studied the primordial runes. Only a few minor ones, he replied, lying without showing any trace. If I had that piece of knowledge, how could I lose to these damn gods? Apparently, the thing contained some of the essence of magic. Plus, if we could find his master through him, we might find the rest of the runes. I guess I understand why you would be interested, nodded Tosaka. By the way, what is Lancelot's identity? See you, Kilane. The Irish hero and demigod. The one and only. So, his teacher is Scat Hatch. That's right, nodded Edward. I've always wanted to meet her. Why? Interested? Asked Tosaka with a weird smile. Rumor has it she is one of the most beautiful women ever. Albeit tempted by her beauty, but it's not the main reason, he explained. I just think we are alike in many ways, both rulers, powerful enough to kill monsters and gods, and having a passion for teaching the youth. It seems you have a lot in common. But wait, how would you meet her? Is she one of the servants in this war? No, she never died. Are you serious? Yes, she became immortal and has lived for over 2,000 years. Immortality is possible. It's not as impressive as you think. Keep the body from decaying and nourish the soul appropriately, and you can live long enough to be considered immortal. I'm beginning to feel it will be frustrating to talk to you, complained Tosaka, and Edward shrugged. What about Castor? Why is she such a threat? 571 primordial runes or not, her magic is the nemesis of all pure mages like myself, replied Edward. And she's attacking the students in your school. What? What do you mean by that? Asked Tosaka as she stood up from her sitting position. She plans to feed off the life energy of the students in the school to strengthen herself. One of your teachers, Suichiro Kizuki, is helping her. Mr. Suichiro? No, we have to stop them, she said as she remembered something and rushed out of the room. Edward's lips twitched as he glanced at her, departing back strangely. On top of a roof, Tosaka stopped as she sensed a powerful mana fluctuation. Such a clash was definitely the result of two servants battling it out. Wait, that direction, that's near Shiro's house. Her magic circuit appeared in her legs, and she rushed forward. Little girl, you need to raise your standard of man, suddenly said Edward, causing Tosaka to fall midway through her jump. What are you saying? I'm saying you could do way better than someone like Shiro Emiya, replied Edward. Especially now that you will probably be one of the greatest modern mages that has ever lived. Don't talk nonsense, yelled Tosaka before continuing rushing forward, and Edward followed. A few seconds later, the Tsundere girl asked, what do you have against Shiro? I have immense disdain for him, replied Edward casually. Why? You don't even know him. I saw enough of his future and past to form an opinion. And what did he do that was so egregious? Asked Tosaka. He didn't do anything, it's his personality, explained Edward. The child failed to save one person and developed an extreme version of being a hero. There is nothing with wanting to be a hero. A little defensive, aren't we? Tosaka's face almost burned with embarrassment, but she decided to ignore that comment. Heroism is fine at its core, but not his version. His desire to save everyone comes at all costs to his life, whether it is his safety, sanity, bodily harm, or even the people he loves or cares for. It's to the point you wonder whether this man is into masochism because of the length he is willing to save people. And the worst part is he refuses to change even if he knows the consequences of this path he is walking toward. Tosaka thought briefly before replying, you're over-exaggerating thing. Am I? I'm sure you've already noticed it in school. People will ask him for a favor but just use this as an excuse to get him to do their work for them for free. And even if Shiro knows, even if he heard them admit it, he would help them no matter the task or how long it must take because that's what a hero should do. Edward sneered in disdain. He's the kind of hero who, if confronted with an absolute choice between the world and the love of his life, will try to save both just to lose everything in the process. But even such a thing won't deter him in his heroic journey. I guess I should praise his conviction. Tosaka did not know what to say. She had seen how some people treated Shiro in school. If not for her, things might have been worse. However, she had always loved his kindness and had never seen it from this perspective. While trying to think of a response, they soon reached their destination. Is that Saber and Lancer? Asked Tosaka. Where are their masters? Look at the back of your boyfriend's hand. He's not my. Wait, Shiro is a master. Tosaka, yelled Shiro, finally noticing their arrival. Saber stopped her battle and jumped before Shiro. Master, this is servant, and their master is very powerful, be careful. She had never met a modern mage with so much mana, and the servant also exuded a mana capacity above her. Tosaka, do you know what's going on? Asked Shiro as he began to walk toward her. Master, they are the enemy. Saber stopped him. She's not an enemy, she's my friend. He looks confused. Doesn't he know what's going on? Asked Tosaka. That's obvious. This novice doesn't even know he has to use a trigger to activate his magic circuit. He's been using his magic by forcing mana through his actual veins. The fact he's alive is truly a testament to how lucky he is. Who is this? Asked Shiro with a frown, but Edward had already shifted his focus to Lancer. I've been looking forward to fighting you. Do you know me? Asked Lancer. In a matter of speaking, replied Edward before immediately attacking. Hundreds of small blue orbs materialized before his staff and flew toward Lancer with breakneck speed. Lancer responded by waving his red spear in a circular motion to block the orbs before stopping and manually evading because of how fast and frequently they were coming. Clink, clink, clink. Lancer blocked every orb while simultaneously evading. Unfortunately, the orbs were too fast and seemed endless. So, without any more hesitation, he activated his rank skill, protection from arrows. With this skill, he was immune to most projectile weapons. So, he rushed toward Edward with his spear, blazing a path forward. Interesting skill, muttered Edward before tapping his staff on the ground and changing tactics. Boom! A powerful explosion forced Lancer backward. Although his battle instinct allowed him to block with the spear, he was still injured. He looked around and saw nothing, but his danger senses were on overdrive. With caution, he moved forward, and as expected, another explosion. What a quick and brilliant tactic, he praised. His enemy knew projectiles were useless to him, so they placed immobile but invisible versions all around him, forming a net. Answers, said Lancer, using a primordial rune, and with a wave of his spear, a mighty flame busted out and activated the invisible bombs Edward placed around. Lancer then took this opportunity to rush forward, but he underestimated the speed at which these things regenerated. Damn it, he cursed as he was further pushed back. Ewaz. With this primordial rune, he boosted his defense and magic resistance. Burkanen. This tracking rune allowed him to see the invincible bombs. Now, let's see how you can hide, commented Lancer as he moved toward his destination. Not bad, but you're underestimating me, commented Edward. Under this command, the thousands of orbs began to bounce off each other, making their movement so irregular that the tracking spell became almost useless. So Lancer found himself in a minefield with invisible exploding orbs that moved fast and were as erratic as a drunkard. Oddly, though, he had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he navigated this spell, which used a basic mana missile spell. Haha, I haven't had this much fun in a fight in a while, he said. In that case, let me show you what I'm truly capable of. As he prepared to use another tactic, he suddenly stopped, which caused him a terrible explosion that almost got him. Luckily, he activated a shield and protected him. It's a shame our battle must come to an end, but I cannot disobey my master, he said toward Edward before disappearing. Edward did not stop him as he had already got what he wanted, the 18 primordial runes inside the latter's mind. He only failed to find his master's whereabouts, but he doubted Lancer actually knew. However, despite his success, he was not happy. Firstly, the primordial runes in this world are the same as the ancient runes in Harry Potter, but he already knew this. He thought the runes manifested in another form in this universe. If I remember correctly, Odin created primordial runes in some lore versions of this universe instead of discovering them. Maybe the true primordial runes are even ancient and more powerful than his version. Edward decided to check this out as what he learned paled compared to the primordial runes in his universe. And considering the level of this universe is not in any way lower than his, they should not be like this. 572. Terrible first impression. Edward returned to Tosaka, standing close to Shiro and Saber. What a brilliant battle, commented Tosaka. She saw everything and saw how this battle was a pure demonstration of basic skills. Edward only used a basic mana energy attack and invisible spell but displayed superb control over them. That's why I say you need better mana control. Okay, Grandpa, Tosaka rolled her eyes. Rin, can you tell what's going on? Asked Shiro, and Tosaka was about to answer. But she noticed her servant and Saber eyeing each other. Do you two know each other? No, but he looked familiar, replied Saber. We do know each other, in a manner of speaking, nodded Edward. But as soon as he finished his words, everything around him stopped moving. Then, Saber's facial expression and temperament changed. She became nobler, more righteous, and her gaze more piercing. Edward immediately realized what had happened since this was not the first time. Hello, senior brother. So, you're the new disciple that the master has been talking about, said Arthur Pendragon, looking up and down at Edward. His face turned into disgust. You reek of immeasurable sins. Interesting, muttered Edward as the smile on his face faded. The old man warned me of you. I guess he was underestimating how much of a jackass you were. I don't understand why he would choose someone like you, continued Arthur. People like you are the easiest to be tempted and fall into the darkness. He could have chosen anyone, so why this kind of personality? Edward put his pinky in his nose and acted like he was picking for something. Are you done? He flicked the non-existent booger in her/his direction. If you came to say this nonsense, you can leave now. Your presence already ruined my day. Arthur shook his head in disappointment. I don't know why I expected so much from you. Do you know me? Asked Edward. Not personally, but I've met your type, replied Arthur. People whose sanity is on the narrow line are usually held together by a few individuals they love. People like you are extreme as they can do whatever is necessary to achieve their goal, and yours happens to be the pursuit of magic. Did I miss something? You did not, admitted Edward calmly. But two can play at this game. Let me think about what kind of person you are. Extreme righteous who believed the world was simple, either white or black. The existence of anything that does not fall into these two categories disgusts you, and you naturally label them as black. Normally, such a normal point of view or ideals would be fine, especially with someone like Merlin protecting or shielding you from the world until the war begins. Edward saw the slight flinch of Arthur/Saber's body. In this terrible war, your views crumbled faster than you could respond. You were forced to make decisions with terrible consequences. Now, you spent countless nights awake thinking about the righteousness you held dear. You keep asking yourself whether you are still a good man. You don't know me, said Arthur through gritted teeth. But I do, replied Edward. War is cruel, and no good man who has experienced it can truthfully say they remain good. And such a thought is simply destroying you. Have you said enough? Actually, no, continued Edward. You've obviously been building a lot of stress, and somehow, you thought you could take it out on me. I don't care about your psychological problem. Go be a little bitch somewhere else. Edward did not care whether his senior disciple did not like him, but he could be civil, at the very least, for the sake of Merlin. But no, he had to be rude on their first encounter. You, grunted Arthur as he took a step forward. Enough. A powerful voice echoed in this frozen universe, and Edward immediately recognized it. Old man, how are you? Yelled Edward. I'm fine, replied Merlin. Just a little busy. It's good to hear from you, continued Edward. Same, but you need to hurry up. Once you reach tier 12, you will start getting involved with this war. In that case, shouldn't I slow down my progress? Asked Edward. What do you think? I know, I will hurry up. I'm glad you understand. Arthur, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Leave now. I'm sorry, master. He quickly disappeared to prevent his master from forcing him to apologize to this bastard. I'm sorry about him, the voice echoed. It's okay. We don't have to be friends, just civil, replied Edward. Merlin sighed. I truly regretted raising him so sheltered. The war was stressing him out, let alone someone like Arthur. Kid, I'm serious. Time is running out. Time continued forward, and Edward heard Saber's feminine voice asking, So, you do know me? How? I knew your master, responded Edward. Merlin. Yes. Her frown deepened as she could not recognize this person by this description alone. Let's go to your house, and I will explain everything, said Tosaka. Back at Shiro's eyes, Tosaka explained everything about the Holy Grail War to Shiro, including the relationships between masters and servants and the fact they were enemies. Things proceeded as Edward saw them in the Fate/Unlimited Blade works, as Shiro could not completely wrap her head around the situation. So, Tosaka decided to bring him to see the war supervisor, Kotomine Kaire. Before we leave, could you help him? Asked Tosaka. Pardon me. He doesn't know the basics of basic. Could you give him some help so that he can at least help Saber dematerialize? Servants can return to their spirit form or materialize, but it's all based on the master's ability and mana. Unfortunately, since Shiro is a shoddy mage, Saber could only remain in physical form while losing a lot of mana. You do know they're the enemy, right? Asked Edward. I know, but he saved my life, and I don't want to be indebted to him. So, I will help him this time, then, we will be enemies. Edward looked her in the eyes. A similar thing happened in the anime, and Tosaka did not hesitate to attack Shiro, but Edward was skeptical. A mage like Shiro should not have survived for so long in even the Tosaka in the anime. Of course, the latter is the protagonist, so, understandably, the plot saved him as events soon unfolded where they had to work together. Fine, I will do it, but no, I'm doing so unwillingly. That's fine. So, what's the plan? I will directly implant basic knowledge in his mind, replied Edward. We should probably do so after the church. Why? Because he will have a terrible headache for the next 12 hours after the process. Tosaka looked at him. She felt this side effect was suspicious. At the very least, the long duration was probably international. However, she could not see anything from Edward's facial expression. Very well. The team then headed to the church to meet Kisei. Void. Edward sensed the communication with his avatar, stopped what he was doing, and looked at a projection of this universe on the screen before him. He shook his head before continuing his research. He wanted to create the Speed Force to update Morgana's core processor as quickly as possible. Her help was indispensable if he wanted to create a Tier 11 weapon. 573. Berserker Edward entered a spiritual form as he accompanied Tosaka, Shiro, and Saber to the church to meet Kaire. The discussion proceeded with how he remembered it in the anime. Saber stayed outside while Shiro learned about the Holy Grail War and stated his displeasure at this game, specifically that masters must kill one another to be the final winner. He did not want to participate in such a cruel competition, but Kaire played on his desire to save people to convince him that he was the best choice to be the final winner and prevent the Grail from falling into the wrong hands. Once the conversation ended, the group returned home. The church. Why don't you say anything? Asked Kaire, talking to himself in the empty church. What do you expect me to say? Asked a shadow that seemed to have always been here, but no one noticed. The legendary Arcane Emperor is participating in this war, and you want me to believe you have nothing to say. It has yet been determined whether he is worthy of his legend, said Gilgamesh, who did not like how this Arcane Emperor is often compared to him, the King of Heroes. Kaire turned to face him. Is it me, or does it seem like you have a deeper reason for not liking the Arcane Emperor? I have nothing to hide, replied Gilgamesh. It's because of Nethery. The legendary floating city. My Gate of Babylon contained all powerful mystic codes ever created or wielded by any hero, but I don't have this city or any of the Arcane Emperor's works besides a few of his early works, explained Gilgamesh. I don't know how he did it, but I want what is rightfully mine. The Arcane Emperor is famous for many things, one of which is his accomplishment in alchemy, specifically the field of mystic codes, magic artifacts. You should be careful when dealing with him, warned Kaire. From what Lancer said, he might have detected something. Lancer's report showed that the Arcane Emperor only used basic spells, a sign that he was weary of prying eyes, so he decided not to reveal his real ability. Do you think I will lose? Asked Gilgamesh with a hideous expression. I'm telling you to be careful when dealing with an opponent of this caliber. After saying these words, he walked to his office without any more words. As Tosaka's group walked home, they were forced to stop as a little girl with all white hair appeared before them with a towering figure. "Hello, big brother," said Iliasville von Einsborn. "Excellent, you're here with everybody. I can kill all of you and eliminate the weaklings. Berserker, get rid of them." The close to 3 meters tall Berserker followed his master's orders as it slowly walked toward the group. Edward suddenly appeared and said, "Saber, I will assist, but you must stop it." Saber did not immediately respond to him but looked at Shiro. "Master, what's your order? Do you have a plan?" "Let's follow his plan." "As you wish. What about me? What should I do?" asked Tosaka. "You're in charge of dealing with the master. Go easy, and don't kill her if you can." "Why? She's a girl with a poor fate. If I can help it, I don't want anything to happen to her." Tosaka gave him an odd look. "If you say so." Edward raised his staff, and countless magic circles surrounded Saber, who immediately raised her guard. "Relax, I'm just boosting your stats so you have a chance against such a titan." He was not lying as Saber felt a rushed power coursing through her veins. Her defense, strength, agility, stamina, magic defense, and even mana capacity had drastically increased. She glanced at him before rushing toward Berserker, directly clashing against him. "Your turn," said Edward, looking at Shiro. "Me? What can I do?" "You need to learn the basics to provide better help/mana to Saber," Edward replied before casting a spell. "As I said before, it will hurt." Shiro immediately began to groan in pain as he held his head. Edward secretly praised him for not screaming in agony on the floor. He directed his focus to the battle. Despite his buffs, Saber was still disadvantaged in his fight against Berserker, whose real identity was the Greek demigod Hercules. He raised his staff to fire mana missiles, targeting Berserker's weak points and forcing him to stop many of his offenses. Saber would take this opportunity to strike, but the demigod was extremely agile for his size. Furthermore, despite losing his mind due to his Berserker class, he still retains the battle experience and instinct from when he was sound of mind. Suddenly, an energy-based weapon materialized in Berserker's empty hand as he began to dual wield. Saber's pressure immediately intensified. "Ilia's familiar," thought Edward as he recognized this type of magic that turned familiars into weapons. He checked on Tosaka's battle. In the anime, she was slightly overwhelmed by Ilia's magic, but now, it was the reverse. However, the little white-haired girl was smart and noticed Tosaka's lack of control of her mana due to the sudden increase and used it to her advantage to hold on in this fight. "I cannot continue to fight so passively," thought Edward. He could sense Gilgamesh's hidden presence and knew that if he did not reveal some information, it might force the latter to act in unpredictable ways. After pondering briefly, he knew what to do. Saber continued to attack Berserker, but she was losing. The latter's stats were higher than hers, and his combat ability was much better. Her only advantage was Edward's support and intelligence, as Berserker only acted on instinct. Saber lured her opponent into a false move, and after sacrificing a sword attack on her shoulder, she created an opening. She immediately activated a part of her noble phantasm Excalibur. She generated a massive slash that cut Berserker's upper body in half. "Get out of the way," screamed Edward, and Saber turned around to see what looked like a cannon appearing from a void crack above his head. She rushed forward to pick up her master, who was still in pain and rushed out of the way. The cannon flashed with thunder before firing. A booming sound echoed in the neighborhood, followed by an explosion where Berserker stood. Many of the surrounding houses were destroyed as a result of this attack. "Is it over?" asked Tosaka, who was blown away by the wind generated by this attack. "No," replied Edward, and as expected, Berserker and Ilia appeared perfectly intact at the explosion's epicenter. "It seems I was wrong," said Ilia in a cute but intimidating voice. "You guys are not as weak as I believed, especially you, Saber. I look forward to fighting with you again." She disappeared without a trace, making some members of the team feel relieved. "You seem to be hiding a lot from me," said Tosaka to Edward. "That's obvious," he replied. "You can ask once we're alone, but know some things should be known at the right time." She glanced at him but said nothing more. Shiro was still in terrible shape, so they brought him home and helped him recuperate. "Why are you staring at me?" asked Edward, perplexed by what Saber had been doing since they returned. 574. Saber's wish extensive research using Wiki and ChatGPT. "However, I'm getting confused with all the timelines and different outcomes, some with the same name. So, the plot will be different and a combination of many timelines. Thank you for your understanding." "I know you," said Saber. Did she regain her memories? It makes sense since Shiro is not a true mage, thought Edward. "I doubt that. The runes that appeared during your attack against Berserker. I recognized them since my master used to talk incessantly about that," continued Saber. "You're the Arcane Emperor." Edward's lips twitched. "I'm guessing your master was one of the mages I summoned." "You know me?" asked Saber. "Yes, the legendary King Arthur, ruler of Camelot, the disciple of Merlin." "Wait, you're King Arthur?" asked Tosaka. But, I'm a woman," asked Saber, also known as Artoria Pendragon. "I changed my name and gender because I believe the people would much more readily accept a man as their ruler than a woman." "I guess that's understandable," nodded Tosaka. Saber looked at Edward. "My master used to talk a lot about you, your ideals, creativity, love for your people, and especially about your arcane rune. I'm sure it was also very pleasant speaking to him." "You don't remember?" asked Saber. Unfortunately, no. Well, given who you were, it's understandable why the Grail would not let you appear with intact memory, commented Saber. If there were a servant who could remove the Grail's influence without winning the war, it would be the Arcane Emperor. Why didn't you tell me you lost your memory? Asked Tosaka, who realized why he was asking so many questions after being summoned. You needed to trust me quickly, so it would complicate things if you knew I don't remember a substantial part of my life. You lied to me, and for that, I sincerely apologize, replied Edward, and Tosaka rolled her eyes. She decided to give him the cold shoulder from now on. Edward ignored the little girl's temper tantrum and focused on Saber. What exactly do you want to say? I'm curious if you have the same wish as me, she asked. I'm afraid not. Why not? Don't you want to see the revival of your empire? Have a chance at a redo and correct your previous mistakes, maybe even make those gods pay for what they did to you, Saber asked. I haven't decided on that yet, replied Edward, and he was not lying. After hearing about his legend, he also wanted to create another branch of the Arcane Empire in this world. His intuition told him doing so might have other advantages, and he even considered returning to all the worlds he previously traveled to and leaving the same empire. However, he was still skeptical about Akasha and how dangerous this world was. You may not be the man I thought you were, said Saber, looking at him. I know what you're thinking, that we are similar, added Edward. However, I know more than you do. For example, I know the Holy Grail cannot grant your wish, and your attempt is futile. Is this an attempt at persuading me to give up the war? Don't waste your effort. Let me ask you something. Do you remember what happened near the end of the previous war? Saber frowned. I do. You've spent a lot of time with Kiritsugu Emiya. Do you think he was the kind of man who would abandon his goal? No, he was an iron-willed mage with no bottom line or morality, willing to do anything to achieve his goals and ambitions, replied Saber. So, why did a man like this make such a bold decision? Why did he abandon the Grail and force you to destroy it? Asked Edward. Because, the Grail could not give him what he wanted. Saber's face pale as she reached this conclusion. Assuming the Grail is omnipotent, why couldn't it grant Kiritsugu his wish? The answer is simple, either the Grail's power is limited, or something is wrong with it. No, it's impossible, said Saber, who stood up. You're lying, trying to play mind games. Edward shrugged. I don't care if you believe. If something is wrong with the Grail, why are you still going after it? Because I know what's wrong with it and how to utilize it. But you're not me, are you? In that case, I just need to force you to help me, said Saber, summoning Excalibur. Saber, what are you doing? Please, stop that. Everyone looked at the pale-looking Shiro, who had awakened. Master. Saber rushed to his side to help sit down. How are you feeling? Much better, replied Shiro. After calming down, he looked at Edward. Is what you said true? Edward looked at him in the eyes but turned his head away and ignored him. Don't be rude, said Tosaka. I told you I would not hide my disdain for him. What did I do to you? Asked Shiro, but Edward pretended he was there. He summoned a book and began reading. Don't mind him, said Tosaka, who changed the subject. But he's telling the truth. The Grail has been corrupted since the previous war. Giving the enemy important intel, are we? Commented Edward. Keep quiet and read your book, yelped Tosaka. I'm still mad at you for lying. I can't believe so much was involved in the previous war, especially since my adopted father was also involved, sighed Shiro. Saber, why didn't you tell me you know and serve him? I only remember now, she replied softly. When are we leaving? Asked Edward, cutting this conversation short. He's awakened, and you've paid your debt. Can we get back to treating them as enemies? Tosaka paused. You have a point. She stood up and looked at Shiro. You're fine now, and since you've chosen to participate in this war, we are officially enemies. When I see you again, I won't hold back, and I expect you to do the same. Tosaka walked toward the door, but Shiro yelled, Wait, Tosaka. There is no need to do this. You're my friend, and I don't want to be your enemy. Then you will die a fool. That's my girl, praised Edward. Focus on winning this war and revitalizing the Tosaka name. In the future, you can have any men you want and don't have to settle for that bastard. You can be annoying when you want to, do you know this? Later in your life, when you've become the most powerful modern mage of this century, you will thank me for my wisdom, replied Edward, and Tosaka decided to ignore him. Edward took this opportunity to remember his conversation with Saber, focusing on Merlin of this universe. The idea that they had a peer relationship instead of master and disciple filled him with glee. They walked home, and it was quiet. Once they reached home, Tosaka claimed she was tired and wanted to sleep. Edward wanted to discuss their next strategy but did not insist, as it had been a tiring day for a 14 or 15-year-old teenager. So, he took his time to review some of the benefits he already received for coming into this world. 575 Reality Marble, a magical domain that some people in this world, primarily some servants, can create by replacing reality with a mental construct of their inner self. And in this domain, they can change the laws of physics and the rules of the world. Each mage's reality marble reflects their inner self, desires, goals, ambitions, or who they were. In other words, this reality marble is the same as the second type domain I created, which projects the soul dimension into reality, said Edward excitedly. The noble phantasm that Akasha allowed him to create was a reality marble, so he was studying it to see if he could help his arcane path, and it did. One of the major flaws of this type of domain was that the soul dimension projection had no power on its own and needed the arcanist to build a pocket dimension and fuse with it. Sadly, not many arcanists can instantly create pocket dimensions. The solution Edward came up with for this solution was the creation of void marbles. Yes, he copied the name from reality marbles even before coming to this world, an artifact capable of creating the pocket dimension for the arcanists. With this thing, most arcanists can have their domain after learning how to project their soul dimension. However, he was not happy with this solution, and it was not simply because of the costly price of void marbles. He wanted magical domains to be a natural ability of arcanists, something they could achieve after years of training and learning. He did not want only space arcanists to have this ability or rely on foreign artifacts for this ability. Now, he finally found a way: reality marbles. The core of reality marbles is projection magic elevated to a high enough level to rewrite reality, creating a world within a world. Furthermore, the true core of this technique is powerful enough magical energy or mana to change the projection from unreal to unreal. One thing arcanists do not lack is mana, thought Edward with a smile. With this method, the bottleneck on domain technology has been broken, and once he returns, this technique or ability will become commonplace. The reality marbles are truly like a miniature world, meaning they are more than enough to compete with the real divine kingdoms of the gods, thought Edward, smiling to display his satisfaction. Just this technique is enough for this trip, muttered Edward with a smile, but he soon sighed as he missed Morgana. Times like this make him miss the little elf's voice in his mind. The next day, Tosaka had school. While walking in the hallway to work, Edward began to complain, "It's been more than 1,500 years since I attended school. I can't believe you're forcing me to go." 1,500 years? The Arcane Empire lasted only 100 years. Time is relatives, little girl, replied Edward. The Empire might have only lasted that long, but most people were older than that. Otherwise, do you think we could achieve all this in only 100 years? That makes sense, nodded Tosaka. It must have been a wonderful time if you guys could play with time as you see fit. Of course, said Edward with pride, even though he had absolutely no knowledge of this world's version of the Arcane Empire. So, are we skipping school? No, and you must stay by my side in case I'm suddenly attacked by another master. Fair point, but you should be productive here. Do you want me to spy on Mr. Soichiro? Asked Tosaka. Edward said the latter was a master doing shady things with the caster servant. No, you need to beat up Shinji Mato for maltreating his sister, explained Edward. Tosaka frowned. Although I despise that guy, I cannot intervene in their family affairs, especially since she would deny his action. It seems you truly do not know. What are you talking about? His sister Sakura Madu is adopted. Her previous surname was Tosaka. In other words, your sister. Tosaka froze as her body trembled. You're not lying to me. She raised her voice, garnering the attention of the people around since it appeared she was talking to herself. I would not lie about such a thing, continued Edward. This girl has suffered terribly at Shinji and the Mata family's hands. Tosaka seemed to think of something horrible, and her eyes turned red. Without hesitation, she rushed toward Shinji's class. Do you want to calm down and not do anything rash? Asked Edward. Can't you erase people's memories of what I do? Yes, I can, replied Edward, chuckling. Shinji. Tosaka, asked a blue-haired young man. Why are you screaming so early in the morning? Unfortunately for him, Tosaka did not answer. She activated her magic circuit and rushed toward him. With the first punch, she broke his jaw and most of his teeth. Then, she proceeded to pummel him with tremendous prejudice. After the third punch, Shinji's face was disfigured beyond recognition, and after the fifth one, he should have died due to the sheer force of Tosaka's punches. Sadly for him, Edward was secretly providing him with healing spells, preventing his death and prolonging his suffering. Screams echoed in the classroom as the students were scared and did not know what to do. Even the teacher was baffled and frozen out of shock and fear. Tosaka, stop, yelled Shiro, who finally reacted. He rushed forward, but Edward materialized before him. Don't interfere with things that don't concern you. She's going to kill him. Because he deserves it, said Edward plainly. Nothing is worth such brutality, rebutted Shiro, who took a step forward toward Tosaka. However, with one look, he felt his body bearing a tremendous weight, immobilizing him. S.A. Saber. Saber materialized in the classroom with her sword in hand. If she makes one move, I will use a large area spell to kill everyone present, threatening Edward. His voice was so calm and composed that it sent chills down Shiro's spine. You. The look in his eyes told Shiro that this man was capable of such a brutal act. So, he stood up, frozen as the beating continued for close to a minute. Then, a voice finally spoke. Rin, stop. Tosaka finally stopped as she recognized that voice. With her face bathing in blood, she looked at Sakura, her eyes finally displaying a hint of humanity, love, and regret. Why didn't you tell me about him? Why didn't you tell me you were my sister? Sakura trembled before she lowered her head. I thought, you had abandoned me. How could I do such a thing? I simply never knew, replied Tosaka, her voice laced with deep sorrow. She stood up, still holding the half-dead Shinji in one hand. You can clean up this place, right? No problem, said Edward, who used a repairing spell to repair the damage she caused before using the Obliviate charm to delete everyone's memories. They walked out of the school while Sakura and Shiro followed. Why is he with us? Sakura and Shinji are my friends, I need to know what will happen to them. Shiro-senpai can come with us, said Sakura timidly. By the arcane truth, the Tosaka family must have been cursed with terrible taste in men, complained Edward, and Sakura blushed after hearing this. Rin turned her head to give them an odd look before continuing home. Once they arrived, she threw Shinji on the corner like he was a piece of trash and glanced at Sakura. Tell me everything the Mada clan did to you. Sakura did not immediately answer but looked at her brother. Is he going to be okay? Don't worry about this piece of human garbage, sneered Tosaka. What I care about is you and only you. Sakura lowered her head but did not say anything. Do you still want to protect them? She still did not say a word. You don't have to worry about Zukan or the worms he placed in your body, reassured Edward. It's not a problem to remove them or deal with him. How, do you know? Hey there, audiobook enthusiasts! Welcome to the audiobook collection. Today's upcoming audiobook is a special shout-out to one of our amazing Patreon backers. If you're keen on personalized requests, consider becoming a part of our Patreon community. The link is in the video description below. Your support is truly appreciated, and I'm grateful to have you with me on this exciting audiobook adventure. And hey, if you're looking for a bundle of 300+ novels, swing by my Ko-fi shop. For just $35, you can snag a Google Drive link to an audiobook treasure trove. Additionally, if you want to show some love to the original author of this novel, check out the author's credits discreetly provided in the description. Your support makes a difference? Thanks for being part of this literary journey with me. 576 Regret. Wait, what worms? Asked Tosaka. And nothing, replied Sakura. Crest worm, a shoddy form of dark magic that uses worms as an intermediary. After transplanting the worm into a host's body, you can control them by influencing their mind, emotions, and memories. You can pass down knowledge, which is how the Mada family has preserved their lineage for many years, explained Edward. However, most people don't know that Zukan has been using this thing to absorb life energy from people to sustain his longevity. She has one of those inside her body, asked Tosaka, her eyes once again red with lust for murder. Unfortunately. Breath in and out, Rin, thought Tosaka, trying to calm down. A few seconds later, she looked at Edward. You can remove it. No problem. What about that bastard Zukan? Will he find out and run away? Possibly, but I can track him to the world's end. Plus, if we hurry, we can catch him before he does so. Good. Let's move. No, you can't, pleaded Sakura. Don't worry, you'll be fine, reassured Tosaka. No, you simply can't. Tosaka frowned before anger once again rushed into her head. He could not fathom how much trauma had been placed on his sister for her to be so afraid of that bastard Zukan. On top of everything, she also had to suffer at the hands of Shinji. Do you know who he is? Tosaka asked, pointing toward Edward, but Sakura did not respond. She only looked at the floor while her body would occasionally tremble. He's the legendary Arcane Emperor. I'm sure you've heard of it. Sakura slowly raised her head. Why Yuri, telling the truth. What magician has not heard of the Arcane Emperor? Who amongst them has never dreamed of living in that era considered the pinnacle of magic development? Why should I lie? Sakura slowly looked at Edward, who put on his brightest smile. However, internally, he was rolling his eyes. He did not understand why Akasha gave him such a potent legend or backstory. You're really him. The one and only, replied Edward. I imagine you much more handsome. Edward's lips twitched. I don't think I was known for my beauty. True, but some records said you were a womanizer with many queens. I figure someone like that would be extremely handsome, Sakura said softly. My charm is more from my personality and vast knowledge of many subjects. So, it's true you were a womanizer. I decline to comment. Sakura chuckled at this comment. Let's begin, and you don't need to worry with me present, reassured Edward, and Sakura finally agreed to cooperate. Edward pointed his staff on her forehead, releasing a green light. A few seconds later, a worm was forced out of her brain, and a surge of energy rushed throughout Sakura's body, almost making her moan. This feeling, she muttered. You have already lost a lot of life energy. So, I reversed the worm's effect and stole life energy from Zukan to replenish what you've lost and more. You're guaranteed to live to 110 unless something major or unexpected occurs. I don't know how to feel about this information, proclaimed Sakura. It's good to know she has a long life ahead of her, but it's also scary knowing the exact year she will die. We're wasting time. That bastard might be running away anytime, said Tosaka. All right, Ms. Diva. I'll teleport us to his location. Edward tapped his staff on the floor, and a magic circle enveloped him and the two sisters. Wait, I want to go too, yelled Shiro-Emiya. No, Edward directly declined. Sakura is my friend, and I feel bad that I never knew her home life was so terrible. Now that I know, I want to be there as support and help in whatever ways I can. Shiro-senpai, muttered Sakura with a doting look in her eyes. Please, let him come with us. Edward groaned as she gave him puppy eyes. You shouldn't even come given what he's done to you, it might be triggering. No, I have to face him, I must watch with my eyes, replied Sakura firmly, and Edward decided to change tactics. Fine, but we need someone to keep an eye on Shinji. Shiro is the best candidate. But he's unconscious, and I doubt he's waking up anytime soon. No, things are not so simple, countered Edward. If I remember correctly, Sakura summoned Ryder and gave control of him to Shinji. It did not come to rescue him because he ordered her to work with Castor. She will come to his rescue once she detects something is wrong. Is that true? Asked Tosaka. Check his hands, you will see the command seals. She checked on him and discovered makeup that covered the seals. Shiro, keep an eye on Shinji. Let's go. The magic circle light, and the three disappeared from the room. Spatial manipulation, muttered Tosaka with shining eyes. She wanted to learn this spell immediately, but this was not the time. She looked around to see an extremely thin elderly man trying to walk down a secret tunnel. The latter had blood streaming down his nose and a look of shock at the sight of them suddenly materializing. You must be Zuken, said Tosaka with gritted teeth. Rin Tosaka? Sakura, uttered Zuken. Why are you here? You know why we're here. Zuken did not say anything and immediately exploded into a pile of thousands of worms, each running in different directions. It's pointless, said Edward. I've already isolated this area. You guys only need to kill all the worms until only one last one remains. Tosaka did not have to be told twice. She immediately activated her gem magic and attacked everywhere. Sakura first hesitated, but after a few seconds, she followed, killing as many as those worms who were her childhood nightmare. The process was so satisfying, and after close to 30 minutes, only one worm remained, and it transformed into Zuken. You can't do this, he said in a feeble voice. Sakura, I raised you like my own daughter. You can't do this to me. Daughter? You treated me like a pawn for your cursed ambition of immortality, cursed Sakura. How dare you say you treated me like a daughter? But I raised you. Doesn't that count for anything? Persuaded Zuken. All I'm asking for is a second chance. Just let me go. I promise I will never do it again. I will live my life in solitude until the end of my days. I'm begging you. Sakura looked at the person who caused her nightmare for over a decade. As she saw his pathetic pleading, she discovered how ridiculous of her to be afraid of someone like that, someone with no honor or shred of dignity. Simultaneously, she also felt pity for his situation. He's lying, suddenly said Edward. He has a few worms hidden worldwide and is counting on them to survive this ordeal. He's just putting on a show. You. Zuken pointed his bony finger at him, his body trembling in anger. Damn bastard, roared Tosaka, ready to end his miserable life. No, said Edward. She has the right to dictate his end. Tosaka stopped and looked at her sister. Sakura did not hesitate and used a projectile spell that blew Zuken's head off. Immediately afterward, she couched on the ground and began sobbing uncontrollably. She did not know why but only felt like crying non-stop. Tosaka approached and hugged her. Edward calmly looked at this. He went to all of this because of regrets. Back in primordial Earth, he had watched many shows and had regrets about many characters. The three he felt most intense about were Nina from Fullmetal Alchemist and the other was Sakura and Ilya's fate. Now that he had avenged her, he had this odd sensation that some of his regrets had been overcome. 577 media. After more than 10 minutes, Sakura finally stopped crying, and Tosaka looked at Edward. What should we do about the other worms? Don't worry. I've already placed a curse on them, they should be dead by now, Edward replied casually. That's good. In that case, let's return home. Edward teleported the group back home, and as soon as they saw the state of Tosaka's mansion, they knew something had happened. What's going on? Asked Tosaka. He was right, said Shiro. Someone tried to release Shinji. Was it another servant? Shiro nodded. Edward looked at the destruction around him, and he was slightly surprised. He expected Ryder to take action but did not expect she would act so swiftly. He thought she would take at least one day before acting. His original intention for preventing Shiro from accompanying them was not due to his disdain for him. He did not want his morality to influence Sakura and Tosaka, preventing them from killing the garbage of a human called Zuken. Can you fix this? Asked Tosaka, and Edward looked at her, his lips twitching. Please, she added. Hey, Shiro, you've learned basic repair magic. Come practice. Why should I? This is partly the mess you've made, so shouldn't you fix it? Rebutted Edward. You have a point. Then, Shiro began to use the basic knowledge he had acquired to fix the damage from the previous battle. Tosaka was speechless at this exchange, but the unconscious Shinji soon diverted her attention. Now, what to do with you? Her eyes did not hide the desire for bloodlust. Please, don't kill him. Are you serious? Tosaka looked at his lost sister. After what he's done. He was not always like that, replied Sakura. He used to be a sweet and kind brother. This does not change what's become and done. Please, for my sake, don't kill him. Tosaka looked her in the eyes, and uncontrollably, her eyes softened, and the rage overwhelming her mind due to the guilt rapidly dissipated. Fine, but from now on, he will live his life as less than a man, and the Mada bloodline will end with him. Tosaka, isn't that a little too much? Mind your own business, snapped Tosaka while glaring at Shiro. Then, a few seconds later, Shinji's wailing scream made every man in the room instinctively tremble and clutch their legs. Tosaka punched him to knock him out and stop his screaming. Edward gave this girl a thump as he did not expect she would be so ruthless and decisive. We should get a move on, said Edward. What's your plan? Tosaka was calm enough to listen and plan out their next move. Castor is still sucking the life energy from the children in school while creating a bounded field in the Ryuada temple. She will be much harder to deal with once she succeeds. You have a point. I remember you said Ryder was now their ally, asked Tosaka. That's right. Then, our best move is to force Shinji to forfeit his identity as a master. I was going to suggest this, nodded Edward, and Tosaka walked to the still unconscious Shinji. She suddenly stopped. Where's his command seals? What are you talking about? Asked Edward, who walked beside her. You're right, it's gone. Shiro, did something happen when you were protecting him? No. Saber held up their servant while I closely watched him. Castor must have done something while you were distracted. You're lucky she did not kill you for whatever reason, added Edward. This doesn't make sense. Shinji had to be conscious to hand over his seals, and Shiro would have noticed if he had. So, how did she get it? Some kind of spell. Probably since she's a very talented magician, replied Edward. If we can defeat her, I might be able to use a similar spell to get the position of caster. You're not the caster, asked Sakura, and Edward gave her a look that said wasn't it obvious. Well, you're the arcane emperor and used many spells, so I figured you would be the caster as the servant. I'm too powerful, so the Grail had to nerf me. That makes sense. Don't listen to his narcissistic talk, chimed Tosaka before looking at Shiro. Are you coming with us? Of course. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. She looked at Edward and asked, do you have any problem with this? No, but Sakura has to stay home. Why? I can help. Although you're gifted, you lack battle experience. So, it's best to stay here. I will leave a barrier in this mansion that will protect you. But, I agree with him, said Tosaka. And that's final. Let's move before it's too late. With Edward's help, they instantly reached the stairs leading to the Ryuado temple. Everyone, except for Shiro, could see the massive amount of magical energy surrounding this temple. We were almost too late, commented Tosaka. Bounded fields are like pseudo-domains. In comparison, they are like the arcane/magic towers from Edward's world. An arcanist will have an absolute advantage in their towers when doing anything, and it's the same for the bounded field in this world. Swish! Someone with a magic robe covering their robes appeared before them. She seemed to pause after seeing Edward before focusing on the group. I did not expect you to come so swiftly, said Castor. Do you know me? Asked Edward, who noticed the pause. What an odd question. I already know you're Medea, the princess of Kalchis. So, you can answer my question if that's what you're worried about. Medea paused before removing the hoodie, showing her light blue hair and pointed ears. It's nice to see you again, your majesty. So, you do know me. You don't remember. Sadly, no, replied Edward. You should have been one of the magicians I invited. Yes, and with your theory on anti-magic, I was able to elevate my rule breaker to a higher level. Every time Edward heard about his background or legend, he wanted to curse Akasha. I don't mean to be rude or insulting, but was our relationship strictly professional? Knowing himself and Akasha's means, he had to ask this question. Medea's face turned red. We kissed once, but you said that I was not in the best emotional state to enter any relationship after what happened with Jason. At this point, rolling his eyes and cursing were not enough to indicate how he felt about this situation. Well, I apologize for not being able to reminisce about the past. That's fine. After all, we are currently enemies, replied Medea. And I won't show any mercy to my enemy. The feeling is mutual. In that case, let's see who the last man standing is. She disappeared from the temple's entrance. What are you looking at? Asked Edward after he saw everyone intently glancing at him. I'm not judging, just surprised, said Shiro. I am, added Saber. She did not like this kind of unfaithful man. I knew there were rumors you were a womanizer, but it's different seeing it personally, commented Tosaka. No is perfect, and that rule also applies to me, shrugged Edward. Let's move on. The group tried to enter the temple, and someone was already waiting at the gate. The man appeared to be of Japanese origin and had a katana on his side. Who is this? Tosaka did not anticipate this unknown enemy. Assassin, replied Edward. Why is he here? Castor summoned him. She can do that. Apparently, yes. So, what's the plan? Saber, he will be your opponent while we move on, said Edward, but she ignored him and looked at Shiro. This might be the best. So, Saber finally accepted this plan. You better win this fight as soon as possible. My intuition tells me things will not proceed smoothly, added Edward before they move on. 578 True objective. As the group entered the temple, the next person to stop them was Tosaka and Shiro's teacher, Soichiro Kuzuki. Mr. Kuzuki. Shiro did not expect to meet his teacher there. Shiro, Tosaka, said Kuzuki in a calm tone. I did not expect the situation to reach this stage so quickly. Why are you involving the schoolchildren in this fight? Asked Tosaka. You don't understand. I will do whatever is necessary to ensure her victory and safety. Ah, love, what a beautiful yet destructive force, sighed Edward. Really? Asked Tosaka, looking at him with fiery eyes. What? I may disagree with his actions, but I can respect them. Tosaka snorted before looking at her teacher. I will deal with him. No, he's Shiro's opponent, said Edward. Why? I don't think he has much of a chance. Hey, added Shiro. It's true, said Tosaka before waiting for Edward's explanation. Haven't you realized who is coming next? Ryder, she replied after a short ponder. Do you think he has a remote chance against a servant? You're right, but you should do something to help him. Edward did not argue with her and patted Shiro on the shoulder. His body shone with golden light. This should help you hold him long enough until Saber comes to rescue you. Let's go. He took one step and appeared behind Kuzuki with Tosaka next to him. You could have given him the strength to defeat his enemy, she complained. You give me too much credit, he replied as they flew toward the inner part of the temple. As expected, Ryder appeared before them. Remember, her identity is Medusa, so look out for her eyes, reminded Edward before disappearing. At the center of the temple, he saw Medea on a black throne, holding a long staff. You know, I'm looking forward to this fight more than I care to admit, said Medea. This might be my only opportunity to defeat you. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, said Edward, looking around the room. He detected his room was a bounded field, granting her the home field advantage. If I remember correctly, Medea's bounded field allows her to use magic on Par with true magic, thought Edward. We'll see. Medea's cape floated behind her like bat wings, and she flew in the air. 10 small purple magic circles appeared around her before firing purple beams. Edward felt the surrounding space-time had been influenced, making his actions slow down and the space restricting him. Using space-time magic on me. He raised his staff, and 10 magic circles materialized before him, firing golden beams. The mini space-time continuum that Medea created around him was forcefully destroyed. The golden beams continued their path and soon overwhelmed the purple beams. Medea teleported to her right to evade, but more golden beams reached her. She pointed her staff forward and opened a spatial hole that swallowed the beams and sent them outside the temple. Edward calmly tapped his staff on the ground, and another spatial hole appeared behind, returning the same golden beam. Medea moved her body to evade, but one of the beams grazed her shoulder, making her grunt. Before she could react further, 10 more beams rushed toward her, so she used spatial teleportation again. To her horror, she did not teleport to her chosen destination but appeared before Edward, who had 10 more golden beams waiting for her. Space blockade. Medea mobilized all her mana and the boost from her bounded field to create countless layers of spatial walls before her to block the beams. Her action brought her a moment of respite to physically move her body away from Edward. Medea looked at him, sighing heavily. Fighting you is the same. And how is that? Like a teacher teaching their students? No, even worse, like an adult teaching a child their first step. It's really frustrating. Haha, I imagine it is, said Edward with a smile. So, what's your next step? Medea no longer hesitated and summoned a curved dagger. This was her noble phantasm, Rule Breaker. It had only one purpose: to destroy magic. She flew toward Edward with no hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. Her blade easily cut through the golden beams, and Edward placed a towering ice wall between them. She sliced through it like a piece of paper. Not bad, but that is far from enough to win you this battle, said Edward as he tapped his staff on the ground, forming cracks and small rocks. He used a simple spell from childhood, Wad Away Sai Charm, or the projectile jinx. The stones flew with unparalleled might, forcing Medea to stop her advance and evade. Her rule breaker only worked on magic and not physical objects. So, although she could cut off the spell put on the rocks, it would be too late as the velocity of these things was enough to damage her body severely. Medea suddenly screamed. Although she tried to evade, the rocks were too fast, and too penetrated her legs. She tried to cast a shield spell, but a golden beam hit instead of rocks, tearing it apart. Finally, 2 rocks pierced her hands, dropping Rule Breaker. I'm defeated, she said. That you are, nodded Edward, walking before her. He wanted to kneel so he could look her in the eyes and on the same level, but his sense of danger suddenly activated, so he moved backward while trying to summon Rule Breaker to his side. A weird spear descended from the sky, stopping his summoning spell, but he anticipated this move and had secretly used invisible strings to pull the dagger to his side. Holding the dagger, he looked in the air in the corner of this room. Gilgamesh, why are you intervening in things that don't concern you? Everything between heaven and earth concerns me and is my business, declared the King of Heroes boldly. I'm here to help, yelled Tosaka, rushing into the room. She looked at Edward, then Medea, and Gilgamesh. Who's the blondie? King of Heroes, replied Edward. Gilgamesh. You're here at the perfect time, said Gilgamesh, cutting their conversation. What do you mean? Do you know your servant betrayed you? What nonsense are you talking about? Asked Tosaka. You see that dagger in his hand? With it, he can sever the servant-master contract between you two, regaining his freedom. Is that true? Asked Tosaka, looking at Edward, but his eyes were on Gilgamesh. I cannot wait to rip those clairvoyant eyes from your socket. Such a gift should be left to someone like you. Haha, if not for your current situation amusing me, I would have ripped you apart for your insolence. Answer me, yelled Tosaka. He's telling the truth, replied Edward calmly. Why, don't you know who I am? Do you think someone like me will allow anyone to have dominion over him? Explained Edward, who plunged the dagger into his heart. Tosaka looked at her arm and saw her command seals had disappeared. She looked at Edward with gritted teeth. Although she had only known him briefly, Tosaka thought of him as someone close to her. Tears flew in the corner of her eyes. I trusted you. I thought of you as a father figure. There is no need for this. I'm a person who keeps my word. Since I said I will help you win the war and teach you magic, I will keep my word, said Edward. But things have to be done my way without a looming threat over my head. Really? I don't need to lie to you. Then, why didn't you say this sooner? She wiped out her tears. Make me shed tears for no reason. Edward rolled his eyes. This girl can change emotions like changing clothes. How boring, said Gilgamesh. Since you're no longer entertaining, you can go die. Countless golden space breaches materialized behind him, followed by different weapons emanating from them. 579 EA. What is this? Asked Tosaka. The Gate of Babylon, said to contain all the world's treasures, explained Edward. All of them. Maybe. Are you mocking me? Asked Gilgamesh with red eyes. What do you mean? You know very well none of the mystic codes you've created ever appeared in my vault. Oh, replied Edward, whose corner of the mouth almost twitched. That's all you have to say? Go die. Hundreds of weapons rushed toward everyone present in the room. A smirk appeared on Edward's face as he thought of something. He copied Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon by accessing his treasure in the floating city and sending it out through space magic. So, a spectacular sight developed in this temple. Weapons from both sides of the room clashed against each other, forming a beautiful rain of metal and magic lights. You also have a Gate of Babylon? Asked Tosaka. No, but as probably this planet's greatest alchemist, I've created thousands of mystic codes and have access to my treasury. I thought you said you couldn't do that before, asked Tosaka, remembering the pain she endured while modifying her soul due to the lack of potion. I'm a free man now and have fewer limitations. Damn you, roared Gilgamesh. He had never felt so humiliated. This arcane emperor not only prevents him from acquiring his treasures but also dares to imitate his greatest treasure. You all must die. EA. A black but blunt sword tip slowly emerged from the golden gates. As soon as Edward saw it, he knew what it was his objective in this world. Got you, he thought, waiting for the sword to manifest fully. He cast a spell, but no one detected it, not even Gilgamesh's clairvoyant eyes. It's time for us to leave, he told Tosaka. Why? It's not yet time to face him. Is he that powerful? He's called the King of Heroes for a reason. Leaving? No one is leaving here alive. Edward did not care for his words. He felt sorry he did not capture Medea and acquire the caster class before regaining his freedom, but she was now dead under Gilgamesh's weapons, and there was nothing he could do. However, he had long taken over her bounded field, so nothing could stop him from leaving this place. A blue light enveloped Edward and Tosaka, disappearing from the temple. That was scary, sighed Tosaka. Was that the legendary King of Heroes? He's nothing like what I imagine. That's not the real Gilgamesh. What do you mean? He revived himself with the Grail in the previous war, explained Edward. But the corruption of the Grail still affected him by magnifying his greatest flaw, his pride. That explains a lot, nodded. Wait, what happened to Shiro and Saber? I teleported them home, replied Edward. Really? She looked at him suspiciously. Girl, don't question my character. I mean, I saved them. Edward rolled his eyes. Anyway, what I was more than anything was to see you pummel Shiro to the ground and win this war. But what's the point? I don't even have a servant, so I'm technically disqualified. I'm still a heroic spirit, and the war will continue until there is one of us left. By the way, did you kill Ryder? I did, and it was not as difficult as I imagined. Don't brag. If I didn't tell you her identity, you'd be lucky to be intact by the end of the fight. Tosaka immediately pouted after hearing this, but she could not argue against the truth. Saber must have won her fight, so that leaves me, her, Berserker, and Lancer, which is our next target. Lancer? Where is he? Tosaka looked around before pausing at the church. You don't mean? Yes, Kotomine Kaire is the last master of this war. I should have guessed as much. He never had a trustworthy face. There is more. What's with that look? Asked Tosaka, taking a small step back. Edward sighed before directly telling the truth. He's the person who killed your father in the previous war. That's impossible. He was my father's beloved apprentice. How could he kill him? Kotomine Kaire is a twisted man. He only does things that please him or soothe his urges. No, it can't be, yelled Tosaka, holding her head. Then, her eyes reddened. I'm going to kill him. Wait. We don't have much time as he has an alliance with Gilgamesh. So, if you can't deal with him as soon as possible, I will interfere. Fine. They rushed into the church, and Tosaka kicked it open. Kisei, who was praying, calmly stood up, turned around, and spoke softly. Why are you acting so aggressively? Did you kill my father? How did you find out? So, you won't even deny it. What's the point of doing such a pointless thing? I'm more interested in how you find the truth. I'm going to kill you. Tosaka rushed toward him, but a spear attacked her, forcing her to evade. Lancer, this is not a fight you should participate in, said Edward. So, are we finally going to continue our fight? Sadly, I want to end this as soon as possible. So, there will be no more fun fights. Edward activated his noble phantasm and disappeared from the room with Lancer, leaving a large black ball. A reality marble, uttered Kaire surprisingly as he looked at the ball. Now, it's only you and me, said Tosaka. Do you think you can defeat me? I'm the one who raised you. I am not the same person as you think I am. Tosaka activated her magic circuit and rushed forward. The battle hadn't begun for over 30 seconds when the black ball disappeared, and Edward only appeared. So fast, said Tosaka, who suddenly stopped. Kaire took this opportunity and kicked her ribs, sending her flying away. I guess I should not expect much from that loser, he commented while looking at Edward, who was reviewing the memory he stole from Lancer. He now knew where Scat Hatch was and how to reach her. We're running out of time, he said to Tosaka. Fine, you can help me kill him. Kaire immediately rushed to the door, trying to run away. Sadly, it was useless. With the two working together, he died in less than a minute despite his ability to teleport a short distance. Let's go. Edward teleported them away, and Gilgamesh returned to see Kaire's body not long after they left. He looked at it and said, despite how horrible of a human being you were, you are still my servant, and only I can kill you. He took the body and walked away. Tosaka's mansion. Wow, this was thrilling, said Tosaka. Sakura, where are you? You're back, said Sakura, walking into the room. How did things go? Is Shiro-senpai alright? You ask about him before asking about me, your sister. Well, you're obviously fine. I still want you to care about me, said Tosaka as she jumped on her and began to tickle her. Sakura laughed uncontrollably while begging to stop. No, this is your punishment. They laughed and played for a few minutes until they lay on the floor, head to head, panting and sweating. Why is it so quiet? Where is that bastard? I can hear you, yelled Edward. He's downstairs. Tosaka stood up and helped Sakura walk downstairs to see Edward watching television and enjoying a soda. What are you doing here? I didn't want to interrupt your bonding moment, explained Edward. Now that you're done, are you prepared to return to work? Tosaka sat on the sofa with her sister, only Berserker and Saber are left. We can work with Shiro to take down Berserker. No, Berserker is the bait for my final fight with Gilgamesh. So, Saber must be eliminated next. But Shiro-senpai, we can eliminate Saber while keeping him alive. The important thing is to eliminate the servants. That's fair. We can start tomorrow. I'm tired. Tosaka dragged Sakura upstairs, and Edward glanced at her. Once they were gone, he waved his hand to manifest a weird weapon, Gilgamesh's EA. He used Shiro's projection magecraft, which he stole, and others to copy EA and create a fake version. He aims to study the real thing to prepare for his fight with Gilgamesh, and when he tries to recreate the real version, Tier 11. This could be considered a positive first step, thought Edward. 580 Fatal Flaw. Edward floated in the air with EA before him. He was enclosed in a box, and his body looked strange, often showing double. It was as if time was rapidly moving. He opened his eyes at dawn and exhaled before the sun fully set. The real EA should involve certain authorities, which complicates things given Akasha's existence. He did not know much about the use of authorities or rules in this universe, but he knew even if his natural body was here, he could not use his rules. And that's because Akasha, a way more powerful version of the universe will, does not allow anyone to meddle in the rules of this world, even if they meet the willpower requirement. According to Edward's theory, completing the rule involves interacting or accessing the root or Akasha's core, so true magics should involve the rules. Time passed, and everyone woke up. Edward approached them after Tosaka and Sakura had breakfast and were ready for school. A night has passed. You should be prepared to deal with Saber. Tosaka said nothing, so Edward explained, as long as 2 servants remain, Gilgamesh can forcefully summon the Grail. We don't have time for your indecisiveness. I'm not indecisive. I just did not want to say anything before her, said Tosaka, motioning to Sakura, who continued to eat her food with her head lowered. It's not like anything will happen to Shiro. He was never supposed to partake in this battle in the first place. Edward did go to school with them, but in the afternoon, he accompanied them to Shiro's house. They somehow agreed to an amiable fight and found a place to fight. Boom, boom, boom. Saber rushed in a zigzag pattern, trying to evade these energy blasts, but it was useless. They were fast and moved irregularly. Furthermore, Archer had surrounded the place with invisible magic traps. Saber suddenly felt something and moved to the right. The place where she was suddenly released a fire inferno. It was like a volcano erupting. Saber thought she had evaded this trap, but there was another. When she landed, vines came out of nowhere to bind her legs. She swiftly cut them with her swords, but Archer had already fired 2 golden energy beams. Her battle instinct activated, and she blacked one, but the other penetrated her armor. Why don't you forfeit and end this pointless fight, said Edward. Never, replied Saber, half kneeling on the floor and supporting herself with Excalibur. Archer, you don't need the Grail, so why are you continuing to fight? I need it to build me a real body. I know you can create a body on your own. It's not that simple. Winning the Grail is important to Edward because that's the only way he can become a full citizen of this world and not be restricted by Akasha. I thought you, of all people, should understand my desire. Your approach is wrong from the beginning, replied Edward. Your pursuit should have been the second true magic, which would have allowed travel between parallel dimensions. In this infinite cosmos, there is definitely a dimension where Camelot still exists or one where it's still in its infancy. You could have become an advisor to your younger self and prevented her from making the same mistake. Maybe you're right, or maybe it would not be the same if I walked that path, replied Saber, who slowly stood up. Regardless, now that I still have an opportunity, I won't miss it. Let's go, Excalibur. Saber's swords finally became visible before releasing an intense light. Edward calmly watched everything as a tear in the void appeared behind him, showing a massive cannon. The cannon fired intense light energy, blocking Saber's last desperate attack. Once everything subsided, Edward was intact, but Saber's armor was gone, and she had many injuries. She was barely holding on. Saber, yelled Shiro, rushing to her side. Master, I'm sorry. No, I should be the one apologizing. I was too weak to help. No, you did your best, and that's all that matters, replied Saber, her voice becoming weaker with each passing second. As she slowly dissipated, Saber remembered everything she experienced. Although this grail was short, she still experienced warmth from her master. So, she dissipated with a smile on. Edward looked in the distance. There was only one last piece to gain true freedom while accomplishing his primary goal of coming to this world. He left with Tosaka while Sakura left to ensure her senpai was alright. A few days later, Edward became invisible with Tosaka to infiltrate the Einzyburn family. As they had expected, Gilgamesh attacked Ilya and Berserker. Ilya is a homunculus created to be the vessel of the Grail. So, Gilgamesh plans to kill Berserker and forcibly strip the Grail from her body. Edward had to be extra careful not to be detected by Gilgamesh's clairvoyant eyes. So, he used all his anti-divination and anti-detection spells to watch the battle from afar. Berserker was being massacred to save his master. His real identity was Hercules, and his noble phantasm prevented him from dying unless he was killed 12 times based on his 12 labors. Still, this ability was useless for Gilgamesh as he used his Gate of Babylon to bully Berserker. Even though the latter defied the odds and actually lived for a 13th life, it did not change the final outcome. Bang! A shield manifested to block the spear attacking Ilya. Then, a white light enveloped her, and she disappeared. Bastard! It's you again, growled Gilgamesh. Yes, and it's time to finish things between us. Edward appeared with Tosaka and Ilya. So, finally willing to face me? You're not going to run away again. Take care of her, he said to Tosaka before walking toward Gilgamesh. Tosaxi held his arm. You'll win, right? Of course, he replied, smiling before patting her head. He looked at his opponent. Netheril, it's time to shine again. He immediately activated his noble phantasm, encasing him and Gilgamesh into a reality marble. Is this the legendary Netheril? It's so much more beautiful than I anticipated, said Gilgamesh as he saw the beautiful city floating in the distance. I cannot wait for it to be mine. Edward did not say anything but activated the Golem legions, sending them to attack Gilgamesh and all the cannons in the city. Gilgamesh activated his Gate of Babylon to its highest ability, annihilating all the legions. He summoned a golden book, and with it in his hand, Gilgamesh began spamming powerful spells. However, he was soon outmatched because Edward could use a similar tactic as him with his mystic codes. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh summoned Ea and the Chains of Heaven. Ea released an energy wave that destroyed all the legions. Meanwhile, the chain headed to Edward, trying to seal them. An awakening, Ea? That's not enough, thought Edward. And I won't give you room to breathe. He released hundreds of spells to block the chains while the city continued a toggling battle with Ea. Then, he activated his final trump card, the Void Cannon. Boom! The cannon was powerful, but it was still insufficient to overwhelm Ea. Luckily, its job was to distract Gilgamesh. A chain suddenly appeared behind and pierced the King of Heroes' arm. The worst part is the thing contained an extremely powerful and vile curse to ensure he was immobilized. Release me, you mongrel, screamed Gilgamesh. You could have easily won this battle had you used Ea's full powers, said Edward. Unfortunately, your overinflated ego made you believe only one opponent was ever worthy of you using your full strength. Your old friend, Inkijo. Stop talking nonsense and release me. Edward ignored him. He used the floating city to cast the most powerful sealing spell he was capable of in this body to capture Ea and the Chains of Heaven. Then, he walked to Gilgamesh and ripped his eyes from their sockets. These would be perfect gifts for Luna, he muttered. 581 Akasha's true motive flame enveloped Gilgamesh, and he evaporated. Edward calmly saved the clairvoyant eyes before quickly stepping out of the reality marble. You won? Asked Tosaka. Of course, said Edward with a smile. You said you wanted to see the floating city? This is your chance. Really? Hurry up, we don't have much time. Keeping the reality marble functioning takes a lot of mana, and his current avatar cannot do so for very long. Edward looked at Ilya. You come to. Why? I need to remove the Grail from your body without killing you. Is that possible? He's the Arcane Emperor. If someone can do it, it's him, said Tosaka, and Ilya finally agreed. Edward took them inside the reality marble to a lab in his floating city. He tasked a golem to give Tosaka a tour as he helped Ilya. Don't be scared, he reassured as she lay on a table with a magic circle drawn at the bottom. Although you're a homunculus born from natural birth, this does not change your genetic makeup's defects. As such, you would not live past 30, and that's not considering the burden the Grail has on your body and soul. Ilya, this child, looked calm despite hearing these devastating words. That's because she knew and was prepared for an early death. Such a brave child, sighed Edward. No children should live with death looming over their heads. After I remove the Grail, I will construct a normal and healthy body for you. I will also heal the injuries to your soul that the Grail caused. Ilya just nodded, so Edward asked, do you have any questions? Will it hurt? No, it will feel like a regular nap. With the state-of-the-art laboratory in the city, Edward can easily manage the pain. Okay, Edward immediately started. Ilya fell asleep, and soon after, an eerie aura in the shape of dark lightning emanated from her body. A golden cup tattered in a black goo slowly rose from her body, the corrupted Grail. With a wave of his hand, Edward led the Grail to another room. Meanwhile, Ilya's body disintegrated before being rebuilt just the way it was. From now on, she will be just an ordinary girl. Edward was rapidly analyzing the Grail. The thing was a large mana source and contained the magic of wish-granting. Edward and the Empire have studied wish-granting magic, which they found in relics of the Lemurian civilization. There were two conclusions about this type of magic. The first one was that higher dimensional beings, including gods and Krona, were the ones granting the wish, and the other was wish-granting spells was a form of pure reality manipulation. With his knowledge, Edward started to work. He isolated the corruption from the Grail, learning from Gilgamesh's mistake and ensuring his personality was not secretly affected. Then, with the immense mana and its ability to grant wishes, Edward broke his limitations as a servant/heroic spirit and finally acquired a natural body. Still nothing compared to the main body, but better than being a spirit, commented Edward, who felt a lot of restrictions had been removed from him. The Grail dispersed, and he did not interfere. He then cancelled the reality marble, and the three returned to Ilya's mansion. That was more exciting than I thought, said Tosaka. Couldn't you wait longer? Even with a new body, I don't have the mana to keep such a noble phantasm going for so long, replied Edward. So, you've succeeded. Of course, he replied before looking at Ilya. Do you want to stay with your brother? Can I? I'm sure he would love that. Although Edward does not like Shiro, he knows he would do his best to care for his adopted sister, even risking his life to ensure her safety. So, he took her to Shiro's house and explained their relationship. I didn't think you could do anything nice for Shiro, commented Tosaka after they returned home. I did it for Ilya, he replied. He would have revived her mother if it were up to him because she deserved better than what happened in Fate/Zero. However, Edward did not want to face the complications of finding her soul in this complicated world. If you say so. So, what's next? Asked Tosaka. I'll keep my word and teach you magic. I also need to borrow your mansion's basement for research. After that, I should leave. You're leaving. Although it will take some time. Yes, nodded Edward, looking in the distance. The room suddenly became somber until Edward talked again. Don't you have to report to the clock tower that you're the final winner? I don't have to, but I must. This is a perfect opportunity to increase the influence of the Tosaka clan. You can tell them that your wish was to increase your strength and show them your new magic circuit. That's a good idea. Tosaka left for the clock tower, the Mage Association's headquarters. Meanwhile, Edward turned the mansion's basement into a bounded field for his research. His floating city cannot exist without the reality marble, which takes too much mana. So, he had to build a new laboratory to study EA and the chains of heaven. 3 days later, Tosaka returned and headed for the basement. Done. Edward asked as he put the final touch on the lab. Yeah, the Tosaka clan is officially one of the most powerful magic families in the world. Edward nodded but did not comment, knowing that this title meant very little since this world was complex and full of hidden secrets. I'm guessing all these families wanted to marry you, he said, adding a new enchantment. I bet some were even willing to allow their clan members to marry into the Tosaka clan as long as you agree to give your second child to them. Tosaka's mouth twitched. Yeah, and they were insufferable. You should be more careful when dealing with these people. Some desperate families will do anything to ensure a talented successor. I know, she replied with gritted teeth. So, someone already tried. They put something in my drink. I almost beat them to a pulp, said Tosaka. At least you displayed your true power, that should scare most people. True. Alright, let's get started with the training, said Edward. While teaching you arcane rune, I will also train you on controlling mana. It pains me every time I watch you cast a spell. It's not that bad. I have prepared a virtual reality helmet for you and the necessary potions. Don't expect much sleep in the following months. We don't have much time and plenty to learn. Tosaka suddenly paused before walking to the designated machine. The training lasted 3 months before Edward agreed she was an accepted mage. However, in the first month, she did not sleep a wink or eat, surviving only on potion. Luckily, in the second month, he allowed her to attend school and live a normal life. Edward looked at his findings and could not help but frown. He had made the right decision to come to this world just because of the existence of the Chain of Heaven. This artifact was an anti-divinity weapon, just like Asta's magic was anti-magic. Furthermore, the thing had almost no limit. Edward hadn't found it. The stronger a god, the more binding its effect was. With it, he was confident to at least imprison the Time Guardian if he could catch him off guard. However, he has not entirely reverse-engineered this artifact yet and does not know whether he could leave this world with it. EA was the weapon of destruction he believed it was, and like the chain, he's missing one final piece to build his own. He must find the root, and the only way to do so is through the true magics. So, that's how it is, thought Edward. Akasha allowed me to enter this world because it wants me to create the 6th true magic, adding more possibilities to this universe. No, if I think from a larger perspective, maybe Akash already knows of the war and wishes to prepare her world for the upcoming chaos. 582 The 6th true magic. After figuring out his next step, Edward started to ponder how to create the 6th true magic and what kind it should be. After considering a few ideas, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. I can try to do something based on Morgana, he muttered. He missed the little elf, her constant chatter, weird personality, and how easy she made his life. My real body is already improving her main processor by fusing it with the Speed Force. Maybe my research here could help the process, thought Edward, who found this identity more appealing with each passing second. If I want to finish this as soon as possible, I need a sample. Edward had an idea, but there might be some danger involved. However, considering he had EA, he felt it was worth it. So, he went to see Tosaka. You want me to recreate my family's jeweled sword? Yes. Why? What do you mean why? Don't you want to recreate one of your family's lost legacy? I do, but knowing you, there must be another reason you're suddenly interested. Fair enough. You only need to know your success will summon someone, and I need to talk to that person. Tosaka stared at him briefly before accepting. They headed to the clock tower to begin working on the sword, and just as Shiro helped in the other timeline, Edward used his magic to help her finish the sword. As expected, Zelrich, owner of the second magic, showed up once it finished. He invented jewel magic and passed it on to one of the Tosaka's ancestors. Arcane Emperor, I wanted to see you. You know me? Asked Edward. I've been observing this timeline, said Zelrich. Humanity was saved once I created the second magic as I imbued them with endless possibility. If this timeline fails and humans die, there are other choices. But you, who suddenly popped out of nowhere, imbued them with endless possibilities for success and prosperity. So, that's why Akasha created a background for the Arcane Empire to give the humans of this world a greater future. I may be more right than I believed. She's preparing for the upcoming war, thought Edward. Our conversation can wait since I'm sure you have things to say to her. Thanks for your understanding, said Zelrich. As Edward gave him the room, he talked to Tosaka. A few minutes later, Edward returned since they called him. Is something wrong? I want to take her as a pupil, but she told me to ask you. That's a good idea, said Edward before glancing at Tosaka. Why are you hesitating? But. Edward sighed, you know I can't stay, and Zelrich, as the owner of the second magic and teacher to your ancestor, is the perfect teacher for you. I understand. I can't believe someone is reluctant to learn from me. Well, considering the competition, I guess that makes sense, said Zelrich. Give us a moment. Tosaka left the room, leaving the two. So, what can I help you with? I'm designing the sixth true magic and want to see yours first for research. Passing on any true magic is not a simple. I'm not asking you to teach me but to show me. For someone like you, is there a difference? Rebutted Zelrich. You, of all people, should understand better than anyone the importance of this magic. So, name your price. I want the design for Netheril. You're asking too steep of a price for just showing me the second magic. Choose something else. Fine, how about the blueprint for the ether core? You seem to know a lot about my floating city. I am the observer of countless timelines. What do you expect? So, do we have a deal? We have a deal. Edward immediately sent the blueprint to him. Of course, he did not show the latest model. Zelrich then cast the second magic, Kaleidoscope. With this spell, Edward saw the operation of myriad timelines, including the one with his arcane empire. He also saw how this magic involved rewriting the world, influencing or rewriting records. This true magic does involve the rules and even combined many of them, analyzed Edward. More importantly, it seems to grant its wield a certain authority or privilege in the world. In Edward's eyes, the owner of these true magics seemed to be like the GM in a game with powers or authority to modify the game or the world as they saw fit. Did that help? Yes, and thank you, nodded Edward before leaving. Who are you, Arcane Emperor? Muttered Zelrich before meeting with Tosaka. They agreed on a designated time before beginning their training. Meanwhile, Edward immediately started working on his magic. He took this opportunity to analyze the anti-life equation to further his understanding of the mind rule, and he added the knowledge rule, soul rule, and others to create the sixth true magic, nigh omniscient. Let's try this thing out. Edward immediately cast the spell, and his mind left his body, entering a higher plane where all records and knowledge exist the root. So, it did work, he muttered calmly. Reaching the root is the goal or ambition of all mages, but he was relatively calm about the entire thing. I wonder what the relationship of this world is with the Akashic records. He knew there must be some connections but did not know exactly. Forget about that for now, said Edward. He left a special rune in the root before leaving. Once his mind returned to his body, Edward found out he had turned into a human computer with access to endless knowledge. Anything he wanted to know, he would get the knowledge or answer from the root. And if he did not know, he could calculate or deduce the answer from abundant data. The only downside is this thing puts heavy pressure on my soul, he complained. He expected this spell to have limitations but did not expect it to be so severe. Let's finish our main objective. He immediately used his new spell to analyze EA and the chains of heaven. He discovered that EA drew power from a primal source of power that existed once the universe was born. That power contains the power of creation and destruction, meaning it can revert the multiverse to its genesis state or recreate it. All worlds have a period of genesis or before the Big Bang. If I can tap into it, I should be able to create a tier 11 weapon, muttered Edward, who focused on the chains of heavens. It worked similarly to EA, with the idea that all divine being originated from a source. Since the chains are made from that source, they can restrain all gods. Very well. Cosmos, you wait for my return. Edward was still unsure whether to pass the time game, so he needed to travel to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, during his stay in the world, he will prepare to deal with that bastard who dares to label him as a criminal. Let's see who will judge who, he sneered. Edward spent more than 3 years on this project, but most of the time, he stayed inside the lab and saw Tosaka and Sakura a few times. Now that he was done, he only had a few things to do before leaving. His next step is to see Scat hatch. He realized the root had no knowledge about primordial runes, and there were few reasons he could think of to explain this situation. Scathatch or Odin removed the knowledge from the roots, or the root itself purged the knowledge from his records to prevent it from spreading. A few magicians have taken things from the root so it can hide things from its people. Regardless of the reason, he wanted answers. 583. Primordial Runes Secret Void. Edward, who focused on creating the speed force and upgrading Morgana's processors, suddenly stopped as he received a message from the Akashic records. Did something happen? Asked the little elf, so Edward explained as he opened the mail. Not just one but two messages, thought Edward. Dear Sir Edward Bones. Thank you for succeeding in the hidden mission, creating a true magic. Reward, 3 invitations of your choosing to become members of our records. Hidden mission? So, there is a connection between these two, muttered Edward. The real question is how many people have passed this mission? How many true magic do they have access to? Said Morgana. This thing is above our pay grade, but this reward is worth it. Bellatrix took on the job of doing missions for Akashic records to get everyone tokens to become members. But with this reward, her workload will drastically decrease, and Edward will feel less guilty for not going with her. Send the news to Bella, he ordered before checking the second message. First, he learned his Arcane Emperor title had been upgraded, which increased his charm ability and the suppression he could release. Second, he received 2 new titles, one of which caught his attention. True Magician, you have developed magic to the point of reaching its fundamental essence. Reward, increase affinity with laws/rules/authority. Do you want to accept? Interesting, they actually ask instead of directly giving me the talent, muttered Edward before accepting and closing his eyes. As expected, a character suddenly appeared in his soul flame, and he sensed his mind becoming clearer. He felt that it was easier to control his rules, and even understanding them became simpler. Not a bad talent, he nodded before focusing on the second title. Legend, your name and accomplishments as the Arcane Emperor have been spread to many worlds. Reward, 5% increase in the speed at which your myth and legends are spread. Edward felt this title was very important but did not know precisely why. This might be related to how to reach tiers beyond 11, commented Morgana, and he agreed. Edward then accepted this new title before returning to his work. Nasuverse, Earth. Edward teleported to his next destination, the Land of Shadows. He knew the rough locations from Cu Culane's memories and his true magic, so it did not take him long to reach the destination described as outside the world. As soon as he arrived, Edward found countless ghosts rushing toward him, but his body released a golden light that isolated these creatures, preventing them from getting close. He then noticed a beautiful young woman with purple hair, red eyes, a perfect body, and tight clothes that displayed her curves. You have finally returned, said Scathatch with bright eyes. Edward sighed, I'm guessing you've met me before. You don't remember? No. Scathatch paused. Well, you did say in the next meeting you might be different. I don't care about this as long as you plan to keep your promise. Which is, take me from this place, give me a life of purpose. That's not a problem since that was my objective in the first place, nodded Edward. Did I say anything else? You said when you return, I must teach you primordial runes. Edward's lips twitched. It seems that this version of himself in this world has the same personality. Do you plan on keeping your word? Why not? Scathatch invited him to the only pavilion in this ghastly place. She served tea, which one would not expect to be present in such a place. Let's start by telling me what you know. I learn a little from your apprentice but have some reservations. In my opinion, primordial runes should be way more powerful, said Edward before displaying what he knew and understood. You're correct, nodded Scathatch. What you've learned can only be classified as subrunes. Subrunes? Are you saying they can be combined together to form the real primordial runes? You catch on quick, smiled Scathatch before demonstrating. She combined many subrunes, HP ancient runes, into a primordial rune. Edward saw the final result, and his eyes marveled at the complexity of this symbol. Although it doesn't look like the primordial runes back home, its essence feels the same, thought Edward. Is there a limit to how many primordial runes there are, or can each concept in the world be represented by one? There are 81 primordial runes. Edward pondered. He had long theorized that primordial runes might manifest differently in different universes. How many do you know? 80. Only Odin knows all of them, replied Scathatch. It seems I might have to get the last one from Odin, thought Edward. Can you teach me all of them? No problem, but you still haven't told me where you're taking me. The Arcane Empire. Wasn't it destroyed? Did you rebuild it? The one destroyed was nothing but a branch, explained Edward. The real one exists in another universe or dimension completely separated from this one. Some things are starting to make sense now, said Scathatch. After getting to know each other, when he first meets Edward, the latter mentions that his empire is about to be destroyed. However, he seems too calm about the ordeal, more sad that the gods will be responsible for their downfall. And what role will I play in the empire? Asked Scathatch. Anything you want, replied Edward. You seem to love teaching, so you can be a university professor or a trainer in the army. You were once a queen, so you can rebuild your kingdom in another plane. You were once a conqueror and killer, so if you wish, you can also go on expeditions in other realms to fight and kill. Hey, don't just mention a girl's dark past like that, said Scathatch, making Edward smile. I'm saying you have plenty of options, even being a regular citizen. More importantly, there will be no one to judge and many like-minded individuals. People will not fear your talent or ability but praise you instead. That sounds like a wonderful place. It is, but like all things, it also has its downside, explained Edward. No place is perfect, nodded Scathatch. Then, they had a long conversation, and Edward learned all her primordial runes. With the help of the sixth true magic, the process was much faster. He also learned why he did not find the knowledge in the roots or from Siyu Kulane's mind. Primordial runes cannot be recorded and must be passed on from one person to another through word of mouth. The fact he successfully took some of it from Siyu Kulane's mind was a feat in itself. Once the tutoring session ended, it was Edward's turn. He contacted his main body and sent Scathatch and the Land of Shadow to the floating city outside in the void. Edward expected some reactions from Akasha, but nothing happened. Scathatch had already learned about arcane runes, so it would be easier for her to adapt to the Empire after a few lessons. However, he also hid some things from her, like the existence of the void and omniversal travel. However, he reckoned she would figure it out after she reached the Empire and learned many things. Once that ordeal ended, Edward returned to Earth to check on Tosaka, Sakura, and Ilya before traveling to the moon. 584 Inheritor. After reaching the moon, Edward began observing and analyzing. From what he remembered from the Nasuverse, the moon was a supercomputer called the Moon Cell created by an alien civilization with a database on PAR with the root. However, after analyzing the thing, he discovered it was a regular moon. It seems I have to reach another timeline, he muttered before leaving, returning to Tosaka's mansion. You're back already? Asked Tosaka. He said goodbye to them an hour ago and might not return for a few months. Did something happen? Something urgent happened, and I might need to leave early, replied Edward, who took out a blue gem. I wanted to do this in case I didn't have a chance. What is this? Tosaka, despite her reluctance, had accepted that he would leave and not return. This gem will grant you control of the sixth true magic after I leave. It's my final gift to you. Are you serious? I don't need to lie about that. But, don't you need it? Asked Tosaka. I'm going to a faraway place, and this thing is useless to me. Can I go with you? Unfortunately, that's not possible, replied Edward. His relationship with Akasha is purely business. She allowed him to enter and do things. In exchange, he provided her universe with more possibilities. However, Edward cannot take people with him. Scathatch is an exception because the world has rejected her existence, so she has to live in the Land of Shadows. I see. Will I see you again? Maybe. What's with the hesitation? Are you going to die? Asked Tosaka hurriedly. No, but the world is about to enter a terrible period, sighed Edward. If we can survive the initial chaos, we might have a chance to meet again. What do you mean by that? Tosaka found those words ominous. She knew how powerful the Arcane Emperor was, and he had said he might not survive. That's all I can say for now. I'm giving you this magic to increase your chances of survival, explained Edward. Oh, and one last thing, I still need to use the true magic for a while. So, when the gem lights blue, you truly inherit its power. It will also mean you've left, she added. Edward looked her in the eyes. I don't have any children of my own except for an adopted daughter. He smiled as he remembered the kind and mischievous Charmy. Edward walked to her side. You can be considered the second child I've adopted. I'm not your daughter, said Tosaka, tears streaming down her face and snot in her nose. Edward hugged her before kissing her forehead. I hope we meet again. He disappeared, leaving Tosaka bawling on the floor. Edward's destination was the Fate/X timeline, where the Moon Cell was first revealed. He realized it was way more complicated to travel between timelines than any other world he'd been to. The process could be described as harsh. That was understandable as even Zelrich, who controls a true magic involving accessing parallel worlds, needs to use jewels in whatever dimensions he wishes to travel to form a body for him. Meanwhile, Edward was doing the same, bringing his entire flesh and blood. When he reached his destination, his body was in shambles and needed a few days to repair. His plan worked effortlessly, as he soon found the secrets of the Moon Cell. In this timeline, people have tried to hack or access the Moon Cell through many methods, most communicating with the mind or soul. Edward went directly to the core of this supercomputer, accessing all its data. The Moon Cell existed before the Earth was formed, meaning more than 4.5 billion years ago. More importantly, the Moon Cell has been recording data from Earth by scanning the planet every nanosecond for the past billion years. As such, they contained all records or information about Earth, its people, history, magic, and civilization just like Akasha. Edward could not or dare not get all the information from the root in case something happened, but he had no hesitation in doing the same for the Moon Cell. He downloaded and stored all the data from the Moon Cell while using his sixth true magic to sift through it rapidly and found the most useful. There is enough data to build Throne of Heroes based on the power of myth. After years of studying the spiritual dimension in Black Clover, the data he gathered in Naruto, and the information from the Moon Cell, Edward finally knew he could create his own Throne of Heroes and Myths. Without hesitation, he spent the next few months adding the finishing touch to that project and completing it. Now, he only needed to build it back home. However, no information on the primordial runes or divine words magic, muttered Edward, who recently became very interested in divine words magic of this world. From the knowledge he acquired from the root, he realized the gods of this world were even more perfect than Diana. They were divine, meaning they were immortal, could use the power of faith, and had their own authority. However, these gods did not use divine energy but mana. As such, his theory is that divine word magic is a unique magical system that can be used by both mana and divine energy. For our next stop, we might be able to find both what I want, muttered Edward, who collected a few things before heading to his destination. He was not about to hop to another parallel timeline, no, his next destination was back in time to see the Arcane Empire. The Arcane Empire existed in a unique time span. It existed after Gilgamesh separated the gods from man, 2600 BC, and before the Age of Man, 0 AD. During that period, mystery was rapidly declining while the laws of physics and science were rapidly taking shape due to the collective minds of man. Edward cast a spell, opening a spacetime tunnel to his destination. The channel was a bit unsteady, so he added 2 primordial runes to stabilize it. However, as he was about to step it, he sensed a summoning from a specific spacetime coordinate. Is this? He sensed something and did not hesitate to respond to the summon. A blinding white light swallowed him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of a summoning circle. He looked around and saw someone in white mage clothes smiling at him. I figured it would be you, he said, looking at this person with the same face and dress as him. So, are you me? Yes and no, replied Fate Edward. You're a variant but somehow different. Yes, unlike your variants with different personalities, memories, and experiences, I am the same as you in almost every way. However, I exist for only one purpose: spread your legend. You seem rather too accepting of your destiny. Fate Edward shrugged. Akasha created me too well. I know I cannot resist, so I can only accept my fate. Is Akasha so powerful? Akasha herself might not be much, but the person controlling or creating her, that's another story. Edward's eyes squinted. Give me a rough estimate. Between tier 12 to 14. I never expected that, he sighed. So, why did you bring me here? If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the day you die. I summon you to give you a few things and, hopefully, shorten your trip in this world. Is this Akasha's way of saying I'm no longer welcome? Asked Edward. You can say that. Follow me. Can I ask you a question? Do you want to know whether our queens exist in this reality? Asked Fate Edward. Yes, they do, and they don't, he replied. Their possibilities exist in this world as part of your legend, but the real variant won't exist until they visit this world. Do you recommend I send them here? Asked Edward with a frown. I do. They should come and attempt to create a true magic before leaving. It will benefit them in the long run. How do I know you're not a pawn of Akasha to lure my family into this world? This is merely a suggestion, said Fate Edward calmly. You can gather more information before making an informed decision. True. We're here, said Fate Edward, showing them a few gems lying on a table. 585. Luck / Fate Edward took the first gem and said, this is the last primordial runes from Odin. Something tells me it was not easy to acquire. You're right. That bastard is cunning, and I had to pay a lot to get it. Did you know he wanted me to marry into his family? Does he even have a daughter? Many, all illegitimate. That makes sense, nodded Edward. Fate Edward took out the second gem. This one contains a deeper analysis of the Fates magecraft and other magics. I figured it might help make slight improvements to our arcane rune magic. I had this thought. This one is for the divine word magic. I figure you would be interested. Oh, so were my conjectures correct? Yes, it can be used for divine energy and mana. Did it help create a vessel that perfectly contains divine energy and mana? This project has been going on for a while, and the highest achievement was sealing these two opposite energies in the body and unsealing one when needed to change. They could not be used together, let alone fuse. I didn't get to it yet, replied Fate Edward with a deep sigh. What's wrong? This experiment is why I will die tomorrow. I thought it was because the gods were dissatisfied with how humans were becoming. That's true, but they were willing to tolerate my existence because they knew how much they would have to pay to eliminate me and the Empire, explained Fate Edward. But everything changed while I experimented with divine energy. These gods knew this energy was perfectly suited to them and wanted it. I refuse, but this was the catalyst to band together and eliminate me at all costs. No matter how evolved and powerful a creature is, it cannot escape its basic instinct, like greed or desire, sighed Edward. A sad truth. The good news is everything they did was for nothing. Fate Edward sneered after hearing these words. As his counterpart said, he would die before allowing these gods to get his hands on his research. He already had to kill a few people close to him who betrayed him because of the promises and seduction of these gods. Let's not mention this, said Fate Edward. This gem is about soul divinity. Oh, you succeeded. Yes, and it solves so many of our issues. The soul limit? Asked Edward. That's right. Your thinking was in the wrong direction. You thought that increasing the connection between the flame and the soul could nourish the knowledge ring and break the limit, but you needed to fuse them. Read chapter 546 for a refresher on soul limit experiments. I never thought about fusion because the gods will separate their flame and use it to revive. I thought if they fuse, we would lose on another method of immortality, explained Edward. I thought the same until I chose to experiment, said Fate Edward. They will fuse, but another soul flame will condense due to the correlation between the flame and the soul. Then, to achieve divinity, you must repeat the process, but add willpower and the nourishment of the rules. So, our theory was correct. Higher tier will require that our soul dimension create laws/rules/authority instead of relying on the outside universe and willpower, just like in many cultivation novels. Edward cannot use his rules in the void unless they are stored in an artifact, and if he entered a world whose willpower requirement was 10, he would face the same issue. However, he theorized this would change at higher tiers. Exactly. Talking to another version of himself was very satisfying because of how in sync they were. Edward held the gem in his hand and sighed. He now had a universal method of breaking the soul limit, meaning he could increase his strength and reach tier 10 as soon as possible. Then, he only needs to complete his research on tier 11 before reaching that level. By the way, you will need a lot of soul energy to achieve soul divinity, Fate Edward warned. I know what to do, nodded Edward. Then, for the next few hours, they talked about magic, which was interesting. It's time, said Fate Edward, looking in the distance. You're too calm for what's about to happen. Edward was not afraid of death, but he did not think he could easily accept watching everything he had built crumble in one day. I have my way of coping, replied Fate. Do I even want to know? You don't, he said with a smile. Then, he calmly left the room. He watched the final battle of his favorite variant, and the experience was hard to describe. Watching how these gods destroyed the Arcane Empire was like seeing a warning of his future. He will face the same fate in his universe if things go wrong for him. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes as he thought, this will not be my fate. All these gods will either die at my hands or kneel before me, and the first one will be Cosmos. He disappeared from this world, returning to the city in the void. In another timeline, Tosaka sensed something and took out the gem. As she saw it change color, a new power and knowledge entered her mind, but she couldn't care less. Tears started to flow down from her eyes before she started bawling. Sakura heard her sister and rushed, asking what was wrong. He's gone, she said, and Sakura immediately understood. Void. Edward received his clone and fused with it, inheriting all his experiences, memories, and knowledge. He smiled because he realized how much work he had to do. Firstly, the knowledge about the sixth true magic was useful for updating Morgana's core. Additionally, the avatar brought information about a material called photonic crystals, which were used to create the moon cell. After being magically enhanced, they would be perfect materials for a few parts in the upgrade, reducing the time and money used. Afterward, he needed to learn Divine Words magic, upgrade the arcane rune system, break his soul limit and achieve soul divinity, reach tier 10, and make EA and Chains of Heavens. A lot of work to do, muttered Edward. Do you want to stay or leave now? Asked Morgana. We are temporarily safe, so let me learn everything I need to so we can immediately start building once we reach the MCU. Edward then spent some time absorbing all the avatar's knowledge and the things he did not have a chance to learn. Finally, the city flew to its next destination. Bang, bang, what now? Asked Edward with an ugly expression while trying to keep his balance. An unknown shockwave hit our ship, disturbing our flight. It's official, thought Edward. There has been an accident ever since he started this voyage. Now, he can say for sure his luck had run out after using the luck potion too often. What's the situation? We will use an emergency landing. We're lucky that we upgraded the navigation system, or we would be in serious trouble. Be prepared, as things could get rough. Morgana executed all the necessary protocols to ensure they arrived at their destination as soon as possible. Phew, we've arrived? No. The ship started to shake violently again. What is it now? We've landed, but it seems to be in an area where two entities are fighting. Energy recording has indicated levels beyond the theoretically calculated tier 11. Edward or the Empire had never encountered a tier 11 entity, besides Krona. So, they had no measurement and could only predict certain things. Edward resisted the urge to curse. What's the plan? The ship has already suffered damage and won't last long. So, we will use the emergency exit plan. Fine, but don't forget Albion. Despite everything, he would not let something happen to that stupid dragon. Ready? Asked Morgana. Go. A void energy shield surrounded Edward, and he flew away from the floating city. Something hit his shield, and he immediately passed out. Edward found himself in a fog, trying to navigate and leave. Finally, he succeeded, and his eyes opened. Where am I? He checked his body, which was perfectly intact, the same for his mana, aura, and soul, except his mind was a little foggy. He looked around, and everything was bright. Is this a lab room? He said, looking at the room. He was not restrained, but the table he was on was a medical table he often used when he was young. You're awake. Edward looked in the direction of the voice. 586 offer. Edward looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman behind a glass. He immediately felt she looked familiar, but his mind and memory were still a little chaotic, making it harder for him to recognize. If I remember correctly, she's Aisha, the great-grandmother of Kamala Khan, who became Ms. Marvels. How did I get in contact with her? Thought Edward. Who are you? Asked Edward, slowly rising. His body was fine, but he had a slight headache. So, you can speak English? And your accent, that's British, said Aisha. Aisha, you haven't answered my question. You can call me Alicia. That's a lie. And how would you know? I just do. So, you have the ability to detect lies? Can you read my heartbeat, or is it something else? Asked Aisha. You're a weird person. You obviously know I'm dangerous, and any effort to restrain or deal with me is useless, yet you cannot resist your curiosity. Why is that? Asked Edward. Aisha was silent for a few minutes. My name is Aisha. Now, we're getting somewhere, said Edward with a smile. He walked out of the room to where Aisha was outside of the glass door of this laboratory/abandoned warehouse. What year is it? Is it still the 1940s? No, it's 2002. After hearing this news, Edward frowned. Then, how did you and I meet? Aisha hesitated briefly before telling the truth. It was the year 1947 during the Indian partition. I was dying on the floor due to a stabbed wound when your body suddenly crashed near me. Oddly, though, no one except me could see you. Edward listened tentatively. Your body released an energy that healed me, and I have been caring for your body since then. Just caring. All right, I admit I tried to understand what you were, but your skin was impregnable, and a shield would appear to protect you every time you were in danger. Danger. Some people came to know of your existence and wished to acquire you. Who are those people? The clandestine, replied Aisha with a sigh. Do they think my body was the key to unlocking their powers and returning to the Noor dimension? How do you know? I just do. You're right. Are they wrong? I don't know about the returning home part, but the energy released from your body did activate my Noor. Aisha constructed a fist made of light as a demonstration. Interesting power, commented Edward, observing this strange power/energy known as Noor. You said some people were after me, meaning more than one. Yes. A few organizations, including S.H.I.E.L.D., have been on my tail over the years. Is that why you never met your family? Asked Edward, making Aisha pause. Yes. I wanted them to live a happy and peaceful life, and my presence would not allow that. She had to watch her husband die, and her daughter turned into an old woman while she remained the same due to the activation of her power. However, she did not regret her actions as long as they lived a long and fulfilling life. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you, Edward sighed. He guessed this was Morgana's doing to ensure nothing happened to him. She probably used a powerful spiritual hint spell on the woman to ensure she never abandoned him. And I promise to repay you once I've calmed down. It's fine, said Aisha. I only want two things, to know who or what you are and whether you can return me home. I'm like you, someone from another dimension, replied Edward, looking her in the eyes. And yes, I can return you home. Really? I do not need to lie to you. True, nodded Aisha, feeling relief, joy, sadness, and regret at the thought of returning home. Do you have a place I can rest? Come with me. Edward followed her to a car, and they drove silently to a secure location. During the drive, he tried to contact Morgana. Are you all right? I'm fine, just injured, she replied weakly. Don't worry. I will heal you as fast as possible. It pained him to see her so feeble, especially since he was to blame. After arriving at their destination, Aisha told him he could use the guest room, and Edward thanked him. Then, he was finally alone, and he looked in the room's corner. I believe you've seen enough. The space broke like a mirror, and a bald woman in a yellow robe with a necklace walked out. I have tried to overestimate your ability, but you still surprise me. Hello, Sorcerer Supreme, said Edward, looking her up and down and assessing her strength. As a sorcerer, the only energy in her body was her life energy, meaning she looked like an ordinary person. However, from the What If show, she once made a tier 10 feat by splitting an entire timeline in the 4th episode. In other words, her strength fluctuated between tier 0 and tier 10. According to Edward's analysis, she was not the only one experiencing such a large fluctuation. A knife or bullet could probably kill the Scarlet Witch, but she destroyed the Mind Soul, a tier 10 item. She successfully destroyed the Dark Hold across every timeline, which is a tier 11 feat. Thor's strength fluctuates between tier 3 and tier 5, but he tanked a blast from a neutron star, a tier 7 feat. Because of this fluctuation, it was difficult to determine certain individuals' strengths in this world. You know me? Asked the Ancient One. I think you should be famous in the world of magic and mysticism. Is that so? She muttered. Something tells me you've been watching me since I landed on Earth in 1947. I have, she replied directly. So, why have you not acted? Asked Edward, interested in the answer. Earth is protected from any dimensional invaders, yet there are people, like your friend Aisha, who successfully enter. Do you know why? Cause and effect, replied Edward. These people will eventually have a positive effect on Earth, so their presence is allowed. Yes, that's the brilliance of the protection. Agamotto left Earth, nodded the Ancient One. Since you can enter, the Earth must need you in some capacity. Edward grunted under his breath, deciding not to comment on these words. So, to what do I owe this visit? Something tells me you did not come just to observe me. I have an offer for you, said the Ancient One. Which is, become the Sorcerer Supreme. Edward looked at her, his mouth slightly opened. I have to admit I did not expect this. He thought of many possibilities, but this. Why, you are the perfect fit. That's not a good reason, especially since I am a foreigner, and you do not know anything about me. The Ancient One paused briefly. I have never been able to see past the year 2016, which is my death, until you showed up. She sighed deeply. I saw the future, and it's bleak. After trying countless possibilities, the only way I found to protect this Earth and this timeline is by making you the Sorcerer Supreme. What exactly did you see? Asked Edward with a frown. He did not think the events of Endgame or any variants of it would scare her. You'll know if you accept my offer. Edward wanted to roll his eyes. What happens if I refuse? I'll banish you from entering Earth. Isn't that a little harsh? The amount of energy inside your body is so immense that even if a small portion leaks, the planet will be destroyed. Now that you're conscious, I cannot take the risk. You don't trust me, but you want me to become the Sorcerer Supreme, said Edward. How does that work? You must take a binding oath to become the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One explained. By then, I will be reassured. Edward grunted. He had come to this place to learn Karmatage magic and even get his hands on the Time Stone, but he had to weigh the gains and losses. Do you understand what it means for me to be the Sorcerer Supreme? I'm the kind of person that does whatever is necessary to achieve the goal. That's why I chose you, replied the Ancient One. We need this kind of ruthlessness and cruelty to survive what's coming. You seem to know me, said Edward. I talked to a potential future of yourself. For the first time in her life, the Ancient One encountered an anomaly while trying to see a person's future as that person noticed her actions and talked with her across time. I see, said Edward, guessing what had happened. He was tempted by the offer, mostly because of the Akashic record title of Sorcerer Supreme and since it was the fastest way to get his hands on the Time Stone. Lastly, this world was his training ground for the upcoming war, so he's prepared to challenge himself. Tell me the binding oath I must make. No problem, the Ancient One told him the oath she prepared. It was nothing harsh, mostly about taking his position seriously, not succumbing to foreign dimensional beings, and not abandoning his positions when things get difficult. Give me 3 days, and I'll give you an answer, said Edward. As you wish. 587 Nor energy. Now that he was alone with his thoughts, Edward found himself at a crossroads, his decision to accept the Ancient One's offer looming large. The gravity of the situation was not lost on him, and he leaned towards acceptance for many reasons. First, Earth is the center of most events in this world, and if he were banned, it would be very challenging for him to gain any benefits. Second, the position has benefits, such as the Time Stone and the Supreme Sorcerer title. Yet, the most compelling reason for Edward's inclination towards acceptance was the urgent need for a legal identity in this universe. His past experiences in Fate and the tumultuous entry into this world had made it clear to him that this realm, with its fusion with the comic world, held a much higher power ceiling than his home. As such, his entry into this universe will not go unnoticed. In the comics, the Supreme Sorcerer was a position acknowledged by eternity, an abstract entity that embodies the Marvel Universe and the personification of time. If I become the Sorcerer Supreme and am restricted by an oath, then these top entities might be more lenient on my actions if they take notice of me, analyzed Edward. Those are the pros, but there is also a con. I would be stuck in this world and cannot run away until I exhaust all my abilities. He frowned before realizing the choice was obvious. He came to this world to train for the upcoming war, and in that war, he would not be able to run no matter what. Since I need to push myself, why hesitate? Edward immediately decided to accept the position, but he would wait 3 days to give her his answer. So, he began checking his body. My body, soul, and mana are fine, but my mind is still a little bit chaotic, thought Edward. His body did not have to adapt to this world, or it was possible he already adapted after decades in a coma state. He raised his hand to summon a weird power but failed. I cannot control any rules. It seems the willpower level of this world is the highest 10. Edward frowned as his willpower was only 9, short by 1 point. He raised his hand to open a tear in the void and took out a potion he drank. I can access my personal dimension, but most of my things were in the floating city. He frowned even deeper. If I cannot accept the mana from the city, I will have to use Plan B. The next thing Edward checked was whether he could sense Netheril or Albion, but the answer was negative. I'll have to wait for Morgana to wake up, he said. He then raised his hand to cast a small flame. In the next hour, the flame kept extinguishing before reappearing. This world can adapt perfectly to all the magic systems I know. This is an anomaly, thought Edward. All the magic systems he used blended perfectly, and he sensed no rejection or even incongruity. It was as if the MCU already contained these power systems. There are 2 ways that could explain the situation. The MCU was already introduced to these systems and adapted them. But if that's the case, where? Edward thought of one possibility: Lord Gods are active in this world, just like the Naruto universe. If the universe will of the MCU learned these power systems from the reincarnators, it could explain this anomaly. Another explanation is that the Marvel Universe is adapting to these magic systems to strengthen the entire universe and prepare for the war. The fusion with the comics and this adaptation might be part of this strengthening process. Edward felt both those theories might be correct and there might be a correlation between them. The universe will already knew the existence of these reincarnators and the magic systems, and when the fusion started to prepare for the war, it chose this method as another form of strengthening. Everyone is preparing, I must hurry. Edward meditated to facilitate the potion's fast absorption. The next morning, he woke up and went to see Aisha. I can send you home anytime, but before you leave, can I see your Noor? Oh, all right. Aisha created a fist made of hard light, and Edward's eyes turned purple as he analyzed it. A potent cosmic power with primary photonic properties. It seems to contain reality warping capabilities but is severely restricted in this dimension. He raised his hand to take a sample, and from it, he calculated the coordinates of the Noor dimension, which is Aisha's home. Edward frowned for a few seconds as he cast a few spells. All right, I found you a way home. Do you wish to go now? Right now. If you want, you can delay. No, I'm ready, replied Aisha. Are you sure? You could see your family before leaving? Or even take them with you? No, I don't want to disrupt their lives. Plus, I might face some trouble after returning. She was banished from the Noor dimension, and she will face some trouble after returning. If you say so, nodded Edward before taking a syringe. What's this? This is my reward for taking care of me, replied Edward. This thing contains nanites that will heal you in an emergency and serve as a supercomputer. It can help you better understand or control your Noor or aid you in anything you wish to accomplish after returning. Your dimension is so technically advanced. It is, nodded Edward. Do you want me to inject or do it yourself? You can do it. Are you sure? I spent so many years guarding and protecting you, I feel like I know you, said Aisha calmly. I don't know whether that's very kind or stupid of you, said Edward as he injected her. Aisha saw a screen that only she could see. For the next 5 minutes, she followed a tutorial with instructions on how to use the nanocomputer. Once she finished, Edward opened a portal, and all the members of the clandestine appeared in the room unconscious. It might be better to return with them lest they seek revenge on your family. That's a good idea, nodded Aisha before hesitantly saying, can you keep an eye on them for me? No problem. If you want, I can ensure they live a life of wealth and without worry. No, just ensure their safety. All right. Edward waved his hand to open another portal, but Aisha frowned. Why can't I sense any Nor energy? Your dimension will align with Earth on a specific date, and now is not the time. So, we must pass a few other dimensions to reach your destination. I see. Aisha exhaled before creating a large hand to carry the other clandestine members. She then stepped into the portal without hesitation. Edward followed her, and they traveled through a few portals before finding themselves in one full of Nor energy. Aisha could immediately sense her home. Thank you, she said, looking him in the eyes. I should be the one thanking you, said Edward with a smile. Plus, I feel this won't be the last time we meet. You can think so. My intuition is usually correct. Well, I'll look forward to it, said Aisha before entering and disappearing. Edward gathered enough Nor energy from the portal to study before returning to Earth. 2 days later, the Ancient One came to see him. Thank you for allowing me to send her home, said Edward. Earth is protected from dimensional travel, so he could not bring her home without her consent. No problem, nodded the Ancient One. Have you thought about my offer? Yes, and I accept. Excellent. Follow me to Kamar Taj for the oath. No problem. But I should tell you I will need a month's break before I start my duty. Oh, is there a reason? I need to save someone, and it's about time I became stronger. He's been stuck in Tier 8 for too long, and it's about time for a change. That's good news to hear, said the Ancient One. The stronger he was, the higher the chances of their world surviving. The Ancient One opened a portal leading to a secret room in Kamar Taj for the oath. She wanted to get it done as soon as possible to relax. 588 Breaking the soul limit. This is the oath stone, linked directly to the cosmos, said the Ancient One. You only need to hold it and make the oath. Edward held the stone and looked at it. The universe will? No, it is an entity that represents the cosmos. So, eternity is the one binding the contract. You seem to know a lot. I'm curious, and I've lived a long life well, compared to humans, Edward explained casually. After knowing how this thing worked, he had no issue swearing. Once he finished, a chain came out of the stone and entered his head. Edward swiftly checked, and as expected, the chain appeared around his soul flame, meaning it was truly the most binding contract form. What now? Asked Edward as he returned the stone. You will study under Wong, and once you've shown your talent, you can learn everything from me. Edward frowned. Give me access to all your books, and I can master everything in less than 2 weeks. I have no doubt about that, said the Ancient One. However, you must participate in this performance. You want me to build prestige amongst the other sorcerers. Although I have the right to directly elect my successors, it would be easier if they could see how capable you were and accept my decision. What about Caecilius? Asked Edward. What about him? How do you want me to deal with him? Do as you please. Since I've chosen you as my successor, I won't intervene. The Time Stone, continued Edward. In 6 months, you should have everybody accept your status as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Afterward, I will hand it to you. Muttered Edward. The situation is better than I anticipated. What did you expect? Despite the oath, I expect more distrust and political struggle, replied Edward honestly. When you get your hands on the stone and see the future I saw, you'll understand why I give you free rein. Now, I want to know what you saw, said Edward, who immediately cast a spell to see the future. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Why? You should not be messing with any time magic not affiliated with the Time Stone before the year 2008, said the Ancient One. 2008? That's when Iron Man started, thought Edward. Is it because of the TVA? I thought they had already opened the multiverse since no one came to prune me. Edward knew about the TVA and ensured his landing would be after the event of Loki 1 when the TVA underwent a shuffling, opening the multiverse. Otherwise, his presence would have opened another timeline, and these people would have come to prune him to ensure the sanctity of the sacred timeline. Yes and no, explained the Ancient One. 2008 is a cutting point for the world. It's when everything goes into motion, and the Earth enters a new era. Your time magic might disrupt this event, leading to many problems. Was that one of the timelines you saw? Yes, nodded the Ancient One. Very well. Edward controlled his curiosity. He had a month's break before starting his sorcerer duty and training. By the way, do you know the coordinates of the planet Vormir? He tried divination to no success, so this planet was either naturally protected because of the stone or his divination skill was not up to par to find the coordinates. You want the soul stone? Yes. Sorry, but I don't, said the Ancient One. All right. I'll figure it out, replied Edward before leaving. He could have teleported to another timeline and taken it from Thanos' dead hands, but he figured it might be a better idea to use the one in his universe. Edward's next destination was to find Gamera and get the location from her mind. She was not protected, so it was easy to find her location while on a mission for Thanos on a planet called Greer. Watching her assassinate a man, he took the information from her mind before silently disappearing. He opened a portal to the planet Nohir, full of outlaws and criminals. He needed to find a cruel man full of sins who also cared deeply about someone, either their wife or daughter. That person also needed to be terrible and full of sins. It took a moment, but he found who he was searching for: a pair of criminal lovers called Lam and V. They are one of the biggest child traffickers on the side of this galaxy, and although they've committed many atrocities, they are also famous for their endearing life, willing to do anything for each other. Edward gave Lam a prophesied dream that he was destined to rule the universe, as he was willing to sacrifice everything after reaching a place called Vormir. After this hypnosis, Lam woke up the next day and looked at his wife with complicated emotions. Then, on the same day, he hopped on his ship with her, heading directly to Vormir. By the time they reached their destination, the drug he placed on her beverage had functioned, and she passed out. Lam carried her onto the planet, and after the Guardian, Red Face, explained the situation, he kissed her one last time on her forehead before throwing her down the cliff. He did hold the stone in his hand, feeling the power coursing through his veins. With tears in his eyes, Lam walked inside his ship, preparing for his glorious future. However, his body immediately disintegrated. If not for Edward's power, how could he hold an infinite gem with such a weak and mortal body? As Edward held the stone, powerful energy rushed into his body. He controlled it to enter his soul dimension, heading directly to Morgana. He watched as her pale body rapidly recovered until it returned to normal. That's enough for now, he thought. She should be back to wake up in a few months and return to normal. He teleported to a deserted planet, where he immediately began to lay enchantments. For the next week, the planet was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of magic circles with the soul stone at the center. Let's begin, thought Edward as he activated the enchantments. A powerful soul energy rushed into his soul dimension, and he immediately started the process of fusing his soul into the soul flame. With the method he received from his Nasuverse counterpart, the process was fast and had no issue. Edward's soul released a blinding light, and afterward, he saw two small flames in his soul's eyes. It looked like an undead, commented Edward before shaking his head. The appearance did not matter, this experience's true value was breaking his soul's limit. Edward now felt it was a simple matter to reach higher tiers. The next step was to temper his body, and the soul stone was also the core of this process. He converted the soul energy released by the stone into life energy that tempered his body. In the meantime, he observed the new soul flame that grew on the fourth layer of his dimension while gathering data and experimenting. Edward knew this method was universal but still needed to test it out. So, while training his body and waiting for his second soul flame to appear, he conducted experiments on this method of breaking the soul limit. It is universal, and soul energy is not required but can help accelerate the speed of the process while also making it safer, concluded Edward. The process was not 100% as his experiments revealed that the soul flame could, in fact, destroy the soul despite its inherited connection, or they might reject the fusion. Now, let's test the soul divinity and reach tier 10 in one fell swoop, thought Edward before proceeding with the next part of his work. 589. Tier 10. The steps involving achieving soul divinity were to use the knowledge ring around the soul flame as a carrier for his willpower and rules before fusing it with the soul. Edward already had experience in the fusion, but he still needed trial and error to nourish willpower and rules. So, he first started with his willpower. The study of Haki has greatly increased the development and understanding of willpower throughout the Empire, so the process was easier than anticipated. Edward finished the fusion after a few trials and errors, and his soul flame changed. A light gold flame is required to reach tier 9, and during the previous breakthrough, his soul reached gold after absorbing enough energy from the soul stone. Now, after the fusion of his willpower, the gold was deepened, probably heading to the level required to become tier 11, deep gold. The next step in this process was the addition of rules, and Edward was in a small bind. He did not meet the requirement to wield the rules of this universe. Luckily, he was prepared for such a situation and created law weapons, containing all the laws he could wield, except for the soul and the mind, because he only achieved these laws in the Nasuverse and did not have the opportunity to create a weapon for them. He summoned the items from his personal dimension and began fusing them with his soul flame. He watched in wonder as his soul flame turned deep golden before heading toward dark gold. However, the process stopped because the soul gem could not provide enough energy to complete it. This is a problem, thought Edward. He guessed he could continue the soul divinity now and upgrade it later, but he would rather have his soul flame reach the limit before the fusion. However, it seems the energy needed for the process is not something even the soul gem could provide. He paused briefly to think of possible solutions. Edward's first thought was to use the same spell in the DC universe when dealing with Darkseid. He summoned soul gems from a different moment in time, increasing their numbers and providing him with more energy. This won't work since the Ancient One warned me about using my time magic. So, this plan might only work after she hands over the time stone, concluded Edward, who thought of his second plan, the doubling charm. This spell is a wandcraft spell that allows him to double items. Once he becomes tier 10, copying the soul gems should be no problem. Although he deduced they wouldn't exist for more than 30 minutes, they could still give him ample energy. The best option would be to link the soul gem to all its counterparts in the multiverse. This would provide me with more than enough energy for the process, but I don't have such a spell. Then, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. the Dark Hold might contain such a spell. The Dark Hold was written by the first demon, Thin, and that demon is definitely a Tier 11 entity. And since the book will try to lure its owner by their deepest desires, it's possible to show Edward the spell he needs. That is an alternative, but let's not rush to dealing with such entities yet, thought Edward. He temporarily stopped the soul divinity transformation to focus on reaching Tier 10. After a few days, Edward's body reached the requirement to enter Tier 9. Then, something expected occurred before he even started. An unknown force grabbed him out of nowhere, sending him flying backward. He passed through a film, and his surroundings changed. What the fuck, thought Edward as he looked around. He was in this dark space with a red moon and purple sky. The atmosphere was eerie, and after a few seconds, a creature walked before him. It was over 3 meters tall with horns, red skin, and a mouth so large that it went from his left ear to the right. Your soul is interesting, you should be a delicious meal. Edward did not understand this creature's words, but the meaning directly entered his mind, indicating a form of soul or psychic communication. Who are you? Huh? Can you communicate with the soul? I guess that makes sense. This lord is the great Malachi, the soul eater, and today, you will have the honor of being my dinner. A dimensional overlord, thought Edward. Malachi opened his mouth to release a terrifying swallowing power. Edward's defensive abilities activated, but they were useless. Damn it, he's at least Tier 10. Edward did not hesitate to activate his Green Lantern ring, releasing a green energy shield to protect him. His action was correct, his shield stopped the swallowing force. What an interesting artifact, commented Malachi. He raised his hand to shoot a powerful purple beam full of the power of a corrupted soul. Edward fired back with a green beam of concentrated willpower. Their concentration released intense universal scale shockwaves, but nothing in the surroundings was destroyed. He has absolute control over this dimension. I need to leave as soon as possible, analyzed Edward after observing around. Malachi snapped his finger, and millions of winged creatures appeared behind him. Edward responded in kind by creating the Empire's Imperial Navy fleet to annihilate these creatures. He forced the Armada to focus on Malachi to buy him enough time to use the ring to tear through this dimension and escape. Malachi roared, and the entire dimension seemed to come alive, trying to prevent Edward's escape. However, he used that tiny hole he made to cast a spell to travel to another dimension he could sense. He did not stop there. He jumped a dozen dimensions before not sensing anyone following. Then, he finally returned to his previous location. What the hell just happened? He was baffled. If not for the ring, he might have been a goner. A sense of urgency rushed into his mind, so Edward took the planet to another location. He added a few million more enchantments to block the void and used the Green Lantern ring as a power source. Finally, he focused on the task at hand. He converted the soul energy from the stone into mana before absorbing it into his supersolid ether cores in his magic core and soul dimension. After reaching Tier 9 galaxy level, he felt a sublimation of his body and soul, even his willpower slightly increased. However, this was not Edward's endgame, and he continued his work. He tempered his body before absorbing enough energy to become a Tier 10 universal entity. The process was not simple because a galaxy was tiny compared to a universe. So, he had to reach the level of super galaxy, multiple galaxies, and galaxies clusters before he could achieve Tier 10. Luckily for him, the Infinity Stones were all Tier 10 objects with plenty of energy. Edward felt the power coursing through his veins. Although it was not the first time he'd controlled this level of mana, the feeling was different than before when it was his own power. Edward looked into the distance. The universe felt frail to him as he could do terrible catastrophes with one thought. His mind rushed to every corner of the universe, seeing every planet, star, and galaxy. There were a few places that his intuition told him not to check, and he listened. As expected, this world is hiding so many terrors, thought Edward. Despite reaching Tier 10, he knew he was not the only entity capable of affecting the universe on such a scale. However, the others seemed low-key, and he guessed there might be consequences for doing so. Regardless, we've made it so far, and that's what matters, thought Edward. Now, he must focus on reaching the next level, Tier 11. Boss, you look handsome. Morgana, you're awakened. Yeah, it's been a while, but you were in intense focus mode, and I didn't want to bother you, replied the purple-haired elf, who was wearing a magic robe as an outfit today. I'm glad you're all right, said Edward with a smile. I'm going to use Malachi as a training partner to adapt to my newfound strength. Let's catch up while I deal with him. All right. 590 strength testing. A complicated rune appeared before Edward as he tried to find Malachi's dimension for a second round. His petty self would never allow such a humiliation to go by. How long have you been awake? 3 years. What? It's been so long? I promised the Ancient One I would return after a month. She came by 2 years ago, said Morgana. I told her you were in the middle of something, and she was very understanding. That's good to hear. So, how are you doing? I'm feeling better than ever. Their souls were linked, so when Edward broke his soul limit and started the soul divination process, Morgana also felt improvement in her abilities. Edward nodded. So, what exactly happened? As I said, we crashed into a battle between 2 Tier 12 entities. The shockwave almost destroyed Netheril, and one of them glanced at us, which is why our souls and minds were injured. Edward sighed silently, feeling an intense desire to become more powerful and reach higher tiers. I teleported us, Netheril and Albion, to different timelines, hoping to divert their attention, Morgana continued. I used my last bit of strength to divine the closest dimension with the highest chances of survival and landed before that woman named Aisha. I planted a spiritual hint in her mind to ensure the safety of your body, then went into deep sleep to recuperate. Edward exhaled. In times like this, he's glad he had Morgana because, as a supercomputer, she can enter an ultralogical state and make the fastest and best decision to ensure his survival. This time around, I owe you big time. Of course. You should praise me more often and raise my wage, said the purple-haired elf with a smug look. I will, he chuckled. Do you know if Netheril was completely destroyed? In bad shape, but not completely destroyed. The auto-repair protocols should have been activated. Can you sense its location? Yes, but vaguely, said Morgana. It might take a while before I find it, Edward grunted, calculating whether he should start building another one. Now that he was tier 10, it was not worth it to build another city since the value of Netheril is all his research data, materials, and artifacts stored. Let's put tracking it and Albion at the top of the list. Aye, sir. 30 minutes later, he found Malachi's dimension and a smirk appeared on his face. He tore open the dimensional barrier and forcefully entered. Who dares invade the great Malachi's dominion? It's me, you red-skinned bastard. Boss, that sounded racist. Really? Do you think this is an appropriate time? I'm just warning you to watch out. It's you? A great anger rushed into Malachi's head, and he immediately sprung to action. Cry of the damned. A terrifying wailing sound that directly targeted the soul rushed toward Edward. Want to play the soul with me? Two can play at this game. Banshee cry. A black-red magic circle appeared before him, releasing a terrifying scream that seemed to burst any souls it came into contact with. Countless screams of agony echoed from deep within this dimension as these two powerhouses' attacks clashed. Malachi could not hide his shock. This little ant was a small meal for him less than a few seconds ago. For such a being, 3 years is a second, but now, he was on par with him. How could he accept such a thing? Dark soul flame, he roared. The entire dimension much larger than the observable universe turned into a furnace, releasing a dark flame with unimaginable powers. Purification flame. Edward created a golden flame around him to block the dark flame. However, he soon discovered he was rapidly being overwhelmed. The entire world seemed against him, trying to restrict and kill him at any cost. It's as I speculated. The dimension is like the god's divine kingdom, granting these creatures absolute power. Arcane domain, world of knowledge. Edward used his new domain, which involved projecting his soul dimension while weaving an entire dimension using a vast quantity of mana just like reality marbles. His domain crashed with Malachi's dimension, fighting for control. With his new power, Edward's flame suddenly became brighter and purified the dark flame. He wondered what would happen if he purified this entire dimension. Malachi's expression changed as he understood he was experiencing a dimensional invasion. If the enemy swallowed his dimension, he would lose all his powers and immortality. I won't let you, he thought before using his most famous tactic, soul sacrifice. He sacrificed trillions of souls to boost the strength of his dimension. The tide immediately shifted in his favor. Edward frowned. His battle prowess had drastically decreased without access to his laws. He summoned his time staff, trying to give himself another boost, but failed. It seems his dimension has a higher authority than yours, commented Morgana. Technically speaking, the staff should have worked inside his domain but did not, indicating that Malachi's dimension had priority. In other words, if I want to use my rules in dimensional battles, I must either find a way to increase my domain's authority or reach a willpower of 10 and wield the laws of the MCU universe, thought Edward with a grunt. Will blessing. He blessed his domain with his willpower using the hacky techniques from One Piece. His actions tilted things to his advantage, but he knew that was insufficient. So, he accessed the energy in his mana circles in the other two layers of his soul dimensions. After reaching tier 10, he also elevated the 2 mana circles to tier 10. Edward discovered he no longer needed to seal these dimensions as the mana became a part of his overall energy reserves. This meant that after becoming tier 10, he was not at the bottom level of the powerhouses who could only destroy one universe. He had enough energy to destroy 4 to 5. He plans to add supersolid ether cores in the other 2 layers to further increase his mana capacity while following the path of dragons by building a dragon heart that stores mana in the cells. The gods in his universe have ruled over countless tier 10 planes, so they are usually some of the best tier 10 capable of destroying dozens if not 100 universes. With the blessing of new mana, Edward's domain became even more potent, rapidly empowering Malachi's dimension. Damn you, sorcerer, for forcing me to do this, roared Malachi as a glowing purple orb appeared above his large palm. He had just found a dimensional core and was prepared to fuse it with his dimension, elevating it to a higher level, thus increasing his strength and status. But now, he had to use it in this battle, which would waste a lot of energy. The purple orb released a light, and the sound of something cracking echoed through both these crashing universes/dimensions. Edward's domain showed signs of collapse. The throne behind had split in 2, and the books floated everywhere, turned to ashes, or were separated from the middle. What the hell is that thing? It seems to contain a great deal of spatial energy, analyzed Morgana. I sense a power that reminds me of Krona. The universe will? Could that be why his dimension has a higher authority than yours and does not allow foreign rules to manifest? Possibly. If true, this world is more valuable than we anticipated, said Morgana. So, what's the plan? Let's retreat. We know too little about this world, said Edward, realizing how many things the movies never revealed. So, although he could continue fighting using the Soul Stone, he decided to just bail and return later. He disappeared from the dimension, leaving a roaring Malachi. After returning to his universe, he prepared to return to Kamar-Taj but stopped after receiving a notification from the Akashic records. 591 demon gods. Edward checked his account on the Akashic record and learned he had received a message from Merlin. He was slightly surprised but guessed why, so he played. A projection of Merlin appeared before him, and he said, "Hey, boy, looking good." "I'm doing okay," replied Merlin. "No need to be polite. If I boast, you'll just beat my ego down, so what else can I say?" Edward shrugged. "True," chuckled Merlin. "By the way, this is a voice recording, I'm not actually there." Edward's face turned ugly. "Haha, I bet your face is twisted in anger now. Oh, I wish I was there to see it." Edward snorted coldly, deciding to ignore that drunk bastard. "I'll ignore what rude comment you made about just now," continued the recording, making Edward's lips twitch. "My message is to congratulate you on reaching Tier 10 while also warning you not to skip Tier 11 to go directly to Tier 12. Edward frowned. "Yes, it's possible to do that. You will usually see it in worlds like the MCU without linear power systems. Some people can destroy an entire multiverse and survive in the void, but their variants or counterparts in the multiverse are separate individuals. Sometimes, they have no variants and are the only entity in the entire multiverse." Edward had thought about this, as in the comics, some entities who are obviously Tier 12 and above fight against their multiversal counterparts, which should never happen if all their variants are a part of themselves at Tier 11. Tier 11 is important and must not be skipped if you want to reach higher levels, Merlin continued. "Once you reach that level, I will contact you again to tell you about higher tiers and the war. Good luck to you, and remember that time is running out for all of us." The projection disappeared, leaving Edward with a somber atmosphere. "Morgana, can you send the soul limit and soul divination methods to Hermione and the others?" "Without Netheril, the best I can do is send it home to my server and from there, send it to them," she replied. "Then, do so." Before leaving, he left enough divine energy for everyone to break their limit and reach Tier 9, but now he felt a sense of urgency, so he wanted them to become as powerful as possible as soon as possible. Edward's first order of business was not to return to Earth but to cast the doubling charm on the Soul Stone to absorb more energy for his soul divinity. However, the experiment was only partially successful, as the copies lasted less than a second. He absorbed a tremendous amount of energy in that brief moment, but it also cost him too much mana to keep copying, so he could only give up this plan. He'll try again once he has the time stone. Edward opened a portal to Earth but found himself floating outside its atmosphere, with a powerful shield blocking him. "What's going on?" "Please seal most of your energy," said a voice in the void, and Edward recognized the Ancient One. Edward frowned before sealing most of his mana. Finally, he bypassed the protection and appeared at Kamar-Taj, where the Ancient One awaited. "What just happened?" "The Earth Dimension Protection Shield considers you a dimensional creature, so it stopped you," explained the Ancient One. "But I'm obviously not. Your magic system is quite similar to theirs, considering the amount of energy and the 2 dimensions you have in your body. That's not fair since all life has a soul dimension." "True, but they do not contain energy or can be materialized," rebutted the Ancient One. "Fair," sighed Edward. "I'm guessing you saw my fight with Malachi." "I did, and it was splendid," she replied calmly. "Why did that bastard attack me?" "You were unlucky, the planet you chose had weakened dimensional barriers. Adding the energy in your body, you were the perfect meal. So, my luck backlash hasn't ended." "Luck backlash? I've abused a potion that increased luck, and now, I'm paying for it." "That is concerning," the Ancient One frowned, and Edward agreed. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do since the Empire's study on luck or probability manipulation had not been up to standard compared to most other fields. Who exactly is this Malachi? Edward had never heard of him in the MCU or even the comics. "He's one of the 72 demon gods." "Demon gods? Our job as sorcerers is to protect the Earth from all sorts of dimensional creatures or entities, and amongst them, the 72 demon gods and 36 hell lords are our worst enemies. Malachi is one of the lower 72 demon gods." "Lower demon gods?" asked Edward, knowing the insinuation of these words. "Yes, they are divided into lower, middle, and upper, and kings, and Malachi is one of the best lower demon gods, but still a lower rank." Edward's mouth twitched. He could not accept the fact that the weakest of these demon gods was Tier 10. "Sorry if I sound rude, but there is no way you can survive against these guys if Malachi is only a lower demon god." The Ancient One chuckled. "That sounds fair, but the situation is more complex than you think. Agamotto and a few former Sorcerer Supreme sealed most of 7 kings while the rest are still healing. Many of the demon gods are in deep slumbers that last millions of years, and some have no desire to invade and increase their strength. Meanwhile, the Hell Lords have been forced to sign a treaty that their main body cannot enter the material plan, so they are usually sneaky and send in avatars to use schemes and machinations to interfere in Earth's affairs. So, that leaves a few upper demon gods like Dormammu as true adversaries." Edward's brow was still furrowed. "That explains a lot, but many things still don't make sense. For example, I know how someone like you, with mastery of the mystic art and the time stone, can deal with a demon god, but what about those other sorcerers? I doubt they could survive the very air in some of these dimensions. You're underestimating my sorcerer's capabilities, explained the Ancient One. However, the answer to your question is the dimensional nullifier. When those creatures try to invade Earth, before they can evade reach the protection, they must pass through the dimensional nullifier, a special dimension that drastically decreases their powers. Is that why Dormammu most destroyed the protection first before invading? Correct, they know that the best and only way to invade Earth is from the inside, nodded the Ancient One. Edward sighed, this world is way more complicated than I thought. You have no idea, replied the Ancient One. She thought she knew most of the universe's secrets and nothing could shock her, but she knew how wrong she was after seeing the future past her death. We have lost more than 3 years, it might be a good idea to change the original plan, suggested Edward. You're right, she nodded. I still think you need to display your talent and convince the other sorcerers. However, you can use the time stone in a few days to see the future I saw and prepared. What about the soul stone? Any suggestions? Once you see what I saw, you can decide what to do with it or the others, the Ancient One responded calmly. All right. We can start tomorrow since I want to check on Aisha's family. Since he promised to keep an eye on them, he would keep his word. I did it in your stead, and they're fine. Oh, then you have my gratitude. Edward did not leave since she said they were okay. He would still check, but not in person. He followed the Ancient One to his room and received the Wi-Fi password. A little tired after his breakthrough in strength, he chose to sleep. It's been a while, and he felt he needed the rest. 592 The future get up. Edward opened his eyes. You must be Mordo. The Ancient One talked about you. Likewise. Oh, what did she say? She claims she found a natural prodigy of the mystic art. You don't sound convinced, said Edward, standing up from the small bed. Your abilities have yet to be known or tested, Mordo explained calmly. Please change into the appropriate uniform. I'll wait outside. I forgot how rigid this man's ideal and thoughts were, thought Edward as his magic robe turned into the camouflage gray uniform. Mordo is the kind of person who cannot get along with someone like him who constantly disobeys the rules to push boundaries. Edward walked out while thinking of ways to ensure his relationship with these people. So fast. I didn't want to be late. It seems you are at least very disciplined. That's good, nodded Mordo, leading them to a group of students dressed in horrible-looking clothes. Mordo then began to speak to the young sorcerers. You must go beyond your normal senses to feel the energy coming from those dimensions and harness them for use. You must. He gave a 30-minute explanation, making some students wonder why he was telling them this again. Mordo then ended the lecture with a few demonstrations. Interesting, thought Edward. They change their brain and soul frequency to perfectly attune to the surrounding dimensional seas and harness the energy from them. Their meditation technique is genius and perfectly fitted for humans. Edward closed his eyes and followed Mordo's method. He found himself in a sea of colorful lights rushing in all directions. Those should be dimensions, thought Edward, feeling how absurdly easy it was to access the energy from these dimensions. When he compared sorcerer magic in the Empire, which requires a gate of truth and so much effort, it was truly baffling how easily this method made things. This method makes it so easy that 90% of humans can do it after the right training, concluded Edward. Of course, talents would dictate how long it takes, but as long as someone perseveres, even with the worst talent, they can succeed in 5 to 8 years. Edward sighed as he continued praising this method, thinking how much it would help the Empire. He made the motions with his hands to draw the energy, creating a shield that resembled yellow runes before him. So, that's eldritch magic, thought Edward, slightly intrigued. Because of how weak a human's body is, they cannot channel too much energy from other dimensions, so they must rely on skill mastery or relics. The Ancient One is a great sorcerer because of her skill and because her body is strengthened by energy from the dark dimension. I do not have such restrictions on my body, but I should learn their skill mastery of using and manipulating interdimensional energy, he concluded. Excellent, said Mordo, who walked by him. You succeed on your first try. Edward just nodded to him. In that case, let's try a few more advanced spells. He had the students practice conjuring weapons like whips and others, and none of these tasks bothered Edward as he easily learned them. Everyone took a break for lunch, and the students looked at Edward oddly. However, he quickly joined them as he was a master of conversation. Since he wanted to gather support to prevent rejection for being chosen as the next Sorcerer Supreme, he knew the importance of being well liked. So, he put on his emperor smile to charm people. The afternoon lesson is hand-to-hand combat, said Mordo. As a sorcerer, you must train your mind and body. Now, on your guard. Edward fought with him for a minute before restraining him. Mordo could not accept this easy defeat and chose a second round with weapons, so he handed him a short baton while using one. The result was the same. You were trained. Yes, nodded Edward, making Mordo sigh. I felt guilty for doubting the Ancient One's words, even for a moment, but now, she's proven that her visions are beyond what I can understand. Edward's lips twitched. He loved it when his followers were this devoted to him, but in this situation, Mordo's devotion was a problem. It was one of the reasons he left Carmertage after finding out the Ancient One was not who he thought she was. Maybe it's not bad to lose people like Mordo and Caecilius, thought Edward. As long as he prevented them from doing anything reckless, losing 1 or 2 sorcerers, even if they were talented, should not be an issue. The third training session of the day was on how to use the sling ring, another discovery Edward found very useful. This relic made it easier to control a specific type of energy that allowed for opening portals to any dimension. He had the idea of augmenting this thing to function for all spatial energy. There will be many benefits and advantages if space magic becomes more common in the Empire. Of course, there will also be more chaos and danger, but he will prepare for these eventualities before releasing this knowledge or technology. At night, Edward did not have time to head to the library when the Ancient One summoned him. How was it? Fine. Little slow for my taste, but many things in your magical system are valuable to mine. I'm glad, she nodded. I wanted to wait a few days, but after seeing you in action today, I figured I might as well get it over with. She then removed the Eye of Agamotto from her neck and handed it along with a book. Edward took 30 minutes to read the entire book and absorb all the knowledge. Understand? The Ancient One asked. Yes. Questions? A few, said Edward. In the next 30 minutes, he asked questions, and she answered. After that, they spent an hour discussing time magic and losing track of time. The Ancient One sighed, it's been a while since I had such a captivating conversation about the mystic art. The last time was when she talked to Odin and his wife, Freya, a few hundred years ago. Let's get back on track. She took a bite from an apple and placed it on a counter before them. Is this necessary? Asked Edward. For my peace of mind, she explained. So, Edward used the time stone to manipulate time and returned the apple to different states. Then, the Ancient One tried a few more difficult tests before she allowed him to peep into the future. He wondered what she saw and what he needed to prepare for, so he got into positions and peeked into the future. An hour later, Edward woke up without saying a word. What's on your mind? I want to cuss. By all means. And asterisk percent dollar, 08, he went on a 20-minute tirade, cursing in more than 100 languages, some of which did not exist in this universe. Finally, he exhaled and said, I'm sorry. It's fine. You lasted less than I did. The Ancient One had the same reaction as her. She cussed for the first time in hundreds of years, and she did not stop after 20 minutes. So, what did Edward see that made him react like this? A multiverse convergence, all infinite timelines and dimensions crash and fuse into each other until only one timeline remains. And in the process, countless terrifying creatures emerge, including those who defy common sense. On top of everything else, many of these creatures are tier 11 and maybe beyond. In fact, the only reason these creatures did not kill his peeping self across spacetime was due to the protection of the time stone and his swift actions to evade them. So, what are you going to do? Asked the Ancient One, and Edward stared at her. She's the one who brought him into this mess. You can't blame me for your decisions. Edward exhaled, there is no need to freak out and lose my calm. If this is enough to rattle me out, I won't survive the upcoming war. He returned to his cool and logical side. We have a lot of work to do, and I'm telling you beforehand, it will not be pretty. That's why I chose you, she replied with a smile. 593 The new Sorcerer Supreme. So, what is the plan? Asked the Ancient One. I have a few ideas, but I need a few days to plan everything out, grunted Edward, caressing his head. Beforehand, you must prepare to hand over the Sorcerer Supreme position in about 3 months. That seems a little fast, but all right. Anything specific you want me to do? First, show the others that you are mentoring me personally. Second, after a month, release a rumor that I'm the next Sorcerer Supreme. In the second month, release a rumor that you will retire, and in the third month, we hold a public ceremony for my new position. Edward noticed many of these sorcerers' extreme worship of the Ancient One, so no one would doubt her decision. However, they might be reluctant to watch her retire, which could cause trouble enacting his plans if those people do not respect or accept his authority. Very well, nodded the Ancient One, and Edward left for his room. Morgana appeared and asked, what's the plan? Do you want to start training these people in the ways of arcane magic? Yes, but we cannot follow the same path as our home. I was going to suggest thinking of an alternative method since we are running out of time. The Empire's magical system took too much time, effort, and resources. As such, it was not suitable since they only had less than 3 decades. What's your plan? She asked. Edward waved his hand to manifest a hologram created from his thoughts. These people are sorcerers, so let's use this fact to our advantage. Morgana looked at the schematic before her, deep in thought. This is good, especially since this world favors the sorcerer way of magic. That's what I was thinking. In that case, let's get to work. We have a lot to do, said the purple-haired elf, dressed like sorcerers. Edward began his work, and starting the following day, he would receive lessons from Mordo in the morning, read in the library in the afternoon, and learn with the Ancient One at night. Then, as he said, in just 2 weeks, he would master all the knowledge in Camartage, mirror dimension. Edward bent the entire city of New York so that the skyscrapers became the sky. This world's understanding and application of the mirror dimension is truly advanced. Indeed, nodded Morgana, who also began stacking skyscrapers to create a building that rushed from the ground to the moon. She was having too much fun. I feel like we can benefit immensely in this world if we can survive the turmoil. Edward agreed with this statement. After applying what he had learned for a few hours, he left the mirror dimension to continue his work. However, as soon as he appeared, Mordo rushed into his room. Emergency, we're under attack. From who or what? The Fierce Beast Dimension, replied Mordo, who seemed to hesitate about something. What is it? The Ancient One wishes you to participate. Is there a problem with that? Mordo sighed. You are probably the most talented sorcerer Kamar-Taj has ever seen. But it doesn't change the fact that you're young and inexperienced. I fear she might be sending you into battles too soon. Edward looked at him oddly, considering he was much older than Mordo by a few centuries, no, millennia. However, he accepted the latter's concern. Previously, he might have thought it was right to let Mordo follow his previous path, but he would not do so for many reasons. Firstly, he saw that Mordo was a kind and understanding individual, just a little stubborn in his ways. His act of putting the Ancient One on a pedestal was one of the causes of his downfall. Secondly, he could not give up such a talented sorcerer if he wanted to have a chance to survive the multiversal war. Edward patted his shoulder. I have seen horrors you could not possibly imagine. Plus, I'm way older than you by a few centuries. Mordo looked at him. Are you serious? I don't need to lie, replied Edward. Talent is insufficient to explain how quickly I can learn and adapt. You've dabbled in the mystic art before. Yes, and for centuries. However, my way differs from yours, so I needed to adapt, he explained. But, I know you have many questions, but they will be answered soon enough. Now, let's go. Edward headed to a place inside the temple where he was first transported to the New York Sanctorum before being teleported to an unknown place with purple sky, earth, and grass. A black portal stood in the distance, surrounded by countless sorcerers. Is this the dimension nullifier? Exactly, said the Ancient One, who opened a portal beside him. I thought you should watch how we faced these threats and maybe see if there are any improvements you can make. Edward nodded as he watched the battle. The fierce beast, who looked like mutated creatures from Earth, became drastically weaker once they passed through the portal, giving the sorcerer a decent chance in the fight. The sorcerers were pretty organized. The weaker and inexperienced ones worked together to cast defensive shields on others or use attacks like Eldritch Whip to restrict the enemy. The more powerful ones directly confronted these creatures. Two creatures saw Edward and the Ancient One in the distance and leaped dozens of meters into the sky toward them. Edward waved his hand to open a portal and closed it, cutting the creature in half. The Ancient One remained quiet, not batting an eye. Edward lowered his body to look at the creature. What do you do with the bodies? We used some of them to make relics, but most are sent to the Inferno dimension for recycling, explained the Ancient One. I may have a better use for them, he muttered. The two watched this battle, only helping to ensure no one died. Once that was over, the dimensional portal closed, and Earth was safely protected. What do you think? Besides missing healing and buff spells, I have no comment, given the low numbers and fighting style. Those types of magic are not our strong suit, nodded the Ancient One. 3 months passed, and it was Edward's crowning ceremony to become the Sorcerer Supreme. The sorcerers were unsurprised as these rumors had been spreading for months, but some people still felt it was too soon for the Ancient One to retire. Regardless, the majority of sorcerers across the 3 sanctums, leaving a few people to protect them. The ceremony went smoothly as the Ancient One handed him the Eye of Agamotto. Edward then looked at the crowd to begin his speech. I know many of you have questions, feeling this situation is a little rushed, he said in a voice everyone could hear. And I can tell you there is a reason for everything. The sorcerers focused their eyes, listening deeply. The Ancient One saw a terrifying future where we failed our missions to protect Earth and our reality. Our universe was wiped out from existence. These sorcerers looked at him as if he were crazy. However, after seeing the seriousness in his expression and the Ancient One's nod, they began to murmur. How could this happen? Asked someone. I can show you if you desire, said Edward as he snapped his finger, showing them snippets of the terrible future he saw. Many people immediately began to yell. Impossible. That's not true, that's an illusion. So much death. My family, how can they survive such a catastrophe? Edward frowned, realizing these people might go insane as their minds break. So, he snapped his finger to remove the memory from their mind but left the impression the memory had on them. Is this really the future? Asked Wang. Edward did not answer but motioned for the Ancient One to say something. Yes. I saw this future years ago and have been preparing to change it. I saw countless futures and possibilities, and the best answer I came up with is him. She pointed at Edward. How can he help us? He has mystical knowledge from an extremely advanced magical civilization, the ancient explained. With that knowledge and his decisive and unorthodox means, we will have a slight chance of survival. The sorcerers quieted down briefly before saying, Salutation to the Sorcerer Supreme. This chant echoed throughout the entire mountain. Edward nodded calmly. The Ancient One might have sugar-coated things for you, but I won't. My unorthodox means are cruel, inhumane, vile, and devoid of any morality. In other words, I will do whatever it takes to protect the Earth and our reality. I don't expect you to accept some of my actions, but you must follow them. If you're unwilling, please be prepared to leave, as I will not accept insubordination. I am responsible for the lives of too many people, and I will not consider your feelings or morality when protecting them. Is that understood?